The Assassin's Skill, Assassin Without a Name, Book 4, by Scott Marlowe. Act 1. The Dark One. Part 1. Assassins operate from the shadows for a reason. Most of the time, it's a matter of practicality. Other times, it's simply the most efficient way to complete a contract. But sometimes, a slit throat in the dark or a jab in the kidney in passing isn't enough. Sometimes circumstances necessitate, demand even, a public display. Like when someone sends assassins to kill the leader of the city's Thieves Guild and his top lieutenants. Some might call that a bold move. Others, a stupid one, given the repercussions should the assassins fail. Regardless, such a move demanded a response, and since this was my specialty, Heavyhammer sent me to Ridland's den to deliver it. "Make sure you send a message," Thorn had told me. "Killing sends a message all its own," I said. "Something else you'd like me to add?" I thought I'd run my last errand for Heavyhammer a long time ago, but the assassins had come after me too. I didn't take attempts on my life as personally as Thorn, but having someone ambush me in a dark alley still didn't sit well, especially after I learned who had facilitated the hit. Thorn grunted. "Show Ridland the error of his ways. Nothing fancy." I frowned. "But you want a show?" "Do what you do best," Thorn said with a shrug. "I don't care who gets in your way. In fact, the more, the better. Think of it as your moment to shine." So, outfitted in my full assassin's attire, I strode from the shadows and across the snow-blanketed street toward Ridland's den. My usual mask and hood concealed my face. A studded leather vest, bracers, and leg guards served for protection. Long knives were ready at my side, and I had my Steel Island sword slung over one shoulder. Winter had a firm grip on the city, its icy embrace infiltrating every avenue, alley, and square, until only the truly foolish or dedicated ventured outside. No one, save the pair of burly doormen, witnessed my approach. Bundled in thick jackets with felt hats pulled low, narrowed gazes soon widened, and gloved hands, already balled into fists, shot from pockets ready to defend or attack. I couldn't help but smirk under my mask, because I saw more than recognition in their widened stares. I saw fear, which was a tough pill for men such as these to swallow. That fear put them on the back foot, weakened their resolve, and, as the pill's bitter sting thoroughly settled into their bellies, fired an anger in them that demanded action. But striking in fear or anger makes one vulnerable, taking their chances against me from minuscule to nothing at all as I closed on them. With teeth clenched, the bruiser on the left, whose cauliflower ears told a tale all their own, took a wild swing at my head. Ducking beneath it, I came up fast, hitting him with an uppercut that rocked his head back. The other jabbed once, twice, but missed both times as I swung around and smashed my elbow into his face, cracking his nose like a walnut. Next, my fist connected with cauliflower ears again, this time bludgeoning his face like a battering ram before my other doubled him over with a punch to the gut. Spinning around, Broken Nose stepped forward and tried to return the favor with a left cross that I blocked and countered so fast that more blood flowed before he even knew I'd hit him again. Grabbing his jacket, I used him for leverage as I kicked Cauliflower Ears, sending him to the cobbles where he choked and gasped for air. Still holding onto the other one, I brought his face down onto my knee, stunning him, before I tossed him onto the pile. At the door, a spy hole slid shut with a sharp scrape, right before a bar slammed home hard enough to make the sturdy iron door shudder. From inside the den, the faint staccato of drums and a singer's deep baritone reached my ears. Giving the door a quick rap with my knuckles, I removed the small explosive device meant for this purpose from my belt pouch and placed it on the door. "Magnetism," Raid had told me. "Once it's secure, turn the dial and, unless you want to become a smear on a wall, run like hell." I didn't run, but I did hurry, covering my ears and counting down the seconds until the explosive device's roar shattered the night's stillness. Smoke and remnants of flame scoured the door that was split in half and torn from its hinges. Beyond, I spotted blood and bodies through the smoke littering the floor. The pair of doormen had staggered away, but not in time. Now they lay sprawled across the road, unmoving. I entered, stepped over the corpses, and took in the den's chaos with a glance. If the place wasn't lively before my arrival, it certainly was now. The explosion had knocked everyone nearby to the floor and upended a host of low-stakes gaming tables, their dealers scrambling on hands and knees to gather scattered coins, while patrons at the tables did much the same. An unfortunate waiter lay groaning on his side, shards of glass from the drinks on his tray embedded in his bloodied face. Others, knocked prone, struggled to their knees or stood on shaky legs. They staggered away with shocked, bewildered expressions. Beyond this initial scene, the chaos diminished, with the next half-circle of tables upright but with cards and coins strewn across the floor, and patrons and employees alike gazing at me with stunned expressions. Past them, the scene at the bar seemed unaffected, though most had swiveled around to see what all the commotion was about. The distant arena, where a fight was in progress, continued as if nothing had happened. Thrumming with palpable energy, a crowd of eager onlookers pressed against the wrought iron barriers, their voices a cacophony of cheers and jeers as a fighter clad in tattered leather faced off against a towering brute swinging a heavy axe. Above it all, the rhythm of drums pulsed through the air, each beat resonating with a primal energy that echoed from the den's walls. Intertwined with the drumming, a woman's haunting voice rose and fell like a distant storm, her melodies weaving tales of forgotten heroes and bitter rivalries. Her ethereal notes carried a quality of defiance that, I didn't doubt, inspired the host of Ridland's bully boys running straight for me with murder in their eyes. Now it got interesting. Moving the fingers of one hand, I initiated the charging sequence of my force glove and, counting down the seconds, waited for the first of Ridland's men to arrive. My timing proved flawless. With eyes wide and mouth twisted into a snarl, the bouncer raised his club and leaped into direct contact with my outstretched palm. A quick flash, and my opponent's rage transformed into shock as the glove's repulsive force hurled him away. He slammed into the others behind him, toppling them like pins in a carnival game. Since I wasn't here for Ridland's low-level bruisers, I left them to untangle themselves while I strode across the gambling floor like I owned the place. Patrons, dealers, and others, in no mood for trouble, gave me a wide berth. I knew the lay of the place well enough to head directly for the stairs leading to the next floor. One of Ridland's henchmen met me halfway, rushing me with a wicked-looking spiked mace gripped in an iron fist. I kept on, my pace even and tempered, reacting only when my assailant let out a roar and swung for my head. Sidestepping his clumsy attack, I drew a long knife and in the same motion slashed him deep. The shock of my blade scraping his ribs unbalanced him, so I needn't do anything else except watch as he tumbled down the steps. His motion slowed the bully boys from earlier, who had regrouped and now charged up the stairs behind me. Again, I wasn't here for them, so with a flick of a wrist, I tossed a handful of caltrops their way, scattering the tiny spikes across the width of their path. One of Ridland's henchmen had enough sense and dexterity to stop before he put his foot down on one of the triple-pronged spikes, but the man next to him was neither as lucky nor as deft. Realizing the danger too late, he stepped directly onto one, the upturned spike piercing the sole of his shoe and sinking deep into his foot. As one does when stepping on something sharp, he cried out, lifting his wounded foot. The bruiser behind him, charging fast, slammed into him. They went down together, crying out when caltrops pierced their hands and arms. With others getting tangled with each other and trying to avoid a similar fate, I paid them no more heed. More henchmen awaited me on the second floor. Behind them I spotted Ridland. Hard to miss his greasy, dirty blonde hair plastered to his forehead, the plethora of gold chains around his neck, or the look in his eyes, a wild look, like a cornered animal, that only grew wilder as he watched me come into view. This area of the den had one way in and one way out, and that was behind me. Icefire, or devil's tongue-stricken patrons, without a care in the world, lay strewn across loungers and settees. An expansive balcony provided Ridland and his closest associates with an unobstructed view of the arena, where the clash of weaponry beat in time with the echo of the drums. Along the balcony, gentlemen and ladies occupied high-top chairs that afforded them the best views of the arena. Before I arrived, I imagined them cheering on the bloody battle with the gusto of those who had never engaged in a life-or-death fight. But now that the battle had come to them, they'd gone silent, their expressions muted, fearful even. I knew the moment an avenue of escape opened, they'd trample each other on their way to the exit. "You made a mistake coming here," Ridlin shouted, his high-pitched wail full of drug-induced slurs about as threatening as the half-dozen bravados separating us. The time for words would have been before Ridlin had conspired with the warders to have me, Heavy Hammer, Liz, and some others killed, so I said nothing in return. The bruisers arrayed against me seemed in no hurry to engage. Instead, they tightened grips on weapons, swords and spiked clubs mostly, and clenched their jaws as they braced themselves for what was about to come. My long knives suited this sort of fight, but so did my sword. Since I was here to make a statement, I drew the blade now, letting them take full measure of the length of black steel. The way it caught the light from alchemical lanterns made it almost seem as if the blade itself was on fire, burning with the same volcanic flames from which it had been forged. The nearest of Ridlin's men licked his lips, his eyes transfixed by my weapon's otherworldly sheen. With others doing the same, there seemed no better time to strike. The stare of the nearest, transfixed, widened in surprise when his mind caught up, and he realized he was about to die. By then, it was too late for him to do anything other than spout blood, as my sword sliced a gouge through his leather armor and nearly cut him in half. The next fell grasping his throat, blood leaking from between his clenched fingers. I ducked beneath the swing of a short sword, the steel cutting the air overhead, and came up point first, my blade stabbing my opponent under the ribs. A sigh escaped his lips, and his knees buckled as I withdrew my weapon. Spinning, I ducked under a clumsy swing, then dove and somersaulted away when two bruisers rushed me with clubs raised. I regained my feet in an instant, whipping my sword about to clear the space around me. The remaining four surrounded me, and others who had finally picked their way through the maze of caltrops boiled up from the staircase, swelling their numbers and promising that we were about to have a right proper fight. As Ridlin's men came screaming into the room, the guests who wanted no part of this fight did the opposite, rushing down the stairs to safety. Ridlin eyed the same escape route, but with the ranks on his side swelling, his concern melted away, replaced by a wicked grin I remembered from my days fighting in his arena. He cackled, his fist smashing into his open palm. "Time to die, you piece of shat!" Then the press of bruisers closing in blocked him from sight. Sometimes overwhelming numbers are a genuine concern. On the battlefield, in close combat, or in an open room with no obvious choke points, such as now. However, overwhelming numbers also become a disadvantage when a lack of coordination, discipline, and skill comes into play. Ridlin's men knew how to break up fights, expel drunks, and knock heads about when someone got too frisky with the ladies. I'd venture they were also pretty good at beating someone to a bloody pulp when the circumstances are right. But how would they fare against someone who retaliated with the intent to kill? I knew only one way to learn the answer to that question. Never one to wait for a fight to come to me, I leaped into their midst, drawing one of my long knives to have a go at them double-bladed. Cutting and slashing, I ducked and weaved my way between men who reeked of fear. These were not the zealots of the Jakaree, ready to lay down their lives for their cause without a second thought. Simple men, really, looking for simple work and a simple wage. That didn't mean I spared them. One took a knife to the gut, another a slash of my sword across his chest, a third, after I parried his thrust, the hilt of my knife to his face, until I left a trail of blood and corpses behind. When I'd made a complete circuit through their ranks, I turned, ready to keep up the fight, only to see that the damage I'd wrought was enough. Half of Ridlin's men were down, clutching at wounds or already dead. In no hurry to keep up the fight, the other half eyed me warily. Ridlin saw the mood shift and, realizing his time was up, bolted. I had my knife sheathed and a throwing star hurtling toward him in less time than it took for him to take 2 steps. The star embedded itself in his thigh, and down he went, howling as he stumbled, tripped, and fell face first onto the floor. His bruisers, who hadn't moved a muscle except to fidget with their weapons, cast longing glances at the exit. No doubt, they weighed the cost of fleeing and losing future work prospects against staying, which most certainly meant forfeiting their lives. I didn't think it seemed a hard decision to make, and evidently they all agreed. As one, they fled. I thought that was that, until the sound of heavy footsteps boomed from the stairs, growing closer with every footfall and echoing from the walls like the drumming from earlier. Only now did I realize those drums had stopped, along with the jeering coming from the arena's spectators. All eyes turned to the stairs, waiting for whoever, or whatever, to show themselves. Ridlin, who must have understood what those heavy footfalls meant, let out another cackle through his grimace of pain. "Now you'll get what's coming to you, you bastard." When I saw who came up the stairs, I thought that this time he might be right. A warrior the size of a giant waded into the room. Clad in battered crimson armor with a long, hafted, double-edged axe casually slung over a shoulder, he wore a great helmet with the visor lowered that concealed his identity. Not that it mattered. Whether a giant, a Gaugath, or some other creature, this new opponent wasn't going to run like the others, nor would he fall so easily. Ridlin's remaining men retreated to either side, clearing a path. The slit in the giant's helmet fixed on me. Hefting his axe in an easy two-handed grip, he strode forward, kicking bodies from his path and causing others to scurry out of the way or get trampled. The thump of his footfalls and the clanking of his armor became my focus. I didn't back away, but neither did I move any closer. I stayed still, letting him come to me, waiting, and then, at the precise moment he raised his axe to deliver his killing stroke, I rushed him, not stopping until I'd run past him. Wary but confused, the giant turned slowly. He thought he had nothing to fear from me. In hand-to-hand combat, certainly not. Even my Steel Island sword might not possess a sharp enough edge to penetrate his heavy armor. But I hadn't lived this long by relying only on fists and sharp edges. Sometimes a job requires something more. A gesture at the giant's breastplate elicited a puzzled turn of his head, so I held a fist to my chest. His great helmet tilted downward, taking in his breastplate and the negative energy grenade I'd placed there. Recognizing the danger, he tried to swat it away. But this explosive, like the one I'd used on the door, was magnetic. Swatting did nothing, and the giant's gauntlets were too cumbersome to get a proper grip on the relatively small device, which remained firmly in place, tiny lights counting down 3, 2, 1. Second generation, Gwendolyn had told me with a mischievous smile. Inverted field dispersion, magnified central point of activation, and faster initiation. It's an improvement all around. While I didn't share Gwen's enthusiasm for the technical minutiae, I couldn't argue with the results. The armored giant emitted a wail of frustration as the grenade crackled to life. The negative energy started at a point and didn't so much as expand but drew everything around it inward. The inverted field Gwendolyn had mentioned pulling the giant into the shadow realm in a single, unilateral implosion. In less than a second, he was gone. Ridlin's men stood in stunned disbelief. One by one, their eyes shifted from the place where their champion had stood to me. Then, one by one, they ran away. "Come back here, you cowards! Come back or I'll—" Ridlin's cry faded to silence as I approached. Still lying on the floor, he had his back pressed against a lounger. Blood leaked from his leg where my throwing star remained embedded. He looked up at me with the desperate eyes of someone who knew he was about to die, and who couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. That didn't mean he wouldn't try, though. "Whatever Heavy Hammer is paying you, I'll double it, triple it even." Without saying a word, I settled into a crouch before him. Desperate eyes became crazed, peering in every direction for some way out of this. Barring that, perhaps he searched for a weapon. No, not a weapon, I realized, as his attention fixed on a vial of ice fire discarded on the couch. A clawed hand grasped for it, and he almost might have had it if I hadn't gotten to it first. I held the vial up to the light, studying the swirls within. Then I tossed it over my shoulder. The vial hit the floor, shattering into pieces. Ridlin sank, whimpering. They wanted desperate men. The warders, I presumed. Desperate men, meaning men with nothing to lose, who wouldn't blanch at the idea of targeting the city's Lord of Thieves. But they didn't tell me anything about the job. I didn't know they wanted Heavy Hammer dead. Crazed, desperate eyes filled with hope for one instant. You can tell him that for me, can't you? Tell him I didn't know. Otherwise, I never would have helped them. My silent stare had the desired effect, telling him that no, I wasn't delivering any more messages, while draining the last measure of hope from him bit by bit, until finally none remained. With no reason to prolong this any further, I finished him quickly, ripping my throwing star from his leg and slashing its razor edge across his throat. He gasped, hands rising to stop the crimson tide, but it was too late. In moments, Ridlin was dead. I left the den the same way I'd entered, ignoring the stares of the remaining few patrons nursing drinks or hoping for one more roll of the dice. A few of Ridlin's men loitered outside. The moment I started down the street, they ran inside, either to check on their boss or to steal everything he owned. No one followed me from the shambles, so once I was well away, I lowered my mask and settled into a leisurely stroll. Although the hard part was done, I still had other business to attend to this evening. First, the alliance I had fostered between the Thieves Guild, the Progressive Society, and the Jakaree, an unlikely alliance if ever there was one, had a meeting scheduled for this evening. Together, representatives from each of those groups had been scouring the city for ways to slow or even halt the Warder's inexorable march toward destroying our fair city, and I wanted to know where they stood. So far, the reports I had received were not good. Ever the optimist, I wondered if tonight's activity might have yielded better results. Once I arrived outside the meeting location, the cacophony of raised voices from within told me all I needed to know about their progress. All the players were present. Atticus Drake, as dapper as ever in a dark jacket and burgundy cravat, his ruby-tipped cane held in a loose grasp. Gwendolyn Goddard, who somehow made even a laboratory smock look attractive. Elizabeth West, clad in sleek leather as usual, and always the center of my attention. A cadre of society scientists, including the dwarven brother and sister duo of Raid and Kess, along with Professor Remy Crane and his smart-as-a-whip daughter, Ruby. Last were the Jakaree representatives, who naturally lurked in the laboratory's only shadowed corner. I spied 3 of the bald, tattooed priests, though I only recognized AUDIOBOOK. "Another trinket?" Elizabeth asked, shaking her head. "You do realize that every time we go out there, we're risking our lives, right?" "It's not another trinket," Gwendolyn said, withdrawing a small metallic device from an open chest. "This is a radial circumelectroid." Atticus weighed in. "Which by itself is the very definition of a trinket." "Ah," Gwen said. "But combined with the other bits and pieces Elizabeth and the others have retrieved, and the technology the professors and I are working on, we will soon have—" "More nonsense," Autet growled from his corner. "Onias agreed to this alliance because you said you could deliver the Warder's weapon. You said you knew where to find it. Yet each time we find places where exactors guard nothing important, or places the Warders abandoned long ago, I begin to think you cannot fulfill your end of our deal, and that you will never deliver the dragon as promised." The dragon, a mythical weapon that the Warders plan to use to stop the Jakaree from bringing their dark god, aptly named the Dark One, into our world. As someone with direct ties to the Warder organization through her role as a special consultant, Gwendolyn provided our alliance with information about supposed locations where the Warders were putting the finishing touches on their infernal machine. At one time, the belief was that the Warders intended to summon an actual dragon to do their bidding, but we'd seen enough evidence, forged dragon scales, alchemical dragon's blood, and a magical, if not mechanical, dragon heart, that we had abandoned those mythical notions in favor of a more practical explanation. Regardless of how it manifested, though, the Warders were building a weapon powerful enough to destroy the Dark One and Alchester in the process. Outside the Jakaree priests, no one wanted to see any dark god, Dark One or otherwise, return to the world of the living. Even fewer wished the entire city destroyed. Gwendolyn huffed. "As I've told you umpteen times now, this is a process of elimination. Since usurping control of the League of Merchants, Leonidas Storm has spread the Warder's influence throughout all quarters of the Guild's operation. If I send you directly to their weapon, then it won't take them long to figure out they have a mole. They'll take even less time figuring out it's me. However, by targeting their operation in a seemingly random fashion, suspicion remains at a minimum. In time, I will lead you right to our main objective. Long before we reach the day of the Unifying Convergence, I can guarantee you that. A process of elimination? Liz shook her head. So, you still don't know the dragon's location? More to the point, Atticus said, glaring. Once you discover it, if you haven't already, do you actually intend to share that information with us? Or will you keep it to yourself to exploit beyond the boundaries of our alliance? Gwendolyn sighed. But whether genuine or an act, even I wasn't sure. Gwendolyn was as cunning as she was intelligent, and while recent tumultuous events had led her to join our cause, her dedication remained suspect. You still don't trust me, Atticus? She asked. Even after all I've done? Do I really need to answer that? My suspicions are entirely unfounded, Gwendolyn shot back, her anger rising. I joined this alliance willingly and have made contributions that even you, Atticus, cannot refute. Do you think it's easy, sifting through the information I get from the warders? Half of it is nothing more than honeypots, decoys and falsehoods meant to ensnare any suspected spies they wish to weed out from their network of associates and consultants. I have to evaluate the information they provide, along with what I gather on my own, and then decide whether it's valid. I have no reason to withhold information about anything, least of all the warder's weapon. Gwendolyn's stare fell on me. Tell him. Tell him what? I asked, not sure what she wanted me to say. Fortunately, Liz had no such confusion and answered on my behalf. She's right, Atticus. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't think we'd have come this far without her help. She directed her gaze toward AUDIOBOOK. While it's true we haven't found the dragon, that's likely a good thing. We may only get one chance to destroy it, and we're not ready. Not yet. Exactly, Gwen said. But we're close, very close. Isn't that right, Raid? Though all eyes turned to the dwarven engineer, he remained oblivious. A darkened shield covered his face, and an alchemical torch blazed as he soldered two assemblies together. Kess had to elbow him in the side to gain his attention. Turning off his torch, he raised his face shield and scanned the group with a sweeping, befuddled gaze. Eh? What was that? Kess let out an exasperated sigh. Never mind, Raid. She slid from her stool and answered for him. We're on schedule, Ms. Goddard. I see no reason we won't have the Dragonslayer ready for action when you say the word. Dragonslayer? I asked, raising a brow. Kess beamed at me. It was Professor Crane's idea. Which one, I wondered, until Ruby nearly fell out of her chair with excitement. It's fitting, don't you think? Very, I said, scanning the work tables. Can I see it? Raid jammed a thumb over his shoulder. It's in the other room. We're asking that all non-essential personnel stay the hell away from it, for your own safety and everyone else's. It's that dangerous? I asked. Dangerous and volatile, Atticus chimed in. Since we've limited knowledge of the dragon's capabilities, we've made assumptions about how to counter its energy yield, intensity, and so on. Atticus smacked a fist into his open palm. As long as the dragon's capabilities remain a mystery, we're operating in the dark. We need more information. We're working on it, Liz said, crossing her arms. Thjorn has his network of spies trying to locate the weapon's design plans. But, like all things related to the warders, it isn't easy. If someone gives me something to steal, I'll steal it. But until then... Of course, Atticus said, rubbing his forehead. I meant no slight, Elizabeth. I know we are all contributing our best, considering our circumstances. His gaze crept over and settled on me. Most of us, anyway. One could hardly miss his tone of dissatisfaction, though I was unaccustomed to having it directed at me. Meaning? Meaning that we all agreed to contribute our individual skills to this endeavor. Unless yours somehow lies in being absent, I think we all need to adhere to the original pact and do our part. I completely agree, I said, unfazed. Does that mean you've reconsidered my suggestion to ignore the weapon and target the people behind it instead? My rationale was simple. We knew little about the dragon, and as the days ticked by, our efforts to learn more increasingly came up short. Instead of wasting our resources on what seemed a futile effort, why not focus on what, or who, we knew? Namely, the new Grand Administrator of the King's Merchant League, Leonidas Storm, or the one pulling the strings from the shadows, the Warder Primus, Claire Carter. My skills lie in assassination. I was more than willing to do my part, but no one, not even Thorn, was willing to bless my proposal. Atticus frowned. Nothing has changed. The prospect of eliminating either person remains too sensitive, and the chances of making a difference too low. Even if we remove Leonidas or some other key person in their organization, we have no guarantee that someone else won't simply take their place. Meanwhile, we risk raising the ire of the authorities. One does not simply waylay the Merchant League's chief administrator without facing repercussions. I think we can all agree that we do not need the King's magistrate looking too closely at our operation. Besides, while we are acting in the best interests of our city, we are not the authorities. Our purview has boundaries. Even now, Atticus refused to use the word murder. Rather, it was all about removing or waylaying. Eliminate came close, at least. I understood Atticus's perspective. He was a businessman and a scientist. His way was to outspend, outfox, or outsmart the competition, not assassinate them. At least we agreed on his last point. Involving the authorities, whether the City Watch or members of the King's inspectors, invited too many questions that no one wanted to answer. I was an assassin, Liz a thief, and Gwendolyn had her fingers in many pots, some illegal, and that was only for starters. We all wanted to stop the warders, but not at the expense of our livelihoods or our freedom. That included involving Inspector Wright, who, despite proving a valuable ally at times, remained unaware of our little alliance of convenience. Since I saw no reason to argue over Atticus's point, I flashed him a smile and said, "If that changes, I'm at your service." Atticus chewed his lip, less than satisfied with my answer, but also realizing the futility of continuing the conversation. "Well then, I'm off to another engagement. I assume someone will keep me apprised of any new developments?" "Of course," Gwendolyn said. "If you wouldn't mind, Atticus," Elizabeth said, "I have an engagement of my own. You'll save me the trouble of having to flag down a carriage." Atticus didn't mind at all. On her way out, Liz stopped in front of me. "How did everything go tonight?" she asked in a voice that only I could hear. "Message delivered," I said. She frowned, not happy, but she knew the assassins had come for her and her own. There could be no other response other than the one I delivered. She stared a little longer until, finally, she nodded. "I'm heading to Guildhouse to update Thorn," she said. "Catch up later?" She named a place, and then she was gone. While the scientists and engineers returned to their work, Audet and his pair of henchmen emerged from their corner. The pair headed straight for the exit, but Audet lingered, his pointed glare fixed on Gwendolyn. "I will tell Onias of our progress," he said. "Do not expect my words to satisfy him." Gwen crossed her arms and met his glare with one of her own. Audet acknowledged me with a nod before he followed the others outside into the night. Gwendolyn waited until they were good and gone before she spun around to face me. "I don't know how much longer I can keep stringing them along. They're already suspicious, and I think their high priest may already know I'm not telling them everything." The scientists' attention had returned to their projects, so we spoke in relative privacy. "I'm sure Onias suspects," I said. "This alliance was always one of convenience." Gwendolyn sighed. "It's about to get very inconvenient. The date of the Unifying Convergence is getting closer and closer." "But it isn't here yet," I said. "We still have time to figure out this mess we've found ourselves in." "I warned you about inviting the priests to take part in this venture, didn't I? They built one of my Goddard devices in case you forgot." "How could I, when I was the one who volunteered to give them the plans in exchange for their help?" Gwen went on. "With my device powering their horizon dichotomizer, there will be no stopping them." I shrugged. We all accepted the risk. For now, we need them. And they need us. Like I said, It's all about convenience. What's that saying? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer? Besides, you don't actually know where the warders are building their weapon yet, do you? Gwendolyn chewed her lip. Not precisely. But I've narrowed down the possibilities. When we're ready, it won't be hard to find. Gwendolyn tapped her fingers on a work table. Our stalling may not matter for much longer anyway. Pardigan says he's close to completing the Jakaree's detection device. Once they have that, the priests won't need us any longer. They'll go after the warder's weapon, with or without us. Likely without us, I figured. In the background, the sound of hammering on metal and the noise from Raid's alchemical torch echoed throughout the laboratory. I don't like this, Gwen stated. I waited for her to explain. This situation is too delicate. We need to stop the warders from destroying the city, which means neutralizing their weapon. But if we do that, there's nothing to stop the Jakaree from freeing their dark god. I crossed my arms. This wasn't the first time I'd considered the dilemma posed by the warders and Jakaree. The Dark One's freedom means the rest of us face eternal darkness, whatever that means. Gwendolyn pursed her lips. Nothing good, I imagine. I feel like we're attempting one hell of a balancing act, and the best we can do is not fall. But the status quo gets us nowhere either. The warders and the Jakaree have been engaged in a centuries-long conflict. If we don't come to some resolution, there's no guarantee it won't continue. Maybe it becomes someone else's problem then. Or maybe we find ourselves right back in this position a year or 10 years from now. Better to end the threat here and now. This wasn't about heroics or taking on a noble cause. It was about eliminating a threat and ensuring the continued operation of my business. Also, it had to do with protecting my sister, Olivia, and her husband, Mason, not to mention Liz and even Thorn, to whom I owed a debt of gratitude I could never repay. Taking half measures so the problem became someone else's further down the road was appealing, but not satisfactory. Fine, Gwendolyn said, exasperated. The chief scientist had nerves of steel when she had all the answers. But toss in an element of chaos or a riddle that defied her logic, and she often became flustered, like now. But how? How do we end it and still survive? The answer to that question remained elusive. I don't know, I said, smiling. What I should have said was that I didn't know yet. I had some ideas, some distasteful, others logistically challenging, still others speculative and requiring further research. I needed more time to kick things around in my head, so I kept to my initial statement and added, I'm sure you and the others will figure something out. Pfft, she said. I suppose we'll have to. You're no help. Now you're beginning to sound like Atticus. Please don't insult me. I had a third appointment this evening, so I bid Gwendolyn and the other scientists good night. Outside, the moon cast an eerie light on the snow. Briefly, I considered returning home to change clothes, but the person I was meeting knew my profession, no less so because he had once hired me to eliminate someone. So I hastened my pace, my boots sinking into the drifts of less frequented byways, until I arrived at a religious abode that looked dark and sleepy behind its ivy-covered walls. You're late, a familiar voice said from the other side of a postern gate. I thought I was early. Regardless, I'm here now. The gate creaked open to reveal Father Kim, with his graying stubble and a blanket draped around his shoulders, as he hopped from one foot to the other. Let's get inside. I'm freezing. I followed Father Kim across the compound past sleepy communal tenements, a church with drifts of snow piled around its edges, and finally to the rear door of a small building marked by its worn stone walls and sturdy iron-bound door. Father Kim raised a long, toothed key and was about to insert it into the lock when he stopped and gestured across the compound. I saw them too. Cloaked priests bearing swords and holy symbols, by all appearances returning from a clandestine trip into the city. Kim remained motionless until they melted from view. A hunting party, he whispered, placing the key in the lock. Hunting what? I asked, my voice equally low. Ashunda Ro. Father Kim pushed the door open, and we stepped into a surprisingly warm room that was mostly barren, but for some ornamental tapestries hanging on the walls, and a spiral stair in one corner leading down. "He's still alive?" I asked, immediately realizing the fallacy of my question. Still dead, I mean. But that made little sense either. Fortunately, Kem knew what I meant. He somehow survived the holy knife of undead sanctification. Kem stamped snow from his boots while I shut the door behind us. After our fight with Ashunda and his henchman Hessel, I reported everything to my superiors, who felt it wise we maintain vigilance in case his living spirit descended, and our bishop finally became a Vashu. Kem lit an alchemical lantern. One of our patrols spotted Ashunda, or what remains of him, a week ago raiding a mausoleum in Akon Cemetery. He slew 3 of my brothers before he escaped. We've been scouring the cemeteries and catacombs for him ever since. Holding the lantern before him, Kem led us down the spiraling stairs until we stopped at another locked door. The priest inserted a key into the lock but paused before opening the door to level a pointed stare at me. "I did as you asked," he said. "I found the painting, but please be careful. Some of our most valuable treasures lie beyond this door. Touch nothing. Do you understand?" Once I nodded my agreement, Kem got on with it, opening the door with a resounding creak. The room beyond was cool and dry, yet cloaked in such darkness that I discerned nothing beyond the soft halo of the priest's lantern. But Father Kem soon had wall sconces lit, revealing a spacious underground library. Wooden shelves lined the walls, forming neat rows throughout the room. An organized array of scrolls, parchments, and bound volumes filled each. The materials showed their age, yellowed pages, faded ink, and worn leather bindings, but appeared well preserved in this controlled environment. While Father Kem lit other sconces about the room, I strolled about, careful not to touch anything but curious about the contents of the varied array of scrolls and such. Their subjects spanned various topics, including historical records, religious texts, mythological accounts, and scholarly commentaries. The organization suggested a methodical curator, with subject areas delineated by small carved markers at the end of each shelf. I found the place's quiet stillness, which was interrupted only by the occasional soft creak of wooden floorboards as I strolled about, a pleasant contrast to the ongoing chaos happening outside. "Come look at this," Kem said, waving me over to a small desk and an open book with tattered yellow pages. "Is this the painting you saw in the temple?" I recalled the scene with such clarity that a casual glance confirmed it. The exact one. Like the illustration inside the Warder temple, this one depicted a host of knights battling a cadre of dark priests. Between them, and seemingly aligned with the priests, was a dragon with scales as black as night. As you said, the priests in this illustration are not the Jakaree. I crossed my arms. Who were they then? Kem wore white gloves. With delicate care, he turned a page. The script was ancient and unreadable, at least to me. "They called themselves the Brotherhood of Shadows," Kem said, tracing a line of text with a finger. "Their order, like so many others, vanished after the fall of the old gods. This book is a compendium of knowledge about them and other ancient sects of darkness. It states that members of the Brotherhood, while priests, were also assassins." "Assassins?" I asked, genuinely surprised. "Yes, assassins who melded spiritual practices with martial traditions. The Brotherhood was a secret organization that owed its allegiance to Calthar, the god of assassins. As you might imagine, they operated in secrecy, earning a reputation for deadly efficiency. Some said that seeing an assassin priest of the Brotherhood was akin to seeing the fanged visage of the Lord of Death himself, meaning that such a person had little time left in this world. The shadow priests, as the text calls them, believed their god guided their actions, and that such guidance helped foster a balance between luminance and darkness. I nodded at that. Though most didn't see it that way, the concerns of balance were ever at the forefront of my profession. An act or deed often required a counter, an evening of the score, a balancing of the scales, a beginning and an end. As my former master liked to say, assassins were the fulcrum between the client and the mark. "Where does the dragon fit in?" I asked. "And why were they fighting the Warders? An alliance against a common foe? Today we look back at the battles between good and evil as legendary confrontations. However, in those times, with the gods themselves embroiled in an endless war, such alliances were often a matter of survival or a means to gain the upper hand. I'm afraid I can't say for sure why a dragon aligned itself with a cadre of assassin priests. I doubt it was for any good reason, though. Good was a relative term, I found, but I said nothing to dislodge Father Kem from his high road. Instead, I asked, "What about the warders, then? The ones in the illustration are clearly knights. We even saw a statue of one inside the temple." Father Kem gently lifted the book's cover and closed it. The Holy Knights of Warding, as they called themselves in ancient times. The statue may have represented a god or a revered hero of theirs. Once, they served as protectors against the oncoming tide of darkness. Yet now, it seems they've become part of the darkness itself. "But they still fight an unholy foe," Kem said almost absent-mindedly, his attention fixed on the book cover's intricate pattern. "Sometimes there's no good, only evil." Kem's gaze lifted. "The lesser of the two, then? Or neither?" Confused, Kem said, "But someone has to win." "Yes, but that someone need not be the warders or the Jakaree." He worked it through in his mind. "You plan to stop them both." "I don't see any other alternative where we come out of this alive and keep our city intact. Do you?" I had caught the good father up on most everything I knew when I asked him to research the temple's fresco, so he understood the stakes and the penalty for failure. Kem began removing his white gloves. "How do you plan to accomplish that?" "I'm still working out the details. Let me ask you something. Does it strike you as odd that the warders, who once fought against a dragon, plan to use one, or something like one, to stop the Dark One?" "Allegiances change," Kem said, shrugging. "Besides, from what you've told me, their draconian manifestation is more machine than actual dragon. It seems they intend to recreate the powers of a dragon more so than conjure one wholesale to use against the Jakaree's supposed god." "Supposed? You think he's something else?" "I think there are a great many powers beyond our comprehension, and that not all are gods. People, even the Jakaree, want to believe a higher power still exists. Sometimes this longing can lead to misinterpretations, but to answer your question, yes, it strikes me as unusual that the warders plan to use a dragon or the likeness of one against the Dark One. But legends say a dragon's power rivaled that of the gods. If the Dark One is that powerful, they would need a dragon's strength to defeat him. You still know nothing about their weapon?" "Very little beyond conjecture. The Progressive Society's chief scientist thinks they plan to unleash a source of superluminal energy. In effect, a very bright light that has a lot of destructive properties, too." Kem nodded knowingly. "As always, it is a matter of balance, is it not? Good to balance evil, light to balance darkness." "Or shadow." I gestured at the book, closed now. "You found no references to a Dark One?" "None. Perhaps if you provide me with something else to work with, I can approach my research from a different angle. However, I have found no references to a being, god or otherwise, by that name. We know some immortals fell prey to eternal imprisonment during the Third War of the Gods. When the old gods fell, many of their jailers, along with knowledge of their prisoners, disappeared with them. To my knowledge, no one has ever found one of these lost and imprisoned immortals." "Until now, it seems," I said. "Onias and another, a high priestess, claim the Dark One speaks to them. I heard him once myself." "You did? You made no mention of that earlier. Must have slipped my mind. What did he say to you?" "Something about the futility of trying to stop him." Kem pinched the bridge of his nose. "What did he say exactly? If you can recall the words." I searched my memory. "You cannot stop what is coming." That's what he said. His voice, I heard him inside my head, if that makes any sense, was deafening. He seemed very angry about the whole thing. "About you trying to stop him or something else?" Kem asked. I considered the question. "I'm not sure. About trying to stop him from escaping?" But Father Kem knew no more than I did. "Thanks for the help, Father," I told him on the way out. Of course, he said. If there's anything else, you know where to find me. Father Kem walked me back to the gate, where we said our good nights. Seconds later, I was on my way once more, prowling snow-blanketed streets under the cover of darkness until I crossed into the sleepy borough of Dover Heights. I navigated a now familiar route for 3 blocks before ducking into an alley and emerging at a deserted intersection in front of a dark, lonely shop. The dusty shelf stood silent in the late hour. Moonlight caught on the frosted window panes, casting a silvery glow across the weathered sign that creaked in the winter breeze. The name, carved in an elegant script and touched with faded gold leaf, hung above a door of dark oak, its brass fittings tarnished with age. Through the frost-etched windows, shadowy shapes of bookshelves loomed like sleeping giants, their contents, countless tomes and scrolls, waiting for daylight to reveal their secrets once more. A single lantern hung unlit inside, its glass clouded with dust. The building's walls leaned outward, with corners that had softened over decades of witnessing the comings and goings of scholars, hobbyists, and curious minds. Snow had gathered in the crevices of the stonework, along the windowsills, and, most telling, at the foot of the door. No one, least of all the shop's owner, Claire Carter, had visited the shop in some time. I came here during the day and always at night to see if she'd returned. No other avenues of investigation had revealed Ms. Carter's location, so this was all I had left. Leonidas Storm had become the face of the Warder organization, but I knew he wasn't the one in charge. That honor fell to the sweet and homely woman who had slain 6 Jakaree priests using a power I still didn't understand. Was she a sorceress, a technologist, or something else entirely? The woman was more than an enigma, ruthless but merciful, strong but intellectual, impulsive but possessed of more patience than anyone I'd ever known because she had waited a lifetime for the Unifying Convergence when the safeguards imprisoning the Dark One were at their weakest. That was why I knew she was still in Alchester. She wasn't going anywhere until the job, her lifelong mission, was complete. I waited a short while longer, wondering if she was watching from the shadows. If she did, I knew no other way to let her know I only wanted to talk, other than to stand in the open. If she even received the message, she didn't understand it, I figured. So, ready to leave, I stopped when I spotted Claire stepping from the shadows. I waited for others to appear beside her, but no one did. She headed straight toward me, stopping well within weapons range. To my surprise, no one emerged from the dark to join her. "Leaving so soon?" she asked, a whimsical smile playing out across her lips. "Now that you're here, I'll stick around. You're a hard woman to find." Claire shrugged shoulders covered by a heavy wool coat. She had her hands jammed into her pockets, her silver hair tied in a short ponytail, and a fine concealing layer on her cheeks, no doubt meant to hide the slight wrinkles lining her skin. "I've been at this for a long time, but I've always believed in rewarding persistence. Also, I wonder if you know the true nature of those you've allied yourself with." "The Jakaree? Oh, I know all about them. It's the warders that remain a puzzle. Once knights bound by chivalry, but now willing to sacrifice an entire city to fulfill this mad quest of yours." "There's nothing mad about wanting to stop a dark god from returning to our world. As for the greater tolerance for collateral damage, we learned from our mistakes. The Holy Knights of Warding were once an idealistic order, bound by rules, as you say. Such ideals resulted in the imprisonment rather than the annihilation of beings like the Dark One. Such leniency is why we find ourselves in our current predicament. If our ancestors had done what was necessary those many hundreds of years ago, who knows what sort of world we might find ourselves in now. The Jakaree might never have existed, and you and I might never have met." "I shudder even to consider such a thing," I said. I noticed for the first time that someone had smashed a hole through the glass of the front door. "Someone rob you?" "Someone did." "The Jakaree?" I asked. She shook her head. "Whoever it was, they stole a trove of ancient tomes. Their subjects are not ones I usually assign to the death priests. It wouldn't bother me so much if the books weren't extremely valuable. No matter, I'll get them back one way or another." I returned to the subject at hand. So the warders are cleaning up the mistakes of the past? That's your holy mission? I wouldn't call it holy, Claire said, but it is our purpose. Then why wait? Onias said the reason you want to destroy the city is to disrupt the unifying convergence. He said that without Alchester and Chorus beneath it, none of the other elements matter. If you destroy the city, the Dark One will never escape. I paused, wondering if she might answer, but I knew by her lifted brow and thin smile that she already had, and that her silence meant she was waiting for me to catch up. It was never about stopping the Jakaree from freeing their god, was it? In fact, you want them to succeed. That's why you've done nothing to impede their progress, and why you won't make a move until they release the Dark One. Claire withdrew her hands from her jacket pockets and gently clapped. Bravo. Can I assume your weapon is complete? I asked. It is, Claire said. But don't bother asking anything more about it. No amount of persistence will convince me to divulge its secrets. So why come out of the shadows? You filled in some holes for me, and I appreciate that. But you wouldn't have come here if you didn't need something from me. I need nothing from you, she said, other than to ask you to stay out of our business. Murder isn't exclusive to Alchester. Find some other city to ply your trade. That's true, I said, but given the cost of moving and starting over, I think I'll stay put. Claire sniffed. Suit yourself, but don't blame me when things don't work out in your favor. I've been planning this for a very long time. There is virtually nothing I haven't taken into consideration. The Jakaree will free the Dark One, and we'll be there to end him once and for all. A 500-year mistake made right finally. Then, when all this is done and our mission is complete, the warders will seek refuge in distant places where no one will ever find us. So, you sail off into the sunset and leave a smoking ruin behind? I paused. You said you thought of everything, but I doubt that in all the years of planning, you ever considered someone like me opposing you. My presence alone is a wild card, isn't it? Maybe you never expected anyone to learn so much about your plan. Or maybe you didn't consider that the Jakaree might find allies in the city. Or I let my hand creep toward one of the long knives at my belt. Or you never anticipated this meeting, where you're a knife blade away from having all your carefully laid plans slashed apart. Claire's lips curled into a sly smile, like she knew something I didn't. Don't tell me you've forgotten our last meeting already, she said, rolling up her sleeves to expose her forearms. You know I'm far from defenseless. A fine layer of hair covered thin, freckled arms that were otherwise unremarkable, except for a series of metal filaments visible beneath her pale skin. The filaments disappeared somewhere beneath the sleeves of her jacket and ended at her hands. Their layout on each forearm was congruent with the other and etched in such a bizarre pattern that there seemed an artistic quality to them. Artistry aside, the filament's design was also one of deadly function. As if to demonstrate their lethality, or perhaps as a reminder, fingers of lightning danced across her arms. And we thought at first the warders wanted nothing to do with technology, I said. You've got it implanted in your body. As with all things, these bioelectrical implants serve a purpose, not least of which is deterring unwanted advances by ones such as you. I let my hand drop to my side. Fair enough. Warning received. She lowered her sleeves. And ignored? I shrugged. Like I said, allowing you to lay waste to my city is bad for business. I'm not going anywhere. Humph, Claire said, jamming her hands back into her pockets. Then the next time we meet, don't expect such cordiality. Without another word, she spun about and trudged through the snow until she disappeared into the shadows. I stared after her for a moment. Then I got moving again. As much as I wanted my night to end, I still had one more stop to make, and I reckoned by the moon's position that I was already late. Dover Heights to Chester Borough wasn't far, so it only took a short while for me to reach my sister's house. Rather than ascending the short stairs to the front door, I crept around back, hoping that darkened windows meant Olivia was fast asleep. As instructed, I stopped at the slanted basement door and, wiping away accumulated snow, tapped on it lightly 4 times. Quiet footsteps coming from inside approached. Someone undid a latch, and the door, weighed down as it was, lurched open to reveal the frowning face of my brother-in-law, Mason Gould. He was a good enough-looking fellow, with dark wavy hair, solid if not sharp features, and wire-rimmed spectacles that contributed to his intellectual bearing. An engineer by trade, appearing intellectual was part of the job, I supposed. He finished off his appearance with a smock laden with small engineering tools and breast pockets over a collared work shirt and trousers. "You're late," he whispered. "So I've been told. I'm here now. Do you have it?" His frown deepened. "Not even a hello or a how are you?" "Some other time." "Well, do you?" He sighed. "Yes. But come inside. It's dreadfully cold out here, and I'll need to give you some special instructions." I hesitated. "Olivia's asleep?" "Soundly. I work late often, so she's grown accustomed to my absence." I followed him inside, gingerly stamping snow from my boots as I descended the stairs. Far from the dark, drafty space I expected, warm light from abundant lanterns and the red-hot glow of a cast-iron stove enveloped me. The air carried the scent of a complex mixture of hot metal, wood shavings, lamp oil, and the faint, acrid tang of alchemical compounds. The workshop hummed with the ticking of multiple clockwork mechanisms, the soft hiss of the stove, and the almost imperceptible whir of gears turning in various contraptions scattered across the room. Shelves lined the walls, their surfaces cluttered with an organized chaos of tools and materials. Brass components caught the light from lamps hanging from the ceiling beams, creating small constellations of golden reflections. Delicate instruments, calipers, miniature saws, and precision hammers lay arranged in careful order beside partially assembled devices whose purposes I could only guess at. Blueprints and diagrams covered every available vertical surface, with detailed drawings and scribbled notes revealing glimpses into Mason's methodical mind. In one corner, a shelf held rows of glass jars containing springs, cogs, and other small parts, each labeled in a neat hand. The engineer's daily movements had worn the wooden floor smooth in paths between workstations. Mason followed one of those paths now, leading me to the device I had asked him to work on. As I expected, it looked like a simple enough contraption, with twin coils extending from a solid metal base and a grip to facilitate easy handling. Mason had affixed light diodes above the handle, right at eye level if one held the instrument straight out. "That's it?" I asked. Mason picked up the device by the grip. "This is it. It's simple enough in design. The attunement proved tricky since you said you needed it to detect light sources, but only those of a specific intensity." "How's it work?" Mason flipped a switch near the grip, adjusted a dial, then pointed the device toward a dark corner of the room. Slowly, he swept his arm across the space. As the direction of the device approached the nearest light, the diodes on the instrument lit up. His arm kept moving so that once he had gone past the light, the diodes dimmed and darkened. At the next light, the demonstration was the same, with the diodes lighting up, then fading into dormancy once more. "As you can see," Mason said, "you'll need to navigate by pointing the light detector toward a source of light. Since it's nominally attuned to intense sources, I adjusted the sensitivity with this dial. Keep in mind that if there's more than a single source, using the detector might get tricky. I'm reasonably confident there's only the one." Mason handed the device to me. I repeated his demonstration with the same results. "What's the range?" I asked. Undoing his smock, Mason hung it on a wall hook by the stairs. "Not great," he said almost apologetically over his shoulder. "If I had more time, I could increase it. Give me a few more days and I think I can—" "Tonight's the night, Mason," I said. "I'm running out of time. We all are." Mason sighed. He finished hanging the smock, then sank onto a stool. "You're sure this is the right approach? It seems unnecessarily provocative." "If you can't tempt fate, what can you do with it?" Mason frowned. "That sounds like something Olivia might say. I should wake her. She always provides keen insight into matters like these." "You two spend a lot of time in the shadow realm?" I said, grinning. "Well, no, but you know what I mean." Best let her sleep, I said, not wanting to get into the reasons. For a long time I assumed, or hoped, my sister thought I was dead or gone elsewhere, away from Alchester for good. I learned only recently from Mason that my deception had not so easily duped her. I shouldn't feel surprised. Mason meant well by suggesting we bring her in on this. He probably hoped Olivia might talk me out of it. Between the two of us, she was always the more rational one. I almost wished we had already made contact so I could hear her thoughts. Ridiculously stupid, I already heard her saying. A wonderful way to get yourself killed. Seemed something else she might tell me. But once she got past those and gave it some thought, I liked to think she'd agree that it was the only way. For some reason, her blessing would have made the risk more palatable. But now wasn't the time to get reacquainted and deal with all the questions about why I disappeared from her life those years ago. Maybe once things returned to normal, we could sit down and have that conversation. Assuming I lived through the night. I held the light detector up. You mentioned something about special instructions. It seems pretty straightforward to me. Mason paused, sighing. I've told you all you need to know. He removed his spectacles and wiped the lenses with a cloth. I actually hoped to talk you out of going, but I see you're dead set on this. He put his glasses back on. Sorry, poor choice of words. Don't worry, I said, as much for his benefit as mine. No one is going to end up dead, especially me. Besides, I'm only going there to talk. What makes you think he'll have anything to say to you? I hooked the detector onto my belt. The Dark One doesn't strike me as the shy type. After thanking Mason for his work, I'd offered to pay him, but he refused. I saw my way out the same way I'd come in. Outside remained cold and dark. No surprise there. Even so, it was a warm summer day compared to where I was heading. Act 1. The Dark One, Part 2. The Shadow Realm was not an easy place to access. The Jakaree had used their horizon dichotomizer to open a temporary rift into it. I suppose that was how they intended to enter the realm again. Fortunately, I had discovered a more convenient way inside. The warders had even cleared a path for me by blasting away the doors, traps, and other obstacles barring access to Finrad's magnificent treasure room. I went to the tower now, finding it much the same as before. The old wizard's tower remained a dark, lonely place, but transformed by an icy coating that blanketed its weathered stone courtesy of winter's first snowfall. The 100-foot structure with its bare, sooty stone gleamed with an otherworldly presence where moonlight caught the ice. Snow had collected in the mortar lines, creating ghostly white veins that climbed the tower's full height. The clearing that surrounded the structure, bare before, had disappeared beneath an unmarked, knee-deep blanket of white. The steps leading to the open doorway, open because Warder arcanists had ripped it from its hinges, were barely visible shapes beneath the snow. Massive icicles hung from the edges like crystal teeth, some longer than a man's height, creating an effect like a glittering crown that the tower's master might have conjured in a bygone era. As before, no windows or balconies interrupted the tower's ascent. Fantastic snow sculptures shaped by the wind crowned the crenellated rooftop, a jagged white corona that caught the moon's light, transforming Finrad's grim monument into something that, despite my knowing better, appeared almost beautiful. Although my erstwhile allies from Chorus and I had decimated the first of the warders to take root here, I knew they hadn't abandoned the tower. This was their way into the Shadow Realm, just as it was mine. So I approached cautiously, wondering how many sentries I needed to sneak past. No one guarded the stairs, and I had nothing to fear from higher vantage points since the tower had none. I supposed someone might observe my approach from the tower's rooftop, but I doubted anyone had figured out how to access it. Stories said the tower's interior dimensions defied external observation. Those stories at least were right. But other tales, like those that told of rooms filled with poisonous gas or deadly automatons patrolling the halls, remained uncorroborated. However, during past expeditions into the tower, I had the sense we had hardly scratched the surface of the place. Who knew what undiscovered wonders or horrors awaited the next round of treasure hunters and adventurers, since we had literally left the front door wide open? As I crept up the stone steps where I fought Leonidas' storm, I slid a knife free. I saw only darkness beyond the open doorway and heard nothing but the soft wind caressing the tower's icy stone. I shook the snow from my boots to avoid leaving tracks, and then entered. Inside, echoes of silence presaged my arrival. The frigid air in the circular chamber matched the temperature outside. As before, windows not seen from the outside lined the interior all the way around. Through them, I spied the moon's light and the darkness of the surrounding woods. A dusting of snow crusted the ironworks. The sound of booted feet warned me of an approaching warder sentry. Preferring to avoid a confrontation, I crouched into the deepest shadows and watched as an exactor, a fancy word the warders used to describe their soldiers, came into view. No longer hiding his origin, the sentry wore a white surcoat bearing the 4 runes of the warder insignia over chain armor. Obviously bored, the sentry trudged straight outside without so much as a sweep of his attention in either direction. The second he was out of sight, I slipped down the stairs. Faint light sconces guided me until I reached the room of doors. Thankfully, all the doors remained barred or closed, so I passed through with relief. The platform that descended into the treasure room lay at the bottom of the shaft, which posed no problem since I'd scaled the wall here before. I did so now, landing in a soft crouch devoid of sound. Right away I spotted a pair of guards standing where Lyra and Scaramon had battled over the Amulet of Eternal Gloom. A permanent byway remained from past endeavors, a lane unaffected by the surrounding mist that marked the separation between our world and that of the Shadow Realm. The 2 sentries wisely remained within that area of safety, since venturing outside, it meant certain doom. The shapes of others trapped for all eternity provided proof enough of that. With the platform down, neither guard expected visitors, so they strolled about, shifting from one foot to another while engaging in talk about an upcoming match at Ridland's. Slipping past them was easier than stepping outside the carefully wrought lane and far easier than stepping into the ensorcelled mist. I felt the effect of Finrad's spell right away. The slow, debilitating aura penetrated my being from all sides at once, but since the sensation bore some familiarity, I shook it off and got on with the business at hand. That business principally involved navigating, but also surviving, the Shadow Realm. With every step, the Mad Wizard's fog lessened and the Shadow Realm's darkness intensified, until my passing curled and dissipated the last wisps of mist, and I stepped fully into the realm. The first time I entered this place, the numbing cold shocked me to my core, but subsequent immersion started an inurement process I didn't quite understand. I didn't think one simply became acclimated to the harsh environment, which was darker than the darkest night and colder than an ice locker. It got me thinking, wondering if some external influence was at play. Also, it got me wondering if that external influence was the Dark One, sending me a subtle overture for reasons I didn't yet comprehend. As with so many things, there was only one way to find out. I took out Mason's luminosity detector but didn't activate it. As my brother-in-law had stated, the device had a limited range, and I knew, somehow, that I wasn't close enough yet. I couldn't explain how I even knew which general direction to walk in. Maybe it didn't matter, and one direction was as good as another. I saw nothing in the thick darkness. Neither did I hear, smell, or sense anything at all, but for the cold that manifested as a coolness grazing my skin, and nothing more. My first step since leaving the tower proved easier than I thought, but with every footfall thereafter taking me further from my world and deeper into the void, I felt a rising sense of wrongness in my gut, a warning from unseen quarters that my kind did not belong in this world of eternal darkness. My free hand strayed to my sword, the worn, leather-wrapped hilt providing a sensation of comfort that countered the uneasiness for a short while. I kept moving, not fast, not slow, but at the same pace I might use on my way to a social gathering. I assured myself that I knew where I was going and what I was doing, not realizing that I'd broken into a cold sweat until a shiver danced up and down my spine. I tried to shake off the uneasiness, but to no avail. Continued reassurances that I knew what I was doing, that I always knew what I was doing, didn't work either. The feeling, like I'd become lost, but also that I'd made a fatal mistake by coming here, turned my limbs into flopping appendages. But I still kept on, taking one stumbling step after another, believing, hoping, I headed in the right direction. I tried the detector, moving it in a wide arc. Nothing. So I turned it off and shuffled onward, hunching forward and holding my head down as if I pushed through a dust storm. I glanced up every once in a while, activating the detector, but when the diodes remained unlit, I resumed my silent march. Finally, I stopped. Looking around at the impenetrable darkness, I knew that if the detector didn't show me something soon, I was well and truly doomed. I looked back, or was it forward, wondering if I could ever find my way out of here. Thoughts of the Blood Witch, Isadora, surfaced as I imagined her wandering the shadow realm like this, thanks to me. I didn't regret trapping her here, but I felt a small amount of pity for her. I lifted the luminosity detector once more, my thumb poised to turn the device on. If it detected nothing again, then I'd keep going. What else could I do? But I also knew I was as doomed as Isadora, cursed to wander the shadow realm for all eternity. Releasing a deep breath, I activated the detector. This time the diodes lit up. At first dim, I adjusted the direction and sensitivity, and soon the lights glowed brighter. When they reached their brightest, I knew I had discovered the direction of the Dark One's prison. Though the way ahead remained as dark as ever, I took lighter steps, anticipation urging me on. In hindsight, I shouldn't have been so enthusiastic about facing the Jakaree's god. But caution and any remaining reservations vanished when I spied the faintest of light. In this place, such a thing was as out of place as life itself. Like the proverbial moth to the flame, the luminosity proved irresistible, drawing me ever closer until I stopped because finally I had reached my destination. The prison of the Dark One. What appeared as a single source of illumination from afar separated into 5 distinct pillars of light closer up. I saw no walls or bars, just the ring of pillars, each rising 30 or more feet, and burning so bright it hurt to look at them. Holding up a hand to shield my eyes, I peered between them, trying to focus on the dark mass hovering at the center. No other possibility crossed my mind, other than that the pillars confined the mass here, because even as its vapors shifted, expanding and contracting, the cloud's center remained fixed at a spot equidistant from each of the symmetrically placed columns. Rays of light from them shone into the dark cloud like an infinite number of tiny barbs. But while the cloud shifted at their touch, the luminosity did not penetrate the darkness. "Come closer," a voice purred from inside the dark cloud. The soothing, unexpected tone startled me, leaving me speechless for longer than I liked. I let out a breath, settling my nerves and releasing fists I hadn't realized I'd made. "If it's all the same to you, I'll stay here," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Why have you come, I wonder?" the speaker within the cloud said, ignoring my question. "I've come for answers." "You arrive uninvited," the voice kept on. "Presume to speak to me as if we are equals, showing neither deference, respect, nor even an acknowledgement of the old ways. Yet you expect me to provide answers?" I kept quiet, letting him have his say. "You bring weapons with you, as if you mean to slay me." "I did not bring them to—" "You even have with you a sword forged from the black volcano. In times of old, the affinity for shadow magic such weapons possessed made them formidable. Volcanoes dotted the Steel Islands, where Valdris the Steelbinder forged my sword. But I'd never heard of a volcano with that name. I knew even less about the rest." "But your most grievous error?" I crossed my arms, waiting for him to tell me. "You have no way home. You've come through the endless darkness, found my prison, only to become a prisoner yourself, because you will never retrace your steps and escape the shadow realm. Like me, your mistakes have doomed you to spend eternity here." Light from the pillars, never wavering, bathed the cloud of darkness in a continuous stream of luminosity. In response, the cloud billowed in and out, expanding and contracting with slow, subtle movements. If that's true, I said, then we have plenty of time to get to know one another. But first, what should I call you? Dark One is awkward, and let's face it, since I'm not one of your worshippers, I have a hard time adding the right amount of deference. Do you have another name? My name, said the voice, not purring now, but not violent like the last time the Dark One had spoken to me, is no concern of yours. What do you want? Like I said, answers. One who seeks answers must first ask a question, the Dark One said. I had many, but one rose above all others. Once you are free of this place, what are your intentions? Once I am free, the Dark One said, needing no time to think of an answer, I will find the ones who put me in this place and suffocate them slowly with such darkness that they will beg for mercy. But I will grant them none. Those who imprisoned you did so a long time ago, I said. I'm pretty sure they're all already dead. Their ancestors, then, the Dark One said. Then what? Onias and the Jakaree believe you will usher in a new reign of darkness, that you'll bring about eternal night. The Dark One huffed. I hooked my thumbs into my belt. You think otherwise? I think you ask questions that, in the end, matter very little. Onias possesses something, an ancient artifact. His will alone will bring about the eternal darkness. An ancient artifact? I asked, surprised because this was the first I'd heard of any such thing. The Malefang Horn, the Dark One spat. Never heard of it. The Dark One hissed, which I realized wasn't a hiss at all, but mocking laughter. You come here seeking answers to complicated questions when you lack answers to even the simplest ones. Enlighten me, I said. Glancing at the nearest pillar, I added, Sorry, poor choice of words. The Malefang Horn is a relic of a forgotten age, the Dark One said. Crafted by a conclave of dark sorcerers, the horn's power knows no bounds and suffers no limits. It's powerful enough to bring about the eternal darkness all on its own? I asked, pulling at a thread that had suddenly appeared in my mind. The Dark One hesitated, but finally said, Yes. Then why does Onias need you? No answer. If the horn is as powerful as you say, why does Onias need to free you from this prison? Why not leave you to rot? I left that question unanswered. Let me ask you something else. Did you know that the warders, you might know them better as the Holy Knights of Warding, as they called themselves when their order imprisoned you here, want you to win your freedom? They want the Jakaree to succeed. Of course, they intend to destroy you the very next second, but that's beside the point. I learned about that only this evening before I came here, but I had some time to think once I crossed over into the Shadow Realm. The trip was dreadfully long, by the way. I would say the scenery left something to be desired, except there wasn't any scenery at all. A thoroughly unpleasant experience. But allow me to get back to my point. Please do, the Dark One said, sounding bored. If the Jakaree free you, and you're the one who tips the world into eternal darkness, I wonder, what purpose does the horn serve? I waited for the Dark One to answer. When he met my question with silence, I pressed on. I saw a mural on a temple wall that told a story about a group of priests who ventured deep into the earth and returned with a horn. The Malefang Horn, perhaps. More silence, while the shifting mists of the cloud of darkness grew more erratic, swirling in new and different patterns. The horn was dark and twisted, if that helps place it. One of the final murals depicted a priest holding the horn high and a dragon fighting alongside the other priests. They fought the warding knights. I know who they fought, the Dark One rumbled, his voice growing deeper, more agitated. Oh? You know the battle? It must have been significant because the knights slew the dragon. The vaporous mass darkened, if that was possible, and billowed out in ever-increasing volume. Slayed it and cut its heart out. The dark cloud exploded, its gases expanding in all directions at once, even as light from the 5 pillars reacted in kind, flaring with such brilliance and heat that I felt compelled to turn and stagger away to a safe distance. When I sensed the light lessening and the darkness receding, I turned to discover that the cloud had returned to its previous size, and the light had regained its normal intensity. But something had changed. The misty vapors scarcely moved, the contractions and expansions out of sync, and the mass grew smaller by infinitesimal measurements with each pulse. From deep within the cloud, the Dark One hissed, not laughter this time, the reverberations echoing about but growing more silent as each second passed. I remained quiet, watching and waiting, until the cloud finally returned to some semblance of equilibrium, and the creature that was the Dark One grew silent. "Are you the mist, or are you inside of it?" I asked. "Never mind, it doesn't matter, does it? I see what's happening. You're in pain. Constant, intense pain. Is the light the cause?" "Yes," he growled, still angry. "I had an unfortunate encounter with a shadow walker recently. Unfortunate for him, mostly. Intense light undid him. Is this something similar?" "I am no shadow walker," the Dark One said. "What are you, then?" No answer. "It doesn't matter, really, though I have a suspicion." The mist at the cloud's center thinned, as though drawn inward by some unseen force. In that void, two brilliant violet orbs appeared, glowing with an inner fire that cast an eerie purple light that cut through the blackness. Those eyes fixed upon me with ancient intelligence, predatory and calculating, studying me with a cold, unflinching scrutiny that seemed to peer directly into my soul. The mist withdrew further, revealing a pair of twisted horns, obsidian spiral structures that curved backward and then forward at unnatural angles, like gnarled branches that had grown bereft of sunlight in eternal darkness. The horns reflected none of the pillar's illumination, seeming to devour it instead, their surface rippling with shadows even as they solidified into view before me. A snout materialized next, long and reptilian, covered in scales so fine they appeared at first like polished black glass. Unable to tear my gaze away, I saw that each scale was perfectly formed, interlocking with its neighbors in mesmerizing geometric patterns, their edges sharp and shimmering, not with reflection, but with subtle variations of darkness, midnight blues, deep purples, and blacks so profound they pulled at my vision. The mist parted further to reveal a mouth fixed in a permanent snarl, exposing rows of dagger-like teeth, each one a sliver of perfect darkness. The Dark One's upper lip curled as it became fully visible, revealing more of those terrible fangs, some long enough to extend beyond the jaw's confines. A forked tongue, like liquid shadow, flickered between them, as if tasting my fear. For one terrible moment, as the creature's nostrils flared, releasing tendrils of dark mist that rejoined the swirling cloud around it, I thought that the darkness had enveloped me, and that nothing prevented the Dark One from claiming me as his prize. But then the light from the pillars, acting in kind with his gesture, intensified, the rays blazing across the revealed form. Recoiling from their touch, the Dark One jerked away, and the black mist engulfed him once more. "You're a dragon," I said. Disbelief still stuck in my throat, even though I was sure I'd known it already. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the fear still clinging to me. It wasn't every day you came face to face with such a magnificently deadly beast. "Do you have a name?" "A dragon's name is not something so freely given, but you may call me Shadowgrim." Now we were getting somewhere. "Did you know the dragon from the mural?" I asked. A single word slid from the mist. Malefang. Was he a friend? Did dragons have friends, I wondered? Family, or something else? Shadowgrim chose to remain silent. I took that to mean that I shouldn't waste his time with such trivialities, so I returned to my earlier question, asking again, "If Onias has the horn, why does he need you?" "Because the horn grants him power over me," Shadowgrim said. "But you said—" "Oh, I see. The horn doesn't grant Onias the power to bring about the eternal darkness, but his hold over you does. He needs you because you're the one who will bring about the eternal dark. But that also means—" Now the situation made sense. "That also means you want no part of Onias's plan, doesn't it?" I paused, not to wait for an answer, but to give myself time to think. I had always assumed that Onias carried out the Dark One's plan, and never that the Dark One, Shadowgrim, was as much a piece on the High Priest's game board as the rest of us. More than a simple pawn, though, the dragon represented the linchpin of the Jakaree's entire strategy. Without him, their plan to bring their holy doctrine to the masses was no more effective than any of the dozens of cults that had arisen from the ashes of the old gods' deaths, full of bluster but without any bite. But what if the Jakaree succeeded in freeing Shadowgrim, yet failed to force his participation in their cause? Such a thing had implications beyond the Death Priests, though those exact details remained unknown without the answer to one more question. Once free, if Onias cannot control you, what will you really do? Leave this corner of the Shadow Realm forever and never return. The shadows of my home are vast, with many other places to roam. I will lose myself in the deepest parts and hope never to become entangled in the machinations of gods and men ever again. Like many others of my kind, the immortals of old enticed me with visions of riches, power, and the glory of striking down our fiercest enemy, the luminous dragons. The war of the gods became our own, and in doing so, blinded us to our folly. Many of my kind perished, slain by ones such as the Knights of Warding. What about Alchester? I asked. And Chorus beneath it? I care nothing for your city, old or new, Shadowgrim said. This cell has stolen everything from me, including the passion to punish my jailers. Once I would have pursued them to the ends of Uul, but now I desire only freedom and for the world to leave me alone. Above all else, I desire an end to this eternal torment. The dragon spoke the words with such an eternity of pain and hopelessness that I didn't doubt them. However, that didn't mean I trusted him. He remained an ancient force of darkness, the Dark One, or Shadowgrim, as he named himself, once aligned with the very immortals of darkness. I was no saint myself, but I limited my villainous acts to single, precise murders, with no greater goal than to serve the needs of a marketplace that, while abundant with opportunities, never crossed into the realm of genocide. While I didn't relish what I was about to do, I came here to save my city, and that's what I intended to do. I may have a solution, I said. The dark mist's slow movement remained unwavering. Onias needs the horn, right? Without it, his plan unravels. You propose stealing it from him? Shadowgrim asked from inside his cloud of protection. Yes, I said. The vapors shifted. You are small-minded. Without the horn, the High Priest cannot exert control over me and therefore has no reason to free me. I always thought myself quite clever, actually. But I see your point. So, I'll take it from Onias after you're released. I'll admit the timing may prove challenging, but you must destroy the Malefang Horn. If you wish to strike a bargain with me to save your city from Onias's reign of evil, that is the price. A bargain? I asked. I hadn't thought of it that way. But that means you're contributing something. So far, it seems I have to do all the work while you sit inside your cloud of gloom. Do you have something to offer? I have information, Shadowgrim said. I'm listening. I have an ally amongst the Jakaree, the Shadow Dragon said. One who has heard my voice in whispers since she was a child, but she ran afoul of the amulet of eternal gloom and has grown weak. You must help her regain her strength. He spoke of Lyra. Once powerful, her encounter with the amulet had stripped her of her strength and mental fortitude. When I last saw her, she didn't have the vigor to even rise from her chair. How? I asked. The amulet of eternal gloom is a potent relic of darkness possessing the unholy power of unlife. Unlife, which one might think meant death. But unlife was synonymous with undeath, meaning neither life nor death, but a state somewhere between. Eslar necromancers created the amulet of eternal gloom long ago, Shadowgrim continued. They used the amulet to create an army of undead from the living. Only a master necromancer can command its full potential. The effect on my acolyte was at best a half measure. Otherwise, she would have joined the ranks of the unliving, and I would no longer have the ability to communicate with her. She still hears you? I asked. She hears but understands little. Such is the hold the amulet has over her. Only a special necromantic potion can free her of it. You must find a witch to mix the potion. Then a necromancer must bless it with his death magic. Then Lyra needs to drink it, I said. Sounds simple enough. You know of a witch willing to help? The dragon asked from his shadows. Willing? I shrugged. She'll at least listen to what I have to say. And a necromancer? I know of one, I said, leaving it at that. Assuming Lyra even has the wherewithal to drink the potion, getting it to her may prove challenging. Onias brought her back to their lair to appease his flock more than because he wanted her at his side once more. If he discovers what I'm doing, he might try to stop me. The mist billowed and shifted. Then you must kill him. If I have to, I will, I said, though I knew that wasn't enough to stop someone else from assuming his mantle of leadership and carrying out the Jakaree's will. Hell, if the Death Priest didn't free Shadowgrim, then I knew the Warders would. I'll need the list of ingredients and anything else related to creating the potion. Shadowgrim rattled off the names of half a dozen odd ingredients, making sure I committed them to memory by reciting them back to him. Then he went into the preparation and mixing details until he lost me, and I said, Won't a witch already know this part? A deep growl sounded from within the cloud of darkness. Tell her it is a potion of dark rejuvenation. If the name is unfamiliar to her, then the potion is likely beyond her ability, and you will need to find someone else. I'll keep that in mind, I said. Before I leave, I was wondering about something. My first introduction to the Shadow Realm was not pleasant. However, every time since, the cold and other sensations have lessened. Even now, I feel barely anything compared to that first time. Do I have you to thank for this? Thanks are unnecessary, Shadowgrim grumbled. Why help me? For all you knew, I was as bad as the Warders. Maybe I still am. I considered one possible explanation. You're playing all sides, aren't you? Leaving nothing to chance. Ensuring my survival, the Shadow Dragon said instead. I can do nothing to free myself, so I am left with no choice but to rely on others. You mortals are fickle creatures and wholly unreliable. Perhaps where one fails, another will succeed. Or perhaps all will fail, and I will remain trapped forever. I've met the ones who want to free you. I don't think you have too much to worry about on that front. Now, what's the best way out of here? Never mind. I'll figure it out. I started away from the prison. Ahead of me, I saw nothing but impenetrable shadow. Do you even know where you are going? Shadowgrim's voice echoed around me. For both our sakes, I hope so. I made the adjustments to Mason's detector as he had instructed me, holding it out and hoping it homed in on the beacon I dropped inside Finrad's treasure vault. It did, so that in less time than it took me to find Shadowgrim's prison, I emerged from the Shadow Realm alive and with a plan I intended to carry out without delay. Clang, clang, clang. I used an old iron pipe I found while I strolled down a weed-choked path to bang on the lift's metal frame. Hoping 3 times was enough, I tossed the pipe aside and stepped away from the hole the Warders had carved into the earth. I didn't know for sure if the goblins of Grimlock used the lift, or if it was as abandoned as the rest of the lost city. But it seemed a good place to search for Matilda. Despite the emerald light shining from algae plastered to the cavern's ceiling and walls, shadows abounded throughout the square. Remembering the sightless ones, predatory Skiva, who dwelt even deeper but who ascended to forage and hunt, I kept a hand close to weapons and an eye on the deepest pockets of darkness. The statue of the knight, who had once stood proudly here, remained face down, toppled by the warder's excavation. Someone had removed most of the other debris, including shovels and picks, broken wheelbarrows, and the warder corpses slain by Skiva or goblins. 5 minutes became 10 and then 20 before I picked up the discarded pipe and raised it to strike the lift assembly again. Right when I was about to do so, pulleys squeaked to life and chains rattled, and the mining lift came up. A single imp goblin disembarked. Wearing a dented breastplate with a skullcap helmet, he peered at me with his white eyes, raised a lip to show his fangs, and asked, "What do you want?" "I need to speak with the witch. Can you send for her?" The imp frowned, as much as a goblin could. Do I look like a messenger boy? Fetch her yourself. I tossed him a silver dinar, which he promptly tested by biting down on. Satisfied, he stepped into the lift. Wait here. Then he descended. I waited another 20 minutes before the lift returned, this time carrying an entire ensemble of witchery, including Matilda, her daughter Eliza, and, regrettably, Matilda's familiar, the crow she called you. The crow perched on Eliza's shoulder, his copper-flecked eyes taking me in with what I imagined was a mocking stare. Matilda stared too, not speaking. Eliza, who was Matilda's mirror image with her violet hair and nuanced features, stood next to her mother doing the same. I need your help, I said. Piercing green eyes narrowed, but still Matilda remained quiet, her mouth pressed into a fine line and her jawline rigid. You opened his beak but emitted no noise. I cleared my throat. Matilda was a sort of friend, but that didn't mean her presence, and that of her equally menacing daughter, who had almost choked me to death, didn't make the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. It's a complicated request. I need you to... What did you do to my sister? Matilda asked. What did you do to my aunt? Eliza chimed in, her high-pitched shout echoing from the chamber's walls. My gaze fell on Eliza, who crossed her arms and fixed me with a pouty stare, before my attention returned to her mother. I trapped her in the shadow realm. She's dead, or as close to dead as you can get. I wasn't expecting an elaborate, flowery display of gratitude, not from Matilda. However, something as simple as a thank you would have more than satisfied me. Instead, Matilda administered a heavy dose of scorn laced with frustration. Did it occur to you that Isadora was not yours to deal with? Not yours to deal with, Eliza echoed. Matilda wrung her hands at her sides. So too did her daughter. Isadora's fate and ours are intertwined. Now she is out of reach, and I dare not relax my vigilance. Your actions have done nothing but delay the inevitable confrontation between us. Delayed the inevitable confrontation. You hopped from one witch's shoulder to the other. Delayed, he squawked. Though this was not the reception I expected, I pressed on despite the odds aligned against me. You don't know the Shadow Realm like I do. No one comes back from that place. Even if Isadora somehow survives the environment, she'll never find her way out. She's lost, and she's never getting out. I waited for some sort of confirmation. A word of agreement, a nod, or a gesture that told me Matilda agreed. Instead, I received more silence, which eroded my confidence faster than I had expected. She's not, is she? Coming back, you screeched. Quiet you, Eliza said. If a way exists for Isadora to find a way out, she will find it, Matilda said. You don't know her like I do. The forces that drive her, her hatred of me and what I did to her in our coven. She will never stop coming after me and my daughter. That may be, I said, but if nothing else, I've given you a reprieve. Use that time to continue hiding, or find some way to deal with her if she returns. The choice is yours, but at least you have one now. My words must have finally made sense because Matilda heaved her shoulders in a sigh. Eliza's expression softened too, though only after she looked to her mother. What about the Empyrean chest? I asked. Have you opened it yet? Matilda believed the chest contained an artifact she intended to use against her sister. However, with Isadora banished, temporarily or not, I hoped we might still find a use for the weapon. No, Matilda said. The task has proven difficult. The Empyrean magic protecting the chest is stronger than I expected. She brushed her violet hair, grown longer now, behind her ears. What is it you need my help with? I need you to mix a potion for me. Matilda crossed her arms and frowned. Instead of doing the same, Eliza wandered off with you still perched on her shoulder. Do not go far, Eliza, Matilda said. What sort of potion? A potion of dark rejuvenation. Pfft, she said, rolling her eyes. Better to ask a necromancer for something like that. You've heard of it? Good. I was told I needed a witch to mix the potion, then a necromancer to cast a spell over it. Who told you this? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Her silence meant she wanted me to tell her anyway. I visited the Dark One. Turns out he isn't some elder god of darkness. He's a shadow dragon named Shadowgrim. Matilda's mouth opened to say something, but she sank into her thoughts instead. Understandably, he wants out of his prison. He says he wants to find a quiet corner in the Shadow Realm away from the affairs of the world after he exacts revenge on those who imprisoned him. Or maybe he's lying and he'll do much worse. Either way, do you remember the horn in the temple mural? It's called the Malefang Horn. Onias not only has it, but he plans to use it to exert his will over Shadowgrim once he's free. Shadowgrim said Lyra is sympathetic to his situation. She'll help us against Onias and the other Jakaree, but she can't do that in her weakened state. A dragon, Matilda said in disbelief, her stare wandering. Given all the signs you had to suspect, I said. Her gaze remained distant, her focus elsewhere. Matilda, I know it's a lot, but do you not remember what I told you? Her focus swung toward me. The dark spirits showed me a vision of the city's destruction. You are playing right into the creature's hands. By helping the dragon, you'll bring about the very devastation we are trying to avoid. I'd forgotten neither her visions nor the discoveries made by Atticus and Elizabeth. How do you know that some other course of action, like doing nothing, won't result in the same thing? I asked. Maybe this is how we avoid all that and win the day. Unless the dark spirits have given you more detailed information, I don't see why we shouldn't work towards solving the problem in front of us. One way or another, Shadowgrim will regain his freedom. When that happens, either the warders kill him and level the city in the process, or Onias uses the horn to subjugate him and plunge the world into eternal darkness. I don't like either outcome, so I'm creating another. You are crass, ignorant, and misguided all at once. But her features softened, and the tension clinging to her eased. Yet you somehow speak with a modicum of wisdom. We cannot continue down the road paved for us by the warders or the Jakaree. We must forge our own path. Does that mean you'll help me? She nodded. I will make this potion. Thank you. Out of curiosity, do you have a way to neutralize the powers of an undead necromancer? More specifically, a Vashu. A Vashu is a powerful creature, Matilda said, one of the unholiest of the undead. For that sort of being, you need a holy relic, preferably something blessed by the gods. Have you one of those? I shook my head. Then, Eliza and I will accompany you. Even a Vashu will think twice about crossing me. I followed Matilda's stare to her daughter, who had dropped to the ground, moving small stones across an imaginary board. You stood across from her, watching her every movement. Shouldn't Eliza remain here? I asked. With goblins? We are safe in Lord Rax's domain, but not that safe. My daughter is safest with me, always. Besides, it will do us some good to breathe fresh air and see the moon and stars. I will need an apothecary's shop to mix your potion. I know of one, I said. Good, Matilda said. Eliza slid a rock across the imaginary board. In response, you moved a different one. I had no idea what sort of game they played, but it kept her occupied and her attention away from me. Matilda looked on, mesmerized with the thinnest of smiles. Let us give Eliza a few more moments of peace, she said. Then we will leave. Take the time to prepare yourself. Once we have the potion, our exchange with the Vashu will not be pleasant. You don't think he'll give us his blessing willingly? The undead give up nothing willingly. Act 1, The Dark One, Part 3. Some places were best visited during the daylight hours, or not at all. Such was the case with Isadora's apothecary shop, which was located deep in the shambles. We traversed lonely streets to get there and found the store even lonelier. The apothecary's sign, its imagery, a faded silver crescent moon, and a bubbling cauldron, creaked overhead. Snow had piled along the storefront and spilled inside. When we had fled from the place, no one had bothered to shut the door behind us. The smell of lavender and rosemary, echoes of the shop's prior owner before Isadora took the place as her own, welcomed us inside. I righted an overturned lantern still half filled with fuel, using it to light candles while Matilda wandered the shop, inspecting countless glass jars weighing down rough-hewn shelves and row after row of small drawers labeled with the ingredients inside. Eliza wandered after her, moving more slowly as her small eyes took in the oppressive gloom left behind by her aunt's diablerie. You hopped from her shoulder to the heavy wooden table at the room's center, where he pecked at a smattering of spilled, dried herbs. The bubbling, steaming potions from before had settled into silence, the burners long since depleted of fuel. I kicked the snow away from the threshold and yanked the door shut. Then I went to the stove, added some kindling stacked nearby, and tried to light it with an alchemical lighter I found nearby. As luck would have it, the lighter's fuel was nearly spent. "Let me try," Eliza said, strolling closer. She wore a heavy winter cloak over a homespun tunic and overshirt, but I still noticed her shivering. "It's almost empty," I said, holding the lighter out to her anyway. She waved it away. "Not like that." Eliza did nothing more than close her eyes and concentrate, but that was enough to set the kindling ablaze. "Thank you," I said, adding larger pieces of wood. Eliza held her hands out to the growing fire. "You're welcome." "I can see why Isadora chose this place," Matilda said from across the room. "I think I will find everything I need here." "How long to mix the potion?" "A few hours at least." "That long? You cannot rush a potion of dark rejuvenation." I'd have to take her word about that. "While you're working on the potion, there's something else I need to do. I'll return in a couple of hours." Neither witch paid me any attention, so I left the apothecary and headed for the tenement that had become my home back when the blackguard's attention had forced me from my usual haunts. I hadn't come to visit my old place, so I stopped on the 5th floor in front of a door as faded and worn as all the others and knocked. No answer. I knocked again, listening for movement inside. Still nothing. I stepped away, ready to return to the apothecary early, when, on a hunch, I climbed up to the building's rooftop instead. Immediately I spotted the person I'd come to see. My presence startled her at first, but she soon recognized me and settled down. "You got my message?" the girl asked. Sunken cheeks, deep blue eyes, a plain face, and her otherwise gray demeanor hadn't changed. However, unlike the last time I saw her on this very rooftop, the girl wore more appropriate attire for the cold, including a wool-lined vest and a ragged but thick winter cloak. Her dark hair hung straight and loose. Several, actually. She lowered her head sheepishly. "Sorry, I wasn't sure where you'd show up first, so I left messages at the Mulling Mule, the Lazy Minstrel, and a few other places." "What is it you want?" I asked, wondering at the urgency. It was the urgency that had brought me here. Not much else about the girl interested me, especially since she'd done nothing but dismiss me in the past. She cleared her throat, still not meeting my gaze. "I want to hire you." I had expected many things, but not that. "That right?" I crossed my arms. "Who's the mark?" "Oh," she said, her head darting up. "I don't want you to... I want you to find someone for me." "Find?" I asked, as if I hadn't heard her right. "As in locate?" She nodded. "Ophelia said you're good at it." "Good at finding people so I can kill them," I wanted to say. Instead, I said, "Missing persons isn't exactly what I do. Have you tried the City Watch?" "Yes," she said, "but they have done nothing but sit on their arses." Cobble stompers weren't good at much, but they excelled at that. "How do you know Ophelia?" Ophelia, the proprietor of the Lazy Minstrel, wouldn't have given out my name unless this was important. "She's a friend," the girl said. "She watches out for me and some others." That sounded like Ophelia. "Who's missing?" I asked, mildly curious. "A brother? Sister? A boyfriend?" She shook her head at the first and second, but nodded at the last. "Maybe he's avoiding you." "That's what I thought at first," she said. "But Dex wouldn't do that." "You two get into a fight?" She shook her head no. "He just stopped coming around to all our usual places." "Maybe he's dead." Her eyes met mine, unwavering. until she turned to stare across the city. Snow had claimed the crumbling rooftops and sagging eaves, transforming the district's decay into something almost beautiful. Thick drifts softened the harsh edges of dilapidated buildings, while icicles hung like crystal daggers from broken gutters. The worn cobblestones below had vanished beneath a foot of powder, though dark patches revealed where makeshift fires burned in barrels and doorways, their smoke rising in ghostly columns to mingle with the falling flakes. Dim light seeped from grimy windows and open tavern doors, casting amber pools across the white-shrouded alleyways where shadows, the desperate and the dangerous who called this place home, still moved despite the bitter cold. Even from this height, the shambles retained its raw vitality. The distant glow of market stalls struggling against the snow, the occasional flicker of movement between buildings, and the persistent wisps of smoke that spoke of a community determined to survive whatever hardships the season might bring. I intended my words to sound harsh, to throw cold water on any notion this girl had of finding Dex alive. People went missing in the shambles all the time, and few ever turned up again. "Have you checked the morgues?" I asked her. Still looking away from me, her lips pressed into a thin line. She shook her head, telling me she hadn't worked up the nerve to explore that possibility. I sighed, wishing I hadn't come up here. But here I was, and it didn't hurt to ask around at least. No promises. Even if he's still alive, anything might have happened to him. Maybe an airship sergeant pressed him into service, or slavers took him, or maybe he left the city on his own. When someone is fortunate enough to get out of the shambles, they don't usually come back. But I can check with a few people to see what they know. How will I know Dex if I see him? She described his general appearance. He has a tattoo of a crow's feather on the left side of his neck. The Iron Crow gang? Scavengers mostly, but with a toughness that set them apart from the usual street gangs. It was a place to start. "I can pay you half now if that's all right," she said. "I promise I'm good for the rest." I doubt she had a tenth of what I usually charged, but I didn't think this job would take long. After I checked with the Iron Crows, I'd probably find that Dex was either doing his best to avoid her, or that he was truly gone and never coming back. Keep it. We can settle up later. Back on the street, I realized I hadn't gotten her name. I shrugged. It wasn't important. I'd check in with her in a few days with whatever information I had, refuse whatever pittance she offered to pay me, and that would be that. If nothing else, I was doing Ophelia a favor, and that always reaped dividends in the end. I took my time returning to the apothecary, both because Matilda hadn't had enough time to mix the potion, and because I didn't want to spend any more time at Isadora's old lair than necessary. Even the long way around wasn't long enough, but since I had to get on with it eventually, I headed down the lane toward the shop. When I finally strolled up to the place, I found Eliza outside playing in the snow. "Making a snowman?" I asked her. "A snowvashu," she said without looking up. Her hood hung loose on her shoulders, and with her head down, her purplish hair spilled across her face. She'd only gotten as far as the base, which looked like neither a man nor a vashu yet. "Interesting choice," I said. "Your mother inside?" "Where else would she be?" "She finished?" Eliza shrugged. I moved past her, stopping at the door. "I never did thank you." She stopped fussing with the snow to peer up at me. "For what?" "For not killing me," I said. "You have your mother's strength." Lucky for me, her mother's restraint too. Eliza returned to her labors. "Mom said you were a friend." No more explanation was needed. I had my hand on the doorknob when Eliza stopped me with a question. "Did you really kill Aunt Isadora?" "Your mother doesn't think so," I said. "But I don't think you have to worry about her anymore." Eliza shifted and packed more snow onto her snow vashu. "I see her sometimes," she said, still working. Her green eyes, her face, twisted, like when she tried to sacrifice me. I could only imagine the nightmares the child experienced from that night in the slaughterhouse. "She's very angry," Eliza said. "I think she wants to kill you more than she wants to kill my mother. When I see her, darkness surrounds her. But she has a crimson light guiding her now. She said it all so nonchalantly, as if visions of her homicidal aunt bothered her as little as the moon rising each night. I didn't know what she meant by a crimson light, and I doubted she did either, so I filed it away to ask Matilda about later. Do you know why your aunt wants to kill you? My mom says it's because Aunt Isadora wants to hurt her, and she knows she can do that by hurting me. My mom did something bad to her sisters. I don't know what. Aunt Isadora has been hunting us ever since. I didn't think she told me anything I didn't already know, but I didn't want to push her any further, so I left Eliza to her snow vashu and entered the apothecary. Inside, I found Matilda immersed in a myriad of bubbling beakers and steaming pots. She gestured at the nearest. I made soup if you're hungry, she said. I glanced over a pair of dirty wooden bowls and accompanying spoons. How's the potion coming along? I asked. Peering into the pot, I saw that the soup was little more than water flavored with herbs. If this was how they ate, then no wonder Matilda and her daughter were so thin. Matilda poured the contents of a bubbling beaker into another using tongs. She swirled the liquid around, then poured the combined mixture into a small gourd before stoppering it. I'm finished. After we find the vashu to bless the potion, the Jakaree high priestess must swallow all of this. I wouldn't worry about that, I said. Lyra will choke down every last drop if that's what it takes to undo the damage done to her. I'm more concerned about the vashu cooperating with us. The vashu is an unholy creature of the dark. There will be no cooperation. We will need to force the creature to do our bidding. But first, we must find it. All undead creatures hate the living and will seek to distance themselves as much as possible from positive life force energy. We must search the city's cemeteries and temple catacombs. I suggest we start at Icon Cemetery. No, I said. Matilda narrowed her gaze, waiting for me to explain. Father Kem's clergy has already searched all the cemeteries and a significant number of the catacombs and found nothing. However, other locations in the city offer the same level of privacy from the living, abandoned places where someone seeking a quiet spot to study might go. Matilda crossed her arms, her expression thoughtful. Ashunda spent a lifetime searching for the solution to mortality. He found an answer. Not the best one, by most people's estimation, but an answer nonetheless. Someone willing to go to such an extreme isn't going to stop. He has 1,000 lifetimes ahead of him, more time than anyone would know what to do with. He'll continue what he did in life, seek new knowledge, study the unknown, come up with new solutions to new problems. That could be very dangerous, Matilda said, for us and everyone else living in Alchester. Slowly I nodded. I hadn't thought of it that way, but she was right. Ashunda was a threat, no matter how you looked at it. Still, we needed his help. Someone could come along later and deal with whatever nefarious fate he had in store for us. Right now, I just wanted the potion blessed. Matilda moved to the broken window to check on her daughter. Do you know where to find the creature? Not exactly, I said, though I have a pretty good idea where to look. Nothing says knowledge like a library, right? And nothing guarantees privacy like one that no one has used in a very long time. The winter wind cut through the abandoned streets like a blade, carrying with it the scent of snow and decay. Week-old drifts had hardened into crusty barriers that crunched beneath our boots, each step unnaturally loud in the tomb-like silence of the Falstaff district. I moved with practiced silence, my footsteps finding the patches of frozen earth between the deeper snow. Behind me, Matilda matched my pace with surprising grace, her magical awareness guiding her steps as surely as my professional training guided mine. Between the two of us, young Eliza moved like a shadow, her slight frame allowing her to step in our footprints and leave barely a trace. We had agreed on minimal communication. Hand signals only, unless absolutely necessary, at least until we knew for sure that Ashunda wasn't here. Matilda warned me about his supernatural senses detecting even whispered words, though she was even more worried about our living energy giving us away. Unlike the Emery estates with their clustering of small castle keeps, the Falstaff lands sprawled in grand, deliberate isolation, a testament to the family's once legendary arrogance. The principal estate loomed before us through the skeletal branches of neglected elms, its silhouette a jagged wound against the star-pricked sky. Where the Emerys had built for defense, the Falstaffs had constructed for show. The elaborate towers and ornate stonework spoke of wealth meant to intimidate, rather than protect. It may have been why they lost the war against the Emery family. Gargoyles perched along the roofline, their features softened by snowcaps that made them appear to weep frozen tears. The estate's outer wall had partially collapsed decades ago, leaving gaps like missing teeth through which the winter wind moaned. Snow had drifted against the remaining sections, creating natural ramps that eased our approach. The main gate hung askew on rusted hinges, its iron bars twisted by some long-ago violence or simple neglect. Through that gate, the mansion's grounds stretched in undulating waves of white, broken only by the dark bones of what had once been an elaborate topiary garden. The hedge animals, lions, eagles, horses in honor of Calendor's traditions, had grown wild and shapeless, their current forms suggesting more sinister creatures in the moonlight. A frozen fountain stood at the center of it all, its carved figures locked in an eternal dance beneath a shroud of ice. I raised a hand for the others to stop, studying the terrain with a practiced eye. The direct path to the mansion's main entrance left us exposed across 50 yards of open ground. I pointed toward the servants' quarters on the eastern wing, then traced a route that used the old stables and overgrown gardens for cover. Matilda nodded once, understanding. As we began our advance, Eliza reached out to take her mother's hand. The mansion itself slumbered like a sleeping beast, its dozens of windows dark and empty. Several had lost their glass entirely, leaving black voids that seemed to watch our approach. Others reflected the pale moonlight in fractured patterns where spiderweb cracks had spread across their surfaces. Snow had blown through the broken panes, dusting the interior floors visible through the ground-level openings. A shutter somewhere on the mansion's upper floors gave a rusty creak in the wind, the only sound besides our carefully controlled breathing and the distant whistle of air through broken stone. Whatever secrets the Falstaff estate held, they waited in that silence, as patient as the snow that had buried the family's legacy beneath winter's indifferent shroud. It seemed the perfect place for an undead necromancer to hide until he was ready to unleash his unholy wrath on the world. Glimpsing movement through the mansion's main doorway, I raised a hand once more, calling for the others to pause. A shadow within a shadow, but enough for me to recognize the shape of a figure. "Someone's coming out," I hissed. We were too exposed, too out in the open for that someone to miss us, but I ducked low anyway. Matilda and Eliza did the same, so the three of us crouched there in the open, frozen in place as much in hopes of remaining undetected as in horror at what we spotted coming from the house. The thing shambled from the open doorway with the unnatural gait of something not quite human. At first glance, it might have been a man in armor. The tattered remnants of what had once been fine mail and leather hung from its frame like funeral shrouds, but as it stepped into the moonlight, the full horror and recognition of what stood before us became clear. Heselton Branwick, groundskeeper and necromancer's henchman, was a desiccated, undead ruin of his former living self. Greasy strands of hair hung in limp curtains around a face that looked like dried leather stretched over bone. His eyes, which had gleamed with cruel ambition in life, were milky orbs that glowed with a faint, unnatural phosphorescence in the moonlight. Burn marks, jagged patterns of electrical scarring spiderwebbed across every visible inch of flesh, told the story of his violent death in the hidden basement beneath the Emery estate. The lightning scars began at his temples and forked down his neck like twisted tree branches, disappearing beneath the collar of his tattered mail before emerging again across his hands and forearms. Where the magical electricity had struck most severely, the flesh had blackened and split, leaving deep crevices that revealed glimpses of yellowed bone beneath. A patchwork of armor hung from his shrunken frame in rotted tatters. A green patina stained the metal links, and the leather had cracked and peeled away in places, exposing more of the underlying electrical damage. His left gauntlet was missing, revealing a skeletal hand where tendons stood out like wire and fingers had fused into a grotesque claw. Even from afar, the stench emanating from him subjected us to a nauseating mix of burned flesh and a sickly sweet odor that hinted at advanced decay, suspended by the supernatural. As he stepped nearer, I heard the soft scraping of desiccated skin against armor, and the faint clicking of bones that no longer fit properly in their joints. Evil had consumed Hazel when alive. Death had concentrated his malevolence, stripping away any pretense of humanity. "Welcome, friends," the thing that had been Hessel called out, his soft voice a parody of the gardener's wicked disposition in life. "No need to hide. My master has been expecting you." I stood with one hand on the hilt of my sword. Next to me, Matilda held hands made into claws before her, her signature purplish energy no doubt about to flare to life. Though I'd seen Eliza's power firsthand, she remained in the background, pressed close to her mother. The undead thing that wore Hessel's face spread his arms wide in a grotesque mockery of welcome. "Please, there is no need for violence. Bishop Ashunda extends his warmest greetings and requests the honor of your presence," his head tilted at an angle no living neck should achieve. "He has such wonderful things to show you, such revelations to share." The creature's movements were wrong in every way, too fluid in some places, too rigid in others, as if death had rewired the fundamental mechanics of human motion. When he gestured toward the mansion's yawning doorway, I caught sight of more electrical burns running down his arms like branching rivers of destruction. "Come," he continued, his voice carrying the false warmth of a spider inviting flies into its web. "The bishop awaits you in his inner sanctum. He promises you will find the evening illuminating." Without waiting to see if we accepted the offer, Hessul shambled his way inside the house. I exchanged a glance with Matilda. "This isn't what I expected," I said. "But we came here to ask for help." "To force him to help us," Matilda corrected me. "I'm not sure we'll force Ashunda to do anything. Asking might be the only way. Regardless, we can't do either unless we go inside." I started walking. The crunch of snow behind told me Matilda and Eliza followed. We stopped at the threshold, contemplating our folly should this go badly. Then we stepped inside. The musty embrace of decades-old decay greeted us. What had once been a grand foyer stood as a monument to fallen glory. Marble floors cracked and stained, their intricate patterns obscured by layers of grime and fallen debris. A chandelier hung precariously overhead, half of its crystal teardrops missing. Dust coated the remainder, so thick that they no longer caught the light of the scant few candles that Hessul lit for our benefit. Portraits of long-dead Falstaffs stared down from the walls, their faces warped by moisture and time. Vandals or scavengers had slashed some, leaving gaping wounds across painted throats and eyes. Others had rotted in their frames, the canvas sagging like diseased skin. The smell of mildew and something far worse, something better left buried, permeated my every breath. Snow had drifted through broken windows, creating small white dunes against the walls, where winter had claimed the interior as surely as it had the grounds. Our footsteps echoed hollowly on the damaged marble, accompanied by the steady drip of melting ice from holes in the ceiling above. Fragments of the family's former wealth lay scattered about. A tarnished silver candlestick here, a cracked mirror there, a child's toy horse with one leg missing, all the detritus of a mighty house fallen into ruin. "This way," Hessel rasped, his voice carrying an echo that bounced from unseen corners. He led us deeper into the mansion's bowels, past a grand staircase whose banister had partially collapsed, and through corridors lined with empty door frames where doors had either rotted away or been torn from their hinges. Wallpaper hung in long strips, exposing the moldering plaster beneath. More Falstaff portraits watched our passage. The further we ventured into the mansion's heart, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thicker, heavy with the weight of accumulated shadows and unspoken secrets. Eliza pressed closer to her mother with each step until, at last, Hessel stopped before a pair of ornate double doors, their carved wood somehow having survived better than most of the mansion's other features. The worn brass handles bore the Falstaff coat of arms, a rearing stallion with wings, now tarnished and barely recognizable. "His lordship awaits within," Jesus announced, pushing open the doors with a prolonged creak that seemed to echo through the entire mansion. The library beyond had once been magnificent, a cathedral to knowledge and learning that spoke to the Falstaff family's intellectual pretensions. Towering shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, their dark wood still bearing traces of the rich finish that had once made them gleam. But like everything else in this cursed place, time and neglect had worked their destruction. Books lay scattered across the floor like fallen soldiers, their pages yellowed and brittle, many reduced to pulp by moisture and rodents. The leather bindings had cracked and split, spilling their contents in sad heaps throughout the room. Entire sections of shelving had collapsed, burying centuries of accumulated wisdom. The windows along the far wall had lost most of their glass, allowing snow to drift across reading tables that might have once hosted scholarly debates and literary symposiums. The wind moaned through the broken panes with a sound like distant weeping, stirring the loose pages that carpeted the floor in a constant rustling whisper. Yet despite the decay, hints of the library's former glory remained. A globe stood in one corner, its surface scarred and faded but still recognizable. Ancient maps hung in tatters from the walls, their carefully drawn coastlines and political boundaries now meaningless in a world that had moved far beyond their creator's understanding. A reading lectern, carved from a single piece of oak, still stood near the center of the room, though a dark substance that I preferred not to identify stained its surface. The smell here differed from that in the rest of the mansion. More than decay and mildew, it reeked of something else. The scent of old parchment and leather, yes, but underneath it all lurked the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of arcane experimentation. Whatever Ashunda had been doing in this sanctuary, it had nothing to do with the noble pursuit of knowledge that had once defined this space. Jesus stepped aside with another of his unsettling bows, gesturing deeper into the library's shadowed recesses. "Please proceed. My master is eager to make your acquaintance." "After you," I said. "I didn't trust you when you were alive, and I'm sure as hell not starting now." Jesus didn't so much as smile as pull his desiccated lips back, exposing the broken teeth and blackened gums of a disgusting rictus. "As you wish." Ashunda's henchman shambled forward into the library's depths, his skeletal claw scraping against the fallen books as he navigated through the debris. We followed at a safe distance, our footsteps muffled by the carpet of rotting pages beneath our feet. Flickering candlelight cast long, twisted shadows against the ruined shelves, making the entire space feel alive with an eerie presence. As we moved deeper into the library's heart, the temperature seemed to drop with each step. The room with its broken windows was already cold, but as our breath misted in the rapidly cooling air, I noticed frost on the scattered books around us. Light from candles wavered, despite the absence of any wind, their light taking on a sickly greenish hue that made the shadows writhe and pulse with their own dark life. "Master," Jesus called out, his voice echoing strangely in the vaulted space. "Your guests have arrived." The response came not as a voice, but as a weight pressing down on us from all directions, as if the air had become dense with malevolent intelligence. Shadows in the deepest recesses of the library coalesced, gathering like storm clouds in the darkest corner. The temperature plummeted further, and I heard the faint crackling of ice forming on the windows behind us. Then he emerged. At first, Bishop Ashunda appeared as little more than a suggestion in the darkness, a vague outline that might have been an illusion caused by the emerald candlelight. But as he stepped forward, his form solidified into something that violated every natural law I understood. He was tall, perhaps 6.5 feet, but his proportions were wrong in subtle ways that challenged my mind. His frame shifted and wavered, as if he existed only partially in our world, constantly phasing between solid matter and something more ethereal. What had once been the face of a distinguished bishop had become a mockery of human features carved from ivory and shadow. His skin had taken on the translucent quality of fine parchment, stretched taut over bones that seemed too sharp, too angular to have ever been mortal. Veins of dark energy pulsed beneath that pale surface like black lightning, following erratic patterns that made little sense. His eyes were the worst, twin voids lacking color that seemed to drink in the surrounding light, leaving nothing but hungry darkness in their wake. Bishop's robes, not his since those had burned during his purging ceremony, clung to his form like funeral shrouds. The rich fabric faded to the color of old bone from contact with the vashu. Threads of silver and gold may have once accentuated the garment, but they had tarnished to a dull black that absorbed rather than reflected the light. A pendant hung around his neck, not the holy symbol he had once worn as a leader of Father Kem's clergy, but something older, more primal, carved from bone and inlaid with veins of some dark metal. As he moved, his occasional translucence revealed the library wall behind him as if he were no more substantial than morning mist. Then he solidified, his presence so overwhelmingly real that the surrounding air thickened. His hair, once a distinguished silver gray, hung in lank strands that moved independently of any breeze, as if each strand were a living thing seeking its own path through the air. When he raised his hand in greeting, I saw through his fingers, the bones visible as dark shadows beneath the translucent flesh before they solidified again. "Welcome," Ashunda said, his voice the sound of a wailing breeze through empty tombs, of prayers spoken backward in forgotten tongues. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing beyond the library into my skull. "I have been expecting you." As he spoke, the surrounding air rippled like water, and I realized that his transformation into a vashu had torn him free from the constraints of the physical world. He existed now in the spaces between life and death, matter and void, wielding a power beyond the comprehension of mortal minds. Eliza whimpered behind me, pressing her face against her mother's cloak. The vashu that had once been Bishop Ashunda, smiled, a gesture that was like watching a corpse attempt to remember what joy had felt like. "Please," he said, gesturing with a hand that wavered between solid and spectral, "make yourselves comfortable. We have much to discuss, do we not?" As my eyes adjusted to the library's eerie illumination, I noticed something that hadn't been immediately apparent in the gloom. Dozens of books scattered across a nearby reading table, their leather bindings far too pristine to have belonged to the Falstaff collection. These volumes bore the distinct markings of professional craftsmanship, the kind of rare tomes that commanded high prices in specialized shops throughout Alchester. Several lay open, revealing pages dense with arcane diagrams and text written in indecipherable languages. One book displayed detailed anatomical drawings of souls being extracted from bodies, complete with notations made in fresh ink that must be Ashunda's careful script. Another showed elaborate circles surrounded by glyphs and calculations that hurt my head until I lifted my gaze from it. A third contained architectural plans, not for buildings, but for constructing bridges between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Ashunda had marked his place in several volumes with scraps of parchment covered in his own notes. He had filled the margins of one page with observations about anchoring points and planar stability. Forcing my attention from the tomes, I asked, "Curious how we found you so easily?" I kept my voice steady, despite the supernatural cold emanating from his presence, but only with some effort. Ashunda's void-like eyes fixed on me with predatory interest. "Not really," he replied, his otherworldly voice carrying the faintest hint of amusement. I gestured toward the stolen books. "The owner of those wants them returned. She may come looking for them. Even your own clergy is hunting you." I let that sink in. "They want to kill you, or destroy you anyway. They think you're an abomination." The vashu's translucent features twisted into something that might have been contempt. "Small minds with no vision," he said, his form flickering between solid and spectral as his emotions intensified. "The priests who were once my brothers cling to their petty mortal concerns, while I have transcended the boundaries of existence itself. They fear what they cannot comprehend." And what do you fear, I wonder? I fear nothing, Ashunda said with ghostly overtones. Really? Then why are you in hiding? Before he could answer, I added, I've half a mind to let them know where to find you. I needed something from him, and he needed to understand the consequences of not playing along. Ashunda made no response other than to glide closer, his movements unnaturally smooth since his feet didn't quite touch the debris-strewn floor. When he spoke next, his voice carried an edge that made the temperature in the room plummet even further. What makes you think you will ever leave here? Around us, the candles guttered and dimmed, their flames shrinking to mere pinpricks of sickly green light. Frost spread across the scattered books with audible crackling sounds, and our breath came out in thick white clouds. Behind Ashunda, I heard the distinctive click-clack of Jesul's bones, the scraping of desiccated flesh against rotted leather, and, as he approached, the hollow sound of his bones. Ashunda loomed over us, his form having solidified into something overwhelmingly present and malevolent. The air itself thickened around him, making each breath a struggle. The shadows cast by the dying candlelight stretched toward us like grasping fingers, and I realized too late that I might have overplayed my hand. That's when Matilda stepped in. Purple energy erupted around her hands, like living flames casting wild shadows that pushed against Ashunda's encroaching darkness. The temperature in her immediate vicinity rose noticeably, steam rising from her clothes as her magical aura clashed with the supernatural cold. Her eyes blazed with power that rivaled the Vashu's own, and when she spoke, her voice carried the authority of someone who had faced the darkness and refused to bow to it. Do not mistake us for those same small-minded fools, creature, she said, the purple energy around her hands intensifying until it cast everything in violet relief. I understand your clergy tried to purge you from existence with holy fire. Face me, and you will truly know what it means to burn. For the first time since he appeared from the shadows, Ashunda hesitated. His void-like eyes studied Matilda with something that might have been surprise, or perhaps grudging respect. Even Hessel's approach faltered, the undead creature sensing that the balance of power had shifted. Ashunda's form transitioned between states more rapidly, as if Matilda's challenge had disrupted his control over his existence. After a stretch that felt like an eternity, the Vashu glided backward, putting distance between himself and the witch whose purple flames still danced around her fingers. With his withdrawal, the temperature in the room stabilized, returning to a bearable chill. Interesting, he said finally, his voice carrying a note of calculation. Perhaps we should indeed discuss matters more civilly. I believe you seek my help. I didn't waste time asking how he knew that. We need a necromancer to bless a potion, I said. What sort of potion? He asked. Matilda held the gourd up for him to see. A potion of dark rejuvenation. A woman must drink it to restore her well-being. Ashunda's head bobbed as he thought over what we'd told him. A potion of dark rejuvenation is a powerful elixir. Few things in this world require its potency. I wonder what caused this woman's malady. Matilda frowned. That is no concern of yours. Oh, but I think it is. Tell me. Neither of us said a word. Eliza poked her head out from behind her mother. Tell me, or I will not help you. I didn't see the harm in telling him, so I said, An amulet did it to her. The amulet of eternal gloom. Matilda hissed her disapproval at me. Ashunda's translucent face took on a sickly green color. In something living, such a color meant something was wrong. In the undead, it must mean something good, because the Vashu sounded delighted when he said, Ah, I wondered. The amulet is a truly potent relic of darkness. It is indeed a suitable price for you to pay. Excuse me? I asked. You wish for me to help you, Ashunda stated. The price is the amulet, or at least its location. My servant can retrieve it, so you needn't bother yourself with that part. Behind the Vashu, Hessel's bones click-clacked as he shifted from one foot to another. It seems a fair trade, does it not? I had no stake in the amulet, and since Ashunda wanted nothing more than its location, it all seemed more than fair to me. but Matilda had that pinched expression that told me she thought differently. "A moment," I said to the Vashu. Ashunda dipped his head. "Of course." I led Matilda and her daughter to a corner of the library. "What's the problem?" I asked. "We give Ashunda the location of the amulet. He blesses the potion. It's a fair trade, isn't it? Unless you see some downside that I'm missing." Matilda crossed her arms. "We won't be able to go back." My confused expression prompted her to explain further. "Eliza and I will not be able to return to Grimlock," she said through tight lips. "Few know about the amulet. Lord Graal considers it a prized possession. He will know we betrayed him. We will lose our place of sanctuary. But the only reason you're there is because of Isadora. And Isadora is gone," I wanted to say. But we'd already covered that, so I knew Matilda thought differently. I caught Eliza staring at me with wide eyes. "All right," I said. "We'll find another way. Something else he wants. Otherwise, we can find another necromancer somewhere, preferably one who is still alive at least." I waited for Matilda to agree, but her gaze looked past me, her thoughts her own, until she shook her head. "We will not find another necromancer, not in time to stop the Dark One's coming." "But what about your safe place? I won't ask you to put Eliza's safety at risk." "You needn't ask. I understand what's at stake. This may be our only chance. Besides, Eliza and I have been on the run before. Once we finish this business with the dragon, we will leave Alchester and never look back." I placed my hand on Matilda's arm, hoping the affront didn't cause her to put another curse on me. "No running. Once this is done, I'll find a safe place for the two of you. Agreed?" Matilda met my stare, then she nodded. "All right, Ashunda," I said, turning to address the Vashu. "You've got a deal. We'll tell you where to find the amulet, but only after you bless the potion." Ashunda genuflected, accepting the terms, so Matilda stepped forward with the gourd. Eliza remained behind, staying close to me, I noticed, as her mother approached the reading table where Ashunda's stolen tomes lay scattered. She cleared a space among the arcane volumes before setting down the gourd containing the potion of dark rejuvenation. Ashunda glided forward, his translucent form solidifying as he focused his attention on the potion. "Stand back," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. "What I am about to perform requires concentration, and any disruption could corrupt the blessing." We retreated several paces, watching as the Vashu began his ritual. Ashunda raised his hands above the gourd, his fingers weaving complex patterns in the air that left trails of dark energy in their wake. The temperature around the table dropped even further, and frost formed on the clay surface of the vessel. He chanted in an indecipherable language, the words flowing like liquid from his mouth. The sound hurt to hear, each syllable scraping against my mind like fingernails on stone. The candles throughout the library sputtered in response to his incantations, their flames turning from sickly green to deep purple, and finally to an unnatural black that somehow still provided light. As more words came, the gourd glowed with an inner radiance that matched the color of Ashunda's chanting. Dark veins of energy spread across its surface, pulsing in rhythm with the Vashu's words. The air around the vessel shimmered and warped, as if the blessing bent reality itself. Ashunda's form solidified during the ritual, all his otherworldly power focused on the task at hand. The pendant around his neck glowed with the same dark light that now also suffused the potion. With a final word that echoed through the library like a thunderclap, Ashunda completed his ritual. The gourd's glow faded to a subtle pulse, and the Vashu staggered backward, his form becoming translucent once more. The effort had clearly drained him, though he tried to hide his exhaustion behind a mask of supernatural arrogance. "It is done," he said, his voice carrying a somber note of satisfaction. "The potion carries the blessing of death itself, death to counter death." "Why not life?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Because does not life counter death, you wonder?" Ashunda said. "In most cases, yes, but not in this one. The amulet of eternal gloom worsens a person's vitality. The powers of dark rejuvenation will counter this and restore the amulet's victim to their former state, but only if the person has fully embraced darkness. If someone of the luminance drank from this gourd, they would die a most horrible death. It all seems very complicated, I said. I crossed my arms, thinking. I have one more question about the amulet. If it worsens the vitality of someone alive, what does it do to the undead? But Ashunda only smiled and would not answer. Matilda retrieved the gourd, securing it within her robes. Now, for your part of the bargain, Ashunda said, his void-like eyes fixed on me. I opened my mouth to tell him, but then hesitated. Ashunda's ghostly brow narrowed. A deal is a deal. I frowned because he was right. He already had plans for the amulet, no doubt. But we could only solve one problem at a time, so I said, the amulet of eternal gloom is in Lord Rax's realm, a place called Grimlock. I know the place. Lord Rax considers it a prized possession, so he probably keeps it under heavy guard. He won't give it up easily. Do not concern yourself with Lord Rax's reluctance, Ashunda said, his voice carrying a note of dark amusement. The living cannot deny me. Matilda and Eliza already headed for the door. I joined them. Hasul will ensure you find your way safely from the mansion, Ashunda said, his attention moving to his stolen tomes. After that, I trust you can manage on your own. The undead creature shambled forward, its grotesque rictus serving as both farewell and warning. We followed it through the ruined corridors of the Falstaff mansion, past the damaged portraits and debris-strewn floors, until we stood once again in the grand foyer with its cracked marble and dust-coated chandelier. Hasul gestured toward the main entrance with his skeletal claw. Safe travels, he rasped, his voice carrying all the warmth of a winter grave. We stepped out into the frosty night air, and I heard the mansion's heavy door close behind us with a finality that suggested we were not welcome to return. The winter wind cut through our clothes as we made our way across the snow-covered grounds. After the supernatural chill of Ashunda's presence, the natural cold felt almost refreshing. We will return to Grimlock, Matilda said once we were well away from the estate grounds. We should have some time, maybe hours, maybe days, before the Vashu acts against Lord Rax, but we must be gone before then. When you do come find me, I said. I meant what I said. I'll find you someplace safe. Someplace safe? Matilda asked, as if she didn't know the meaning of the words. As long as Isadora remains at large, there is no safety for us. Eliza leaned closer to her mother. But we will accept your help, and thank you for it. This is yours. Matilda held the gourd out to me. Then, she and her daughter disappeared into the night. I did likewise, moving in a different direction. Where they headed for Grimlock, my destination was the Temple District, where the Jakaree made their lair. Unlike before, when I walked into the place in the open, this time I didn't plan on being so cordial. I wasn't sure Onias would welcome Lyra's restoration, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Not until it was too late, anyway. The Temple District's outer perimeter remained as I remembered it from my previous visit, a maze of crumbling walls and debris-strewn streets where shadows provided ample cover. Like everywhere in the city, winter maintained a firm grip here. Snow muffled my footsteps as I traversed the Temple District's abandoned streets and approached the Jakaree stronghold. I spotted the first sentry posted near the collapsed wall of a minor temple. The priest stood motionless, his bald head and geometric tattoos clearly visible to my night-trained eyes. Patient as stone, he watched the main approach with the discipline Onias demanded from his followers. Moving through the shadows cast by the ruined temples, I circled wide around his position. Both ally and enemy, the snow-dampened sound but left tracks. I kept to areas where the wind had blown the snow thin, or where debris created natural paths that wouldn't betray my passage. A second guard came into view as I rounded the remains of what had once been a substantial shrine. This one paced a short route between two collapsed pillars, his movement pattern regular and predictable. I waited, counting his steps and timing his turns until I understood his rhythm. When he reached the far end of his patrol and turned his back to me, I moved. 3 quick strides brought me within striking distance. My hand clamped over his mouth as my knife found the gap between his ribs and angled upward toward his heart. He stiffened once, then went limp. I lowered him behind a fallen pillar, arranging his body to appear as though he had sat down to rest. Killing wasn't my first choice, but the situation was too delicate, and the probability of subduing the guard without others noticing too low. At least he died in service to his dark god, though perhaps not in the way he envisioned. The entrance to the Jakaree lair, a hole in the ground with stone steps descending into darkness, lay ahead. No guards were visible at the opening itself, but I knew from experience that sentries prowled the underground passages. I approached the edge and peered down the stone stairway. Lantern light flickered from somewhere below, and I caught the sound of muted conversation drifting up from the depths. Descending the steps required patience, each footfall taken with care to avoid the scrape of a boot on stone that might alert those below. The conversation, 2 priests discussing shift rotations and complaining about the cold, grew clearer as I descended. They stood at the bottom of the stairs in a small antechamber, their attention focused on their discussion rather than watching for intruders. I waited in the shadows at the bend in the stairway until one moved off down a corridor, leaving only a single guard. This priest, who faced away from me, warmed his hands over a small brazier. I descended the last few steps like a ghost, my knife sliding across his throat before he could cry out. I left his corpse in a shadowed corner, hoping no one noticed him until I was long gone. The underground lair stretched before me, a network of corridors and rooms carved from the ancient catacombs. Lanterns strung along the walls provided enough light to navigate, while also creating pools of shadow that I used to avoid the occasional priest moving through the passages. The layout was more extensive than I had realized during my previous visit. Sleeping chambers, storage areas, and common rooms branched off from the main corridors in a complex web. Moving deeper into the lair, I followed half-remembered directions toward the area where I had last seen Lyra. The sound of voices guided me toward the main gathering hall, where cooking fires burned, and the bulk of the Jakaree community had already settled in for the evening. I skirted this area carefully, using side passages to avoid detection. Though I hoped to see Lyra in her chair by the fire, she was not there. Beyond the common area, I found the sleeping quarters, where the temple builders had carved individual chambers into the stone, and where families and ranking priests made their homes. I checked several rooms, peering around doorframes to catch a glimpse of the occupants within. Children slept in small beds while their parents rested nearby. Elderly priests sat in quiet meditation. I spotted no sign of my quarry until I chanced upon a space set apart from the others, closer to what had once been the temple's inner sanctum. The room was larger than the family quarters, befitting someone of Lyra's status, but sparsely furnished. A simple bed, a chair, a small table with a water basin. Lyra lay beneath several blankets, her aged features contorted in a fitful sleep. Slipping inside, I closed the door behind me and moved to her bedside. The transformation the amulet of eternal gloom had wrought upon her was even more pronounced than before. Where once she had been a woman of compelling beauty and terrible power, now she appeared frail and diminished, her white hair gone gray, her skin lined with premature age. Her breathing, while steady, came in ragged gasps. "Lyra," I whispered, placing a gentle hand on her arm. Her eyes opened, focusing on me with some difficulty. When recognition dawned, she tried to sit up, but I placed a restraining hand on her shoulder and lowered my mask. "You," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why have you come?" "The Whispering Shade sent me," I said, using the name she had called Shadowgrim when she and I had first met. I withdrew the gourd from my pouch, holding it under the dim lantern light. "What is it?" she asked, struggling to focus on the vessel. "A potion of dark rejuvenation, mixed by a witch and blessed by a necromancer. The potion will restore what the amulet took from you." Her eyes widened, and I saw a spark of the intelligence that had once made her so formidable. "Such a thing. How did you—" "It's a long story that I'll tell you another time," I said. "Drink it. All of it." Supporting her head, I brought the gourd to her lips. Lyra drank without hesitation, trusting in the name I had invoked. The potion went down slowly, the effort of swallowing the bitter liquid costing her a great deal. When the gourd was empty, her head sank onto her pillow, exhaustion written across her features. I didn't know what to expect. Immediate restoration? For Lyra to toss her blankets aside and, imbued with her strength of old, to stand and begin issuing commands to her flock? Neither happened. Instead, she sank deeper into her bed, her eyes drooping until they finally closed. But her breathing, which had sounded forced before, settled into a peaceful rhythm as the potion's effect took hold. I waited a moment longer to make sure she was really on her way to recovering before making my way back through the lair's corridors. The return journey proved easier than the approach. No one would discover the guards I had eliminated until the next shift change. Emerging from the underground complex, I retraced my steps through the temple district's ruins. The chilly night air felt clean after the close atmosphere of the Jakaree lair, and with the moon blotted out, new snow started falling, covering the tracks of my passage. When Lyra woke, she had a choice to make. Either serve Onias and his careful plans, or follow the whispered guidance of the shadow dragon who had sent me to save her. The game board was set. Now we would see how the pieces moved. Act 2. Conspiracy of Shadows. "You're sure?" Atticus's question hung in the air while I sampled the delicate red he had poured into my glass. "I can't say how I could be mistaken," I said, swirling the wine. The dark mist parted, and there he was, scales and all. There's no mistaking it. The Dark One is a shadow dragon, and his name is Shadowgrim. Across the desk, Atticus's expression became one of intense thoughtfulness. I glanced at Liz and Gwen, who wore matching frowns. "You were stupid for going alone," Liz said. "You should have told us what you planned. This alliance doesn't work if we don't all share information." "Who isn't sharing?" I asked, all innocence. "I've told you all I know." Which wasn't entirely true, but I told them the important bits. Shadowgrim wants his freedom, and assuming Onias doesn't use the Malefang Horn to subjugate him, he has no plans to destroy the city. That's what he says anyway. I don't believe him, of course. "I agree with Elizabeth," Gwendolyn said, standing to pace the room. Like all brilliant thinkers, she thought better when she was on the move. "Very stupid. The Dark One, Shadowgrim, whatever, could have killed you, and then you wouldn't be sharing anything, would you?" I shrugged. As long as the dragon remains imprisoned, he's harmless. I'm more worried about what he'll do once he's free. "What about Lyra?" Liz asked. "Are you worried about her too, now that you've returned her strength to her?" Before I could answer, Gwendolyn asked in mid-stride, "Do you even know if the potion worked?" "Not yet," I said. "But I followed Shadowgrim's instructions to the letter. I have no reason to think it didn't." Liz shook her head. "How did you even persuade the necromancer to help you?" "Matilda convinced him it was in his best interest." "Matilda?" Gwen asked. Samuel strode into the room. The man remained a study in impeccable grooming at all hours of the night. He stopped to admit the final participant in this evening's meeting. As if the utterance of her name had summoned her here, Matilda entered with more suspicion than flourish, her stare sweeping across the room and its occupants. Since Atticus remained deep in his thoughts, and Gwendolyn seemed tongue-tied by the witch's strange appearance, it fell to me and Liz to act as greeters. "You found the house okay?" Liz asked. "The spirits did not lead me astray," Matilda said, hovering close to the doorway. "You haven't missed anything," I said, trying to put her at ease. "I caught everyone up on my time in the Shadow Realm. They know about Lyra, too. How have you and Eliza settled in? I know Guildhouse can get noisy, but you've got some of the most ruthless scallywags in the city watching your back. You won't find a safer place." Guildhouse was the first and only place that came to mind when I promised to help find Matilda and her daughter a safe place. I still clung to the hope that Isadora was truly gone. But as a backup, I had Thorn, who had told me he knew how to handle blood witches, watching over them. I figured a mountain of a hillman standing between Isadora and her sister and niece couldn't hurt. "The noise is no bother," Matilda said. "We are settling in well. The room is... Liz groaned. Did Gustav put you in the east wing? I told him the corner suite on the north side overlooking the garden. It's where I stay when I'm there. Matilda shook her head. The room is as you say. It's more than Eliza has ever seen. I have had few opportunities to say thank you to anyone for so long. I'm not sure how to even say it. Liz reached out to touch the other woman's arm. Then say nothing at all. You don't need to. You and your daughter are welcome to stay for as long as you want. Gwendolen appeared at my side. You're the one the Blood Witch was hunting? Matilda nodded. After what she did to me, any enemy of hers is a friend of mine, that's for sure. Atticus finally stirred from his reverie, standing with the deliberateness of a man who had reached an important conclusion. He walked around to the front of his desk and leaned against its edge with his arms crossed. His gaze swept across each of us. I didn't summon you all here to discuss our friend's unauthorized excursion into forbidden realms. I have news of my own to share. He gestured toward a leather-bound tome resting on a side table, its ancient binding cracked and worn from age and use. I've spent the better part of the last week studying the Codex of the Dragon, which I obtained at considerable expense through certain intermediaries. His eyes found mine with a pointed look. To say the seller overcharged me is an understatement. I shrugged. Rare books command rare prices. Besides, haven't I heard you often say that money is no object? I don't recall ever saying that. Samuel, can you recall any such instance? Samuel stood by the door, waiting in case his employer needed anything, such as the answer to a rhetorical question. No, sir, he answered. I didn't think so. I do, however, remember saying the Codex's information is no doubt invaluable. Why else would the warders go to such lengths to possess it? Yet they threw it away so quickly, Liz said. Looking at me, she asked, What was it you told me Leonidas said about the book? That it was a book of myths and stories. Gwendolen crossed her arms. Do you agree with Mr. Storm's assessment, Atticus? Hardly, Atticus said, moving to the tome and opening it carefully. The Codex of the Dragon was an imposing volume. Its leather-wrapped cover dyed a deep crimson that had darkened with age to the color of dried blood. At its center, a craftsman had carved a dragon head emblem into the leather with such skill that the creature's eyes seemed to follow the observer, while intricate scrollwork bordered the edges in faded gold leaf. Brass corner guards, green with verdigris, protected the ancient binding. As Atticus turned the heavy pages, the parchment whispered with the sound of centuries. Text flowed across the thick vellum pages in multiple hands, some in elegant script, others in hurried scholarly notation. Elaborate illuminated capitals began each chapter, their borders filled with tiny dragons breathing fire, ice, and stranger elements still. Detailed anatomical drawings shared space with star charts and arcane diagrams, while marginal notes in various languages crowded the edges where generations of scholars had added their observations. The illustrations themselves were masterworks of artistry, depicting dragons rendered in vivid pigments that had retained their intensity despite the passage of time, their scales picked out in gold and silver that caught the lamplight. Now that I've had time to study it thoroughly, Atticus continued, his fingers tracing the edge of a particularly intricate drawing, I can say it was worth every dinar. Gwendolen leaned in closer. What did you discover? The Codex contains extensive information about the different types of dragons, including details about their lifespans, dietary habits, mating rituals, territorial behaviors, and most importantly, for our purposes, their abilities. Atticus revealed a detailed illustration of a massive black worm breathing what looked like liquid shadow. It particularly highlights the destructive nature of dragon breath, which legend claims can kill even gods. That all sounds practical enough, Liz said. I wonder why Leonidas called it a book of myths. The warders must know that the Dark One is, in fact, a shadow dragon. I would think the book's information would be useful to them. Practical, yes, Atticus said, but some of it borders on the outlandish. For example, there's an entire chapter devoted to the proposition that dragons can manipulate time itself, allowing them to exist simultaneously across multiple moments. Another section claims certain breeds can speak directly into the minds of mortals from vast distances, even across dimensional barriers. He gestured at the open page before him. I suspect the warders dismissed such claims as folklore mixed with observation, making it difficult to separate fact from fantasy. The warders are a militaristic organization, especially given their chivalric heritage. Military minds often lack patience for academic discourse, especially when such information is presented alongside mythological content. They wanted a field manual, not a scholarly treatise on draconic biology and such. Mathilda stepped closer to the table, her interest in our discussion outweighing any lingering doubts she had about the present company. The intricate illustrations especially captivated her attention. Ancient knowledge often disguises itself as legend to survive the skepticism of later ages. An astute observation, Atticus said. What does the book say about shadow dragons? I asked. More specifically, does it mention anything about eternal darkness? Atticus turned several pages, stopping at a section where a different hand had written in a darker shade. His finger traced the line of text as he read. Shadow dragons possess a unique ability among their kind. They can manipulate the very fabric of darkness itself, bending shadow and void to their will. But more than that, he paused, glancing up at us with grave intensity. They can create what the text calls eternal night, a permanent shroud of darkness that extends far beyond their physical presence. How far? Liz asked. Enough to cover the city? I asked almost at the same time. By itself, not far at all, Atticus said. Certainly not enough to cover the city, which hardly seems the vision promised by the Jakaree. Yet we know they possess a horizon dichotomizer, powered no less by the latest generation Goddard energy amplifier. Gwendolyn shrugged. A deal's a deal. In exchange for helping to locate and free Gwendolyn from Isadora, Gwen handed over a copy of the plans for her latest revision of the power amplification device to Onias. The Jakaree stole an early version and even had some success with building the device, so there was no reason to think they hadn't already completed a new one based on the latest plans. As you know, Atticus said, continuing, the horizon dichotomizer breaks down the barrier between dimensions. Based on information their engineers have shared with mine, they intend to use the device to breach the walls of the Dark One's Shadowgrim's prison. Even though the prison lies in the Shadow Realm, it must exist within a pocket of some other dimension still. How did you describe the prison again? Pillars of light, you said. Atticus shook his head. Never mind. We should remain on topic. You asked about the range of the dragon's ability. As I was saying, it's limited on its own. Based on the text, a shadow dragon accomplishes this by siphoning a limited amount of dark energy from the Shadow Realm. But with the horizon dichotomizer breaking down the barrier further, Shadowgrim can potentially utilize a far greater amount of the Shadow Realm's energy. Gwendolyn nodded knowingly. Therefore, enhancing and expanding the range of his eternal night ability. Precisely, Atticus said. The combination of the dragon's natural ability with an amplified connection to the Shadow Realm could theoretically shroud the entire fiefdom in permanent darkness. What about the horns? I asked, remembering Shadowgrim's revelation about the Malefang Horn. Does the Codex say anything about dragon horns? Atticus turned several more pages, scanning the text. I remember something. Ah, yes. There's an entire section devoted to draconic anatomy. He pointed to an illustration that dominated the upper portion of the page, a meticulously detailed side profile of a shadow dragon's head, rendered in black ink with touches of deep purple and gold. The creature's skull was massive and elongated, with intricate shading that revealed the underlying bone structure beneath scaled flesh. Two magnificent horns curved backward from the dragon's brow, each one spiraling in elegant helical twists that caught the light from tiny flecks of metallic ink. The horns appeared to pulse with their own inner luminescence, depicted through careful stippling and cross-hatching that created an almost three-dimensional effect on the parchment. Delicate lines connected various points along the horns to marginal notes written in multiple languages, while anatomical callouts detailed the internal structure that showed crystalline formations within the horn's core and energy channels that ran like veins through the bone. The author had rendered the dragon's eye as a deep violet orb that gazed directly at the observer with ancient intelligence. According to this, a dragon's horns are repositories of concentrated magical energy, growing more potent as the creature ages. They retain their power even after the dragon's death. The body parts of many creatures maintain their properties long after death, Matilda said. Dragon horns have value for rituals requiring control or domination. What kind of control? I asked. Atticus continued reading. The text suggests that possessing the horn of a deceased dragon grants significant influence over living dragons of the same bloodline. It describes primeval rituals where sorcerers use dragon horns to bind the will of the deceased dragon's living kin. The same bloodline? Meaning Malefang and Shadowgrim were related. That revelation didn't seem relevant to the current discussion. Still, it made me even more suspicious of Shadowgrim's indifference toward revenge beyond exacting a toll from the ancestors of those who imprisoned him. Atticus closed the codex, a thoughtful expression on his face. How much do the warders actually know about the Jakaree's ultimate plan? Do they realize the dragon isn't a willing participant? What do you mean? Liz asked. Atticus leaned against the table. The warders no doubt believe Shadowgrim is complicit in the Jakaree's vision of eternal darkness. They've positioned themselves to destroy him the moment the Jakaree free him, believing they're stopping a willing apocalypse. Matilda sniffed. But if they don't know about the horn's true purpose, if they think the dragon serves willingly, then they lack a true understanding of the situation. Exactly, I said. The only reason we know about the Malefang Horn is because Shadowgrim told me. Onias keeps it hidden, and he certainly isn't advertising that his god requires magical coercion to fulfill his prophecy. Gwendolyn resumed her pacing. So, the warders are planning to fight what they believe is a willing alliance between the Jakaree and their dragon god, when in reality, they're dealing with religious fanatics who intend to use an ancient artifact to enslave a creature that, given the choice, just wants solitude, I finished. That settled everyone into their own thinking. Soon, Liz called Atticus to a corner of the study, their voices dropping to hushed tones as they discussed something privately. Meanwhile, Matilda wandered the room, taking in Atticus's collection of scientific instruments and technological curiosities with the expert attention of someone accustomed to cataloging potentially useful items. After some moments, Liz broke off from Atticus and said to Matilda, "Ready to head back to Guildhouse? I can show you some of the better routes through the city if you're interested." Relief crossed Matilda's features. That would be helpful. Eliza will worry if I'm gone too long. As they prepared to leave, Gwendolyn settled into one of Atticus's reading chairs. "I'll stay a bit longer if you don't mind, Atticus. There are some society matters I'd like to discuss." "Of course," Atticus said. While Samuel retrieved Liz's coat, I slipped into the night ahead of them. As was often the case, I had other business to attend to this evening. However, I first needed to investigate the disappearance of a missing Iron Crow gang member named Dex. The shambles reeked of desperation and decay even in winter, though the snow at least masked some of the usual stench. I navigated the narrow, winding streets with practiced ease, stepping over frozen puddles and avoiding the more questionable folk, moving between the crumbling tenements. The district's residents gave me a wide berth in turn. Word traveled fast in the shambles, and my reputation preceded me more often than not. I found Rabbit huddled near a barrel fire in an alley, behind what was once a bakery, warming his hands over the flames alongside two other vagrants who scattered at my approach. Rabbit, to his credit, stayed put, though he flashed me a sour expression that told me he wasn't happy to see me. Well, he said without looking up from the fire. "The famous assassin graces the shambles with his presence. What brings you to our lovely neighborhood?" "Information," I said, settling across from him. "I'm looking for someone who's gone missing. Name's Dex. He runs with the Iron Crows." Rabbit scrunched his weathered face in thought. "Dex? I know the name. Skinny kid with a crow feather tattoo on his neck. Missing, you said? Haven't seen him around lately, come to think of it. He cast a suspicious glance my way. Maybe the blood witch got him. The notion had occurred to me. Isadora might be gone, but she had left a trail of bodies in her wake. I'd have to check the morgues at some point to rule out that possibility. For now, though, a little optimism that the kid had gotten mixed up in something else and remained alive didn't hurt. Maybe, but let's say she didn't. Where do the Iron Crows hang out these days? Sometimes they work the market district outside the shambles, but that's risky with the watch stepping up patrols. You know the corner of Stafford and Rain? There's an old leather shop there. They rent the basement from the owner to use as their hideout. Chances are you'll find them there. Rabbit rubbed his hands to warm them. Why you looking for him anyway? You finding people now instead of killing them? Finding something funny about that, Rabbit let out a hearty chuckle. It's not business, I said. Just a favor for someone. Huh, Rabbit grunted. Never took you for the charitable type. I left him to his fire and made my way deeper into the shambles, following the maze of interconnected alleys and side streets until I reached the intersection he'd mentioned. The old leather shop sat between a boarded-up apothecary and a tenement whose upper floors had partially collapsed years ago. Snow had drifted against the leather shop's front door, and frost covered the grimy windows, but thin wisps of smoke curling from a chimney suggested someone was inside, staying warm. The basement entrance was around the side, accessible by a narrow set of stone steps that descended below street level. Iron railings, rusted and bent, guided the way down to a heavy wooden door reinforced with metal bands. Someone had carved crude symbols into the wood, skulls and crow feathers, the sort of intimidating imagery favored by gangs trying to appear more dangerous than they actually were. I heard voices and laughter echoing from within, along with the occasional crash of what sounded like someone knocking furniture about. The Iron Crows were definitely home. I knocked on the door, 3 sharp raps that echoed in the narrow stairwell. The voices inside went quiet. After a moment, I heard shuffling footsteps approaching the door. Who is it? A suspicious voice said from the other side. Someone looking for information about Dex, I said. Dex ain't here. I know. That's why I'm looking for information. I heard whispering before the door opened a crack, revealing a single bloodshot eye peering out at me. You're not a cobblestomper, the voice said, sounding confused. No, I'm not. The eye studied me for another moment, then the door started to swing shut. Before it closed, I drove my boot into it, sending the door flying open. The gang member behind it stumbled backward, landing with an audible oomph onto his backside. Inside, the basement was larger than I'd expected, with low beams overhead and walls lined with stolen goods, everything from bolts of cloth to crates of questionable contents. 6 Iron Crows loitered about, some sitting on makeshift furniture, others leaning against the walls. They all stared at me with expressions ranging from confusion to alarm. Evening, I said pleasantly, letting the door swing shut behind me with a solid thunk. As I told your fellow on the floor, I need information about one of your members, kid by the name of Dex. He's gone missing. Their leader, a wiry youth with scars crossing his knuckles, stepped forward with his chest puffed out. Who the hell do you think you are, kicking in our door? Maybe he's lost, suggested another, a girl with her hair shaved on one side. Might be we need to teach him some manners. The leader grinned, revealing teeth stained brown from the week's popular drug. Breaking into our place ain't... Holy shat, interrupted a third gang member, a pale boy who'd been hanging back near a stack of crates. I think I know this guy. You're that assassin, aren't you? The one with no name. The change in atmosphere was immediate and palpable. The leader's grin vanished, and the girl took several steps back until she bumped against the basement wall. Even the youth on the floor scrambled away from me. Now we're getting somewhere, I thought. Why you asking about Dex? The leader asked, his voice notably less aggressive. Someone hire you to take him out? I almost laughed at the suggestion. Dex is too insignificant for someone to pay my rates. This is personal business. Personal? The girl asked, her voice cracking. What's a guy like you want with Dex? Ignoring her question, I asked, "When did you last see him?" The gang members exchanged nervous glances. The leader shrugged, though his shoulders remained tense. "Been a while, actually. Maybe 2 weeks? 3? Hard to say for sure." "Did he get into something too big for him?" I asked. "Maybe he's hiding? Waiting for something to blow over?" "Dex?" The pale boy snorted, though the sound carried more fear than amusement. "He's small-time like the rest of us. Picks pockets, runs messages, maybe lifts some trinkets from market stalls. Nothing that would get him in real trouble. We pay our dues to the guild, if that's what you're thinking. Old Heavy Hammer has no reason to bring the mallet down on us." He provided more information than I expected, although I had a few more questions to round things out. "He say anything before he disappeared? Mention any plans, any scores, anyone knew he was working with?" More blank stares and nervous shuffling. One of the younger members, who hadn't spoken yet, shook his head. "So you're telling me that one of your own vanishes without a trace, and none of you thought to ask questions or look for him?" The leader's jaw tightened. "Look, we told you what we know. Dex stopped showing up. Happens sometimes. People move on, get arrested, or get killed," I finished for him. The basement fell silent except for the sound of footsteps from the leather shop above. "Thanks for being completely unhelpful," I said, turning toward the door. "Hey!" the leader called after me, some of his earlier bravado returning now that I was leaving. "We told you what we could." "Which was nothing," I replied, pulling the door open. "If Dex turns up, tell him I want to talk to him. If he doesn't—" I shrugged. "Well, at least you'll know why." As I walked away, I heard one mutter, "Least he didn't kill any of us." I left them to their stolen goods and petty schemes, climbing up the stone steps into the winter air. The investigation wasn't off to a promising start, but I hadn't expected much from the Iron Crows anyway. I'd made it 20 paces down the street when I heard hurried footsteps in the snow behind me. "Wait!" called a feminine voice. "Hey, wait up!" The girl with the shaved head jogged after me, her breath forming small clouds in the cold air. She'd rushed outside so fast she hadn't bothered to grab a jacket or cloak. She stopped a few feet away, shifting from one foot to the other, her arms wrapped across her chest to ward off the cold. "You need something?" I asked. "You're the one who killed the Blood Witch, right?" The question caught me off guard. "Yes." Her face broke into something that might have been relief mixed with gratitude. "I wanted to thank you for that. The Blood Witch," she sniffed. "Bitch got my brother." I studied her face, noting the pain behind her eyes. "Got him how?" "Drained him dry, left him looking like a mummy in an alley not far from here. After, I tried to get help, but nobody cared. Cobble stompers won't come into the shambles for nothing, and the rest of us— well, what could we do against someone like her?" "Your brother wasn't the only one," I said. "Yeah," she said with a sigh of regret. "I heard about some others. Pens, Horace, Malachi." "You knew Malachi?" "Not well," she said, "but he helped us out. Sometimes he took more than he gave, but he was all right." "That sounds like Malachi." "Hey, whatever happened to his dog? I heard some fancy inspector stole him after they found Malachi dead." I suppressed a smile. "Bombadillo is doing fine. Better than most, I reckon." "Good," she said, memories of the dog eliciting a thin smile. "Anything else?" She shook her head. "Oh, maybe try coming around more. Word's spreading through the district about what you did. Folks are appreciative. There's others who wouldn't mind thanking you." "That right? If it's all the same to you, the fewer people who know about me, the better. If my clients find out I have a streak of good in me, what will that do to my business?" "Fair point," she said. "Still, thanks. And good luck with Dex. I hope you find him. Is Mira the one who hired you?" "Mira? Oh, so that was her name. Yeah, she's worried." She nodded. "We all are." I left her standing on the snow-covered street. In a place where people disappeared regularly and no one in authority cared enough to investigate, the absence of one small-time thief didn't register as unusual. but I knew that before I'd accepted this job. With no leads and an infinitesimal chance of finding one, I considered going back to Mira to tell her Dex was gone, never to be seen again. It probably wasn't far from the truth, but something nagged at me. Pens and Horace, the names the girl had mentioned, never turned up as victims of the Blood Witch. I know because I followed up with Inspector Wright, who provided a list of the corpses they'd found drained of blood across the shambles, and those names weren't on the list. 3 missing persons in the time frame of a month or so probably meant nothing. But I didn't let go of things easily, and I felt I owed Mira, and, by extension, Ophelia, some more time spent on this. But not right now. Right now, I needed to see the person whose life I'd spared in exchange for some of the finest wine I'd ever tasted. Lady Bellum's wine shop occupied the ground floor of a narrow 3-story building in one of Alchester's more respectable districts, its mullioned windows glowing with warm amber light that spilled onto the snow-dusted cobblestones. Above the heavy oak door, an elegant sign bearing the shop's name swayed in the winter breeze, while frosted glass panels etched with grapevine motifs provided glimpses of the convivial atmosphere within. Pushing through the entrance, I allowed the shop's sophisticated ambiance to envelope me. Rich mahogany wine racks lined the walls from floor to ceiling, each one stocked with bottles that ranged from local vintages to rare treasures from distant lands. The proprietor deliberately kept the lighting subdued, brass sconces casting pools of golden light that highlighted the wine labels, while leaving intimate corners in comfortable shadow. Southlander rugs covered the polished wooden floors, their deep burgundies and forest greens complementing the shop's warm color palette. Small tables scattered throughout the space were each accompanied by high-backed chairs upholstered in supple leather that had aged to a comfortable patina. The air carried a complex bouquet of aged wines mixed with subtle hints of oak, leather, and the faint sweetness of dried fruits. Conversations murmured at a civilized volume. This was the kind of establishment where patrons conducted business in hushed tones over select bottles of wine. Lady Bellum herself moved between the tables with practiced efficiency, her keen eye ensuring that each patron's glass remained filled or that she assisted with recommendations based on her encyclopedic knowledge of her collection. I spotted Abelard in a corner booth, his shoulders hunched as he nursed a bottle left open on the table. Even from across the room, I saw the tension in his posture, the way he kept glancing toward the entrance, how his fingers drummed against the table's polished surface. The torture he'd endured at the hands of a warder arcanist had left its mark beyond the physical scars hidden beneath his clothes. Thick carpeting muffled my footsteps as I crossed the room and slid into the seat across from him. A server, a young woman with the quiet efficiency representative of Lady Bellum's staff, appeared almost immediately. She poured wine from Abelard's bottle, a renowned Calendor red, into my glass with practiced efficiency, the deep ruby liquid catching the candlelight as it settled. I lifted the glass and inhaled deeply, noting the complex aromatics that rose from the wine's surface. The bouquet was impressive, with layers of dark fruit, blackberry and cassis, and underscored by notes of cedar and a hint of tobacco that suggested proper aging. I took a measured sip, letting the wine coat my palate as I assessed its character. The tannins were well integrated, providing structure without overwhelming the fruit, while a subtle earthiness spoke to terroir and meticulous vineyard management. The finish was long and satisfying, with the perfect balance of acidity to keep the wine from cloying. "Excellent choice," I said, setting the glass down. "The 47 Calendor Reserve, if I'm not mistaken. Lady Bellum knows her vintages." Abelard managed a wan smile, though his eyes continued to scan the room nervously. "I thought you'd appreciate it. You always did have discerning taste." "Why did you want to meet, Abelard?" The sharp pop of a champagne cork echoed from across the room, where a server was opening a bottle for a celebrating couple. The sound was innocuous enough, but Abelard's reaction was immediate and visceral. He flinched as if struck, his wineglass nearly slipping from trembling fingers as his eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for threats that existed only in his memory. He met my steely gaze but quickly looked away, ashamed. I sat back. You're wondering if it ever goes away. The feeling, like someone is waiting in the shadows for you, waiting to hurt you. Abelard took a long drink with a trembling hand but said nothing. Everyone responds differently to what you experienced, I said. But it will get better with time. The sharp edges soften, the startled responses fade. Your mind learns to distinguish between genuine threats and echoes of the past. Abelard sighed, but he sat up and straightened his shoulders. I'm tired of feeling like a victim. I'm tired of jumping at shadows. Then focus on something you can control. He nodded, seeming to draw strength from the suggestion. That's actually why I asked you here. Business. His voice took on a steadier tone as he ventured into more familiar territory. I've been talking with some of the other merchants. Quietly, you understand. You know about Leonidas Storm's appointment as Grand Administrator of the King's League of Merchants? Of course you do. We've formed a consortium to oppose the Grand Administrator's policies. I raised an eyebrow. That's dangerous territory, Abelard. Storm isn't just well-connected, he's ruthless. Which is precisely why we must stop him. Abelard leaned forward, his earlier nervousness replaced by a grim determination. His policies are devastating legitimate trade. The contracts he's negotiating favor his allies while squeezing out established businesses. He's disrupting decades of carefully balanced commercial relationships. So why did you call me here? You want him permanently removed? The irony of Abelard, whom someone had once hired me to kill, employing me to do the same to someone else, was not lost on me. Yes, but not by killing him, Abelard said quickly. I'm not against the idea myself, but some among us refuse to become a party to murder, no matter how justified it might seem. What we need is evidence. Proof of his wrongdoing that we can use to expose him, force his removal through legitimate channels. I sampled the wine again, considering his proposal. You're talking about investigative work, not assassination. That's not exactly my area of expertise. But you know how to get things done, Abelard insisted. You have resources, connections. You understand how to operate in the shadows when necessary. Why doesn't your consortium go to the king directly? I asked. Between all of you, you must have enough clout to arrange an audience with Classis. Present your concerns through official channels. Abelard's expression darkened. The king is actually in favor of the moves Leonidas has made. You have to understand. Classis wasn't a king until a couple of years ago. Before that, he was just another duke, the same as the rulers of the other fiefdoms. But he proclaimed himself king, elevating himself above his peers as if he has a legitimate claim to the throne in Oslo. I nodded, aware of the implications. Before the fall of the old gods, the four fiefdoms didn't exist. Instead, a single king had unified the previously disparate principalities and domains under the banner of the one kingdom. But when the kingdom splintered, eventually forming into the four fiefdoms, the rulers of each territory became dukes. The few times one of those dukes attempted to become king, war and strife resulted until the duke surrendered in disgrace or died in battle. Classis stoked those same flames by declaring himself the rightful successor to that ancient authority. War hadn't broken out yet, but troops massed at the borders, so it wasn't far off. Leonidas's deal-making is bringing in more materials and tariff revenue than ever before, Abelard continued. Something the king appreciates as he continues building out his airship fleet and reducing reliance on Kalandor's conventional forces, like our cavalry. Leonidas has connections outside the normal channels. He's making deals the rest of us couldn't hope to negotiate. The Warders were an old organization dating back hundreds of years. That's a lot of time to build relationships. Has anyone tried telling the king about the Warders' plans to level the city? Abelard nodded with a tight lip. Yes, and in fact, the king's spy master is investigating those claims. If the spy master is investigating, then it's only a matter of time before the king's justice comes down hard on Leonidas and his associates. I paused, considering the timeline. Though that may not happen before the Unifying Convergence. In 1 month's time, maybe less, all the Warders' careful plans come to fruition. Abelard's fingers traced the rim of his glass. Official investigations take official time, which is to say, they crawl along, too slow for our purposes. I studied his face in the candlelight. This is a dangerous game, Abelard. You sure about getting involved? I'm already involved, he said, his voice carrying an edge I hadn't heard before. I've been so ever since the warders tortured me. So, this is revenge? Maybe it is, Abelard said. Can you blame me? I couldn't, actually. The warder arcanist had worked him over good. If someone had done that to me, I'd want more than legal justice, too. The difference was that if this went sideways, I knew how to handle myself. I didn't have the same confidence in Abelard or the other members of his consortium. Abelard must have seen the hesitation in my expression because he said, I'm no stranger to this sort of thing, you know. Oh? He took a swallow of his wine. I never told you this, but after we made our deal that night, I could barely sleep. When I did, the nightmares... He shook his head as if trying to free his mind of the memories. I spent weeks frightened. That I'd come back. You, or someone like you. But while I was wallowing in my fear, I came to the realization that if I didn't want to remain a victim any longer, I needed to take matters into my own hands. So I did. I found the man who hired you, Stephen Holloway. I never knew the name of the person who hired me, so it meant nothing to me. And, I asked, what did you do to him? With cold satisfaction, Abelard said, I ended him. Oh, not in your way, but in mine. I ruined him financially. Took everything from him. This wasn't the first time I'd done such a thing to someone, but I'd never felt such satisfaction before. Something in Abelard's manner changed. Purpose can do that to a person, sweeping away trepidation and hesitancy, so that a commitment to one's cause and the fortitude to see it fulfilled are the only things remaining. I saw enough of those qualities in Abelard now to convince me to help him. All right, I said finally, I'll take your commission, but first, tell me what sort of evidence you think I'll find. You must suspect some wrongdoing. Relief flashed across Abelard's features. The consortium suspects Leonidas is siphoning off funds from the League's treasury, diverting money from legitimate trade initiatives into his own accounts. We need you to find proof. Documents, financial records, correspondence, anything that points to his corruption. I rattled my knuckles on the table. You need a thief for this job, Abelard. Fortunately for you, I know someone exceptionally good at acquiring things that don't belong to her. This job sounds like exactly the sort of challenge she enjoys too. Snow-laden clouds blocked most of the starlight as Liz and I approached Leonidas Storm's estate from the east. The property was in one of the city's most exclusive districts, where successful merchants and minor nobility maintained their residences behind high walls and manicured gardens. Unlike the cramped quarters of the Shambles, or even the modest homes of Chester Borough, this was a display of wealth and status that left no doubt about its owner's position in the city's hierarchy. A testament to his newfound power as Grand Administrator of the King's League of Merchants, Leonidas's home rose 3 stories, its stone façade adorned with decorative columns and elaborate window frames that caught what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. Expansive gardens surrounded the structure, their carefully planned layout hidden beneath pristine snow that sparkled like scattered diamonds. A wrought iron fence enclosed the entire property, its spear-point tops designed more for intimidation than actual security, since the armed guards patrolling the grounds provided more than enough protection from most trespassers. An expansive drive, shoveled free of snow, meandered from the main gate to the entry. We crouched behind a cluster of evergreen trees that bordered the estate's eastern wall, our breath forming small clouds in the frigid air as we observed the guards' patrol patterns. Through intelligence gathering over the past 2 days, we confirmed Leonidas was attending a League function across the city. We also learned that he always maintained a security presence at his home. The guards moved in pairs, making complete circuits around the house every 10 minutes with the discipline of former military personnel. 2 men on the north side, 2 on the south, Liz whispered, adjusting her dark leather gloves. They're disciplined, but predictable. The gap between rotations gives me about 2 or 3 minutes to get inside. More than enough time. I nodded, studying the layout. You're sure about going in alone? "Of course I am," she said. "Last thing I need is you getting in my way." I shook my head at the feigned barb, but said nothing. "You know I work better alone. I'll be in and out in no time at all. Those guards will never even know I was there." Figuring Leonidas wouldn't keep illicit records at his office in the League of Merchants building, where too many people had access, we decided his private residence offered the best chance of finding the evidence Abelard's consortium needed. Personal correspondence, financial records, anything that proved he was siphoning funds from the League's treasury into his own accounts. Liz conducted a final check of her equipment, her hands moving with practiced efficiency across the various tools secured to her person. On her belt, lockpicks rested in a slim leather case, alongside tension wrenches and a small vial of oil for use on stubborn mechanisms. A coil of silk rope hung next to the pouch, its end fitted with a specially designed grappling hook that gripped window ledges or architectural details without making noise. She had her throwing knives arranged in a bandolier across her chest, each blade balanced for accuracy and wrapped in dark cloth to prevent any glint of metal. Glass cutters, skeleton keys, and a miniature pry bar were tucked into various pockets of her form-fitting leather outfit. Finally, she checked the alchemical smoke pellets secured in a pouch at her hip, a last resort for creating confusion and cover if things went badly. While she performed her final check, I timed the guards, giving her the signal when it was time to go. "Give me 20 minutes, she said. "If I'm not back by then, assume something went wrong." She melted into the shadows, scaling the estate's wall with barely a whisper. I settled in to wait, keeping a watchful eye on the guards' movements while tracking the time. 18 minutes later, she reappeared, dropping from the wall with cat-like silence. We moved away from the estate before we spoke. "How did it go?" "Better than expected," she said, giving me a brief glimpse of a leather portfolio beneath her cloak. I had to avoid 2 guards inside the house, but I found a hidden wall safe in his study concealed behind a painting, not particularly original, though the lock gave me some difficulty. There's more than enough here to incriminate Mr. Storm. We found shelter in an abandoned shop doorway several blocks from the estate, where Liz opened the portfolio to reveal its contents. Even in the dim light of a nearby street lamp, the documents were damning. Bank records, correspondence with financial institutions, transfer authorizations, all showing money flowing from the League into a personal account that Leonidas maintained in Siron, the capital of neighboring Cecea. "He's definitely embezzling," I said, scanning the papers. "But look at this." I pointed to a series of property deeds and investment documents. "He's building a retirement plan, setting himself up rather nicely based on these numbers." Liz leaned closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the evidence. A manor house in Siron, investments in Cecean shipping companies, even a small vineyard in the southern provinces. He's planning to live well once the warders finish here. These documents are exactly what Abelard's consortium needs. Proof of embezzlement, along with evidence of planning to flee Kalendor with the stolen funds. This kind of information will destroy his credibility with the League. "It will do that for sure," I said. "But I can think of something worse." "What's that?" "We give first crack at this information to the Warder Primus. Claire told me she and the other warders plan to get as far from here as possible after they finish their work. I can't say I blame them. They won't find anywhere safe to hide within the Four Fiefdoms' borders. I have a feeling that finding out one of her top lieutenants is planning his own retirement, independent of the organization, won't sit well with her." "I like it," Liz said, flashing me a grin. "But is there any reason we can't do both? First, we sabotage his standing with the warders. Then we ruin him with the League." I found no fault in her plan, so I shrugged. "Why not?" She leaned closer to kiss me on the cheek. "We have the best ideas sometimes, don't we?" The eastern sky blushed with dawn's first light as Liz and I approached Dover Heights, our footsteps muffled by the fresh snow that had fallen overnight. The dusty shelf sat silent in the early morning stillness, its weathered sign still creaking in the winter breeze. Setting up a meeting with the Warder Primus wasn't something one accomplished through normal channels, especially when you had no idea where to find her. So, overnight, I left a carefully worded note for her tucked into the shop's doorframe, requesting a meeting at dawn. Leaving the note guaranteed nothing, but I'd hoped Claire's network of informants would ensure it reached her despite the short notice. Now, we waited across the street in the shadow of a shuttered antique store, watching for any sign of movement. The portfolio of Leonidas's stolen documents rested beneath my coat, evidence that would destroy his standing with both the League and his Warder masters. "You think she got the message?" Liz whispered, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid morning air. "We're about to find out," I replied, though something felt wrong about the scene before us. The street was too quiet, even for this early hour, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Then the door to the dusty shelf opened, and a figure, a man by his bulk and heavy gait, stepped into the pale morning light. He paused in the middle of the street, his face obscured by the morning shadows and the brim of his bowler hat. "That's obviously not her," Liz said. "No, it's not," I said, checking that my weapons were easily accessible. I wore plain clothes, with only my knives at my side. But whoever he is, he's clearly waiting for us. Might as well see what he wants. We stepped out of our concealment and crossed the street, approaching the figure with caution. As we drew closer, the man raised his head. Instantly, I recognized him. Nathaniel Maines, who somehow survived a fiery airship collision and an unexpected plunge into a pool of hazardous alchemicals. I found some satisfaction in the fact that his dip into the dragon blood pool had at least left him scarred for life. The left side of his face bore the worst of it. Melted skin, stained a distinctive scarlet hue from the dragon's blood alchemicals, had reformed into a grotesque landscape of puckered flesh and deep furrows. The burns had eaten away at his cheek, leaving a hollow where muscle and fat had dissolved, the remaining tissue bearing the same crimson tint that marked him as clearly as a brand. His left eye was milky white, the pupil a gray dot floating in scarred tissue that gleamed with reddish undertones. Mr. Maines adjusted his bowler, revealing hair that grew in patchy clumps, the scalp between them showing the mottled pink and white of chemical scarring, but with veins of deep red running through the damaged flesh like bloody rivers. His episode had similarly ravaged his hands, which the alchemical immersion had stained with the same distinctive scarlet coloring. The skin across his knuckles was tight and shiny where it had burned and healed, creating deep ridges between his fingers. Yet despite all the horrific damage, there was something undeniably menacing about his presence. The burns hadn't weakened him. If anything, the wounds concentrated his malevolence into something more dangerous. His remaining good eye fixed on me with the intensity of someone who had survived the unsurvivable and harbored no illusions about mercy or second chances. "Well, well," Nathaniel said, his voice carrying a wet, rasping quality, the result of alchemical vapors that had ravaged his throat and lungs. The famous nameless assassin and his lovely companion, right on time. "Mr. Maines," I said. "Alive, but not so well, I see. It seems the wrong person got my note." Nathaniel frowned. "Note?" Before I uttered another word, more figures emerged from the shadows. Rough-looking men with the bearing of professional killers positioned to cut off our escape routes. I counted at least 6, all armed. "Leonidas sends his regards," Nathaniel continued, stepping closer. "Seems someone broke into his home last night. Took some rather important documents from his private safe." "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about," I said, making no effort to hide the cache of documents. "But we can discuss the matter if you like." Nathaniel's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "I would like that very much. Boys?" His men closed in, weapons in hand. Steel glinted in the pale morning light as they drew a deadly array of blades, spiked clubs, and crossbows with practiced efficiency. They moved with the disciplined coordination of professional killers who had worked together before. These weren't street thugs or amateur cutthroats, though a nagging suspicion arose that they might not be warders either. Private thugs could mean nothing or everything. Either way, now wasn't the time to worry about such details. I shifted the portfolio of stolen documents to my left hand, keeping it pressed against my side as I drew one of my long knives with my right. Beside me, Liz had twin daggers out, their edges catching the winter sun as she shifted into a combat stance. "Take the woman alive if you can," Nathaniel rasped to his men, "but don't hesitate to put the other one down. In fact, there's a hefty bonus waiting for the man who takes the documents from his corpse." None of the bruisers seemed as if they needed any extra motivation, though it certainly put an extra spring in their steps as the first attacker struck at me, a burly man swinging a heavy cudgel with enough force to crack my skull. I ducked under his swing and drove my knife up into his armpit, finding the gap in his leather vest. He roared in pain and stumbled backward, the cudgel falling from nerveless fingers. A second man rushed me while I was still recovering from the first attack. I parried his sword thrust, but the awkward angle sent both our weapons wide. He slammed into me, perhaps thinking he'd take the documents and kill me at the same time. I headbutted him, breaking his nose in a spray of blood, but his grip on my wrist remained strong. We grappled for a few desperate seconds before I drove my knee into his groin. As he doubled over, I brought my knife down between his shoulder blades. Liz danced between two opponents, her daggers moving in a blur of steel that her opponents struggled to keep up with. A crossbow bolt hissed past my shoulder, close enough that I felt the wind of its passage. The archer immediately began reloading, but with only one weapon free and the documents to protect, I couldn't manage a throwing knife. "Behind you!" Liz called out. I spun to face a new attacker, a lean man with a rapier who'd learned from his companion's mistakes. He kept his distance, making quick thrusts at me. Each time I moved to counter, he danced away, then came in again from a different angle. Liz had her hands full with the others, who worked together to corner her. She deflected a club strike with one dagger while using the other to keep a swordsman at bay, but she was running out of room to maneuver. Then there was the crossbowman, who had almost finished reloading. I needed to end this quickly. When the rapier wielder darted in again, I let him get closer than before, taking a shallow cut across my ribs in exchange for grabbing his wrist. I dragged him toward me and buried my knife in his chest, feeling the blade grate against bone. I kicked him away for good measure, but Nathaniel stepped into my path before I could take even a single step toward Liz. He held a short blade, whose edge looked every bit as deadly as one of my long knives. "Been looking forward to this," he said, his damaged voice making the words sound like they came from a graveyard. "You owe me for that little swim you gave me." He attacked in a series of violent cuts and thrusts that challenged my limited defenses. Despite his injuries, he moved with surprising speed and agility. Holding on to the documents while fighting was becoming difficult, and I steadily gave ground under his assault. Meanwhile, Liz had created an avenue of escape by throwing a dagger into the shoulder of the club wielder, who staggered right into his companions. She used the momentary confusion to vault over the low fence of a nearby shop. That momentary glance toward her almost proved fatal as Nathaniel's blade whispered past my throat. He kept on, forcing me to retreat. "Is that all you've got?" he roared, pressing his attack with even more fury. Maine's was second-rate at best, but this was getting ridiculous. So, I freed my other hand by hurling the portfolio at his face. Then I drew my other knife and attacked with a series of rapid strikes that tested every aspect of his defense. My left knife swept low while my right came in high, forcing him to choose which attack to block. He deflected the high strike, but had to twist away from the low one, opening his guard for a split second. That was all I needed. I stepped inside his reach and cut him across the ribs. He gasped and staggered, his blade wavering as pain shot through him. I didn't give him time to recover. A quick combination of cuts and thrusts kept him off balance, each strike pushing him further back. His breathing grew more labored with each exchange, the alchemical damage to his lungs making itself known under the stress of combat. When he tried to rally with a desperate thrust toward my heart, I caught his sword between my crossed blades and twisted hard. His weapon clattered to the cobblestones. A swift kick to his chest sent him sprawling backward, his scarred head striking the shop's stone steps with a solid thunk. I stood over him, both knives ready to finish him, when a piercing whistle split the morning air. "City watch! Nobody move!" Cobblestompers filled the street. Right in their midst, running alongside them, was Inspector William Wright. Stepping away from Maine's, I hoped to escape notice. No such luck. I was at the focal point, with both knives in hand and a downed man at my feet. I probably looked like the most suspicious person on the cobblestone street, though Liz, perched on a fence with blood on her daggers, made a close second. Sure enough, 3 watchmen had me surrounded with swords leveled in no time. Liz, too, though she still had an avenue of escape. She looked like she was about to use it when Inspector Wright called out, "You men there, not them, arrest the other ones. Charges of embezzlement and conspiracy." Wright jammed a finger at Mains's henchman, who scrambled to escape. The cobblestompers ran after them. As for Mains, he tried to rise, but I put my boot on his chest and forced him back down. "You escaped my justice, Mr. Mains," I said, "but I doubt you'll like the king's any better." I stepped away when 2 cobblestompers took hold of Nathaniel and dragged him to his feet. "This isn't over," he screamed as they carried him away. "I've come back from worse. Make no mistake. I'll find you. I'll make you regret the day you ever heard the name Nathaniel Mains." Liz rejoined me as the watchmen did their duty. "He doesn't like you very much," she said. I shrugged. I can't imagine why not. The inspector stopped in front of us. "Ms. West," he said, nodding at her. "You two know each other?" I asked, surprised. Inspector Wright pushed his spectacles back. "Ms. West helped me solve a most troubling case once." Liz grinned. "Still questioning everything, I hope, Inspector?" "Of course." I cleared my throat noisily. "Mind telling us what this is all about, Inspector? Embezzlement and conspiracy?" William drew himself up straighter. "That's right. I received a tip about stolen documents. Also, that I'd find the perpetrator here, at the dusty shelf of all places. If the report hadn't come from a credible source, I might have thought twice about rounding up the guard and hurrying out here, but it seems I have my man, and, if I'm not mistaken, the documents as well." A cobblestomper had retrieved the cache of financial records and presented it to the inspector now. He thumbed through them, not in any great detail, but enough that he nodded in satisfaction. "Mind if I ask who told you about the stolen documents?" I asked, though I felt I already knew the answer. "I don't mind at all. Chief Administrator Leonidas Storm. That's who. He provided a detailed confession of his subordinate's crimes. He even told me he intended to bring the information to the authorities. But Mr. Mains was onto him and tried moving the evidence before he could. You know he's a warder, right? They both are." "Of course," Inspector Wright said. "Mr. Storm has made no bones about his involvement with the Warder organization. But more to your point, you're referring to my ongoing investigation into the Warder's activities in the city, the one you were supposed to help with, as I recall." "About that," I said. But Liz squeezed my arm, a sure sign for me not to say another word. I realized she was right. We had every intention of bringing the documents to Inspector Wright, but it was too late now. Leonidas had beaten us to the punch. Anything we said to contradict his statement made it our word against his, and in this, as chief administrator of the Merchant League, Leonidas held all the cards. That he had framed his own subordinate revealed new layers of ruthlessness that I hadn't fully appreciated before now. The cobblestompers had chased down most of Mains's accomplices and were strong-arming them back to our location, meaning our private conversation with the inspector was about to become a lot less so. Liz squeezed my arm harder. "We should leave. Now." We backed away together. "Wait a moment," Inspector Wright said. "What were you two even doing here?" "We were out for a stroll," I said, "when Mains and his goons ambushed us." My explanation was close enough to the truth. "Mains and I have had a disagreement or two, and he thought he might try to convince me to see his side of things with his fists. It's a good thing you arrived when you did, Inspector, or you might have had no one to arrest." Wright didn't know what to make of that, so as we beat a hasty departure, he shook his head and got on with arresting Nathaniel and his men. Behind us, we heard Mains shouting protests of innocence that fell on deaf ears. "Well," Liz said once we were several blocks away, "that didn't go according to plan." "No," I agreed, thinking about Leonidas's cunning maneuver. But pinning it all on Mains? Was that a matter of convenience or something else? I shook my head, uncertain. "I don't think the game is over yet." Liz frowned. "Meaning?" "Meaning Leonidas is tying up loose ends." "You don't think your friend, Abelard?" "He's not my friend," I said, partially by rote and partially to distract me from the sinking feeling in my stomach. "We should check on him." Although I didn't think running made any difference, we ran to his house anyway, heading straight up the walkway to his front door, where we saw clear signs of a break-in. The heavy oak door was open a crack, with splintered wood around the lock showing where an intruder had forced it open. Fresh gouges in the door frame suggested the use of crowbars or similar tools. Nudging the door open, we saw snow scattered across the threshold. "This doesn't look good," Liz said, drawing a dagger. I pushed the door open the remainder of the way, listening for any sounds from inside. The house was silent, but the foyer revealed a clear story of violence. Someone had overturned a small table, its contents scattered across the floor. A painting hung askew on the wall, and dark stains on the polished wooden floor caught the morning light filtering through the windows. Moving deeper into the house, we followed a trail of disturbed furniture and signs of struggle. Toppled chairs littered the main parlor, and a crystal decanter lay shattered near the fireplace, its contents soaked into the expensive carpet. The air carried the metallic scent of blood, mixed with something else, something that spoke of fear and desperation. The dining room where Abelard and I had shared that memorable meal was where we found him. It was the same room where I had once held a knife to his belly, where he had bargained for his life with promises of fine wine delivered to Lady Bellum's. Now he sat tied to one of his own dining chairs, his head lolled at an unnatural angle. Nathaniel, whom I was certain had done this, had taken his time with him. Multiple cuts crisscrossed his arms, some shallow, others deep enough to leave his sleeves soaked with blood. The scarred compulsor had been methodical, inflicting pain to extract information before finishing the job. The front of Abelard's shirt was torn open, revealing a gaping wound across his abdomen that had spilled his life onto the floor. But it was the slash across his throat that had finally ended his suffering, a gaping second mouth that stared accusingly at the ceiling. "By the old gods," Liz whispered, covering her nose against the smell. I approached the body, noting the positioning, the nature of the wounds, the way his hands were bound. Mains tortured him for hours. Liz said nothing. The same horrors playing through my mind also went through hers. Finally, she asked, "Think he gave up the names of the other consortium members?" I nodded. Abelard would have told Mr. Mains whatever he wanted to know. The other members of his little conspiracy are probably already dead. "Or Leonidas will use what happened here as leverage against them to keep them in line," Liz said. "Abelard's death is easy enough to explain as a jilted business partner looking for payback. Weren't you hired to kill Abelard under the same circumstances?" The question seemed rhetorical, so I didn't answer. However, the more I considered it, the more sense what she said made. I even wondered if the way he died, with a slash across the belly and a final slice across his throat, was meant to send me a message, since it mirrored my original plan for Abelard. The ruthlessness of it all was impressive in a twisted way. Discovering the threat to his plans, Leonidas had moved swiftly to eliminate every member of the merchant conspiracy, either by killing them or, as Liz had suggested, by using Abelard's death as an example. "We should go," Liz said. "If someone finds us here..." She was right. Being found at the scene of Abelard's murder wouldn't help our cause, especially after our earlier encounter with Inspector Wright. We slipped out the back to minimize the chances of anyone spotting us. We wouldn't report this either. Better to leave the broken door and bloody interior for someone else to discover and report. As we emerged from an alley to come out onto the snow-covered street, I couldn't shake the image of Abelard's final moments. Death, even in its ugliest form, wasn't new to me. I'd seen it countless times, dealt it out more often than most cared to imagine, but it hit differently when it happened to someone you knew, someone you'd shared food and wine with, someone who had been a partner and, as much as I hated to admit it, a friend. I wasn't distraught about Abelard's death. In my line of work, you learn to compartmentalize such things, or you didn't survive long. Abelard was aware of the risks when he approached me with his consortium's plans. He'd understood that crossing someone like Leonidas Storm carried consequences. However, understanding risk and being prepared for its reality were two different things. I shouldn't have allowed him to get involved. Even more so, I should have anticipated that a man like Leonidas had contingencies in place and that he would move ruthlessly against any threat to his carefully constructed plans. Abelard had been a businessman, accustomed to negotiations and contracts, not the brutal world of political intrigue and assassination. He'd been out of his depth from the moment he opposed the chief administrator. I should have refused his commission and stuck to what I knew. A sharp blade, a moment of opportunity, and that was all. But exposing Leonidas rather than killing him had blinded me to the risks of playing such a game. Abelard was dead because of that decision. Around us, snow fell, each flake pristine and perfect before merging into the gray slush beneath our feet. Like Abelard's noble intentions, beautiful in concept but destined to be ground down by the harsh realities of the world we lived in. "Guildhouse?" Liz asked as we reached the main thoroughfare. I shook my head, turning in a different direction. "I have another idea." She followed without question as I led us through the city's winding streets, past the expensive shops and well-maintained buildings of the merchant district. The morning was well underway, with citizens beginning their daily routines, despite the falling snow blanketing everything in a fresh layer of pristine white. Leonidas Storm's estate looked peaceful in the daylight, its walls and gardens transformed by winter into something almost picturesque. The elegant carriage sitting in the circular drive told me the master of the house was still at home. "What are we doing here?" Liz whispered as we approached the main gate. The front door of the mansion opened, and Leonidas himself stepped into view. As always, he dressed impeccably, with his dark coat perfectly tailored and his dark hair neatly groomed. When he spotted us approaching, his face broke into a genuine smile of delight. A driver stepped down from the carriage and held the door open in anticipation. "Well, well," Leonidas called out as he descended the steps. "Good morning to both of you. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" I stopped at a respectful distance, my hands visible but near my knives. "I'm here to give you a warning." His eyebrows rose with interest. How thoughtful. He strolled purposefully away from the driver, so we had little choice but to follow if we wanted to continue the conversation. "A warning about what?" he said, when we had stepped far enough away. "I won't kill you today," I said simply. "Much as you might deserve it for what you had Nathaniel do to Abelard, I want you to witness the warder's failure first. I want you to see everything you've worked for crumble before your eyes. Only then will I end you." Leonidas chuckled, the sound carrying genuine amusement. "You have it quite wrong. Nathaniel didn't kill Abelard." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I tortured that fat merchant myself," Leonidas said, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. "I must say, I found it quite therapeutic after all the stress of recent events. Plus, it never hurts to keep the old skills sharp. I was a compulsor before duty elevated me to my current position." His smile widened. If it's any consolation, Abelard held out longer than I expected. But in the end, he cried for his mother like a sobbing baby. They all do that when I'm through with them. The casual brutality of the admission was more chilling than any threat. This wasn't the calculated violence of a professional killer, but the sadistic pleasure of someone who enjoyed inflicting pain. "And now you've sold Nathaniel out to take the blame," I said. "Of course," Leonidas replied without a trace of shame. "Poor Nathaniel. No one will believe anything he says, especially after Inspector Wright found him with those incriminating documents. I've already taken steps to pin Abelard's murder on him, too. The evidence will be quite compelling." "I thought you warders stuck together." Leonidas straightened his coat. "I'll do whatever it takes to achieve my goals." "I thought you knew that already." He started toward the waiting carriage. Nathaniel served his purpose, but he was becoming unstable. The alchemical damage, you understand, made him unpredictable. Better to cut him loose before those instabilities manifested themselves in a way that proved detrimental to my cause. "I wonder what Ms. Carter will think of your cause, especially since it doesn't align with hers and the warders." Leonidas shrugged. "Who cares? She's so focused on bringing an end to the Dark One she can't see anything else. You can try convincing her otherwise, I suppose." Leonidas paused with one foot on the carriage step. But by the time she believes you, the Unifying Convergence will be over, and I'll be sitting in a seaside villa enjoying my retirement. He climbed into the carriage and settled himself on the plush velvet seat. Through the open door, I saw him adjusting his cufflinks with the same attention to detail he brought to everything else. I do hope we can continue this fascinating conversation at a later date. But duty calls. The Merchant League won't run itself, and there are so many important decisions I need to make. He rapped on the carriage roof with his walking stick. "Driver, the League building, if you please." The carriage lurched into motion, its wheels crunching through the fresh snow as it carried Leonidas away to his day's work. Liz and I stood there in the falling snow, watching until the carriage disappeared around a corner. "He's more dangerous than I thought," I said. "And more ruthless." "Blaming yourself?" "No," I said, not sounding convincing even to myself. "Yeah," Liz said, "me either." She settled in beside me. "What now?" she asked. I considered our options, which seemed too few for my liking. Leonidas had outmaneuvered us at every turn, eliminating threats to his plans while maintaining his position of authority. Meanwhile, Nathaniel would face justice for crimes he didn't commit. For now, Leonidas had gotten away clean. "Now we wait," I said, "and when the time comes for the warders to face their reckoning, we make sure Leonidas gets his too." The snow continued to fall as we walked away, covering our tracks and those of the carriage, leaving the street pristine and unmarked once again. Act 3, Tortured Souls, Part 1. "I'm going to need you to repeat that." The vagrant scratched at his matted beard, his rheumy eyes darting between me and Rabbit. "Like I told your friend here, I seen it with my own eyes. This fellow, he's walking down Cutter's Alley, minding his own business. Next thing I know, he's gone. Just like that." He snapped dirty fingers, the sound sharp in the frosty morning air. One step he's there, next step he ain't. I studied the old man's face, looking for signs of drink or devil's tongue. His pupils appeared normal, and his speech was clear enough. Gone how? Did he duck into a doorway? Fall through a grate? No, you ain't listening." The vagrant shook his head vigorously. "He was walking, see? Right foot, left foot, right foot." "That certainly sounds like walking," I said. "Right. So, he's moving along, then nothing." "Meaning?" "He vanished. He was there 1 second, then gone the next. Didn't cry out or nothing." "That ain't all," Rabbit said, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "I could have picked a more comfortable spot, something closer to a barrel fire and other warm bodies. But meetings like this one were meant to stay private." "Tell him the rest." The vagrant licked dry lips. Waited around to see if I was seeing things. That's when this other fellow shows up. Big man, bald head covered in tattoos, strange markings, all geometric-like. He goes right to the spot where the first man disappeared, picks something up off the ground, then walks away safe and sound. I frowned. What did he pick up? Can't say. Something about yay big. He held his hands yay big apart. Maybe metal, the way it caught the moonlight. How long ago was this? The vagrant squinted, counting on his fingers. 3 nights ago, maybe 4. Time gets away from me sometimes. I tossed him a copper florin, which he bobbled but hung on to. You see anything like this again? You find Rabbit. He knows how to reach me. Bobbing his head, the old man shuffled away into the maze of alleyways that crisscrossed the shambles. I watched him go. What do you think? Rabbit asked. I think someone's been setting traps in alleys, and I think I know who. You did good bringing this to me. Rabbit cut through any pretenses and held his hand out, waiting for his payment. My coins disappeared into a pouch at his belt in no time. Rabbit grinned. Whatever it is you're thinking of doing, try not to get killed. With my hand on my heart, I said, I'm touched, Rabbit. I didn't think you gave a rat's arse about my well-being. Normally I don't, he said, but ever since Malachi keeled over, you've been coming to me more and more. Only a fool turns down easy money or doesn't look out for his business interests. And the priests of the luminance would have us believe money is the root of all evil, I mused. Don't worry about me, Rabbit. I can take care of myself. Spread the word. The Blood Witch may be gone, but we might have another, worse problem brewing. People should remain wary. Rabbit spat. What do you expect them to do? Not walk down the street because they might vanish into thin air? My stare was admonishment enough to make words unnecessary. Rabbit's shoulders sagged. I get your meaning. I'll do my part and let others know. What are you going to do? I have a client who wants her friend found, so I'll keep searching until I find him. Folk vanishing is the best lead I've had so far. I parted company with Rabbit as the first pale hints of dawn crept across the sky, making my way through the winding streets toward the temple district. The geometric tattoos the vagrant had described belonged to only one group, and if the Jakaree were involved in making people disappear from the shambles, I needed to know why. The abandoned temples provided excellent cover for surveillance. I chose a position among the ruins of what had once been a shrine to the god of merchants. From behind a fallen pillar, I had a clear view of the hole in the ground that served as the entrance to the Jakaree lair. Snow hadn't stopped falling for some days, which helped mask my presence but made the long hours of watching even more miserable. For 3 nights, I observed their routine. Guards changed shifts with military precision at dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. Priests emerged during daylight hours, their movements purposeful but unremarkable on what seemed legitimate errands. A few carried packs, but most looked empty. Nothing suspicious, and nothing that connected them to people disappearing in the shambles. I followed some of the departing priests at random, abandoning the chase when they wound up at a market or similarly innocuous place before returning to continue my observation of the comings and goings of others. By the second night, I wondered if I was wasting my time. The cold had settled into my bones despite my thick cloak and wool-lined gloves. My legs ached from crouching behind the same pile of rubble for hours on end, and the cold radiating from the stone permeated my bones. Maybe the vagrant had been mistaken about the tattoos. Maybe the priest he'd seen wasn't Jakaree at all, but someone else entirely. But I knew those sorts of doubts only manifested because of the time I'd spent out here. I napped from time to time, and ate when I was hungry, whiling away the hours with increasingly bored thoughts and regret for ever telling Mira I would help her. Well, after midnight on the 3rd night, when the temple district lay silent, a single cloaked figure emerged from the underground entrance. Another red herring, I thought. I followed him anyway, hoping to breathe some life into my stiffening limbs. Like the others, he carried a pack over his shoulder, and his tattooed features remained hidden beneath a hood. A hobbled gait marked his movement, slowing his progress. I followed at a distance, keeping to the shadows cast by crumbling walls and fallen masonry. Once he entered the city proper, the priest surprised me when he headed straight for the shambles, moving through the borough's twisted streets like a man who'd followed this route many times before. He knew which alleys to avoid, which shortcuts to take, and where the local peacekeeping gangs patrolled. This wasn't his first time prowling or limping these streets. The priest stopped at a narrow passage between 2 sagging tenements, their upper floors leaning toward each other like drunken lovers. Refuse cluttered the alley, and the stench of human waste mixed with rotting food made breathing through my nose unpleasant. It seemed the perfect place for someone to disappear without attracting attention. I ensconced myself in the shadows across the street, watching the priest remove and unwrap a bundle from his pack. The object he revealed had the telltale signs of technology melded with sorcery. Roughly the size of a small strongbox, yea big, I figured. Its surface was a patchwork of polished brass and blackened iron that caught the snow-darkened moonlight in dull gleams. Crystalline nodes jutted from its corners like frozen lightning, each one pulsing with a faint inner radiance that shifted from deep purple to a putrid green. Delicate lines covered every available surface of the device, though from this distance I couldn't make out their details. I watched as the priest manipulated dials and levers, handling the machine with the reverence of someone who understood its power and the caution of someone who feared it. His movements were precise, almost ritualistic, as if one wrong modification might unleash forces beyond his control. As he worked, pinpricks of light appeared across the metal, starting dim but spreading like an infection until the entire mechanism glowed with an icy fire that cast eerie shadows on the alley walls. After he made one final adjustment, the air above the device shimmered and bent, as if reality itself folded in on itself. Then the lights died all at once, plunging the mechanism into darkness as it settled into deceptive normalcy. Then he positioned the device on one side of the narrow passage where it would go unnoticed by anyone not looking for it. Retrieving his pack, the priest continued moving deeper into the shambles without a glance backward. I gave him a block's head start before I followed. This time, he didn't choose a lonely alley but a major thoroughfare where people working night shifts or out on other business might walk past. From a darkened doorway, the priest removed a second device identical to the first from his pack and set it up with the same practiced motions. By the way he angled the device, I figured the invisible trap materialized in the middle of the street, waiting for some poor soul to step in the wrong place. The priest retreated to his doorway, pulled out tobacco and leaf, and rolled himself a smoke. He settled in to wait, like a spider on its web. It seemed well past time for me to act, so I moved through the shadows, maintaining a casual gait as I approached him. The smell of cheap tobacco hit me first, then the muskiness of a man who needed to bathe more. The priest remained so focused on the street, watching for potential victims, while the lit end of his Raleigh glowed orange in the darkness like a beacon, that he was unaware of the danger until I pressed my knife to his throat. "Busy night?" I asked. The priest stiffened but didn't cry out. "You're going to tell me all about these traps of yours," I said, applying enough pressure to let him feel the knife's edge. "And you're going to tell me what's happening to the people who trigger them." He spat his rollie out from between his clenched teeth but remained silent. "Nothing to say?" I asked, yanking on his hood to reveal a face that was middle-aged and weathered, with the characteristic bald head and black and white geometric tattoos covering his scalp and temples that marked him as Jakaree. A thin, graying beard framed a mouth set in a hard line, and his eyes were like gray stone, unyielding but intelligent. "I serve the Dark One," he said through gritted teeth, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. "I fear no mortal blade. Kill me if you must, assassin. Others will continue the work. We must satisfy the Dark One's hunger." I removed the knife from his throat but kept it close and ready. "You know who I am?" "Good. Except you have me at a disadvantage. What's your name?" He stared at me with that steely gaze, weighing his options. His eyes darted back and forth, narrowing in on the trap. He chose that moment to make a play for it, fully prepared to become its next victim rather than give me his most basic information. I caught him before he'd taken 3 steps. "Not so fast," I growled, but the priest twisted in my grip with surprising strength for a man his age. His elbow caught me in the ribs, forcing me to loosen my hold. He spun around, producing a curved dagger from somewhere within his robes, the blade gleaming in the moonlight as he slashed at my face. I jerked backward, feeling the steel whisper past my cheek. The priest pressed his attack, driving forward with desperate fury. His bladework was crude but effective, each strike aimed at vital points with the expertise of someone who understood anatomy. I parried with my long knife, the clash of metal ringing through the empty street. He was stronger than he looked, and more skilled than I'd expected. This wasn't just an engineer who built mechanical devices. This was someone who knew how to fight, even if he lacked the refined techniques of a true warrior. But desperation only carried one so far. When he overextended on a particularly vicious thrust, I caught his wrist and twisted hard. The dagger clattered to the cobblestones as he cried out in pain. I drove my knee into his stomach, doubling him over, then brought my knife hilt down on the back of his head. The impact should have knocked him unconscious. Instead, something went wrong. Maybe I hit him harder than I intended, or his skull was thinner than most. The sickening crack that followed told me everything I needed to know. The priest crumpled to the street, unmoving. I knelt beside him, checking for signs of life that I already knew I wouldn't find. His gray, sightless eyes stared at the winter sky, and blood trickled from his nose where his face had struck the cobblestones. "Damn," I muttered, sitting back on my heels. Now I had no one who could explain how the devices worked. Approaching footsteps from a side alley interrupted my thoughts. Working quickly, I searched the priest's corpse with speed born from familiarity, finding nothing but a few coins. No orders, no correspondence, nothing that might point me toward his superiors or reveal the scope of the operation. Now what? No more than a few seconds passed before I figured out my next move. I needed the device, deactivated, for analysis, so I approached it warily, not wanting to trigger it. Crouching before it, I wasn't even sure how to turn it off. A single red switch seemed the most promising option. With the sound of approaching footsteps growing louder by the second, I flipped it and hoped for the best. Lights flared but then dimmed and flickered out. Grabbing the priest's pack, I stuffed the machine inside, careful not to disturb any of the other dials or levers. Then I melted into the shadows, leaving the Jakaree's body where it lay. Someone would discover him soon enough, but by then I'd be long gone. The pack was heavier than expected, but if the old priest could carry 2 of the devices about the city, I supposed I could handle one. Still, my shoulder was sore by the time I entered Chesterborough, where I finally stopped before one particular home. Though much of the house was dark, a light shone beside the door, and I spotted another within. After I knocked, heavy footsteps approached from inside. The door opened to reveal Raid Lendon in his work clothes. A recent project must have singed his beard, and his hands bore fresh burns from his tinkering. When he saw me standing on his doorstep, his expression shifted from annoyance to surprise to, finally, resignation. "Oh, shat," he grumbled, his stocky frame blocking the doorway. "What do you want this time?" I noticed he held a heavy wrench. "Raid, who is it?" Kess's voice drifted from deeper in the house, followed by the sound of something metallic clattering to the floor and a muttered curse. "It's our friendly neighborhood assassin," Raid shouted, not taking his eyes off me. Kess appeared behind her brother, wiping greasy hands on a leather apron. She had her hair pulled back in a practical braid, and soot streaked one cheek. Unlike her brother's hostile reception, she appeared more curious than annoyed. "It's the middle of the night. This better be important." "May I come in? This isn't a conversation for doorsteps, and this thing is rather heavy." Raid stepped aside with obvious reluctance. "Wipe your boots." The Lendons' home was surprisingly tidy compared to what lay deeper in the house. A few cloaks hung on pegs by the door, and a small table held an oil lamp that cast warm light across the polished wooden floors. The sense of metal polish and alchemical compounds drifted from their workshop somewhere in the back, mixed tonight with the acrid smell of something recently burned. A fire crackled in the hearth of a sitting room, visible through an archway to our left. "Well?" Raid demanded, leaning his wrench on his shoulder. "What's so urgent it couldn't wait until morning?" I settled the pack onto the floor. "I have something I'd like you to examine. Is there somewhere I can place it?" "That depends on what it is," Kess said. "A Jakaree trap," I said. "I'm afraid I can't get any more specific than that since I don't know any more about it." Kess frowned. "Not what I was expecting. Better set it up in the workshop. You agree, Raid?" "Aye," he said. Kess led us through the sitting room and down a narrow hallway lined with framed technical drawings. The deeper we went into the house, the stronger the sense of metal and machinery became. At the end of the hall, she opened a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. "Mind the step down," she warned as we entered their workshop. The room beyond was a marvel of organized chaos. Walls were thick, reinforced stone, and gas lamps mounted on articulated arms cast pools of bright light across multiple workbenches. A clear delineation separated one side from the other. On the left, half-assembled crossbow mechanisms shared space with designs for siege engines, while metal plates bearing scorch marks suggested recent testing of explosive devices. Tools on this side were heavier, more robust, and designed for working with the thick metals and dense mechanisms required for weapons of war. On the right, precision ruled over power. Clockwork assemblies in various stages of completion lined the benches, each one like a mechanical flower waiting to bloom. Tiny gears no bigger than coins lay sorted in labeled compartments, while delicate springs coiled in perfect spirals. The tools were correspondingly fine. Jeweler's loops, micro-calipers, and brushes so thin they seemed made from single hairs. The center of the workshop served as neutral ground where the siblings collaborated. A workbench dominated the space, its surface scarred by years of shared projects. Tool racks lined every available wall space, holding everything from hammers that could reshape iron to tweezers designed for handling components smaller than the smallest seeds. Bins of raw materials occupied the corners. Ingots of various metals, coils of wire in different gauges, glass tubes filled with alchemical compounds that glowed with their own inner light. "Set it on the central bench," Kess instructed, clearing away several partially assembled mechanisms. "Raid, bring more light." Her brother wheeled over a standing lamp assembly, its multiple arms providing illumination from every angle. I removed the device from the pack and set it down on the scarred wooden surface. Right away, the workshop's bright lighting revealed details I hadn't noticed in the street's shadows. "Now this," Raid said, leaning in with obvious fascination, "is definitely not human work." Crossing my arms, I asked, "What makes you say that?" Kess examined the crystalline nodes with a jeweler's loupe, while Raid traced the brass and iron construction with practiced fingers. "The metallurgy, for one thing," Kess said, not looking up from her examination. "Brass and iron, sure, but craftsmen worked other metals into the alloy." Raid ran his thumb along the device's edge. "The craftsmanship is crude in some places, sophisticated in others. Like someone took advanced mechanical knowledge and tried to build it using rougher techniques." He pointed to a series of joints where different components connected. "See these welds? That's goblin work. No finesse, but strong as an ox." "Goblin work?" I leaned in. "You can tell that just from the welds?" "Pfft," Raid said. "Am I a dwarf or aren't I?" "Or might it have something to do with these markings?" Kess asked, pointing to crude symbols etched into the metalwork. "These aren't decorative, but they aren't exactly high-order runes either." Raid grunted. "A Horic sorcerer is responsible, is my guess." "Horic magic, Horic engineering," Kess said, nodding. "They're the only ones who combine this level of mechanical skill and magic with trap-making. What we have here is a portal generator, specifically a unidirectional transportational trap. Once activated, it creates and projects an invisible portal. The configuration of the levers and dials sets its destination." "Invisible portal, eh? So, if someone were to go down a street where someone set one of these traps, they'd never see it?" Kess nodded. "They'd step right through and find themselves transported to the pre-configured destination." "Goblins use devices like this for slave raids," Raid explained. "Set up a portal, snatch people from the surface, transport them to the underland lickety-split, where no one can follow. So, why bring it here? What's your interest?" "People are disappearing, clearly because of this thing. The priest I killed set another one in an alley." "Priest?" Kess asked. "Killed?" Raid added at the same time. "It was an accident, but yes, the device belonged to a priest. Jakaree, actually." "Fire and damnation," Raid said. "The shat always follows you, doesn't it?" Kess cleared her throat before I could answer. "You're wondering where they're disappearing to," she said. "I'm afraid there's no way of knowing for sure. Not without stepping through the trap's portal. It could go anywhere or nowhere." "My guess is that it goes somewhere," I said. "Before I accidentally killed the priest, he tried to jump through." Kess frowned in thought. "Most of these types of traps can only transport so far, maybe the length of the city, but in a downward direction." "Why down?" I asked. "'Cause that's how goblins think," Raid said. "For them, the world is up and down, not side to side like surface dwellers. They spend their lives underground, always moving further down or coming up to the surface to forage, raid, or cause mayhem. It's what they do. A transportational trap that took someone from one side of the city to the other makes as much sense to a goblin as trading gold for turnips. Not even they're that stupid." Any chance the Jakaree re-engineered the traps? Raid shook his head. Horrok sorcerers program in the destination when they magic the trap. It's not easy or reliable to change it after the fact. Usually the destination is a dungeon. It's easier to keep captured slaves from escaping that way. But there aren't any goblin settlements around here, Kess said, pausing. Are there? A few months ago I would have said no. But now? Raid asked. You've heard of Chorus? A goblin lord named Rax rules over the deeper part of the ruins. His stronghold is called Grimlock. Kess looked like she wanted to spit. But why are goblins working with the Jakaree? Raid grunted. The same reason goblins do anything, money. Whatever the reason, I said, they're sending people to Lord Rax's domain. The question is why? The Jakaree don't take slaves. Then I remembered something. Wait a minute. The priest setting the traps said something about feeding the Dark One's hunger. I wonder what he meant. No telling without stepping through the portal, Raid said, swiveling from his stool to land on his feet. Too bad none of us are doing that, right? He looked at me, not quite glaring, but coming damn close to it. Right? Neither of you is, I said. But I think I will. Raid shook his head, exasperated. Here we go again. Ignoring that, I asked, can you activate the trap? Right here in our workshop? Raid asked. You can set it up outside if you like, but I figure it's warmer in here. Raid and Kess exchanged a glance. Still glowering, Raid finally let out a sigh. We can make room, Kess said. First, though, we should run some tests. We need to understand how long it maintains the portal, for one. Is 2 hours enough time to figure that out? I asked. More than enough. Good. I have something I need to do first. Update your will? Raid asked with a sour expression. Nothing so easy, I wanted to say, but I only smiled and left the Lindens to their work. 2.5 hours later, I found the Lindens hunched over the device, making final adjustments to a complex array of measuring instruments they'd arranged around it. Everything ready? I asked, not explaining where I'd been. Kess glanced up from a brass chronometer she'd positioned near the device. We've run 3 test activations. The portal stays open for exactly 43 minutes before it powers down and requires a reset. Should give you plenty of time to look around and get back. Assuming you don't get killed, Raid added cheerfully. I came prepared, so hopefully that won't happen, I said. I wore my complete assassin's regalia, with every weapon, conventional and not, I could fit somewhere on my person. Dark leather armor covered my torso, the studded vest reinforced with metal plates at vital points, while still allowing the freedom of movement my profession demanded. Metal bracers protected my forearms, and matching guards covered my shins beneath dark leather boots designed for silent movement. A hooded cloak completed the ensemble, its deep cowl capable of concealing my features in shadow. My long knives rested in their familiar positions at my belt, each 1.5 feet of curved, razor-sharp steel, with serrated back edges and bone hilts worn smooth by years of use. My Steel Island sword hung across my back, its black volcanic blade as sharp as ever. I had throwing knives and stars secured in easy reach across my chest, while a selection of lockpicks and other tools occupied hidden pockets throughout my gear. On my belt hung pouches containing various alchemical substances ready for use, such as flash powder and the like, along with a pair of negative energy grenades. A force glove adorned my left hand, its power crystal dim but ready to unleash repulsive energy when activated. Kess fiddled with the device's controls. We did some figuring, and by our estimation of the power requirements, the destination is roughly 800 feet below us and about 1/4 mile northeast. But once you step through, the journey will be instantaneous. Those distances are about right for a goblin lair, Raid said. Chances are you'll appear in a dungeon or cell. If it takes you to this Grimlock, I hope you're prepared to get up close and personal with a whole lot of goblins. I found little comfort in the thought. Once I'm on the other side, how do I get back? You said before it was unidirectional, so I hope this isn't a one-way trip. Kess pointed to a dial on the device's face. The portal opens in one direction at a time, but it can work both ways. We just have to turn the dial to reverse the direction. You won't see the portal on the other side any more than you'll see it here, so make sure you pay attention to where you come out. When you're ready, step through and you'll reappear here." "Sounds easy enough," I said, drawing a long knife. One blade and one free hand should do until I knew what I was up against. "Ready when you are." While Kess started the activation sequence, Raid hooked his thumbs into his belt and asked, "Ever been inside a goblin fortress?" I shook my head. "First time." Raid chuckled. "You're in for an eye-opener then. Stay smart. You're too skinny and not ugly enough to fit in. They'll probably spot you a mile away." "Thanks, I think," I said. "But just because they notice you doesn't mean they'll instantly want to kill you. Tone down the pleasantness and charm, act like you belong there, and you might survive your first few encounters. Goblins value ruthlessness, so act like a mean son of a bitch and you'll do fine, up until they realize why you're really there anyway. Then get ready for a fight. Why you doing this anyway?" I shrugged. "I want to know why the Jakaree are taking people." That was reason enough. No point in adding Dex's name to the mix. Raid grunted, satisfied with the answer. "You sure you don't want some help? My armor is always less than a skip and a hop away." I smiled at the thought of Raid hopping or skipping. "Thanks, Raid, but I think it's best I do this one alone. I'll return before you know it." "Activating now," Kess said, stepping away from the machine. The air to the side of the mechanism shimmered, then stabilized into a ring with distortions at its circumference, then nothing. Peering through the portal, I saw only the workshop on the other side. "If I don't return during the first window, I'll try to make the second." "If you don't make the second," Raid said, his tone growing somber, "we'll assume the worst." I lifted my mask, took a deep breath, and then paused. "Oh, if someone knocks on your door in an hour or two, make sure you answer it." Then I stepped through the portal. My skin prickled with phantom moisture while my breath caught in my throat as if I'd plunged into a freezing lake. The world around me stretched and compressed, colors bleeding into shapes that had no names, while sounds became textures I felt on all parts of my skin, even beneath my gambeson. For a heartbeat that lasted an eternity, I existed nowhere and everywhere at once, suspended between destinations in a void that pressed against my consciousness. Then reality snapped back into focus with jarring suddenness. I stumbled forward, my boots scraping against rough stone as my equilibrium fought to reassert itself. The portal's disorienting effects left me dizzy, forcing me to brace against the nearest wall until the world stopped spinning. The air here was thick and stale, carrying the accumulated stench of human misery. Unwashed bodies, fear sweat, and the metallic tang of old blood mixed with the musty smell of ancient stone and something else reminiscent of things long dead and improperly buried. Taking quick stock of my surroundings, I found myself in what was unmistakably a dungeon cell. Stone walls rose on three sides, slick with moisture and covered in a film of something I preferred not to identify. Iron bars formed the fourth wall, beyond which a narrow corridor stretched into darkness. I stood on packed earth and straw that had seen better days. Also, I was not alone. 3 other figures huddled in the shadows at the far end of the cell, all human from what I could see. They looked up at my sudden appearance with expressions of dull surprise, as if nothing shocked them anymore. One man clutched his arm at an odd angle, clearly broken. A woman sat with her back against the wall, gazing out into nothingness. The third prisoner, a young man who was probably handsome if not for the bruising on his face, watched me with eyes that had seen too much. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the corridor. A goblin guard strolled into view, carrying a wooden bucket and muttering complaints under his breath. He was an imp, small and wiry, with the characteristic white eyes and thin limbs of his breed. When he spotted me inside the cell, he dropped the bucket with a splash. "What the—" he started to say when my arm shot through the bars, caught him by the throat, and dragged him hard against the iron. His skull made a satisfying crack against the metal, and his struggling stopped before it began. "Make a sound and I'll snap your neck," I whispered, my face close enough I felt, and smelled his fetid breath. "Nod if you understand." The imp nodded, his white eyes wide with terror. "Good. Now where am I?" Grimlock, he stammered. "And these people?" I gestured toward the prisoners. "Why are they here?" "We take them from the city." "I already know that," I said. "Why do you take them?" "Because the priests want them." "Tattooed priests? Jakaree?" More nods of affirmation. Behind me I felt a shift in the portal's energy, the Lendins reversing the direction I supposed. "Why here?" I asked the goblin. "What are you doing with the prisoners?" "Processing," the goblin said, as if that explained everything. "What does processing mean?" The imp swallowed. "We rough 'em up a little. Not too bad. Get 'em ready for the big show. We provide the terror, make 'em all scared and desperate. That's what the priests want." "What's the big show all about?" The goblin's expression became evasive. "More of what we give 'em here, but worse. Once we're done with the prisoners, we drop 'em off at the old amphitheater. We don't stick around much, but we hear the screaming. Lots of screaming. Then silence. You know, the kind of silence only the dead make." "Oh, I know all about that kind of silence," I said, yanking the goblin against the bars once more before I reached out with my other hand and broke his neck with a quick twist. I let his body drop to the corridor floor. I turned to find the trio of prisoners looking at me in shock. "Can you walk?" I asked, my voice muffled through my mask. "You stepped through a magic portal to get here. A Horric trap. I arrived the same way." "By choice?" the young man mumbled between swollen lips. They'd worked him over good. Once he stood, he helped the others to their feet. "If you can walk out of here, step in that direction." I pointed at the corner from which I'd emerged. "It's the same portal that brought you here, but it will return you to Alchester. Don't be alarmed by the two dwarves on the other side. One is a bit grumpy, but they're friends and will help you get back home." They approached the corner with caution, feeling their way with their hands until they must have sensed the portal's energy. The man with the broken arm went first. The woman was right behind him. Before following, the young man turned to me and affected a bow that made him wince in pain from his injuries. "May I have the pleasure of knowing the name of the man who saved our lives, sir?" "No," I said, already turning away. "Then at least know that you have Joran Silversong's eternal gratitude." I recognized the minstrel's name, but before I could say anything, Joran took a step back and vanished. It only occurred to me now that I should have warned them about returning to rescue anyone else. One empty cell might go unnoticed. But the entire dungeon? That would raise alarms I wasn't prepared to deal with. I worked the cell door lock with the tools on my belt. My skills don't measure up to Elizabeth's in this sort of thing, but the mechanism was crude, designed more to keep desperate people in than skilled infiltrators out. In seconds, I had it opened, the stout iron creaking on its hinges as I dragged the goblin's corpse into the cell. With a heave, I tossed it through the portal, smiling as I imagined the look on Raid's face when the body landed in his workshop. With that done, I worked on getting the hell out of this dungeon. More cells containing the pitiful remnants of Lord Rax's collection efforts stretched in both directions. Iron-barred doorways revealed glimpses of human misery that made my stomach turn. In the first cell to my left, a middle-aged woman sat rocking back and forth, her simple homespun clothing torn and stained with blood. She muttered what sounded like prayers to gods who had long since stopped listening. Across from her, 3 men huddled in a corner, their faces bearing the distinctive bruising pattern of systematic beatings. Purple around the eyes, split lips, and the telltale finger-shaped marks on their throats where torturers had choked them to the edge of unconsciousness. Most of the prisoners were human, but Lord Rax's operation didn't discriminate based on race. 2 cells down, a Horric sat alone, his normally proud bearing reduced to a defeated slouch. Ritual scars covered his arms, suggesting he'd once held rank among his own kind before falling from favor. Whatever debts or betrayals had brought him here, he'd found himself processed alongside everyone else. In another cell, a pair of Skiva huddled together for warmth, their rat-like features twisted with fear. The larger of the 2 kept one protective arm around his companion, both flinching at every sound. Dried blood matted their fur, and bite marks scored their arms, possibly from some kind of fighting entertainment. The cell that stopped me cold contained a young girl, no more than 12, curled in a ball of straw and rags. She wasn't moving, and for a moment I thought she might be dead. But then her chest rose and fell. Whatever they'd done to break her spirit had worked. Her eyes held a hollow look of someone whose soul had given up. Quiet sobbing echoed from the shadows, punctuated by delirious muttering. Someone called out for water in a voice cracked from screaming, while another prisoner pleaded for mercy to captors who were long gone. One man repeated his children's names over and over, as if afraid he might forget them. The stench of unwashed bodies, human waste, and fear was overwhelming. Goblin torturers had systematically broken these people, crushing their spirits through calculated terror to serve whatever purpose the Jakaree had in mind. Though every instinct screamed at me to start opening cells and lead a mass exodus through the portal, I forced myself to stick to the plan. My job was reconnaissance. The rescue would come, but not until later. As usual, I had planned for everything, including this. I navigated the dungeon passages until I found a stairway leading upward, where the echo of approaching footsteps made me press against the wall and melt into the shadows between two support pillars. 3 goblin guards descended the stairs, their conversation uttered in guttural tones that I struggled to understand. "Quota's behind again," I think one said. "Priests ain't happy about the shortfall." "Who gives a shat what the priests think?" another said. "We're giving 'em everyone we snatch as it is and not keeping a single slave for ourselves. You ask me, they should show more appreciation." Or at least, that's how I interpreted their words. Their voices faded as they moved deeper into the dungeon, probably heading on their rounds among the cells. I hoped they'd think the cell I'd emptied had always been like that, or that other guards had taken the prisoners for further processing. I waited until their footsteps disappeared before starting up the stone steps. Builders had carved the stairway from the same stone as the cells, each step worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. My boots made no more than a whisper against the polished surface as I climbed, one hand trailing along the wall for balance in the dim light. The air grew less stale as I ascended, suggesting that ventilation was coming from whatever lay above. At the top, a heavy wooden door stood ajar, its iron hinges black with age but oiled enough to open with little sound. Through the gap, I caught glimpses of flickering torchlight and heard the distant sounds of a city in motion, voices calling, metal striking metal, the baying of some strange pack animal, and the rumble of wheels on stone. Taking a steadying breath, I eased the door open wide enough to slip through. Grimlock was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The cavern system stretched beyond the reach of torchlight in all directions, a vast underground cathedral whose ceiling disappeared into absolute darkness, hundreds of feet above. But this wasn't empty space carved from living rock, but an entire city that had grown like some impossible fungus in the depths of the earth. Spired towers rose from the cavern floor like stone trees, their architecture a fusion of elegant Karasi craftsmanship and crude goblin pragmatism. Unlike buildings constructed on flat ground, these structures embraced the natural contours of the cavern, wrapping around stone pillars and incorporating massive stalactites into their very foundations. The towers climbed to impossible heights, their peaks disappearing into the jagged shadows of the cavern ceiling where they merged with the living rock above. Builders had carved some towers from enormous stalagmites, their interiors hollowed out into spiraling chambers connected by winding stairs. Others rose as freestanding monuments of fitted stone, their surfaces adorned with both the geometric exactitude of ancient Karasi masons and the rough-hewn additions of generations of goblin inhabitants. Bridges of carved stone and wood arched between the towers, creating a 3-dimensional web of walkways that defied every conventional understanding of urban planning. These weren't simple crossings but elaborate constructions in their own right. Some were wide enough for merchant carts. Others were narrow catwalks that swayed in the cavern's air currents. Below them, suspension bridges of rope and timber connected the lower levels, while above, narrow spans of metal and stone linked the highest reaches in patterns that followed some unconventional logic of engineering. Karasi architecture formed the foundation of the place, its flowing lines and precise measurements still visible beneath centuries of modification. Doorways framed by carved columns led to chambers whose walls bore the faded remnants of once colorful pictographs gone dull with time, and wondrous displays of the night sky. Elaborate fountains, now dry, revealed a civilization that valued beauty as much as knowledge. But centuries of goblin habitation had transformed this marvel into something distinct and new. Crude wooden additions jutted from elegant stone facades like parasitic growths, their rough planks and tar-sealed joints a stark contrast to the smooth perfection of the original construction. Ramshackle structures of salvaged metal and timber filled every available space between the original buildings, creating a maze of improvised architecture that climbed the cavern walls in defiance of gravity. Torches and braziers by the thousands painted the entire cavern in shifting amber and crimson. The light caught on polished stone and reflected from pools of standing water, creating an ever-changing tapestry of brightness and shadow that made the city seem alive. Smoke from countless fires rose in lazy columns toward vents hidden in the cavern's ceiling, while the scent of burning wood mingled with the aromas of cooking food, unwashed bodies, and the musty smell of ancient stone. The result was an atmosphere equal parts magnificent and menacing, a testament to both the heights civilization could reach and the depths to which it could fall. Grimlock was a city that had never seen sunlight, yet it endured as a place where beauty and brutality existed in perfect, terrifying harmony. The sheer scope of the sprawling subterranean city threatened to overwhelm me, but the longer I stood in place, the more attention I attracted. For now, the gazes of goblins passing by slid past me, but how long before they questioned what I was doing in their city? So, I got moving, picking a direction at random. The place was busy despite the late hour, with goblins of all breeds going about their nocturnal business. Harek merchants haggled over goods in cramped marketplaces, while imp workers scurried past carrying bundles and tools. Gaugath guards stood at key intersections, their sheer size making even the spacious Korasi corridors feel cramped. I didn't avoid the guards, but blended in with the crowd, moving in sync with them while appearing to have a purpose of my own. The Impin guard had mentioned an old amphitheater where the big show took place, but I had no idea where to find it. Grimlock was vast, a maze of interconnected chambers and passages that could take days, weeks even, to search. I needed information, and I needed it before someone challenged my presence here. I imagined information gathering here in Grimlock was about the same as anywhere else. Transactional in nature, most were willing to tell all they knew for the right price. It was only a question of finding the right person, or goblin in this case, willing to do the telling. I found myself in what passed for an alley between two towering structures, wondering where I might find such an informant, when I spotted a tavern sign creaking in the breeze created by the cavern's air currents. The painted image of a snarling goblin head promised strong drink and rough company. Light spilled from its windows, and the rumble of conversation from within spilled across the street. It seemed a perfect place to gather information, but entering as the lone human presented challenges. Even if the patrons didn't kill me outright, they might raise enough of an alarm to bring Rax's guards running. The last thing I needed was Lord Rax learning of my presence in his city. I wouldn't go in there if I were you. The voice from the shadows made me spin, one hand dropping to a knife hilt. A smallish, thin-framed goblin, a Greckle, the most cunning of goblin breeds, emerged from what I'd taken for a pile of refuse, his movements so fluid and natural that I realized he'd been watching me the entire time. Yellow eyes gleamed with intelligence, and despite his ragged appearance, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who knew how to navigate perilous situations. "You look like you can handle yourself," he continued, brushing dirt from his tattered jacket. "Even so, entering that tavern alone would be a very poor choice. However, were I to accompany you, you might survive." I studied his pockmarked face, searching for signs of deception. Greckles were notorious for their duplicity, but this one seemed an opportunistic sort. "I'm looking for information," I said. Fiendish eyes glared. "You want information? You'll find it in the Broken Fang. But ask the wrong questions to get it, and you might wind up dead." "But you can make sure I stay right side up?" The Greckle grinned, revealing sharp teeth. You learned fast for a human. All right then, what's your price? 5 silvers guarantees you get through the door in one piece, he said without hesitation. Another 5 gets you out. How do I know you won't sell me out to the highest bidder the second we're inside? The Greckel's grin grew wider. A clawed hand rested lightly on the hilt of a dagger at his waist. If I wanted to rob or kill you, I would have already called in my boys. But I have a reputation to maintain. Skit knows how to keep his end of a deal. You're obviously not from around here, but ask anyone. They'll tell you Skit's an honest goblin. Besides, right now, you need what I'm selling. I considered my options. Time was running short, and I needed information. 3 Kalandorian silver up front, the rest when we're done. Deal. Skit held out a small, grimy hand, which I filled with coins. Follow my lead and lighten up. You look like you're planning to murder someone. We crossed the alley together, Skit's presence immediately transforming my status from dangerous intruder to curious visitor. The tavern's exterior was a sight of foulness, its stone walls blackened by centuries of soot and grime. Above the reinforced oak door, a painted wooden sign depicting a snarling goblin head wreathed in flames creaked on rusted chains. A woodworker had carved the name of the place, the Broken Fang, beneath the head in crude goblin letters. The building's windows glowed amber with firelight, their thick glass panes warped and stained with age. Through them, I caught glimpses of moving shadows and the occasional flash of steel as patrons gestured with their weapons while making points in heated discussions. The sound that leaked through the heavy walls was a constant rumble of conversation, punctuated by harsh laughter and the crash and clang of crockery. A steady stream of smoke poured from a chimney that looked like masons had effected repairs with whatever materials came to hand. Bits of metal, chunks of stone, and what might have been pieces of armor welded together. The acrid smell of burning wood, mixed with the scent of roasting meat and something unidentified, made my nose wrinkle. Above it all drifted the unmistakable scent of strong alcohol and sweaty goblins packed too tightly together. As we approached the door, a loud crash erupted from within, followed by cheering and the sound of coins changing hands. Someone had either won big at whatever passed for entertainment here, or lost spectacularly. Skit pushed through the heavy oak door with the casual confidence of a regular, and I followed close behind. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the tavern's raucous atmosphere died like a snuffed candle. Conversations halted mid-sentence, dice stopped rattling, and even the crackling of the central fire pit seemed to quiet. Every goblin in the place, I estimated at least 40, turned to stare at us with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. The silence stretched for a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, during which I felt the weight of dozens of eyes cataloging my weapons, my stance, and my potential threat level. Hands drifted toward sword hilts and belt knives with practiced ease. On a whim, I lowered my mask, letting them see my face and the smirk that showed them I was anything but frightened. Skit raised a scrawny arm and called out, "Evening, you ugly bastards! Brought a friend who's buying the next round." Wait, what? I barely had time to speak before the tension broke like a dam bursting, and conversations and other activities resumed with renewed vigor. Even so, more than a few patrons stole glances at us as we made our way to the bar. The Broken Fang's interior was a testament to goblin sensibilities, meaning it valued function over form and intimidation over comfort. Massive wooden beams that looked like salvage from shipwrecks supported the ceiling, low and blackened with smoke, although I didn't know where they had found anything like that down here. Trophies hung from every available surface, skulls of various species and sizes, weapons with notched blades and broken hilts, pieces of armor bearing the scars of violent encounters. Someone had mounted a few heads with a suspicious freshness about them near the bar, their glassy eyes reflecting the firelight. Tables and chairs filled the main floor in haphazard arrangements, most bearing the scars of past altercations, including knife gouges, burn marks, and dark stains that could have been wine or blood. The furniture was an eclectic mix of stolen goods, an ornate chair that might have graced a nobleman's dining room sat next to a crude bench made from split logs, while a table that a carpenter had carved from an enormous tree stump dominated the room's center. The bar itself was a work of pragmatic art, constructed from a single slab of black stone, polished to a dull shine. Behind it, shelves lined with bottles, jugs, and clay vessels stretched to the smoke-stained ceiling. Some containers bore the work of skilled artisans, while others clearly improvised from whatever materials were available. Skit bounded ahead with the easy familiarity of a longtime patron, leaping onto a stool with practiced agility. I chose to lean against the bar, keeping my feet planted and my back to the wall, where I could watch the room's other occupants. The barkeep emerged from behind a curtained doorway, and I understood immediately why the tavern keeper commanded respect. He was a Harik built like a mountain, with shoulders broad enough to block doorways and arms capable of crushing skulls with casual effort. Ritual scars covered every visible inch of his hide, each one telling a story of violence survived and enemies defeated. When he smiled, gold teeth glinted among the yellowed originals. "Well, well," he rumbled in a voice like grinding millstones. "We don't get many humans down here." "He's with me, Brock," Skit said casually. "Paying customer. Looking for some information." The barkeep's expression shifted from suspicion to calculation. "Information costs extra. What'll you have?" "Whatever passes for ale down here," I said, not brave enough to test the wine. "Make it 2, Skit said. "In a clean mug, if you don't mind." Brock glared at Skit, but he turned to a keg behind him to fill 2 cups. I placed a silver dinar on the counter. "I assume Kalandorian silver is good here?" Brock snorted. "Gold's gold and silver's silver, as long as it's pure. You go and try to pass off silver loaded with tin. I'll feed you to the pitworms myself." "His silver's good," Skit said. "Or it better be." Brock slid 2 mugs our way. Then he picked up the coin to examine it. He bit it to test its authenticity, then nodded with satisfaction. I swirled the liquid inside my mug, relieved that it at least had the appearance of ale, even if it smelled considerably worse. I took a quick drink, forced myself to swallow, then placed my mug on the counter along with another silver piece. "First one's for our drinks," I said, overpaying on purpose. "This one is for everyone else's since it seems I'm supposed to get the next round." I placed 1 more coin next to the other. "What's that one for?" Brock asked. "Information." Brock raised a hairy brow. "What kind of information?" "I've heard about the big show," I said. "I'd like to see it for myself." Several patrons at nearby tables turned our way with obvious interest. Brock reached into a bin of recently washed cups and started drying one on his apron. "If that's all, you can keep the last coin. Anyone can tell you how to get to the amphitheater. In fact, I'll tell you right now. Take the sunken road past the market quarter and follow it down to the second deep. Can't miss it. It's the only building down there that still has all its walls." "So the amphitheater is where all the excitement happens?" I asked, taking another reluctant sip of my ale. The liquid burned my throat like alchemical fire and went down like mud. Brock shrugged his massive shoulders. "Depends on what you mean by excitement. In the old days, when Chorus was still standing, people say it was a proper arena. My people even used it for a time. Now, it's where the surface dwellers do their business with the prisoners they bring down." "Surface dwellers?" I kept my tone casual, though my pulse quickened. "What kind of business?" "The screaming kind," called out a gravelly voice from a nearby table. I turned to see a one-eyed Harik nursing a clay jug, his remaining eye studying me with obvious amusement. Scars covered his arms in intricate patterns, and a collection of finger bones hung from his belt like grotesque jewelry. When he grinned, I noticed several missing teeth. "Vorth knows more about the surface dwellers than anyone," Brock said. "Worked security for them until he ran afoul of their leader." "Almost cost me my good eye," Vorth said, pointing to the one opposite his scarred socket. "But I learned plenty before they chased me off." He pointed to an empty chair at his table. "Buy me another drink, and I'll tell you what you want to know." I glanced at Skit, who nodded his approval. We moved to Vorth's table, a scarred wooden surface that had seen better days. The Harik's remaining eye tracked my every movement as I settled into the chair across from him. "What's your interest in the surface dwellers' operation?" Vorth asked. "Looking to get in on the trade?" Brack delivered Vorth's drink, which he tipped in my direction before taking a generous swig. "I'm curious about the entertainment," I said. "Heard the show down there is unlike anything on the surface." Vorth laughed, a sound like grinding stone. "Entertainment. That's one way to put it." He took another long pull from his jug. "The surface dwellers have been running their operation for a few months. Started small, maybe 1 or 2 prisoners a week. Now they're processing 5, 6 every few days." Processing? I was getting tired of hearing that word. "Systematic terror," Vorth explained. "They don't want information or confessions. They want pure fear, desperation, the kind of anguish that breaks a person's spirit completely. The prisoners get softened up in the dungeons first, roughed up just enough to make them pliable. Then they get sent to the amphitheater for the main event." "Huh," I said, leaning back. "Seems like whoever is running things has it all planned out. Any idea who they are? You keep calling them surface dwellers. Maybe I know them." "Not unless you're the religious sort, and don't mind me if you are." "You saying they're priests?" I asked, feigning surprise. "That I am. The wickedest kind, too. The white-haired one, she disappeared for a while, but I hear she's back. Makes our hex blade look like a sprite. She's got a dark streak blacker than the third deep. Bitch threatened to take my good eye for letting a prisoner in the dungeon die, like I have any control over that. You humans break too easily." "White hair?" No doubt he meant Lyra, her vitality restored thanks to me, and once more advancing the Jakaree's plans. But were those plans conceived in Onias's mind, or Shadowgrim's? Lyra served 2 masters, so which one benefited from this operation? I took a drink, advancing the conversation by casual measures, like 2 old friends chatting about the latest goings-on. "It seems a strange arrangement between Grimlock and these priests." "They call themselves Jakaree," Vorth said. "And it's strange indeed. Thanks go to Lord Rax for entangling us in this mess." "Mess?" I asked. "I've heard about Rax. They say he's as quick with a blade as he is in a negotiation." I hadn't really heard that, but it fit the narrative. "I'm sure the Jakaree are compensating Grimlock for your efforts, are they not? If not in coin, then in some other way." "Definitely not in coin," Skit said. "Even I've heard the grumblings coming from the dungeon workers. No one's happy with the current arrangement, except maybe our fearless leader." "Any idea what he gets out of it?" I asked. "The priests promised him something big once they finished their work. Couldn't say what, but Rax seemed satisfied with the arrangement." I drained more of my ale, fighting back a grimace. "What about security?" "Lord Rax provides the muscle," Vorth said. 24 guards minimum at the amphitheater at all times. Harek warriors mostly, with a few Gaugaths for intimidation. "What happens to the prisoners after they're processed?" "We dump them in the bone pits deep in the ruins. What's left to dump anyway?" "Meaning?" "Meaning there ain't much left of them." Vorth took a long drink, finishing his ale. I motioned to the bartender to bring him another. "Not much other than dried-out husks. No idea what dark ritual the priests perform to make them that way, but I know what comes from it." Vorth leaned in. "Capsules filled with dark energy." "Capsules?" I asked, genuinely bewildered. "Filled with dark energy," Vorth repeated. "Dozens of them. I saw them once, all arranged side by side in a box, ready for shipping to the surface." "Huh," I said, adjusting my position in my very uncomfortable chair while Brock delivered Vorth's drink. "What's your interest anyway?" Vorth asked. "I mean, it ain't any of my business, but you seem like someone who likes to shake things up." As if to demonstrate what he meant, Vorth's hand shot out, taking hold of Skit and giving the Grekel a vigorous shake. "Hey, get off me!" Skit cried out, slashing his claws across Vorth's hand. Vorth released the other goblin, but he neither roared in anger nor cried out in pain at the wound Skit had delivered, even though I spotted the lines of blood where Skit's wicked claws had exacted their toll. Instead, Vorth let out a booming chuckle that cut through the murmur of conversation hanging over the broken fang, and drew the notice of several goblins seated at adjacent tables. "I'm only messing with you, Skit." All serious now, he said to me, "Now, stranger, how about you tell me the real reason you're here? Otherwise, I might have to go see if Lord Rax is interested in asking you the same question. Believe me, he won't ask as nicely." I'm not sure what reaction Vorth expected, but I doubt he anticipated a smirk. What other reaction could I have to a classic shakedown? "Something funny?" he asked. "Not at all," I said. Vorth's generosity seemed too generous from the instant he offered. But I needed answers, and he was willing to give them to me. But such generosity raised suspicion. Given the value of the intel the goblin had given me, even a second ale didn't even the score between us. Vorth, shaking me down, told me he was, above all other things, an opportunist. Seeing an opportunity to expand our arrangement, I leaned in, lowering my voice so Vorth and Skit had to draw closer to listen. "You're right, Vorth. I'm the kind of guy who likes to shake things up. But I also solve problems. For example, you have an issue with how much your lord is compensating you for your participation in his arrangement with the Jakaree." "He ain't compensating me at all," Vorth said with a sour expression. "Even more reason to hear me out." "I'm listening." "You too, Skit. You up for earning a lot more than what I'm already paying you?" Skit's forked tongue slid across his lips, and he nodded. "I haven't been completely honest with you. I already know about the Jakaree. In fact, they're the reason I'm here." "All true enough. Now, to sell the rest." "My employer has a lot of questions about what the Jakaree are doing down here. One of those capsules will go a long way toward answering those questions." I paused, letting that much sink in. "I'm not here to make trouble for anyone but the priests. If you're willing, I can pay you generously for getting me inside the amphitheater. You know how jobs like this one go. If I had more time, I'd do it on my own. But sometimes a job requires an inside man. Or goblin. Two even," Skit said, grinning. Vorth appeared less enthusiastic. "How much we talkin' here? Can't say any amount is enough to make me want to risk crossing paths with that white-haired bitch again." "Don't worry," I said. "I can handle her." Neither goblin appeared convinced. "If you say so," Vorth said, downing the last of his ale. "Now, about that price." I presented a figure that Vorth and Skit initially found offensive. They hemmed and hawed, scoffing as they threatened to walk away from the deal until I sweetened the pot enough to sit them back down. We discussed specifics, the best route to the amphitheater, whether to talk or bribe our way through the guard stations, and what to do if Lyra discovered we were there, all of which required adjustments to the final price until we finally came to an agreement. "I'll pay a small retainer up front, and the rest when the job is done." Skit flashed sharpened fangs at me. "What happens if you don't make it?" A fair question deserved a fair answer, so I said, "If I don't make it, then you don't get paid. So best make sure I do. Now, gentlemen, if you'll finish your drinks, we have work to do." Act 3, Tortured Souls, Part 2. We left the Broken Fang through a rear exit that opened onto a service alley barely wide enough for the three of us to walk side by side. Vorth pulled up his hood, the rough fabric casting his scarred features into shadow, while Skit did the same with a tattered cloak that had seen better days. In the dim torchlight, they looked like any other goblins, except such goblins escorted the only human in the city. I did my part, drawing my own hood and concealing all but the slit of my eyes with my mask. A casual observer might think me nothing more than a slightly less thick Horik. Anyone who looked closer would see the weapons I carried and know better than to involve themselves in my business. "First stop," Vorth said, leading us deeper into the maze of side passages that honeycomb this section of Grimlock. "We need papers. We'll have to pass through several checkpoints. Some guards won't care, but the ones at the amphitheater will. We won't get far without the right orders." "Rax keeping you all on a tight leash?" I asked. Vorth grunted. "Something like that." "Too many goblins were sneaking down to gawk at the show," Skit said. "The priest didn't like it." We wound through increasingly narrow passages until Vorth stopped at what looked like a dead end. He knocked on a section of wall with a specific pattern, 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more, pause, then a single knock. A hidden panel slid aside to reveal a Greckle even smaller than Skit, with dimmed yellow eyes that darted between us. "Vorth," the Greckle said in a voice like rustling parchment. "I told you I didn't want to see your ugly face for 2 weeks. It hasn't even been 2 days." The Greckle slammed the panel shut. Skit cackled. "What'd you do to tick him off?" "Shut up," Vorth said, knocking again. He dispensed with the code this time and gave the secret door a hefty pounding. "Open up, Scritch." The panel slid open. "This better be good. What do you want?" "Duty papers. Official seal, proper wording, the full treatment." Scritch's beady stare lingered on me with obvious suspicion. "This one's not Goblin." "He's with us," Vorth said, holding up a small pouch of coins. "Will you do it or not?" The sound of silver clinking overcame Scritch's reservations. The panel closed again, but this time we heard latches undone on the other side, and soon a fold in the wall creaked open. Scritch waved us inside. The forger's den was a cramped space, its walls lined with shelves holding bottles of ink, stacks of parchment, and an impressive collection of forged seals and stamps. A single oil lamp cast dancing shadows across work tables covered with documents at various stages of completion. The smell of ink, heated wax, and the acrid scent of alchemicals saturated the air. "Standard patrol orders?" Scritch asked, already moving to select the appropriate materials. "Yes, but with amphitheater access," Vorth said. 3-person team, duration unspecified. Put something on there about conducting a security review. It'll give us more freedom to move around. Scritch began his work with practiced efficiency. He selected a piece of parchment that already bore the proper watermarks, then consulted a chart on the wall that showed various official letter formats. His thin fingers moved with surprising speed as he wrote, creating the flowing script that marked official Grimlock documentation. "Inspection Team Alpha 7, he muttered as he worked. "Reporting to Hexblade Liaison for Amphitheater Security Patrol and Review. Duration, until further notice." He paused to consult another chart. "Authorized by Lord Rax's seal, witnessed by—" His slitted gaze fell on Vorth. "Captain Kroom of the 3rd Watch. He's on the other side of the city for the next 3 weeks, so no one will check with him." The forger heated a blob of red wax over the lamp's flame, then pressed an ornate seal into the softened material. The result looked impressively official, complete with the proper ribbons and aging marks that would pass casual inspection. "2 silver extra for the rush job," Scritch said, holding up the finished document. Vorth paid without complaint, tucking the papers inside his pocket. "Pleasure doing business." Once we were back in Grimlock's main passages, I stopped the pair of goblins. "Good idea with the forged orders," I said. "But I don't look like one of your guards." Skit cackled. "You don't even look like a goblin." "Which is why we need something more," I said. "If anyone asks, I'm a shadow walker, here at the request of the Jakaree to provide extra security." The Unifying Convergence neared, and since Onias wouldn't leave anything to chance, it made sense. Vorth and Skit shrugged their indifference, and we got moving again. The road descended through the heart of Grimlock in a series of switchbacks carved into the cavern floor. Ancient Karasi stonework formed the foundation, but generations of goblin traffic had worn the surface smooth as glass in places. Vendor stalls lined both sides of the thoroughfare, their crude wooden frames a stark contrast to the elegant archways that supported the upper levels of the city. Merchants hawked everything from salvaged weapons to questionable cuts of meat, their voices creating a constant din that echoed off the cavern walls. We passed the first guard checkpoint without incident. 2 bored-looking Harik warriors leaned against their spears, more interested in a dice game than the steady stream of traffic flowing past them. The guards barely acknowledged Vorth's casual nod. "Market quarter," Skit whispered as we entered a vast circular chamber where the ceiling opened into a natural dome. Here, the original Karasi architecture was most evident in the sweeping curves of the walls and the uniformity of the support columns. Goblin additions had filled every available space, with ramshackle stalls and workshops, creating a maze of commerce that operated by its own chaotic logic. The second checkpoint proved more challenging. A Galgath sergeant blocked our path, his massive frame wrapped in studded leather armor that its maker had crafted from multiple smaller suits. He held a club the size of a small tree trunk, and when he spoke, his voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Papers!" he demanded, his gaze falling on me when he said it. Vorth stepped forward with practiced ease. "Patrol detail, Sergeant. Lord Rax's orders." The parchment's official seals and ribbons caught the torchlight as he handed the forged document over. The Galgath examined the papers with the cursory attention of someone who couldn't actually read, but who knew an official document when he saw one. After a stretch of time, longer than I would have liked, the guard handed them back and waved us through. Once out of earshot, Vorth leaned in. "Scritch's work passes every inspection, worth every copper we paid him." The road continued its descent, leaving the market quarter behind as we entered what Vorth called the Second Deep. Here, the cavern narrowed, and the walls bore the tool marks of Jakaree masons, precise chisel strokes that had transformed rough stone into smooth passages. Fewer torches lit this level, leaving ample amounts of shadow between the scattered points of light. "There," Vorth said, pointing ahead to where the passage opened into another vast chamber. The amphitheater dominated the cavern's space, its presence so commanding that everything else in its vastness seemed diminished by comparison. As we drew closer, the true scale of the structure became apparent. The outer wall rose 100 feet into the cavern's gloom, its stones fitted together with the mathematical precision that had made Jakaree architecture legendary throughout the known world. Unlike the rest of Grimlock's hybrid construction, this monument had survived the centuries virtually intact, preserved by the same craftsmanship that had built it to outlast empires. The stonework was a marvel of both engineering and artistry. Masons had cut each block from a different type of stone, creating subtle variations in color and texture that formed deliberate patterns across the amphitheater's circumference. Pale limestone alternated with blocks of darker granite, while veins of marble created flowing lines that drew the eye upward toward the structure's crown. Master craftsmen had adorned the amphitheater's outer face with an elaborate frieze that spiraled around the entire building in ascending tiers, the reliefs carved with such skill that the figures seemed ready to step from the stone itself. Gladiators locked in mortal combat dominated the lower sections, their muscles straining as they wielded weapons with desperate skill. Higher up, the carvings depicted the pageantry that had once surrounded these blood sports, rulers giving thumbs up or down, crowds erupting in cheers, victorious fighters receiving laurel crowns from beautiful maidens. But time and the grim purpose the structure now served had left their mark. Dark stains streaked down from the upper tiers, creating abstract patterns that suggested centuries of accumulated filth. In several places, the addition of crude goblin additions defaced or modified the original carvings. Jakaree gladiators bore painted scars and missing limbs, while goblin folk, over time, had chiseled leering goblin faces alongside the noble visages of ancient spectators. The most disturbing modifications were the newest ones. Fresh chisel marks revealed where enterprising artists had altered sections of the frieze to depict scenes that had never been part of the original design. Figures writhed in agony rather than heroic combat, while hooded executioners replaced the referees who had once ensured fair play. These additions lacked the artistic skill of the original work, their crude effectiveness making them all the more unsettling. Enormous archways punctuated the amphitheater's outer wall at regular intervals, each one tall enough to accommodate the largest Galgath and wide enough for supply wagons to pass through. Ornate bronze gates, whose green patina still showed traces of the intricate scrollwork that had decorated them, had once adorned the entrances. Now the gates hung askew on corroded hinges, their beauty corrupted by goblin modifications that included spikes, barbed wire, and what looked suspiciously like human skulls mounted as warnings. Above the archways, empty niches marked where statues of gods and heroes had once stood. Goblins had long since removed or destroyed most of the original occupants. However, a few fragments remained. A marble hand still gripping a bronze sword, the torso of some forgotten deity whose face vandals had chiseled away, the flowing robes of a figure lost to time. These remnants created an eerie gallery of the incomplete and forgotten. The amphitheater's upper reaches disappeared into the cavern's darkness, but glimpses of the highest tiers suggested that the structure rose even higher than its exterior walls. Lights flickered in windows that shouldn't exist, while shadows moved across balconies that seemed to float in mid-air. The building's interior was clearly more complex than its classical exterior suggested, modified by centuries of goblin occupation to serve purposes the original architects never intended. Guards patrolled the perimeter in pairs, their routes overlapping to ensure no blind spots. Most were Horek warriors, but I spotted several Gaugaths among them, their size making them unmistakable even at a distance. All carried weapons and moved with the discipline of professional soldiers rather than the casual brutality of typical goblin enforcers. "How do we get inside?" I asked. "Main entrance," Vorth said, leading us toward one of the archways. "We're here on official business, right?" Two Horek warriors straightened as we approached, their weapons shifting to more casual positions when Vorth pulled back his hood. "Didn't expect to see you so soon," one of the guards said to him. "Lord Rax's orders," Vorth replied, holding out our forged papers. "Roaming security patrol." The guard examined the documentation with the perfunctory attention of someone who had seen similar orders before. His gaze lingered on me, taking in my dark armor and weapons with obvious interest. "Three-person team seems excessive, doesn't it?" Vorth nodded. "That's what I said, but the surface dwellers started complaining again about security concerns," I said, interrupting. "I work for the Jakaree. They have concerns." "Concerns about what?" the other guard asked, annoyed. "That you have holes in your perimeter. The Jakaree have enemies who would like nothing more than to shut this entire operation down." A lie, since the warders had told me they wanted the Jakaree to succeed. "I'm here to seal those holes and make sure everything proceeds on schedule. The convergence approaches and nothing must stop the return of the Jakaree's dark god." The guards scrutinized me for a long moment. Then the one returned the documentation to Vorth. "Knock yourselves out." The entrance tunnel was wide enough for supply wagons, its walls lined with the same precisely fitted stonework that characterized the exterior. Torches in bronze sconces provided steady illumination, their flames revealing details invisible from outside. The walls displayed carved inscriptions in the flowing script of Old Chorus, proclamations of imperial glory, and names of champion gladiators immortalized in stone. "This way," Vorth said, leading us along a corridor that curved with the amphitheater's circular design. "We can drop the pretense for now, I think. I know a place where you can see what the big show is all about." Vorth led us to a stone staircase leading upward. At the top of the stairs, we came out onto an observation platform that jutted out from the amphitheater's inner wall. Not wanting to draw attention to ourselves, we crouched low and crept forward until we had a clear view of the arena floor below. What I saw made my blood run cold. The Jakaree, in conjunction with Rax's personnel, had transformed the arena into a place that defied every principle of mercy or humanity. 6 metal tables dominated the center of the space, each one a masterwork of blackened steel and brass. Heavy leather straps reinforced with metal studs secured arms, legs, torso, and head with ruthless efficiency. Complex machinery surrounded each table, and elaborate arrays of tubing connected each table to banks of crystalline containers, clear crystal vessels the size of wine bottles, arranged along the arena's walls in towering racks that stretched 20 feet into the air. Some were empty, but a darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it filled others. Jakaree technicians monitored and controlled the machines from a raised platform, where they manipulated a bewildering array of controls. But it was the prisoners who drew my horrified attention. 4 of the tables held victims, each one secured with leather straps that bit deep into flesh already raw from struggling. The victims' faces were masks of terror and agony, their mouths stretched wide in screams and moans that echoed off the amphitheater's ancient stones. Torturers had clearly written the cause of their pain in the form of bleeding wounds, crushed fingers and toes, and signs of the lash across abdomens and backs. The priests monitoring the suffering glanced over their prisoners with clinical detachment, more concerned with their machines' readings than alleviating the suffering of their captives. But that suffering seemed the point. For now the torturers had withdrawn to let the prisoners stew in their agony, or maybe it was to allow the domed apparatus hovering above each victim's head to work its diablerie. Though each dome did not touch the victim, the tubing stretching to the banks of containment vessels. The capsules Vorth had mentioned, I presumed, pulsed with the transfer of dark energy from each person. Vorth and Skit grew bored and withdrew. I remained, watching as the goblin torturers returned to the arena. They carried implements designed for maximum psychological impact, barbed whips that left distinctive scars, heated brands that sizzled against flesh, and curved blades that inflicted painful cuts without killing their victims. As they moved from table to table, they accentuated physical pain with emotional torment. "Your children are dead," one torturer shouted at a woman strapped to the first table, his voice carrying clearly in the amphitheater's acoustics. "Killed while calling for a mother who wasn't there to save them." The woman's anguish was immediate and profound, her screams taking on a different quality as despair overwhelmed physical pain. The closest machinery responded instantly, humming to life as monitoring priests nodded their approval. "No one will remember you," another torturer growled at his victim. "Your life meant nothing. You accomplished nothing. You will die forgotten, and the world is unchanged by your passing." Though goblins spoke the words, I knew someone else had written them. Like some dark playwright, Jakaree priests had chosen the exact words to bring each victim to the brink. This wasn't simple murder. This was the complete breakdown of the human spirit under the weight of absolute despair. I watched with horrified fascination as the process continued. Mercy, or even a clean death, remained foreign concepts here. No one died with efficiency. Instead, the Jakaree and their goblin henchmen maintained each victim at the precise threshold between life and death, their agony prolonged for days or longer, all intended to fill the vast array of capsules remaining empty. But what were they filling them with? One victim gasped and convulsed, the life soon to leave him, it seemed. In response, a priest shouted at the torturers, "You with the lash, and you with the hammer. We need every last drop of pain." The goblins, cruel by any measure but doubly so for what they did next, descended on the near-dead person and went to work, lashing and hammering, cutting and pummeling, until the poor man's soul must have fled from sheer terror and mistreatment. As I watched the rate of effluent, or whatever pulsed through those pipes, increase, I also witnessed the victim's corpse dry out, shriveling and shrinking, until all that remained on the table was a desiccated husk that looked like someone had buried it in desert sand for decades. Only then did the pulsing energy flowing through the tubes stop. "Table 3 complete," the same priest who mustered the torturers announced. "Yield 14 full capsules. Transport to storage." Goblin workers wheeled a cart over to collect the husk. They handled it without ceremony, dumping the remains into their vehicle like garbage. The body was so light it barely made a sound when it hit the cart's wooden bottom. "Prepare Table 3 for the next subject," the priest continued, already focused on the logistics of maintaining production. The workers cleaned the table with brutal efficiency, scrubbing away the accumulated stains and replacing the tubing with fresh equipment. Within minutes, the station was ready for its next victim. That's when I spotted movement in the amphitheater's upper tiers. 2 figures stood in what had once been the royal viewing box, their elevated position giving them a commanding view of the entire operation. Even at this distance, I recognized them both. Rax, Lord of Grimlock, cut an imposing figure in his armor. As always, his stance radiated the authority of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. Beside him stood Lyra, looking every inch the high priestess she'd been before her encounter with the amulet of eternal gloom. The potion had restored her vitality completely, returning her to the striking woman who had once commanded armies of the faithful. Her platinum hair caught the light like spun silver, and her bearing conveyed regained strength and renewed confidence. I needed to get closer. Whatever conversation took place between those two was worth the risk of getting caught. I worked my way through the observation platform's shadows until I rejoined Vorth and Skit, who both crouched behind a section of collapsed masonry. "I need to reach the royal viewing box," I whispered, pointing toward the elevated structure where Rax and Lyra engaged in a heated discussion. Skit's yellow eyes went wide. "Are you mad? That's Lord Rax up there." So, they'd already spotted him. "Which is why I need to hear what he's saying," I said. Vorth shook his head vigorously. "Count me out. Our papers say we're doing a security review, not conducting espionage on the boss." I studied the viewing box's structure, eyeing the narrow service passages that honeycombed the amphitheater's upper levels. Karasi architects had built maintenance access throughout the structure, allowing workers to service the complex mechanisms that had once provided elaborate entertainment for the crowds. Some of those passages might remain intact, hidden behind the decorative facades that casual observers never noticed. "What about the old service tunnels?" I asked. "Maintenance workers have access to the royal section without going through the main entrances, right?" Vorth followed my gaze, then nodded reluctantly. "Aye, there are passages. But if someone catches us in there without proper authorization—" "No one's going to catch you," I said. "Because you're not going. I am." "Alone?" Skit's forked tongue darted across his lips nervously. "Those passages are a maze. You'll get lost, or worse, trigger some Karasi defensive mechanism that turns you into paste." "I'll manage. Now, tell me how to access them." The two goblins exchanged a look, speaking of shared reluctance and growing resignation. Finally, Vorth sighed. "There's a maintenance entrance 3 levels down from here," he said, "hidden behind a false wall panel that looks like decorative stonework. You'll need to feel around for the pressure point that releases the catch. And then? Then you follow the tunnel system upward," Skit continued. "But here's the problem. The passages branch and split like a spider web. Take a wrong turn and you'll end up in the amphitheater's bowels, or a dead end, or in a section that's collapsed entirely." In the end, they put their goblin minds together and came up with the simplest way possible for me to get there. "So easy. Not even a human could get lost," Skit cackled. "One more thing," Vorth said as I prepared to leave. "No one's maintained the service tunnels in decades. Watch for loose stones, rotten support beams, and sections where the floor might give way. The Karasi built for eternity, but even their work has limits. And if we don't see your pasty white arse in 2 hours," Skit added, "we're leaving without you. Payment be damned. No offense, but we're not dying for your curiosity." I left them to their nervous vigil and made my way down through the amphitheater's tiered seating. The structure's layout worked in my favor, providing numerous alcoves and shadowed recesses where I paused and checked for patrols. Most of the guards focused their attention on the arena floor and the main entrances, leaving the upper sections unwatched. With renewed screams echoing from the arena floor, it was a relief when I ran my fingers along the carved edges of a decorative relief panel depicting Karasi gladiators, which, when manipulated, revealed a narrow passage beyond. The service tunnel was barely wide enough for my shoulders, its walls lined with the same fitted stonework that characterized the rest of the amphitheater. Occasional oil lamps in bronze brackets provided dim illumination, their flames flickering in the drafts that circulated through the hidden passages. The air smelled of old stone and something indescribable that hinted at decades without proper ventilation. I followed the tunnel as it curved upward, staying alert for the branching passages that Skit had warned me about. The first junction appeared after perhaps 50 yards, where the main tunnel split in 3 directions. I took the left passage and continued climbing. The tunnel grew narrower as it ascended, forcing me to duck in places where the ceiling had settled or where support beams intruded into the walkway. Twice I encountered sections where loose stones had fallen from the walls, creating minor obstacles I had to navigate around. The passage eventually leveled out, and after another 50 yards, I arrived at a junction where brass plates mounted on the walls bore illegible Karasi script. But one passage was wider than the others, and showed signs of more recent use, with cleaner walls and brighter oil lamps. This tunnel led to a set of stone steps that climbed upward. At the top, I faced an ornate bronze door whose surface bore the royal seal of Chorus. A small viewing slot at eye level allowed me to peer through into the chamber beyond. The private rooms attached to the royal viewing box were more luxurious than anything else I'd seen in Grimlock. Karasi artisans had decorated the walls with intricate mosaics depicting scenes of imperial triumph, while thick carpets, dusty and tattered now, covered floors of polished marble. Goblins or other scavengers had removed anything useful ages ago, leaving the chamber empty. I tested the door and found it unlocked, its bronze handle turning smoothly despite its age. Slipping inside, I noted the curtained archway that led to the viewing platform beyond. Through the heavy fabric, I heard voices engaged in a heated discussion. I positioned myself near the archway, where I overheard the conversation without anyone seeing me. "The arrangement was for 50 capsules per week," Lyra was saying, her tone sharp with disapproval. "You've delivered 37. Lord Rax's response rumbled with irritation. "My torturers work as fast as they can without killing the subjects too quickly. You want quantity or quality?" "I want both," Lyra said coldly. "The convergence approaches and we cannot afford delays. Perhaps you need additional motivation to meet your obligations." "Motivation?" Rax's voice took on a dangerous edge. "I've honored our agreement completely. My people provide the facilities, the labor, the security, all while keeping this operation hidden from prying eyes. What more do you want?" Peering around the masonry of the arch, I saw Lyra standing rigid, every inch the commanding high priestess as her stare swept over the arena. Her restored vitality was evident in her posture and the authority that radiated from her presence. Rax loomed beside her, his shoulders quivering with anger he didn't bother concealing. "What I want," Lyra said, "is for you to understand that failure is not acceptable. We must satisfy the Dark One's hunger, and these delays threaten everything we've worked toward." "The Dark One can wait another few days," Rax growled. "Unless you've forgotten, this is my domain, my rules." Lyra turned to face him. "Your domain exists at our sufferance, Goblin. Do not mistake our partnership for equality." The tension between them crackled in the air like lightning before a storm. I realized this wasn't just a business disagreement, but a fundamental clash of authority. Rax had grown too comfortable with his position, and Lyra had returned to reclaim control of the operation and get him back on track. "I need more raw material," Lyra continued, her voice dropping to a more conversational tone that somehow sounded more threatening than her earlier coldness. "The surface raids must increase, double the frequency." "Double?" Rax shook his head. "That will draw attention. The surface dwellers will notice if too many people disappear too quickly. Some are probably already noticing." "Then be more selective. Target the outcasts, the forgotten, the ones no one will miss. But I want 60 capsules by week's end, or this partnership ends." Rax fell silent, his scarred features unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a resigned acceptance. "Fine. 60 capsules. But I want additional compensation for the increased risk." "You'll have it," Lyra said dismissively. "Now, I want to observe the current session. Ensure your people understand the importance of maximizing each subject's output." I heard the heavy footsteps of his departure, the sound of armor clanking as he stormed away from the viewing platform. His boots echoed through the royal box's antechamber, growing fainter with every passing second. When he was good and gone, I stepped out of the shadows. "Hello, Lyra." To her credit, she didn't jump or cry out. Her hand darted toward a concealed weapon, but she stopped when she recognized me. "You look like your old self again," I observed, studying her restored features. "The potion of dark rejuvenation was most effective," she said with a slight nod. "Though you sacrificed members of the Jakaree to get it to me, I still thank you for what you did." A moan from below cut between us, reminding me why I was here. "What the hell are the Jakaree doing here, Lyra?" I asked, gesturing toward the horrific scene playing out in the arena. "This isn't about freeing your dark god. This is systematic torture and murder." Her expression didn't change, but something flickered in her icy blue eyes. "Despite your meeting with the Whispering Shade, you understand so little. This operation serves a greater purpose than you realize." I figured she knew about my meeting with Shadowgrim. "Enlighten me." Lyra moved closer to the alcove's edge, where she observed the ongoing extraction process while we talked. "We call them tortured souls. Their energy is unlike any other. More potent, more powerful. Onias believes we harvest them so that the Dark One can bring about eternal darkness across the land. But Onias is mistaken. I waited for her to explain. The dream of eternal night has always been his obsession, not the Dark One's. Shadowgrim cares nothing for grand visions of darkness covering the world. I frowned. Then why does he need the tortured souls? The reason is twofold, Lyra said. First, he needs their energy to destroy the Malefang Horn. Onias intends to use the horn to subjugate Shadowgrim once he is free. Once, Onias shared Shadowgrim's vision of destroying the horn, but then he realized the artifact's true power, that it could bend Shadowgrim to his will. The prospect of commanding a shadow dragon proved far more appealing than simply freeing one. Shadowgrim told me as much. Onias will use the horn to force Shadowgrim to bring about eternal night. Yes, which is why he told Onias he needed the tortured souls to bring about eternal night. Onias will go to any lengths to see his vision fulfilled. The death of innocence is nothing to him. That's the first reason, I said. What's the second? A more rudimentary one. In the time Shadowgrim has been a prisoner, he has grown weak. When he emerges into the world, he will need sustenance. The tortured souls will rejuvenate him in ways few other things can. In part, the expanded scope of this operation is your fault. How's that? Did you ever wonder why I wanted the Amulet of Eternal Gloom from Finrad's treasure room? The amulet contains a vast quantity of tortured soul energy. I plan to use that energy to bolster our reserves. I knew you gave it to Lord Rax as a prize, but imagine my surprise when he told me someone had recently stolen it from him. With the Unifying Convergence approaching, I have no more time to spend hunting treasures. That seemed a series of unfortunate events in which I couldn't deny my involvement. Since it served no purpose to discuss it further, I changed the subject. You've served Shadowgrim from the start. I serve the true voice of darkness, not the deluded ambitions of a high priest who thinks he can chain gods to his will. Lyra's eyes found mine. You think it is Onias who has spared your life all this time, but the directive came from Shadowgrim, who saw long ago the role you are destined to play in his return to the world. Know this, if Onias succeeds in controlling Shadowgrim with the horn, eternal darkness is the least of your concerns. A dragon enslaved becomes a weapon of infinite destruction. Below us, another victim's screams echoed through the chamber as the extraction process reached its climax. The sound punctuated Lyra's words with terrible finality. What if someone stole the horn from Onias before? If it were that simple, I would have done it already. Onias discovered the horn long ago. When he realized its true value, he hid it away in a place so secret that not even Shadowgrim knows where it is. That doesn't mean it's beyond reach. But her mind was made up on the subject, and so she said nothing else. I watched as the horrid machinery filled another set of capsules with the dark essence of human suffering. How many more souls does Shadowgrim need? I will have all that is needed by week's end if Rax fulfills his end of our deal. Another 23 more. The energy required to rejuvenate a dragon and destroy an artifact as powerful as the Malefang Horn is considerable, but we're close to achieving the necessary threshold. 23 more innocent people tortured to death. The number seemed both impossibly large and horrifyingly small. I thought of Dex, wondering if he had run afoul of this operation, his life and that of the others reduced to fuel for a dragon's revenge. There must be another way, I said. Lyra's expression softened not at all. There is not. Would you prefer to see eternal darkness under Onias's command, or allow Shadowgrim his freedom? It was a choice between horrors, and I found myself caught in the middle with no good options. Either way, innocent people would suffer. The only question was how many, and in what manner. The dragon gets what energy you've already collected, I said finally. But this stops now. No more raids, no more torture. Find another way. Lyra laughed. You are in no position to dictate terms. With a single word, I can have a dozen. A dozen won't be enough against me, and you know it. Lyra studied my face. And if I refuse? I let my hand drift toward a knife. Then we'll find out if that potion restored more than just your appearance. She smiled then, a cold expression that held no warmth. You would threaten me here, surrounded by enemies, with no escape route. I shrugged. I've been in worse situations. She turned to watch the arena where priests prepared the extraction machinery for the next victim. Very well. We will take no one else from Alchester, but neither will I surrender those we have already taken. Falling into the goblins' trap and ending up here sealed their fate. You mean the people in the dungeon, I said, already knowing that she did. But understand that if Shadowgrim cannot destroy the Malefang Horn with the energy we've already gathered, the consequences will fall on all our heads. Better to take the risk than allow more people to fall victim to the Jakaree's mad plans. I was no hero, but I wasn't a monster either. Everyone died, and we rarely got to choose the place or time. But that death should at least be a quick, clean one, with minimal suffering. I couldn't do anything about the ones who came before, or even those on the arena tables, or those still locked in the dungeon. But at least the Jakaree would take no one else. Our conversation at an end, I said, I should go. Yes, you should, Lyra said, her tone carrying a hint of finality. Perhaps she meant it as a warning, or maybe that I'd overstayed my welcome. But remember what I told you, she said. Shadowgrim's freedom depends on destroying the horn before Onias can use it. If Onias subjugates the dragon, then we are all doomed. I had nothing else to say that wouldn't lead us back into the same circular argument, so I melted into the shadows of the royal chambers, retracing my path through the service tunnels. The return journey felt longer than the ascent, perhaps because I carried a burden of knowledge I wished I didn't possess, with every scream echoing through the amphitheater's passages, reminding me of the choice I'd made. Once through the maintenance entrance, I found Vorth and Skit right where I'd left them, though both looked considerably more nervous than when I departed. About time, Skit hissed as I approached their hiding spot. We were starting to think you'd been caught. Or worse, Vorth added, his single eye darting toward the royal box. Lord Rax stormed into the arena like he wanted to kill someone, nearly took the head off one of the guards. Did you learn what you needed? Skit asked. More than I wanted to, I said. Let's get out of here. We made our way through the amphitheater's corridors, retracing the route that had brought us to this place of horrors. The guards at the checkpoints waved us through without incident, our forged papers still serving their purpose. Soon we traversed Grimlock's main thoroughfares, where the usual bustle of city life, even goblin city life, seemed almost cheerful after what I witnessed. You look like someone walked over your grave, Vorth observed as we climbed the sunken road toward the market quarter. Something like that, I said. The goblins led us deep into a quiet alley, which seemed the perfect time for us to settle up and go our separate ways. I was reaching for the coin pouch at my belt, ready to count out the sum owed, when Vorth slid a dagger free and said, Might as well toss over the whole thing. Though the outcome of my visit to the amphitheater had rattled my thoughts, I had enough sense to recognize a double cross when I saw one. Given the gleam in Vorth's eye and the way Skit ran his forked tongue over his dried lips, I knew that handing over my money pouch wasn't enough to satisfy these two. Just like when Vorth had tried to shake me down in the tavern, this kind of move wasn't a complete surprise. Still, it would have been nice to have had one thing go my way on this night of all nights. See, while you were off playing spy, Vorth said, Skit and I got to talking. Realized we might have been thinking too small about this whole arrangement. What do you mean? I asked, my hands drifting to my weapons. Well, Skit said with a grin that showed too many sharp teeth, we figure Lord Rax will pay a lot more for a human spy than we're getting from you. A lot more. So, here's our new terms, Vorth continued. We'll take all your coins and your head, too. Nothing personal, you understand. Just business. That's when the surrounding shadows moved, and half a dozen goblins emerged from concealment. A mix of Haurecs and imps. Thankfully, none of the giant-like Gaugaths, all armed and moving with the eager gleam of gold in their eyes. When I spotted a Herrick guard from the arena amongst them, I knew how Vorth and Skit had coordinated this ambush. I drew my sword and knife. 2 opponents or 20, they were still my best bet. You should have stuck to the original deal. Coulda, shoulda. This would go so much easier if you'd put your weapons down, but I like our odds anyway. Take 'em, boys. These treacherous goblins had chosen the worst possible time to try their luck. The frustration and anger I suppressed since learning about the tortured souls, the impossible choice I had to make, and accepting, reluctantly, but still accepting. My complicity in the ongoing horror demanded an outlet, preferably a violent one. I hadn't realized it earlier, but this was exactly what I needed right now: deceit, overwhelming odds, and opponents whom I didn't give a rat's arse about. I let it wash over me like a healing salve as I prepared to show these goblins just how big a mistake they had made by turning on me. The first goblin to reach me was an imp with a curved dagger, his white eyes gleaming with bloodlust. I sidestepped his clumsy lunge and carved him open with a backhanded slice that sprayed his blood across the stonework. A Horek warrior came at me, swinging a wicked-looking mace with enough force to cave in a skull. I reached him first, my sword slicing through his crude armor and opening his chest. He roared in pain and staggered away, the mace falling from nerveless fingers. I spun between 2 more attackers, my blades weaving patterns of death. One goblin's sword arm fell to the stone, severed at the elbow, while his companion doubled over, clutching the ruins of his stomach. Skit darted in behind me, but I expected the move. When he leaped at me with both claws extended and his forked tongue flailing maniacally from between his lips, I spun and caught him in midair. Some say the mere presence of a Greckle spoils luck. But I never relied on luck, so using the skill I'd honed over years of training, my black blade sliced through his crude leather armor like parchment, opening him from ribs to spine. His yellow eyes were already glazing over when he hit the ground, his life pouring out onto the ancient stones. Such a display did not deter Vorth, who circled with the patience of an experienced fighter, his single eye studying my stance and weapon positioning. Unlike Skit's reckless charge, the Horek moved with the calculated aggression of someone who'd survived countless battles in Grimlock's violent hierarchy. He feinted left, then came in low from the right, his blade seeking the gap beneath my arm where my leather armor was thinnest. Against any other opponent, his tactic had a chance of working. Against me, it had no chance at all. I caught his blade on my long knife, turning the strike aside, then slashed my sword across his breastplate. The volcanic steel carved a crevasse through his armor and across his chest, the goblin's eyes widening as black blood escaped from the wound. Vorth sank to his knees, then he pitched forward to collapse beside his former partner. "Should have stuck to the deal," I said, wiping my blade clean on his cloak. The remaining goblins looked between their fallen comrades and me, their earlier confidence evaporating like morning mist. One, an imp with more sense than courage, turned and ran. His footsteps echoed down the alleyway as he fled. The others hesitated, caught between fear and the knowledge that running might mark them as cowards in a society that valued strength above all else. That hesitation cost them their lives. I moved through them like a plague, my blades killing with mechanical efficiency. There was no artistry in it, no satisfaction, only the efficient application of violence to solve a problem that shouldn't have existed in the first place. When it was over, 7 goblins lay on the cold ground, dead or dying. Approaching footsteps alerted me to curious bystanders, or city guards, coming to see what all the commotion was about. I stopped long enough to retrieve my coins from Vorth and Skit. Then I was away, melting into the deeper shadows and leaving the carnage behind as I made my way through Grimlock's winding streets toward the dungeon. I had to press myself into shadowed alcoves to avoid detection twice, but I reached the dungeon in short order, and since no one ever tried breaking into such a place, snuck inside with no one the wiser. The cell where I'd first appeared stood empty, its door still open. The portal's energy still shimmered faintly in the corner, invisible to casual observation but noticeable once you knew it was there. I positioned myself in the same spot where I'd appeared hours earlier and stepped through. The same disorienting sensation of existing nowhere and everywhere at once hit me again. Then I appeared in the Lendin's workshop, stumbling as reality reasserted itself around me. But the workshop wasn't as I'd left it. Raid and Kess were there, as expected, hunched over their instruments and monitoring equipment. But they weren't alone. Elizabeth stood near the central workbench, her dark leather outfit and weapons marking her as ready for action. Matilda, clad in a purple traveling cloak that matched the color of her hair, stood beside her. But Captain Geoffrey Belford's presence drove home the importance of what I had asked of them more than anything else. The mercenary captain wore his full kit and even carried a shield with the distinct company emblem, a black shield, emblazoned across the front. He had his helmet tucked under an arm, and he wore a bastard sword on one hip and a warhammer on the other. No doubt about it, he was prepared for all-out warfare. "I have my men positioned outside," he said without preamble. "Full kit, ready for urban assault. We can breach and clear the target location within minutes. Just say the word." Elizabeth noticed first. Of course she would. "What's wrong?" she asked, frowning. Everyone had turned to look at me, their expressions ranging from relief to anticipation to barely contained eagerness for action. I could only stare back at them. When I left to scout the portal's destination, I had every intention of mounting a rescue operation. But I knew I couldn't do it alone. While the Lendons busied themselves with the machine, I visited Guildhouse. Not to ask for anyone to follow me through the portal, that part came later, but to gather intel from Matilda, who had lived in Grimlock for a stint. While I questioned her, Liz had dropped in, figured out what was happening, and insisted on helping. Liz was like that, always looking out for others, especially me. "Fine," I'd said. Liz knew how to take care of herself, and her talents always proved helpful. Matilda hadn't volunteered then, but she was here now, probably out of some misplaced sense of loyalty I didn't deserve. And then there was Captain Belford, who at one time wanted me dead. "I want to hire you," I had told him as soon as he opened his door. Still bleary-eyed, he looked at me with some confusion, so I said the words again. "I heard you," he grumbled, annoyed. "What time is it?" "Late or early, depending on how you judge such things. May I come in?" Geoffrey swung the door wide. He'd thrown on a pair of trousers but wore no shirt, exposing a muscled chest crisscrossed with the marks of past battles. "I'd offer you something to drink, but you aren't staying long," Geoffrey said, going to the bedroom to fetch a robe. When he returned, he fell into a chair, and we got down to business. "Now, what's this about?" "So," I told him, sparing no detail. The goblins of Grimlock were snatching Alchester's citizens off the streets, and I needed the Blackguard's help to stop them. Once we got past the part where he thought I was joking, we discussed specifics. Based on the information Matilda had provided earlier, I told him what I knew about the city and how I intended to go through the portal first, alone, to assess the situation and look around. "So, you need the Blackguard for what?" he asked. "I expect considerable resistance, especially once Lord Rax finds out what we're doing there." Better to get in and out without him knowing. "Of course, but that may prove difficult depending on how many prisoners we free." Geoffrey grunted. "Still, a small force would work best, 20 men at most. I have some of the best urban warfare mercs in the business. Finding 20 won't prove difficult. There is, however, the question of payment. My company doesn't work for free." "You wouldn't call yourselves mercenaries if you did. Don't worry, I can cover it. You'll have to take my word for it, though, since no banks are open right now." "Assassinations pay that well?" "You'd be surprised. But I've got some family money stashed away, too. More than enough to hire you and your men for one night of soldiering." I knew I needed professional mercenaries for what amounted to an assault on a goblin fortress, but that was before my conversation with Lyra, before I agreed to her terms. Back in the here and now, Elizabeth stopped before me and asked, "Well, how many prisoners are we looking at? What's the security situation?" I opened my mouth to answer, then closed it again. How could I explain that there would be no rescue? That I'd made a deal that saved future victims while abandoning those already trapped in the Jakaree's operation? I didn't expect anyone here to understand or agree with the deal I made with Lyra. Like the Warders, I needed the Jakaree's plan to move forward. One way or another, the Dark One was getting free. That meant someone needed to stop Onias's plan to subjugate the dragon and bring about eternal darkness. Everyone in the city did. So I answered in the only way I could. There's been a change of plans. What kind of change? Matilda asked, her green eyes narrowing. Always suspicious, that one. Though she didn't know it, she had good reason this time. The kind where there's no one left to rescue, I said, the lie bitter on my tongue. The links of Captain Belford's mail clinked as he shifted position. What happened to them? For now, I ignored his question. Some came through earlier? I asked. Kess nodded. We sent them on their way. Raid was less polite, gesturing at a small corpse covered by a blood-stained sheet. We got the dead goblin, too. The ones you sent through said there were others, Kess said. In the dungeon and maybe elsewhere. One of the people who came through, Joran Silversong, he said his name was, told us he didn't know where the other prisoners ended up, but that guards took some away every day. He told us the other cells were full, Raid said. You're saying they're not? Joran Silversong and his merry band of fellow prisoners from the dungeon cell. Of course, he had his own story to tell about other prisoners needing rescue, though I noticed he hadn't stuck around to make sure any of them made it home. There were prisoners when I got there, I said, but guards cleared the dungeon out. They're gone. Dead. The goblins are working with the Jakaree. I followed them, but there wasn't anything I could do. Elizabeth locked her eyes with mine. She knew me well enough to see through deception, but my advantage was that she trusted me. Plus, no one had any reason to doubt I was telling anything but the truth. So after a few moments of silent brooding, they accepted the lie. Everyone but Liz. She touched my arm and asked, "Are you all right? You seem off." "Fine. Just been one of those nights." "You're sure there's no one left to rescue?" she asked, giving me one more opportunity. "Yes, I'm sure." Liz hesitated, but even she finally accepted my answer with a slight nod. Raid shut down the machine, his disappointment shared by his sister, who slouched on her stool. "Kess, help me pack this thing away. Might be we'll need it again someday." The task at least gave them something to do. "So that's it then?" Jeffrey asked. "We're standing down?" "For now," I said, though the words felt like ash in my mouth. "But keep your men on standby. I'll pay whatever it takes. This isn't over." Captain Belford mumbled something about not keeping his men standing in the cold any longer than necessary and excused himself. Matilda followed soon after. I left with Elizabeth, who took my arm as we stepped onto the frozen street. We hadn't made it a block when she asked a question that told me she didn't trust me as much as I thought. "Want to tell me what really happened?" "I told you what happened." "You told me a story," she said. "There's a difference. I've known you long enough to recognize when you're lying. No point in denying it. Sometimes a lie is better than the truth. Doesn't that depend on who the lie benefits?" I had no answer to that, so we walked to Liz's place in silence. At the door, I told her I'd catch up with her tomorrow. "Another person you need to lie to?" Liz asked, sounding harsher than I think she meant, because she sighed and, leaning closer, wrapped her arms around me. I welcomed her embrace with one of my own. "Sorry," she said. "When you're ready to tell me what happened, I know you will." The pre-dawn streets of Alchester were empty except for the occasional watchman making his rounds, his bobbing lantern casting shadows that danced across the snow-covered cobblestones, and snow shovelers, those dedicated individuals who fought a daily losing battle against the unrelenting tide of winter. Pulling my cloak tighter against the bitter cold, I kept my head down as I made my way toward the shambles. I was in that in-between time, when the drunks had stumbled home to pass out, but the folk who rose early, carters, stable hands, bread makers, hadn't quite risen to start their day. The air was still. Neighborhoods were quiet. Even my footfalls across the snow, which had become hard-packed and unyielding, made little noise. Only the memories of those I left behind to die made any sound at all. "Please, sir, my children need me. from the graying mother. I remembered the hands reaching through bars. "I have money," a shop owner had said. "I can pay you. Take me with you." The desperate faces. "My wife doesn't know where I am," a gentleman mewed. "She'll think I abandoned her." The pleas to take them with me, or, from the Harik warrior, to at least open his cell door so he could die fighting. "I'm all my mother has left," another had said. "Please, she's sick and needs me." But of all the things they asked of me, one stuck with me the most. "Don't leave us here to die." I, who deal in death on a near-daily basis, shivered, not from the cold, but because for the first time I left a string of bodies behind who weren't dead but soon would be. I'd condemned them, granting them neither mercy nor death but something in between. I tried to purge their faces from my mind. Every few blocks, the memories of what I'd left behind in Grimlock's dungeon surfaced unbidden. They didn't stop until I knocked on Mira's door. After some minutes, I heard shuffling footsteps approaching from inside. "Who's there?" "I have news about Dex." A bolt slid back, then another. The door opened a slit, revealing Mira's bleary-eyed face. Her dark hair hung loose and uncombed, and she wore a simple shift beneath a heavy woolen robe pulled tight against the cold. "You found him?" she asked. "Yes," I said, wanting to get this over with as quickly as possible. "I found out what happened to him. He's gone." "Gone?" she asked, uncertain what I meant. So I clarified it in no uncertain terms. "He's dead." The words hung between us like a physical thing. Mira's hand tightened on the doorframe, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Did he—" she started to ask, but the words stuck in her throat. "Suffer?" She nodded. "Not at all," I said. "He died quickly, painless." She nodded again, her gaze drifting from mine. Maybe, like Elizabeth, she knew I was lying. But Mira didn't know me like Liz did, so she wouldn't press for more. "Who?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I knew what she meant. "Who did this to Dex?" That's complicated. How much to tell her that would actually make sense? The people who took him were running an operation, kidnapping people from the streets, using them for something terrible. Dex got caught up in it. I paused, choosing my words carefully. "I found the person responsible. Put a stop to the kidnappings. There won't be any more." "Thank you," she said, tears beginning to track down her cheeks, "for finding out what happened, for making them pay." I didn't trust myself to speak, so I said nothing. Mira closed the door softly. I heard the bolts sliding into place. I stood there in the narrow hallway, listening to the muffled sounds of her grief through the thin walls. Then I made my way back down the creaking stairs. Outside, the first hints of true dawn lightened the eastern sky, painting the snow-covered rooftops in shades of pale gold and rose. The city was stirring to life around me. Bakers lighting their ovens, shopkeepers opening their shutters, ordinary people beginning another ordinary day. They had no notion of the tortured souls harvested in Grimlock's depths, or the political machinations that had saved their lives at the cost of others. They would go about their business, complain about the weather, worry about their own small problems, blissfully unaware of the darkness festering beneath their feet. Perhaps that was for the best. The truth was too heavy for ordinary people to bear. The faces again, protruding into my thoughts, no matter the effort I exerted to push them away. Young, old, rich, poor, and one, marked by the tattoo of a crow's feather, slouching at the back of one cell. Purplish bruises marked his face, but there was no missing the distinct mark on his neck. As I passed, our gazes met. Dex didn't plead for release or offer anything to help him escape. He saw the look in my eyes and knew I wasn't here to help. Reflecting on it, I admired the economy of his inaction. Why waste the energy when he needed it for the trial ahead? Like the others, Mira will never know what I did. It's better she live with the lie I told her, rather than face the truth. Desiring solitude, I pulled my hood up and made my way through the awakening city, carrying the weight of choices made and prices paid. Behind me, in a crumbling tenement in the shambles, a young woman grieved for a friend who was never coming home. Ahead of me lay whatever consequences flowed from the deal I'd struck with a high priestess in a goblin fortress. The unifying convergence was rapidly approaching. Little time remained to prepare, plan, and steel myself for the role I intended to play in Shadowgrim's return to the world. But when the convergence arrived, Claire Carter, Onias, Lyra, and Shadowgrim himself would discover I had plans of my own, plans that would save my city and permanently end their schemes. I disappeared into the maze of Alchester's streets, just another shadow in a city full of them, carrying secrets that could damn us or save us all. Act 4, The Malefang Horn, Part 1. I pressed myself against the crumbling façade of what had once been a shrine to some forgotten deity as the first pale fingers of dawn crept over the temple district. Snow had fallen for hours, blanketing the ruins in deceptive purity, muffling the sounds of the awakening city beyond this forgotten quarter. But here, among the skeletal remains of abandoned temples, silence held a different quality, watchful, predatory, dangerous. Pulling my dark cloak tighter against the cold that bit through my leather armor and gambeson beneath, I settled into the shadows. From my position, I observed the main approach to the Jakaree lair undetected. Their stronghold bore no discernible difference from the other temple ruins. Collapsed sections and overgrown debris created the illusion of abandonment, but I knew better. Sentries prowled the perimeter, their watchful eyes always roving for potential threats. Once, I was one of those threats. I didn't doubt that many among the Jakaree still thought that way. But Onias had decreed some months ago that I was to play some role in the return of their dark god, and so their attention had turned from me to more lucrative enemies. I wondered if, after this visit, the Jakaree might change their minds and label me as an adversary once more. The sound of boots crunching through snow reached me first. Moving with the heavy tread of exhausted men, I spotted figures amidst the falling snowflakes emerging from the maze of ruined streets through the pre-dawn gloom, hunched shoulders, downcast gazes, and a weariness that only defeated men carried. Even at this distance, I saw that some limped while others supported wounded companions. All bore the unmistakable mark of a failed mission. Their dark robes, usually pristine, were torn and stained. Blood had frozen in dark patches on fabric and exposed skin, but it was the man leading them who commanded my attention. Despite whatever ordeal he and his flock had endured, Onias walked with his characteristic measured stride. His bald head, marked with that distinctive black sun tattoo on his forehead, remained high with the arrogance I'd come to expect from the Jakaree high priest. He alone seemed unaffected by the night's events, though I thought I detected the slightest tension in the set of his shoulders. I counted 12 priests, perhaps half their usual complement for one of their nocturnal expeditions. The missing numbers told their own story. I stepped out of the shadows, blocking their way. The wounded Jakaree tensed like cornered animals, hands moving toward concealed weapons despite their injuries. Several hissed sharp warnings to their leader, but Onias held up a hand to stop them from drawing steel. "Hold!" he commanded, his voice carrying that familiar blend of authority and barely controlled menace. His dark eyes fixed on me with the intensity of a predator evaluating potential prey. Even exhausted and bloodied from whatever battle they'd endured, Onias radiated the dangerous charisma that had allowed him to forge a scattered cult of death priests into something approaching an army. "Nameless assassin," he said, the title spoken with a hint of curiosity at my presence here. "Onias," I said, hooking my thumbs into my belt. "You and your priests look like you've had better nights." A muscle twitched in his jaw at my casual observation. Around him, the other Jakaree fought the urge to reach for weapons. Their failure had left them raw, dangerous in the way that cornered beasts become when they have nothing left to lose. "Our enemy proved more resourceful than anticipated," Onias said, spitting the words as if expunging their bitterness from his mouth. "Out searching for their weapon?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. The warders remained content to wait for the unifying convergence and the release of the Dark One from his eternal prison, when they would turn their weapon on him and destroy half the city in the process. The Jakaree, however, had other ideas. If they disabled or destroyed the warder's weapon, then they would have already won. However, they first needed to find it. Onias stepped closer, studying me with those calculating eyes. I wonder how you know anything about that, or how you knew to wait here for our return. I could have lied or claimed I was passing through, and that my presence here at the exact moment when he returned was nothing more than a coincidence. But Onias was too intelligent for such obvious deceptions, and the situation had become too delicate for unnecessary games. Thorn has someone watching your comings and goings, I said. Call him careful or maybe even paranoid, but the Lord of Thieves likes to keep track of interesting people like yourself. While the other Jakaree shifted behind Onias, the silence stretched between us like a drawn blade, until, finally, the high priest smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression, but it carried a hint of genuine respect. Truth, when delivered so boldly, has its own appeal, he said. Onias looked over his shoulder at his followers. Return home. See to the wounded. I will join you shortly. The priests exchanged glances, but didn't argue, striding and hobbling past me. Soon the pre-dawn murk swallowed them, and they disappeared from view. Now, Onias said, your presence here indicates you wish to speak about something. In the growing light of dawn, I saw details I'd missed earlier. A fresh cut along his left temple, dried blood on his knuckles, a tear in his robe that suggested he'd come closer to death than his confident demeanor indicated. Speak, Onias commanded, as if I were one of his priests. I've come to ask you about the Malefang Horn. The change in Onias was subtle, but unmistakable. His eyes sharpened and his shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. For someone like me, who spent his life reading people's reactions, the tells were as clear as shouted warnings. The what? He asked, his voice carefully neutral. Come now, Onias, the Malefang Horn. I saw it in the mural you had Audet show me, though I didn't know what it was at the time. Audet didn't either, did he? Maybe he still doesn't. I let the words hang in the air between us, watching as he processed what I'd revealed. Behind that calculating facade, his mind worked through the implications. No need to answer if you don't want to. I have the Codex of the Dragon, which speaks extensively about such things. Also, I have Matilda, who has a sense for ancient artifacts. For the first time since I'd known him, Onias appeared genuinely uncomfortable. He studied me for a long moment, as if trying to determine how much I actually knew versus how much I was guessing. But I'd chosen my words deliberately, leaving little room for speculation. You know then, the high priest whispered. How? That's a long story, I said. But yes, I know that the Dark One is a shadow dragon. Shadowgrim, he calls himself. Lyra told me how the Dark One whispers to her, so I figured maybe Matilda could whisper back. It worked. She learned his name, but not much else. No point in showing all my cards by letting Onias know I had a face-to-face conversation with Shadowgrim. So, tell me, what exactly are you planning to do with the horn? You would do well to leave things you do not understand alone. His voice carried a warning that felt more personal than his usual threats. Focus instead on the warders. The convergence is nigh. Soon, you will need to choose a side. Haven't I already done that? Onias peered through the falling snow into the perimeter's shadows. The fact that you have spies watching my every move suggests otherwise. What are you afraid of? Call it concern, I said. The warders are our common enemy, and we all agreed to share information. Bad enough you're off running missions on your own. But what should I think when I discover you've got an artifact of indeterminate power that no one else seems to know anything about? Lyra had no idea what I was talking about. Onias glanced at me sharply. You mentioned the horn to her? I shrugged. I figured she owed me, but she claimed to know nothing about it. The only one who does is you. Why is that, I wonder? Because I alone know the Dark One's will. Yes, Shadowgrim whispers half-truths and bits of information to Lyra, but even she doesn't understand what his return really means. No one does but me. It is a heavy burden, but one that I swore to carry. That's very generous of you. Rest assured that in time, when everlasting darkness descends upon us, all will stand revealed, and the Brotherhood of Shadows will take its rightful place in the echelons of history. The Brotherhood? I asked, playing dumb. Yes, Onias said. An ancient order. The ones who fought the Holy Knights of Warding, who we know now as the Warders. For the longest time I thought the Jakaree were the answer. The Brotherhood had failed, so why resurrect their order? Besides, we are warriors, not assassins. The difference, I'm sure you will agree, is not a subtle one. I had no argument with that. But you have shown me a different path, one aligned with the Brotherhood of Shadows. You saw the mural. You know of their defeat. The Warding Knights broke their order, scattering their knowledge. But it need not remain so. He stepped closer, his dark eyes boring into mine with the fervor of a true believer. I am but a priest, one man with a vision, but joined with you, with your skills, your reputation, your connections, we could restore what the Brotherhood lost. The ancient order could rise again, stronger than it ever was. Snow continued to fall around us, creating an intimate cocoon from which to pontificate about his grand revelation. The Brotherhood failed because they lost their way, Onias continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a sermon. Sequestering themselves in darkness and striking from the shadows served them well for centuries. But then came the Warding Knights, with their righteous crusade to rid the world of evil. To fight this new enemy, the Brotherhood sought new alliances. Malefang, I said. Onias nodded. The Shadow Dragon's presence emboldened them. They came into the light and paid the ultimate price. They thought themselves invincible with Malefang at their side, but they underestimated the Knight's cunning and determination. When the dragon fell, their entire order crumbled with it. He began pacing, his boots breaking through the snow as his vision took shape in words. But we will tread a different path. The new Brotherhood will return to the shadows. An army marching openly against our enemies is folly. Instead, we will exist as the Jakaree have, as a network of faithful servants working quietly to reshape the world according to the Dark One's will. And what would that world look like? I asked, genuinely curious about the scope of his ambitions. His eyes gleamed. One where the corrupt nobles who hoard wealth while their people starve face justice delivered by a blade in the night, where false priests who preach empty hope while ignoring true suffering find themselves silenced forever, where kings who wage wars for their own glory rather than their people's welfare simply disappear. We would not seek to rule openly. Rulers are targets, visible and vulnerable. Instead, we will govern from the darkness. When a merchant prince raises grain prices during a famine, when a general starts an unjust war, when a charlatan of the luminance dares to speak out against the Dark One's will, we will ensure that each answers for their transgressions in blood. Control through fear, I observed. This was one form of the eternal darkness Onias often mentioned, but not in the form I expected. Control through certainty, he corrected. Fear fades when the threat seems distant, but when people know, truly know, that darkness watches their every move, that justice will find them no matter how high their walls or how many guards protect them, then they begin to make better choices. He stopped pacing and fixed me with that intense stare again. The Jakaree have always been reactive, responding to threats against our faith or our people. However, the Brotherhood will adopt a proactive approach, preventing those threats from ever materializing. We will recruit from every level of society, servants in noble houses, clerks in merchant guilds, guards in royal palaces. Each one becomes our eyes and ears, reporting corruption, injustice, and threats to the natural order. And when someone strays from this natural order, then they receive a visit from someone with your particular skills, Onias said with a cold smile. Not every mission requires death. Sometimes a broken bone or a burned storehouse sends a sufficient message. But for the truly corrupt, the irredeemably evil, there is only ever one remedy. The scope of his vision was staggering, a secret organization dedicated to reshaping civilization through selective violence, operating across kingdoms and cultures with the patient ruthlessness of true believers. "You're talking about a shadow government," I said. "I'm talking about returning society to how it should operate," he replied. "Before kings convinced people that noble blood made them inherently superior. Before merchants learned to value profit over human life. Before priests forgot that their duty is to their flock, not their own comfort." His voice dropped to an intense whisper. "The Brotherhood of Shadows will serve as the instrument of that correction. And you, with your reputation and abilities, would become its primary weapon. Imagine the possibilities. No corrupt official would sleep soundly knowing that the nameless assassin might visit their bedchamber. No tyrant would feel safe behind walls ever again. And what would I get from this arrangement?" "A place at my side, for one," Onias said. "But your reputation would spread quickly until you had a following of your own. Students eager to learn your profession and join the cause of the Brotherhood." The fervor in his voice was genuine. I had to give him that. Whatever his flaws, Onias truly believed in the destiny he'd constructed, not only for himself, but also for me. "This is your moment of choice," he said, his breath visible in the cold air. "Join me, and together we will build something that will outlast kingdoms and reshape the foundations of civilization. The Brotherhood of Shadows will rise again, and eternal darkness will finally balance the world's scales." I let him think his vision tempted me. In truth, I made my choice long ago. But Onias needed to believe he still had a chance to sway me so I could get what I was really after. "The Warders are my enemy," I said finally. "They've made that clear enough. And yes, the idea of restoring the order has appeal." Hope flickered in his eyes, quickly suppressed but unmistakably there. "But there's more I need to understand," I continued. "The horn, it's more than just a relic, isn't it?" Onias's expression dropped. Whether from disappointment or frustration at the mention of the horn again, I couldn't tell. I pressed on anyway. "It has power, real power, and you're planning to use it during the convergence." I thought he might tell me. The temptation to share his grand design with someone who might appreciate its scope was written across his features, but caution won out over pride. "Some knowledge is earned, not given," he said. "Prove your loyalty, and perhaps such understanding will follow." "All right, Onias, let's see where the cards fall. In the meantime, I'll ask Matilda to stop searching for the horn. Perhaps that is proof enough of my sincerity." "The witch searches for it?" Onias asked, perturbed. "Of course. You know witches and their curiosity. But like I said, I'll ask her to stop, though I can't guarantee she'll listen." The soft crunch of snow alerted us to the approach of a priest. "High Priest," the newcomer called softly. "Forgive the interruption, but High Priestess Lyra requests your immediate presence. There have been developments." Onias's expression darkened, but he nodded at his underling. He stared at me a moment longer before he said, "Think carefully about what I've offered, assassin. The time for neutrality is ending. The future is here." I watched him stride away through the snow, his priest falling into step beside him. Only when they had disappeared into the shadows did I allow myself a slight smile. The conversation had gone better than expected. Onias hadn't confirmed he possessed the horn, but his reactions verified what Lyra had told me. He had it hidden somewhere out of reach, Lyra thought. But the High Priestess lacked imagination, and the kind of friends who could make a task like this succeed. I made the first move. Now, it was Onias's turn. He had the Malefang Horn, but not for long. The abandoned warehouse loomed beside the crumbling tenements, its broken windows like the eyes of the blind staring across the snow-covered rubble. Once, even this forsaken neighborhood deep in the shambles had supported some legitimate commerce, But decades of neglect had transformed the building into another hollow shell in a maze of decay and desperation, making it the perfect place for conversations that demanded privacy. I pushed through the warped wooden door, its hinges protesting with rusty screams that echoed through the cavernous interior. Elizabeth waited inside, her breath visible in small clouds as she warmed her hands over a small brazier. The meager flames scarcely provided enough heat to take the edge off the bitter cold. "Charming location," she said, glancing up from the fire. "Though I suppose it beats standing around half the night in the Temple District. You look like death warmed over." Her tone carried more affection than criticism, the lie that stood between us not mentioned since that night. "Charming as always," I replied, settling onto a crate beside her makeshift hearth. Even after a few hours of restless sleep, the morning's encounter with Onias had left me drained. At least, here we don't have to worry about curious ears. Even I had a hard time finding this place, and I'm the one who chose it for our meeting. The sound of footsteps outside announced our expected guest. The door groaned open to admit a figure wrapped in a gray traveling cloak. Lyra Malvora, High Priestess of the Jakaree, strode into the warehouse, her ice-blue eyes scanning the interior for threats before settling on us. Unlike the geometric tattoos that marked other Jakaree as members of their order, her unmarked features allowed her to pass for what she appeared to be, a striking woman of a young but indeterminate age with the bearing of nobility. "An interesting but appropriate choice for a meeting such as this one," she said. I shifted my weight. Damn crate was as uncomfortable as it looked. "I assume no one followed you here?" Liz, who studied Lyra with the same attention she reserved for formidable locks or especially dangerous opponents, added, "Or if you were, that you lost them." "No one followed me here," Lyra said, her tone neutral and face devoid of expression. "Few would dare such a thing." "Not even Onias?" "Onias believes he serves a righteous cause, that nothing and no one will keep him from it, least of all me. Also, he walks a delicate line. He may have suspicions about me, but he can't afford to share such feelings with others. I am a high priestess of the Jakaree, and he cannot allow the members of our following to think their leaders do not trust one another. That sort of doubt breeds fear, and fear is more contagious than the worst disease." "Your high priest is sure of himself, all right," I said. "He thinks he's untouchable. Not that he isn't careful and maybe even a bit paranoid. But with such a grand vision before him, I'm not sure he can see past it. Did your conversation with him proceed as expected?" Lyra moved closer to the brazier, though she showed no sign of feeling the cold that made Liz and me huddle near the flames. "He came to me immediately after you parted ways," she said, her voice carrying cold satisfaction. "I haven't seen him that agitated since we learned about the warder's weapon. The prospect of losing control of the horn clearly terrifies him more than any physical threat." "No doubt about that," I said. "When I mentioned Matilda was working on locating it, I saw the wheels turning in his head." "So, our plan worked?" Liz asked, rubbing her hands together over the flames. "He's planning to move it?" "Tonight, under the cover of darkness." Lyra's expression remained impassive. "He'll go alone, as he always does when dealing with matters related to the horn. Onias trusts no one with that particular secret, not even his most loyal priests." I leaned forward, studying her face in the brazier's uncertain light. "But he won't be as alone as he thinks." For the first time, something approaching emotion glimmered in Lyra's eyes. Not warmth or compassion, but the satisfaction of a hunter who had laid her snares and now waited to reap her bounty. "I've cultivated doubt in Auutet's mind, planted questions about Onias's ultimate goals, suggesting that perhaps our high priest's vision doesn't align with the Dark One's will." "That couldn't have been easy," I said. "Autet has always demonstrated a knack for free thinking, especially when it came to trying to kill me, despite Onias's orders to the contrary. But he reaffirmed his commitment to Onias after we saved him from the Blood Witch. His loyalty is unshakable, or so I thought." "Do not confuse loyalty and faith," Lyra replied. "Like all Jakaree, Autet's loyalty has always been to the Dark One first, Onias second. At first, when I told Audet about the horn, he did not believe me. But as I told him more, his faith began to assert itself over his loyalty. Liz's expression turned thoughtful. What exactly did you tell him? The truth, or at least the parts of it that serve our purpose. Somewhere in the upper reaches of the warehouse, the wind caught a damaged shutter, knocking it against a window frame with sharp staccato impacts. I told him nothing about the Dark One's true identity. His mind is too simple to comprehend such magnificence. Instead, I told him how Onias plans to use the Malefang Horn to control the Dark One, forcing him to bring about the eternal darkness that has always been Onias's obsession, rather than the Dark One's divine mandate. Did he believe you? I asked. Audet is many things, but he's not a fool. He's noticed how secretive Onias has become, how he excludes even his most trusted advisors from critical decisions. The existence of an artifact that none of the other priests knew about should have served as the final confirmation of what he already suspected. Should have? I asked. Audet demanded proof, didn't he? We suspected he would, Liz said. In fact, it works in our favor. The brazier's flames guttered in a draft that whistled through the warehouse's broken windows, sending shadows dancing across the walls like writhing spirits. In that uncertain light, Lyra appeared less human and more spirit, beautiful, terrible, and utterly without mercy. Indeed it does, Lyra said. I told him to follow Onias tonight, to see with his own eyes the artifact that our high priest has kept hidden from his most devoted followers. When he witnesses Onias retrieving the horn, he'll finally understand the full scope of Onias's deception. So, everything is moving forward as planned. We spooked Onias, prompting him to move the horn. Audet follows, and we follow him. After Audet learns the truth, we move in. And the real fun begins, Liz said with a grin. Lyra pulled her hood over her head. I should return to ensure everything proceeds as planned. Her gaze fixed on each of us. I never thought taking the horn from Onias possible until you came to me with this plan. Remember, though, once we have the horn, everything changes. Onias will become our enemy in ways he never was before. Prepare yourselves for whatever that might bring. After Lyra departed, the warehouse seemed somehow colder and more oppressive. Liz fed another piece of broken wood to the brazier, sending sparks spiraling up toward the rotting beams overhead. You trust her? She asked finally. I trust her to pursue her own interests, I replied, pulling my cloak tighter against the cold. Right now, those interests align with ours. Whether that remains true once we have the horn is another question entirely. And if our interests diverge? I met her stare, noting the way the firelight caught the amber flecks in her eyes. Then we'll deal with that problem when it arises, one crisis at a time. Liz smiled, her expression transforming her features and reminding me why I had felt drawn to her from the very beginning. Just another day in our lives, isn't it? Something like that. We sat in silence, watching the flames consume the wood and listening to the wind whistle through the warehouse's broken windows. Outside, the shambles continued its daily struggle for survival, oblivious to the forces gathering in the shadows that would soon reshape our world. Darkness had claimed the temple district by the time Elizabeth and I took our positions among the ruins surrounding the Jakaree lair. The moon shone behind thick clouds, casting just enough light to navigate the treacherous footing, but not enough to reveal our presence to watchful eyes. Snow continued to fall in lazy spirals, muffling sound, and adding another layer of concealment to shadows that already ran deep between the crumbling walls. We'd chosen our vantage point carefully, a collapsed section of what had once been a substantial shrine, its fallen stones creating natural cover while offering clear sightlines to the hidden entrance of the Jakaree stronghold and the many paths Onias might take to leave the area. From here we could observe anyone entering or leaving without being detected ourselves, assuming we remained patient and still. How long do you think we'll have to wait? Liz whispered, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. Not long, I replied, adjusting my position on the cold stone. Onias has had all day to think about moving the horn. I'm sure he wants to see it done as quickly as possible now. The temple district stretched around us like a graveyard of abandoned faith, its skeletal structures bearing witness to the slow decay that had claimed this quarter of the city. Here and there, the orange glow of braziers marked the presence of vagrants who had claimed the ruins as temporary shelter, but even they kept their distance from the area surrounding the Jakaree lair. Some instincts, like the instinct for survival, transcended all others. Movement about the slit in the ground that served as the entrance to the Jakaree's lair caught our attention. Bathed in moonlight that reflected from the snow, we watched as Onias emerged, his distinctive silhouette unmistakable even in the uncertain light. He wore dark traveling clothes instead of his usual robes, with a heavy cloak piled thick around his neck to help conceal his tattooed features. A leather satchel hung across his shoulder, and he moved with the carefulness of someone who understood that discovery meant the unraveling of the greatest of secrets. The high priest paused at the entrance, his gaze scanning the surrounding ruins for any sign of surveillance. He knew about Thorn's men now, always watching, but he didn't know about us, or that we intended to follow him. After what felt like an eternity, Onias set off through the ruins with purposeful strides, his boots plowing through the snow as he picked his way between fallen stones and abandoned structures. His route took him away from the main thoroughfares, threading through the maze of collapsed temples and forgotten shrines that made up the district's inner reaches. We waited, counting heartbeats in the cold silence. Then, as Lyra had predicted, another figure stepped from the hidden entrance. Audet moved with less confidence than his leader, his bulkier frame making stealth more challenging. The priest had also abandoned his usual robes in favor of dark, practical clothing, but his movements carried the tension of someone operating outside his area of expertise. Where Onias moved like a shadow, Audet moved like a man trying and failing to become one. Like Onias, he paused at the entrance, but his scan of the surroundings was more cursory. When he spotted the distant figure of his high priest, already disappearing into the labyrinth of ruins ahead, Audet set off in pursuit, following roughly the same path Onias had taken but maintaining enough distance to avoid detection. Audet might not become one with the surrounding shadows, but he spent plenty of time traipsing about in the dark to know how to remain undetected. 2 for 2, Liz murmured. Lyra knows her people well. She understands how to manipulate people and their faith when it suits her purposes. Isn't that the trademark of any accomplished priest? Liz muttered, more to herself than to me. We gave Audet a head start before following. The snow worked in our favor, muffling the sound of our footsteps while the falling flakes helped to obscure our silhouettes. Moving with the practiced stealth that had kept us alive through countless dangerous situations, we began our own pursuit through the abandoned quarter. The trail led us deeper into the temple district than I'd ever ventured, through sections where the decay was so complete that identifying the original structures became impossible. Here, entire buildings had collapsed into themselves, leaving only abstract sculptures of broken stone and twisted metal. The few intact walls bore the scars of fires that had burned centuries ago, their blackened surfaces speaking of violence and abandonment. Ahead of us, barely visible through the snow and shadows, Audet maintained his awkward pursuit of Onias, his attention so focused on his quarry that he never thought to check whether someone followed him. The path wound through increasingly treacherous terrain, forcing us to pick our way between unstable rubble and hidden obstacles. More than once I heard the distant clatter of displaced stones, evidence that even Onias found the route challenging in the darkness, but he pressed on with the determination of someone who had made this journey before, navigating by memory and familiarity rather than sight. As we moved deeper into the heart of the district, I noticed changes in the surrounding architecture. The buildings here were different, grander and more elaborate than the temples we'd passed earlier. These structures featured the distinctive characteristics of the district's most sacred sites, where large stone blocks fit tightly together, archways soared despite centuries of neglect, and decorative elements reflected a time when the gods still walked among mortals. We're getting close to something important, I observed, noting the way Onias's pace had slowed ahead of us. Look at the way he's moving, more cautious, more deliberate. Indeed, the high priest had abandoned his previous steady progress in favor of careful reconnaissance. He paused frequently, studying the shadows and listening for sounds that might indicate unwelcome company. His hand had drifted to the weapon concealed beneath his cloak, and his entire posture radiated the tension of someone approaching a moment of critical importance. Behind him, Audet had also slowed, perhaps sensing the change in his leader's behavior. The pursuing priest had taken shelter behind a section of collapsed wall, his bulky frame pressed against the stone as he watched Onias's advance. We followed suit, finding concealment in the ruins that surrounded this forgotten corner of the temple district, at a place where we could observe both Jakaree priests while remaining hidden ourselves. The perfect position from which to witness whatever revelation lay ahead in the darkness. The snow continued to fall, covering our tracks and muffling the sounds of our breathing as we settled in to watch the next act of this carefully orchestrated drama unfold. Onias kept on, finally stopping outside the ruins of what must have been the district's most magnificent structure. A cathedral temple whose soaring spires had once challenged the heavens themselves. Even in decay, the building's grandeur remained evident in the gigantic buttresses that still supported sections of the outer walls and the intricate stone tracery that framed the now empty windows. Once, when thousands had gathered to worship here, priests of old had conducted the most sacred ceremonies beneath vaulted ceilings that vanished into shadow overhead. We took up new places of concealment, watching him count off paces from a distinctive carved pillar, then kneel beside what looked like nothing more than another pile of rubble. "Bold of him to hide the horn so close to home," Liz whispered, her voice barely audible even to me. I nodded, equally surprised by Onias's choice. Although people had abandoned the temple district long ago, keeping the horn practically on his doorstep seemed uncharacteristically reckless for someone as cautious as the high priest. Audet had positioned himself behind the remains of a stone altar, his bulk pressed against the ancient marble as he watched his leader work. Even at this distance, I noticed the tension in the priest's posture, the way his hands clenched and unclenched as he prepared to witness the revelation of his liege's greatest secret. Onias moved stones aside with deliberate care, creating an opening in what I now realized was a carefully constructed hiding place. His leather satchel lay open beside him, and I caught the glint of metal tools as he worked to access his treasure. The sound of stone scraping against stone carried across the ruins, punctuated by Onias's quiet breathing as he concentrated on his task. After several minutes of excavation, he sat back on his heels. From the shadows, I couldn't make out the details of what he'd uncovered, but it became clear it was an opening when he reached in and withdrew something far smaller than a dragon's horn. Even in the uncertain moonlight, I caught the distinctive glint of worked metal, ornate, ancient, and clearly valuable. He held the object up to examine it, turning it over in his hands before securing it in a belt pouch. "That's not the horn," I murmured. Liz said, as surprised as I was. "It's a key. He's not keeping the horn here after all." Onias began the methodical process of concealing his excavation, replacing each stone with the same care he'd used to remove them. Within minutes, the hiding place appeared exactly as it had before his arrival. Just another pile of rubble in a district full of such debris. The high priest stood and brushed stone dust from his clothes. His gaze swept across our hiding place without stopping, but I felt the intensity of his scrutiny nonetheless. Satisfied that he remained unobserved, Onias gathered his satchel and set off through the ruins with renewed purpose. His route took him away from the cathedral temple's remains, winding between broken walls and collapsed archways as he made his way toward the district's outer boundaries. "This is going to be a long night," Liz observed as we prepared to follow. We waited until Onias had disappeared into the maze of shadows. Audet had already begun his pursuit, following the same path his high priest had taken but maintaining his distance as Onias set off from the cathedral ruins. His route henceforth wound through the temple district's outer reaches, where crumbling shrines gave way to the slightly less derelict structures that marked the transition between abandoned sacred ground and the city's living quarters. Onias moved like a man intimately familiar with Alchester's hidden arteries, choosing paths that avoided the primary thoroughfares where late-night revelers might take notice of a solitary figure moving with such deliberate purpose. From our position trailing behind Audet, Elizabeth and I followed the high priest through a maze of service alleys and forgotten passages that most citizens didn't know existed. He ducked beneath archways that connected building to building, slipped through gaps in walls where gates had long since rotted away, and followed narrow lanes that wound between shops and taverns like secret rivers flowing through the city's hidden geography. I noted how the high priest anticipated which passages were clear and which might harbor unwanted observers at this late hour. "He knows these routes better than most thieves," Liz whispered as we stopped at the mouth of an alley to watch Onias and then Audet disappear around a distant corner. That's not the kind of knowledge one picks up easily. When we reached Chester Borough, Onias's route became even more circuitous, threading through residential streets where rows of modest houses stood dark and silent behind their shuttered windows. Here, Onias moved with greater caution, keeping to the shadows cast by overhanging upper stories and pausing frequently to ensure no one followed him. Ahead of us, Audet maintained his awkward surveillance, his inexperience showing in the way he sometimes lost sight of Onias and had to hurry to catch up. More than once, the priest paused at intersections, clearly uncertain which direction his leader had taken. Only the telltale impressions in the snow, faint but still visible, allowed him to continue his pursuit. As we moved deeper into the city, Onias's path took on a more purposeful character. The random turns and doubling back that had marked his route through the temple district gave way to direct progress towards some specific destination. When he crossed into Dover Heights, I began to understand where he led us. "The merchant quarter," I murmured to Liz as we watched him disappear down a street lined with prosperous shops and comfortable tenements. "Whatever he's hidden, it's somewhere in the heart of the city's commercial district. It seems an odd place to hide an artifact." Liz shrugged. "Maybe that's what makes it the perfect place." Dover Heights. After midnight was a different world from the bustling marketplace it became during daylight hours. Shuttered storefronts lined the streets like closed eyes, their dark windows reflecting nothing but falling snow. Onias moved through this sleeping commercial landscape with increasing urgency. His earlier caution gave way to faster progress as he drew closer to his goal. When he turned onto Sparrow Lane, I felt the pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. "The dusty shelf," Liz breathed, recognizing the significance before I did. Undisturbed snow that sparkled like scattered diamonds in the faint moonlight covered the cobblestones of the deserted, narrow street where Claire Carter's bookshop stood. The buildings here leaned toward each other across the narrow passage, creating deep pools of shadow that could hide an army of watchers. Onias approached the bookshop's familiar façade with the reverence of someone visiting a shrine. But he didn't stop at the shop itself. Instead, he continued past the dusty shelf to a narrow service alley that ran behind the row of buildings, a passage so tight that two people couldn't walk abreast down it. Refuse bins, delivery carts, and the accumulated debris of urban life filled the space, creating a maze of obstacles that would challenge anyone unfamiliar with the terrain. From the mouth of the alley, we watched Onias kneel beside a decorative stone well cover, set flush with the cobblestones. The ironwork was old but well-maintained, its surface bearing intricate patterns that seemed both functional and ornamental. Audet had found concealment behind a cart piled with empty barrels, his position offering a clear view of his leader's activities while keeping him hidden in the alley's deepest shadows. The priest's breathing was visible in small puffs of vapor, his excitement and tension obvious, even from our distant vantage point. Elizabeth and I moved deeper into the alley, settling behind a stack of wooden crates that some merchant had abandoned outside his shop's rear entrance. The high priest withdrew the key from his robes, the metal catching what little light filtered down from the snow-laden sky. He inserted it into a hidden lock mechanism within the well cover's ornate ironwork, the soft click of tumblers falling into place barely audible over the wind that whispered through the alley as Onias turned the key. The high priest paused, his breathing visible in the cold air as he surveyed the alley one final time. Satisfied that he remained unobserved, he swung the lid halfway open with a grunt of effort. Then he reached into the well up to his shoulder. His hand emerged holding one end of a rope, which he pulled up one arm's length at a time until, finished now, he held up the treasure he had gone to such lengths to hide. The Malefang Horn was magnificent and terrible in equal measure. Even in the uncertain moonlight, I saw its twisted perfection, a spiraling structure of living obsidian that curved backward then forward in unnatural angles, like a gnarled branch that had grown in eternal darkness. Nearly 3 feet in length, the horn's surface rippled with shadows that seemed to move independently of the surrounding light. Delicate veins of deep violet ran through the black material like shoots of lightning, pulsing with a faint inner luminescence that made my eyes water when I stared too long. Where the descriptions in the codex had depicted geometric perfection, this horn defied such simple categorization. Its spiral followed no mathematical pattern that human minds could grasp, twisting through dimensions that hurt to contemplate. The base, thick as a man's arm, tapered to a needle-sharp point. Most unsettling was the way shadows gathered around the horn, drawn to it like iron filings to a lodestone. The darkness didn't simply cling to the artifact. It moved, flowing across the obsidian surface in currents and eddies that suggested the horn somehow breathed. When Onias turned it in his hands, examining it with the reverence of a priest handling the most sacred relic, those shadow currents shifted and swirled, creating the impression that something alive dwelt within the twisted bone. Next to me, Elizabeth squeezed my shoulder, and then slipped away into the night without a word, her footsteps vanishing into the alley's maze of obstacles as she departed to initiate the next part of our plan. I barely noticed her leaving. The horn commanded attention in ways that transcended mere curiosity. It demanded worship, fear, and recognition of its terrible power all at once. From his place of concealment, Au-Utet had gone rigid. Even at this distance, I saw the way his hands trembled as the full implications of what he witnessed crashed over him. Whatever doubts Lyra had planted in his mind, the sight of the horn validated every suspicion. Here was the proof that Onias had deceived them all, keeping the most powerful artifact of their faith hidden while claiming ignorance of its existence. The priest's shock lasted only moments before rage took its place. Au-Utet rose from his concealment, furious at the betrayal of his deepest beliefs. He stomped through the snow, abandoning all pretense of stealth as he strode toward Onias. "High Priest!" he called out, his voice carrying across the narrow alley with the authority of righteous anger. Onias spun toward the sound, the horn clutched protectively against his chest. For a heartbeat, genuine surprise overcame his features before his expression hardened into something calculating and dangerous. "Au-Utet," he said, his tone neutral despite the circumstances. "You followed me?" "I did," Au-Utet roared. The priest's bulk filled the mouth of the alley as he approached, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Someone must bear witness to our high priest retrieving ancient artifacts from secret hiding places. Someone must bear witness to your betrayal. Au-Utet cut an imposing figure. As someone who had stood toe-to-toe with him and almost paid the price for it, I knew all too well the ferocity he brought to bear. But Onias, to his credit, held his ground. "You understand so little." Far from intimidated, Onias's tone dripped with contempt. "Don't I?" Au-Utet's voice cracked with emotion as he pointed an accusatory finger at the horn. "You hold the Malefang Horn, the very artifact I was warned about." "Who told you about it?" Onias demanded. "It does not matter. You would use the horn to subjugate our god instead of serving him. How long have you kept this secret from the others? How long have you kept it secret from me, your most trusted lieutenant?" Onias scoffed. "You speak of trust, yet here you are, skulking through the dark like a spy, like a coward. This is not the way of the Jakaree." "Neither is hiding the truth from your flock," Au-Utet shot back. Yes, brother, I hid the truth, but it was necessary. The unifying convergence is almost upon us. Soon, so very soon, everything we have worked toward will come to fruition. The return of the Dark One into our world, the end of our enemy, eternal darkness, here, at long last. But Au-Utet was shaking his head. All lies. Dreams built on the vision of a god who wants nothing to do with us. One you will chain like a common beast. This is not the dream of everlasting darkness you promised us. Bah! You live in a world of naivety, where dark priests worship willing dark gods. Open your eyes, brother. There are no gods left, so I will manufacture one. No one ever needs to know. I will know! Au-Utet's shout reverberated from the narrow alley walls. And soon, so will the others. You will return with me to face them. You will tell our brothers the truth about the horn and your plans for it. They deserve to know that their high priest intends to enslave their god to make him do his will. Onias had heard enough. Stand down, he commanded, his voice taking on the authoritative tone he used to cow lesser priests. You will tell no one of this. Return to the lair and forget what you have seen here. But Au-Utet had moved beyond the reach of simple commands. The warrior priest shook his head, his breath forming angry clouds in the frigid air. I will not. No more lies. No more deception. I said stand down, Onias snarled. Au-Utet closed the distance between them with another step. The Jakaree serve the Dark One, not your twisted ambitions. Come with me willingly, or I will drag you back to face judgment. The two priests faced each other, master and servant, deceiver and deceived, the corrupt and the faithful. Snow fell around them, creating an almost ceremonial atmosphere for what was about to unfold. Though I didn't relish the thought of coming between them, I considered doing so. But then their confrontation reached its crescendo, and I was too late to do anything but watch. Onias raised the horn, holding it like a weapon pointed at Au-Utet's chest. You leave me no choice. The horn's violet veins flared with sudden brilliance, casting a sickly purple light across the alley's brick walls. Shadows, merely dark before, became things of substance, reaching out from the horn like grasping fingers. They wrapped around Au-Utet with impossible speed, binding his arms to his sides and covering his mouth before he could cry out. The priest's eyes went wide with terror as the shadows tightened. His massive frame shuddered as he fought against bonds that had no physical substance but possessed crushing strength nonetheless. The horn's luminescence intensified, and the shadows responded by constricting further. I heard the distinct crack of breaking ribs, followed by a wet, choking sound as internal organs ruptured under the pressure. Au-Utet's struggle lasted perhaps 5 seconds. When the shadows finally released him, his body crumpled to the cobblestones like a discarded puppet, steam rising from his corpse in the cold air. The horn's glow faded, leaving only the sound of wind whistling through the alley to mark the passing of a man's life. Onias stood over the body, studying his handiwork with the clinical detachment of someone who had just solved an irritating problem. Loyalty, he murmured to the corpse, is such a fragile thing. He covered the horn with a blanket from his satchel, then tied a thin rope around each end before hooking it over his shoulder. Then, without further regard for his former lieutenant, Onias strode from the alley, leaving Au-Utet's body for the morning's early risers to discover. I remained hidden until the high priest's footsteps faded into the distance. When he was well past me, I set off after him, keeping to the deepest shadows as he made his way back through Dover Heights. The high priest moved with renewed urgency now that he possessed the horn, no longer bothering with the elaborate precautions that had marked his earlier route. His destination, back to the Jakaree lair to secure the artifact, seemed clear. But Elizabeth and her thieves had other plans. As we moved through the commercial district's maze of narrow streets, I sensed movement in the surrounding darkness. At first, it was nothing more than intuition, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Then came subtle sounds that didn't quite belong to the sleeping city, the soft scrape of boots on stone, the whisper of fabric against brick walls, the barely audible creak of rope under tension. These weren't signs anyone but those trained in the arts of stealth and skulking would recognize, but they were as clear as day to me. The thieves were closing in. I caught my first glimpse of them as we passed beneath a stone bridge that connected two merchant buildings. A figure crouched above in the bridge's shadow, bow drawn and arrow nocked. The archer's silhouette was lean and familiar. Nyx, his distinctive profile unmistakable even in the darkness. A block later, I spotted Zara pressed against the wall of a shuttered tavern, her dark clothing rendering her invisible except for the faint glint of steel in her hands. The master thief from Gloamhaven moved with the skill of someone born to shadow and silence, positioning herself to cut off any potential escape route Onias might attempt. More figures appeared as we progressed. Members of Thorn's guild who had volunteered for this high-stakes operation. They moved like ghosts through the empty streets, using the buildings themselves as cover while they waited for Onias to reach whatever ambush point Elizabeth had chosen. The high priest remained oblivious to the trap closing around him. His attention stayed fixed on the path ahead, the wrapped artifact clutched protectively against his chest as he navigated the familiar route home. Whatever instincts for survival had served him so well over the years seemed dulled by his recovery of the horn, and, I suspected, the act of murdering his second-in-command, which must have affected even a man as stoically devoted as Onias. Audet must have been like a child to the high priest, a defiant one at times, but still someone he had guided and mentored in the ways of their faith and life in general. Their bond, as priests, warriors, and men, proved tenuous in the end, but that didn't mean breaking it had been easy or without cost. I felt nothing for Audet. His fate was his own. Still, I was grateful that his death provided an added distraction and increased our chances of success in pulling off this next phase in our plan. The crux of that next phase unfolded in the moments that followed at the intersection of three narrow alleys, where the buildings created a natural bottleneck with limited escape routes. Elizabeth dropped from above with lethal skill, her grappling hook having carried her across the gap between two upper-story windows. She landed directly in Onias's path, twin knives gleaming in the moonlight as she blocked his forward progress. A dark mask concealed her features, leaving only her eyes visible in the shadows. Onias spun around, seeking an escape route, only to find Zara emerging from an alley behind him. The thief advanced with purposeful strides, blades ready as she closed off his retreat. Like Elizabeth, a mask hid her face, rendering her anonymous in the darkness. From above, an arrow from Nyx's bow whistled past Onias's ear, a warning shot that bounced off the stone wall beside him. The thieves weren't here to kill the high priest, only rob him, but Onias didn't know that. Still, the arrow sent a message: surrender the horn or face the consequences. Two more masked guild members stepped from the shadows, creating a perfect circle of steel around the trapped priest. Onias clutched the horn against his chest with one arm while his free hand moved to the short sword at his belt. Steel rang against leather as he drew the blade, its polished surface catching the moonlight as he assumed a defensive stance. His voice rang out with barely controlled fury. "You shall take neither my life nor my prize, thieves." No one answered. Nothing remained to discuss. Elizabeth struck first, her twin blades weaving a deadly pattern as she pressed forward. Onias parried desperately, his swordwork competent but hampered by his need to protect the horn. Zara attacked from behind, forcing him to pivot and block, while Elizabeth repositioned for another assault. Nyx timed his arrows to perfection, each shot calculated to distract or hamper. One arrow struck the cobblestones at Onias's feet, forcing him to stumble backward to avoid the ricocheting point. Another grazed his sword arm, drawing blood and weakening his grip on his weapon. The high priest fought with the desperation of a man who understood that losing the horn meant losing everything. His blade carved defensive arcs through the air, keeping the thieves at bay through pure aggression rather than skill. But his opponents outnumbered and outmatched him, forcing him to defend on multiple fronts while protecting an artifact he dared not release. Elizabeth and the others were relentless in their assault, not allowing Onias a second to think or breathe or even react as Elizabeth's knife sliced across his wrist, drawing blood and causing his sword to waver. Zara's follow-up strike targeted his leg, sending him stumbling to his knees. The other thieves closed in, their masked faces expressionless as they pressed their advantage. Onias tried to stand, but Zara shoved him back down. The high priest lashed out with his blade, but too late as she danced away. The circle tightened around Onias. Every attempt to regain his footing met with another coordinated assault. Nyx's arrows kept him off balance, striking close enough to force sudden movements that opened gaps in his defense. Elizabeth and Zara exploited every opening, their blades finding flesh with surgically precise cuts designed to weaken rather than kill, but devastating in their cumulative effect. Onias's breathing grew ragged. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold night air. His sword arm trembled with exhaustion, each parry slower than the last. The horn remained clutched against his chest, but his grip on both weapon and artifact slowly failed as blood loss and fatigue took their toll. Sensing victory, the thieves pressed harder. They struck in rapid succession, Elizabeth from the left, Zara from the right, the other guild members from front and back. Onias could no longer keep track of the attacks, his defensive movements desperate and uncoordinated. A final arrow from Nyx struck his sword arm, grazing the knuckles and leaving a line of crimson in its wake. Crying out, Onias's grip on his sword faltered, and the blade tumbled from his fingers to clatter beyond his reach across the cobblestones. Defenseless and exhausted, Onias swayed on his knees, the horn still pressed against his chest, but he no longer possessed the strength to protect it. His eyes darted between the masked figures surrounding him, searching for mercy he would not find. Elizabeth stepped forward and plucked the wrapped artifact from his nerveless fingers. The high priest snarled, summoning what little strength remained to lash out one more time. But Zara stepped forward and cracked him across the jaw. Onias slumped to the ground, unconscious and still. Liz gave Zara a nod. "Thanks." I could almost see the grin on Zara's face through her mask. "My pleasure," she said. Liz shouldered the horn. "Time to go." All around her, the other thieves retreated toward waiting grappling lines. Within seconds, the masked figures had vanished into the night, leaving Onias alone and broken in the empty intersection with nothing but the taste of defeat and, when he woke, the knowledge that everything he had worked for had slipped away. Act 4, The Malefang Horn, Part 2. I made my way through the maze of support cables, stacked freight, and loading platforms of the King's airship docks, keeping to the shadows cast by the towering infrastructure that dominated this quarter of Alchester. The docks never truly slept, even in the depths of night. Workers and crews worked by lamplight to load cargo or perform essential maintenance on the vessels tethered along the various docking towers. Above me, a merchant airship creaked against her moorings, her bronze-plated hull catching the glow from the dock's gas lamps. The vessel stretched 200 feet from bow to stern, her multiple gas bags arranged in a rigid framework that gave the dirigible the appearance of a floating whale. Cargo nets hung from her sides, still heavy with goods from the southern reaches, spices, silks, and exotic metals that would find their way to Alchester's markets as soon as her crew finished unloading her. Further along the docking complex, a military transport dominated a reinforced mooring tower designed to handle vessels of her size and weight. Unlike the merchant ship's ornate brass fittings and decorative paintwork, the transport's design favored function over form. Her armored hull was painted in the Navy's standard gray, while gun ports along her sides hinted at the defensive capabilities that protected valuable cargo shipments between major cities. Steam vented from her engine compartments as her crew performed the maintenance required to keep such a massive vessel airworthy. As much as I enjoyed admiring the sleek vessels floating overhead, I was at my destination, a little used warehouse tucked between two inactive docking towers. Rotting cargo containers and broken machinery on the ground floor discouraged casual exploration. I navigated through these to a staircase hidden from casual view, where Elizabeth and her team already gathered around a scarred wooden table on the second floor. The horn lay unwrapped in the center of the table, its twisted obsidian surface seeming to drink in the lamplight, while violet veins pulsed with that unsettling inner radiance. Even here, surrounded by professional thieves accustomed to handling valuable and dangerous objects, the artifact commanded a respectful distance. "Nicely done," I said, settling in beside Elizabeth. "Onias never saw it coming." Zara tore herself from the horn with some effort. That priest fought like his life depended on it, which I suppose in a way it did. The sound of footsteps on the concealed staircase announced another arrival. Atticus emerged from the hidden entrance, his collared shirt, blue cravat and jacket, a stark contrast to the dark leather and steel surrounding the table. His eyes widened as he took in the artifact's otherworldly appearance. Magnificent, he breathed, approaching the table with the reverence of an academic encountering something legendary. And terrible. I can feel the power radiating from it, even from here. He withdrew a notebook and began sketching the horn's unique spiral structure. We need a way to destroy it, I said, cutting to the chase. Time was of the essence, and I didn't know how much we had. Atticus glanced up from his note-taking with a frown. I've only begun to study it. Finding a way to negate its power could take longer than one night, you know. Didn't you say the Jakaree High Priestess already had a way to destroy the horn? Yes, but we need a contingency. I leaned forward, lowering my voice despite the trusted company. I don't doubt Lyra's intentions. She'll carry out Shadowgrim's plan. I'm just not sure the plan he's told her about is the real one. Atticus's expression turned thoughtful. Dragons have always been masterful manipulators. Even imprisoned, Shadowgrim might play a deeper game than any of us realizes. Exactly, I said, which is why we need multiple options for dealing with this thing. Atticus tapped his quill against his lips, considering. Then, may I make a suggestion? The Warders have had a lifetime, multiple in fact, to learn about the Dark One and this horn. Its destruction aligns with their overall goals, so is there someone in their ranks I could speak to about it? A lore master, perhaps? I thought about it, running through my limited contacts within the Warder organization. Most viewed me with suspicion at best and outright hostility at worst. I could think of only one exception. Claire Carter, I said finally. She's the Warder's most knowledgeable scholar. In this, I don't see why she wouldn't help us. If she can't, I bet she knows someone who can. Excellent, Atticus said, making another note. But keep this between us, not a word to Lyra. Everyone understood the game we played. Lyra may have helped steal the Malefang Horn from Onias, but she would not respond well to involving the Warders in its destruction, especially when she had worked so hard to gather her tortured souls to do just that. The sound of footsteps ascending the concealed staircase interrupted my thoughts. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as Lyra Malvora stepped into the room, her ice-blue eyes scanning the assembled thieves before settling on the horn. Even in the warm lamplight, her presence carried an aura of menace that made even the seasoned criminals around the table shift uncomfortably. You're earlier than expected, I said. The situation has become complicated, she replied, her gaze fixed on the horn, something approaching reverence lighting her features. But then her expression darkened as she turned her attention to me. Ao-Utet is dead. I know, I said. Onias killed him with the horn when he refused to back down. That fool, Lyra hissed, her composure cracking in a rare display of emotion. I told him to observe, not confront. He sold his life for nothing more than the satisfaction of voicing his outrage. What's done is done, I said. What did Onias say when he returned to the lair? Lyra arranged her traveling cloak tighter around her shoulders, though the gesture seemed more defensive than protective against the cold. He was agitated, more so than I've ever seen him. Losing both Ao-Utet and the horn in a single night has left him desperate and dangerous. She paced the small confines of the safe house, her movements as restless as a caged predator. After the second turn, her sharp gaze fell on me. Onias thinks you told Ao-Utet about the horn. That's good, I said. Better he suspects me rather than you. Onias believes you somehow learned of his plan to control Shadowgrim and shared that knowledge with Ao-Utet. He blames you for Ao-Utet's death. I frowned. That was not ideal, but not unexpected either. For now, Lyra said, his suspicions remain focused on you and your connections. He still sees me as a loyal servant, albeit one he cannot entirely trust. The room fell silent, but for Atticus, scratching away in his notebook. "All right then," I said. "Onias has lost the horn, his most trusted lieutenant is dead, and he suspects I'm responsible for both." "Always the center of attention, aren't you?" Zara asked with a grin. Liz crossed her arms. "What's your high priest's next move?" Lyra stopped pacing, her expression growing darker than usual. "He wants to meet to negotiate for the artifact's return." Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. "We hold all the cards. What could he possibly offer in exchange?" "He said only that he would destroy what you love the most." The statement seemed meant for me alone. "Meaning?" I asked. Lyra shook her head. "I don't know." "Maybe we should meet with him," Nick said, "at least to see what he means." "Not you or any of you others," Lyra said. "Onias wishes to meet with the Nameless One alone." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. The thieves around the table exchanged glances, the earlier satisfaction of a successful heist giving way to the realization that they may have made themselves targets in a much larger and deadlier game. "Where does he want to meet?" I asked. "Akon Cemetery," Lyra replied. "Tomorrow night when the moon is dark. He believes the setting will remind you of mortality and the consequences of defying him. He said to bring the horn." As the artifact's violet veins pulsed with malevolent light, I wondered what price we would pay for stealing it from a man who had nothing left to lose. "Tell Onias I'll meet with him." My meeting with the high priest wasn't until that evening, so I used the time to follow up on Atticus's request for help with the artifact. Most times, I'd found Claire Carter's bookshop on Sparrow Lane shuttered and abandoned, forcing me to leave messages tucked into the doorframe in hopes she might eventually return. Except for my previous encounter with Mr. Maines, each visit had revealed the same scene of untouched snow at the threshold, with frost gathering on the windows that showed only dark, dismally empty shelves inside. Today, however, warm light shone from within, and I saw movement through the frosted glass. The familiar bell chimed as I opened the front door, inhaling the comforting sense of old leather and parchment. The store was open and active, with a few patrons strolling among the shelves. The store's proprietor sat comfortably behind the counter, a steaming cup of tea, scented with an exotic aroma, releasing lazy wisps of fragrance into the air. Claire looked up at my arrival, her expression shifting from one of greeting to guarded interest when she recognized me. "I didn't expect to find you here," I said, closing the door behind me. I held up a folded note. "Thought I'd need to leave another one of these in the doorframe." "Feel free to go outside and do so," Claire said, frowning. "I thought we had an understanding not to see one another again." Near the back of the store, an elderly professor with wild gray hair and ink-stained fingers examined a leather-bound treatise, muttering to himself as he flipped through yellowed pages. Every few moments he pushed his spectacles up his nose and made notations in a small journal with a worn quill. Closer to the front, a well-dressed woman in her 30s browsed the poetry section with the attention of a serious collector. Her fine wool coat and the quality of her leather gloves suggested wealth, while the way she handled each volume, checking bindings, examining page edges, testing the spine's flexibility, marked her as someone who knew the value of rare books. She carried herself with the confidence of someone accustomed to acquiring whatever caught her interest. Both customers seemed absorbed in their selections, the kind of legitimate patrons who helped maintain Claire's cover as nothing more than a knowledgeable antiquarian bookseller. Claire had restocked many of the empty shelves, though most remained bare enough to suggest her intention to clear out old stock rather than resupply her business. The convergence approached, and like Leonidas, Claire must have an exit plan for when it was all over. "I was happy to maintain my end of that agreement," I said, approaching the counter, "but I need your help." "Asking for my help this late in the game seems both foolish and dangerous," she said, her words harsher than I expected. The woman examining the poetry books, overhearing our exchange, glanced our way, but she had enough sense to return to her own business and keep to herself. "Foolish for me and dangerous for you?" I asked. "Or the other way around?" Maybe both, she said. Given the Primus's antagonistic tone, I wondered if coming here was a mistake. But then the emotions roiling inside her settled, and she let out a near-silent sigh. Her gaze roved over her shop, her mouth turning in a thin smile as memories of the place returned to her. My great-grandfather, Elias Carter, started this collection over a century ago. He began as a scholar of ancient texts, but quickly realized that knowledge was power, and that power required careful cultivation. What started as a personal fascination became a business, then a legacy. She gestured toward the towering shelves that surrounded us. Each generation of Carters has added to what you see here. My grandfather expanded into occult materials. My father developed the network of contacts that still feeds rare acquisitions to this shop. And She paused, her expression growing more serious. I learned that sometimes the most important knowledge is too dangerous to sell. Claire moved to straighten a display of manuscripts, her movements betraying a deep familiarity with every corner of the space. The dusty shelf has been in this location for 40 years. Before that, it moved twice as my family sought the right balance between accessibility and discretion. Dover Heights proved perfect, respectable enough to attract serious collectors, quiet enough to conduct more sensitive transactions. She turned to me, lowering her voice. My shop may serve multiple purposes, but at its heart, it remains what Elias intended, a repository of knowledge that might otherwise become lost. Does that mean that when this is over, you intend to continue as a bookseller as if nothing has happened? You must realize that the authorities will hunt you down until they either capture or kill you. Pfft. The authorities are of no concern. By the time they sort through the rubble and figure out what's happened, I'll have my collection moved to a secure location, and I won't be far behind. Reinforcing my earlier impression, I noticed open wooden crates placed throughout the space and rolls of protective cloth and padding materials tucked behind the counter. Some crates were already half filled with carefully wrapped volumes. If not the authorities, I said, then I know plenty of others in the city happy to help them, including me. Is that why you're here? Claire asked, her voice carrying across the small interior. To turn me into your inspector, right? To end my life? That caught the attention of even the loitering professor. The woman, who was closer to the door, had clearly heard enough as she slid toward the exit. Claire had eyes only for me, so she paid her no attention. Neither, I said. Like I said, I'm here to ask for your help. Claire's eyebrows lifted, though her expression remained guarded. Help? From the leader of the organization you've allied yourself against? The professor had gone still, his book forgotten as he strained to listen and process what he'd overheard. The poetry collector had already slipped out the door, the bell's chime marking her hasty departure. Perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere more private, I said, glancing meaningfully at our remaining audience. Claire followed my gaze and sighed. Professor Hartwell, she called out sweetly. I'm afraid I need to close early today. Family emergency. The elderly man looked up, blinking. Oh, of course, my dear. I'll just... Take the book, Claire said. No charge. Consider it a gift for your patients. Professor Hartwell clutched the treatise to his chest and scurried toward the door, muttering his thanks. The moment the bell stopped chiming, Claire moved to lock the door and flip the open sign to closed. Now then, she said, what kind of help could you possibly need from me? It's about the Jakaree's Dark One, I said. He's not what anyone thinks. You mean Shadow Grim? Claire's tone remained neutral. The shadow dragon we've been preparing to destroy for centuries. Of course, she already knew. But that knowledge wasn't why I was here. Nias has, or had, the Malefang Horn, I said. Now we do. Claire's reaction was one of confusion. Uncertain why, I pressed on. He plans to use the horn to subjugate the dragon to his will. It's part of his vision to bring eternal darkness to the world. Claire frowned, not grasping what I was saying. The Malefang Horn? Nias has the horn. Had the horn, yes. You're certain? I watched Onias use it to kill one of his own priests, so yes. But we thought it was lost forever. How? How did he find it? I've no idea. I could tell you how we stole it from him, but that's neither here nor there. Suffice to say, he wants it returned. I don't have any intention of giving it to him, of course. In fact, that's why I'm here. I figured you warders, with all your lore and such about the Jakaree and the Dark One, would know how to destroy the damn thing. I figure with it gone, Onias's plan for eternal darkness is off the table. So, what do you think? Do you know how I can destroy the Malefang Horn? Claire hadn't stopped frowning, but as the seconds ticked by, she seemed less stunned by my news until finally she gestured for me to follow her deeper into her store. Come with me. At one specific bookshelf, she pulled on one specific volume, then another. I heard the soft click of a hidden mechanism, and the entire section of the bookcase swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into well-lit depths. Beyond, the mustiness of age wafted from the opening. "After you," Claire said, gesturing with a wave of her hand. The dusty shelf's basement, I hadn't known it even had one until now, extended far beyond the shop's footprint, stretching beneath the street and neighboring buildings through what must have been a network of connected cellars converted into a single, sprawling complex. Gas lamps that Claire lit one at a time provided steady illumination, revealing walls lined with shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, containing scrolls, tomes, and artifacts that represented centuries of acquired knowledge. The organization of that knowledge was meticulous. Color-coded labels marked different sections, red, blue, green, and black for what I suspected were the most dangerous texts. Glass-fronted cabinets held artifacts that pulsed with subtle magical energies, while locked strongboxes likely contained items too perilous for casual examination. Maps marking locations across the known world covered one entire wall, each pin and notation written in different hands that must span decades of intelligence gathering. Lines connected various points, creating a web of relationships and influences that revealed the scope of conflicts I'd never imagined. Multiple tables were arranged throughout the space, each covered with open ledgers, correspondence, and reports. One table held architectural plans of various buildings throughout Alchester, including, I noticed with some unease, several properties I frequented. Jakaree activities, most notably a timeline of their movements stretching back months, dominated another. This was more than a collector's archive or even a scholar's study. It was a military intelligence center, the nerve hub of an organization that had been monitoring, cataloging, and manipulating events for generations. "Impressive, isn't it?" Claire said, noting my approval. "4 generations of Carters have contributed to what you see here. My family doesn't just collect books, we collect secrets." Claire moved to a reinforced cabinet. "My organization has been tracking the Horn's probable locations for over 50 years, she said. "If Onias has had it all this time..." It was a testament to how well Onias had kept the Horn secret that neither the Warder Primus nor the priests of his own order knew about it. But if the warders didn't know about the Horn, what else did they not know about? I decided to find out. "What can you tell me about tortured souls?" I asked, probing. Claire stopped with the cabinet door half open. "Tortured souls are a potent source of dark energy generated by extracting the life force from subjects undergoing intense and painful..." I cut her off, not needing any further reminder. "I caught the Jakaree harvesting tortured souls, dozens of them." Claire's expression darkened. "Onias believes the energy will restore Shadowgrim's strength," I said. "But the dragon also wants it so he can destroy the Horn." Claire finished opening the cabinet door. "We've been so focused on our weapon that we've allowed our surveillance to lapse." She withdrew a thick, leather-bound tome from the cabinet and set it on the nearest table. "Despite our ignorance concerning its whereabouts, our records concerning the Malefang Horn are extensive. That you already know the Dark One's true identity makes this conversation easier." "I spoke with him directly," I said, waiting for the expected surprise, berating for doing something so foolish or both. But Claire only narrowed her gaze at me and asked the simplest of questions. "How?" But simple questions often don't have simple answers, and I had no reason to tell her any more than needed, so I said only, "Long story. I was hoping your organization might have gathered intelligence about what Shadowgrim is really planning. He told me that once he's free, he wants nothing more than to find the darkest place in the Shadow Realm where he can distance himself from the affairs of the world." Claire snorted. "Make no mistake, Shadowgrim is after one thing and one thing only. And that is revenge against the Warders, because we are the ones who put him inside that prison, and the rest of the world because he's full of hate and spite. Shadowgrim is a dragon of darkness, evil through and through. Once scholars believed he and his kind were a primordial force before they took form as shadow dragons. What he told you may not be entirely untrue, but he will only seek such solitude once he's laid waste to this city and everyone in it. What about the Jakaree? They are nothing more than pawns. Shadowgrim cares as little about their intent to worship him as he does for any other mortal being. To him we are gnats, deserving to be crushed at his leisure. Our anti-dragon weapon represents the only force capable of stopping him. Leave it to the Jakaree, and Shadowgrim will either act out as their slave, or he will do so on his own. Either way, we all lose. But even your way, a lot of people will die, and you'll destroy half the city stopping Shadowgrim." "If we stop him," Claire said, "nothing is guaranteed. But if we succeed, at least half the city survives." Claire handed me the leather-bound tome from the cabinet. This contains everything we've learned about the Malefang Horn, its history, its capabilities, and most importantly, its weaknesses. I accepted the heavy volume. Multiple hands had worn the leather binding smooth, and numerous bookmarks protruded from between the pages. "You're just giving this to me?" "The Warders chose their path a long time ago," Claire said, her tone carrying a finality I hadn't heard before. "Our weapon is complete, and when the convergence arrives, we'll use it regardless of what happens with the horn. You understand the immediate threat Onias represents. Dealing with the artifact is your burden to carry." I opened the tome to find detailed illustrations of the horn alongside extensive annotations in multiple hands. The research was meticulous: diagrams showing the horn, theories about its magic, and historical accounts of its previous whereabouts and owners. "What you see represents generations of work," Claire said. "My great-great-grandfather began documenting what little the early Warders knew about the horn. Each Carter since has added to that knowledge." Claire closed the cabinet, her movements suggesting this conversation was nearing its end. "What you hold there represents our best understanding of the artifact." "And you think this will help me destroy it?" "It will at least help you understand what you're dealing with. The horn is more than a weapon. It's a repository of draconic power with an unparalleled affinity for shadow magic." "Affinity?" I asked. "Yes, it means—" "I know what it means." I considered the previous time I heard the word. Shadowgrim said something similar, except he was talking about something else. "Yes. Well, destroying the horn will require more than brute force. The book contains theories about disrupting its magical matrix, but they're untested. You may very well cause the same destruction you're trying to prevent." I closed the tome, tucking it under my arm. The word affinity stuck with me. "Thank you." As we left the cellar, I had only one more subject to broach. "Consider this a professional courtesy, but I wanted to let you know I cannot allow Leonidas to leave the city. He can't wash away the blood on his hands so easily." Claire's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Leonidas, Storm?" She paused. "You speak of Abelard Whitfield." Not surprised she knew, I asked, "Did you give the order?" She looked appalled at the suggestion, so much so that I believed her when she said, "I most certainly did not. That had nothing to do with Warder business." "Do you know about Leonidas's retirement plan too?" "I know he has taken financial steps to ensure he lives comfortably after we complete our mission. He may have broken Kalandor's laws in doing this, but that's for him to deal with. Regardless, he should not have killed Mr. Whitfield. I do not condone his actions, at least with respect to that. The truth is, Leonidas has always been a bit of a loose cannon, shrewd and resourceful, ruthless even, but also a liability at times. Then you won't mind if I clean house a bit, I said. Claire frowned. No one hired you to do this, did they? You've made this personal. I shrugged. Abelard was a sort of friend and an informant. It sends the wrong message if I don't respond. Besides, Leonidas tortured him to death for information. Information I'm sure Abelard gave up long before the real pain began. Leonidas did it out of spite, maybe even because he enjoyed it. The world won't miss him. The question is, will you? She was quiet for a long moment. Then she shook her head slowly. Leonidas has proven useful in the past, but he's become more of a liability than an asset. His methods have grown increasingly distasteful, even by our standards. If you remove him from the equation, I won't mourn his loss. I didn't know if I'd come for her consent, but it appeared I had it. If nothing else, it guaranteed she wouldn't interfere. Back in the shop, Claire unlocked the front door. I turned only once to look back at her. Neither of us said anything, though I suspect we shared thoughts about the next time we met. I didn't think we'd spend nearly as much time talking, and I bet she thought the same. The warders pursued their path of destruction, while I searched for another way. It remained only to see which of us came out ahead. Icon Cemetery lay shrouded in darkness beneath a moonless sky, its weathered headstones and crumbling mausoleums creating a landscape of shadows. Ancient oaks stretched their bare branches overhead like skeletal fingers, while patches of snow caught what little starlight filtered through the heavy clouds. I made my way along the gravel path that wound between the oldest sections of the burial ground, my breath forming small clouds that dissipated quickly in the frigid air. This part of the cemetery dated back centuries, when Alchester was still a collection of villages clustered around the original settlement, and Chorus beneath was well and truly lost. The headstones here bore names weathered beyond recognition, their epitaphs carved in languages that predated the modern fiefdom. Elaborate crypts and family mausoleums lined the central avenue, monuments to wealth and power that had long since crumbled to dust. I'd chosen to arrive early, using the time to scout potential escape routes in case Onias brought others with him and planned an ambush. The cemetery's layout offered both advantages and disadvantages. Plenty of cover among the monuments and trees, but also countless hiding places for potential ambushers. As the appointed hour approached, I positioned myself near the Morrow family crypt, a stone structure that would provide solid cover if things went badly. Despite Onias's request, I hadn't brought the Malefang Horn. I remained curious about what the high priest thought was valuable enough to trade for an artifact that could control a shadow dragon. Information was always useful, even when dealing with madmen. The soft crunch of footsteps on gravel announced Onias's arrival. The high priest emerged from the shadows between two towering monuments, his dark robes making him nearly invisible until he stepped into the small clearing where several paths converged. Even in the darkness, I noticed the tension in his posture, the way his hands remained close to concealed weapons. Something akin to desperation had replaced his confident arrogance. I stepped out from behind the crypt, keeping my hands visible but ready to reach for my knives if it came to that. Onias folded his hands before him. For now, he was only here to talk. You came. I said I would. You're alone? Onias moved closer, his dark eyes scanning the surrounding shadows. I am. Now, where is the Malefang Horn? I crossed my arms. Somewhere you'll never find it. Onias's expression hardened. That was not part of the agreement. Agreement? I asked. I didn't know we'd even come to terms. Care to fill me in on what you're offering? I imagine it must be something good to warrant exchanging it for a shadow dragon's horn. Onias's face darkened. I should demand you return my property without the need for bargaining. Your thieves ambushed and stole from me. His voice carried a fury he struggled to keep in check. The Malefang Horn is sacred to my order. It represents power beyond your comprehension. Your order doesn't even know it exists. Onias took another step forward, close enough now that I saw the fresh cuts and bruises on his face from the guild's attack. You understand nothing about the burden of leadership. Sometimes difficult choices must be made for the greater good. It seemed a tired argument, and since I wasn't in the mood to continue this pointless debate, I said, "So you invited me here to make a trade, but you have nothing to offer in exchange. If it's all the same to you, I'll take my leave." "And miss the best part of the evening?" Onias said, his fury melting into a wicked grin. "I may have come here empty-handed, but that doesn't mean I have nothing to offer." As if on cue, a distant explosion echoed across the city. The sound came from the direction of Dover Heights, a muffled boom that the night quickly swallowed. From our position in the cemetery, we saw nothing but the faint glow of the city's lights. "That would be Pannernine's," Onias said with satisfaction. "A charming establishment, I'm told. Excellent wine selection. You've dined there, haven't you?" His grin intensified. "Not anymore, I'm afraid." I hadn't known what blood freezing in one's veins felt like until now. Even at this late hour, the establishment always boasted a modest number of patrons. "What have you done?" I demanded. "Only what was necessary." Onias crossed his arms, remarkably pleased with himself. "I told you I would destroy what you love most. Or perhaps you thought I meant your pretty thief. Her time will come if you do not give me what I want. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. My spies have watched you for months, assassin. I know your habits, your routines, your friends. I know every establishment you frequent, every person you care about." Another explosion, this one from the direction of Granger Town. I knew the target before Onias spoke its name. "The Lazy Minstrel," Onias confirmed. "One of your favorite haunts, if I'm not mistaken. Such a lively place, always full of interesting characters. I do hope the evening crowd had time to finish their drinks." The Lazy Minstrel was more than just a place I frequented. The tavern was my sanctuary when other establishments became too dangerous. The one place in the city where an assassin could disappear into the crowd and leave the everyday business of murder at the door. I'd weathered blackguard raids there, met informants in its smoke-filled corners, and even met Elizabeth for the first time across one of its scarred wooden tables. The thought of Ophelia's establishment reduced to rubble, along with Ophelia, her staff, and whatever unfortunate souls had sought refuge within its walls, sent a cold fury through my veins. "My surveillance has been meticulous," Onias continued, clearly enjoying my reaction. "Lady Bellams, where you spend far too much on expensive bottles of wine. Rogue's Den, where so many of your thief friends loiter. The Gilded Flute, where you often portray someone you are not. Should I continue? Every tavern, every wine shop, every establishment where you've spent time is a target." I found the scope of his surveillance troubling on several levels. First, that he had done it all without my knowledge, but also because I had grossly underestimated his guile. No doubt the high priest was tactful and devious, but where the warders remained focused on their weapon and nothing else, Onias had considered other eventualities. "From henceforth," Onias said, "for every hour that passes without the horn back in my possession, my followers will destroy another location. The destruction will continue until you return what belongs to me." "What guarantee do I have that you'll call them off if I return it?" I said the words with a bitter taste in my mouth. But what else could I do? Just like that, Onias held all the cards. A predatory grin overcame Onias's features. "You have my word as a priest of the Dark One." "Your word, Onias, means very little," said a familiar icy voice sounding from the dark. Approaching footsteps, lots of them, echoed from all directions. Throughout the burial ground, dark figures emerged from behind monuments and mausoleums. Jakaree priests with crysknives, clubs, and maces held ready, their dark robes rustling in the stiff wind as they formed a loose circle around us. I counted at least a dozen, with more lurking in the dark. At their head, Lyra Malvora, whose ice-blue eyes reflected what little starlight penetrated the cloudy sky. "What is this?" Onias demanded, his bravado replaced by a hint of uncertainty as a hand drifted to a concealed weapon beneath his robes. "I ordered you to remain at the lair." "You ordered many things," she replied, "but your authority to give such orders has come to an end. Brother Marduk—" A scarred veteran, whose face bore the marks of countless battles, stepped forward. "I sent Marduk to the alley behind the bookstore. Tell Onias what you discovered." Marduk's voice carried the gravelly tone of someone who had spent many years shouting orders. "I found Au-Utet's corpse. Something crushed his ribs and ruptured his organs. I found no weapon marks or any signs of struggle beyond the injuries that killed him, but witnesses heard voices arguing in the alley shortly before his death." "Curious circumstances," Lyra observed, her gaze never leaving Onias. "You, nameless one, you were there, watching. Tell us what you saw." "Lyra, what are you—" "Tell us." With a dozen armed priests glaring at me, I thought it best I do as she said. "Onias used an artifact to kill Au-Utet," I said, leaving out any mention of the horn. Its existence, as far as I knew, remained a secret from most of those present. Astonished murmurs escaped from the darkness, while the priests who formed the ring tightened their grips on their weapons as their glares returned to their high priest. "Nameless one, step away," Lyra said. "Lyra, are you sure? Step away or suffer Onias's fate." Not seeing that I had much choice, I backed away from Onias. The closest priests opened a gap in their ranks to let me through. Once outside their circle, they closed ranks again and paid me no further heed. Onias's expression hardened, but I saw the calculation behind his eyes, assessing his deteriorating situation. Au-Utet died because he chose to betray our order. He threatened to reveal sacred knowledge. "Threatened to reveal it to who?" Marduk asked. I knew Au-Utet better than most. If he made such a threat, it was for the good of the Jakaree. "High Priestess, where is the Malefang Horn so that we may look upon it and know the truth?" Onias blanched at the mention of the horn. "I have told them everything," Lyra said, noticing his reaction. "How you plan to use the horn to enslave the Dark One. How your vision of eternal darkness was nothing more than a hunger for personal power dressed in the robes of religious devotion. How you kept the artifact a secret from all, even killing Au-Utet to protect that secret. Know, Marduk and all of you others, that even now, priests loyal to our cause are retrieving the artifact from the thieves who stole it." "They're doing what?" I asked, but the murmur resounding from the priests drowned out my question. Marduk bowed his head. "I mean no disrespect, High Priestess, but if we are to tread this path, then we must see the Malefang Horn. We must know it is real." "I understand," Lyra said. Then her eyes widened and she said, "Behold, it arrives." Whether by magical premonition or carefully orchestrated theatrics, a priest arrived carrying the horn. The ring parted, and there it was, the priest genuflecting with the artifact held above his head. Onias snarled, but 3 priests closed on him, blocking him from taking a single step toward the horn. Lyra spun to take in the assembly. "Look upon the Malefang Horn. See the instrument of the Dark One's demise." The twisted obsidian artifact pulsed with malevolent violet light, its spiral curves drinking in the surrounding darkness. The gathered priests stepped away, their voices rising in whispered prayers and exclamations of awe. Even those who had served the Jakaree for decades had never seen anything like it. Lyra gestured for the priest to bring the horn closer. When he kneeled before her, she accepted the artifact with reverent care, holding it aloft so that its illuminated veins cast eerie shadows across the surrounding monuments. "This," Lyra continued, her voice carrying the authority of divine proclamation, "is what Onias kept hidden from you, a remnant of a bygone era, reduced to a tool for his personal ambition." "You understand nothing," Onias snarled, his composure finally cracking under the weight of the accusations. "The Dark One requires guidance. Without the horn's power to direct his will, he would retreat to the Shadow Realm and abandon us to our enemies." "Perhaps," Lyra said, "or perhaps he would fulfill his true destiny, without interference from mortals who think themselves wise enough to chain a shadow dragon." She raised her hand, gathering shadows around her fingers like living smoke. The darkness was different from what I'd seen Onias command with the horn and from the magic Lyra had worked previously. This sorcery was older, more primal, carrying the weight of ancient knowledge and betrayal. "You killed Ao-Utet with the horn's power," she continued, her voice taking on the cadence of formal accusation. "You murdered your most loyal follower to protect a secret that betrayed everything our order represents. For that crime, you forfeit your right to lead the Jakaree." "And who would replace me?" Onias demanded, though his voice had lost much of its earlier authority. "You? A woman who spent decades hiding her true nature, pretending she was something she was not?" Lyra smiled, and in that expression, I saw something far more dangerous than Onias's ambition or rage. "I spent years learning patience, studying our enemies, and gathering the knowledge necessary to guide our order through the trials ahead. Unlike you, I understand that true power comes not from controlling others, but from earning their loyalty through wisdom and sacrifice." The shadows around her hand grew denser. "Wait," I said, though no one heeded my call. "What about the explosives? Onias has priests scattered throughout the city. Onias, or you, needs to tell them to stop." Lyra's gaze flicked to me, her expression unreadable. "You assume I care about this city or its people. The priests he sent are his most loyal. They will not listen to me." "Then make Onias order them to stand down." "Best find them yourself, nameless one, before they set off any more of their devices. I overheard Onias give the order. The next target is the gilded flute. Best hurry, though. The clock is ticking." In that instant, I realized the depth of Lyra's deception and how precise she had been in her planning. Through her manipulations, she forced Onias to bring the horn into the open. She may have even planted the seed to send priests throughout the city with explosives. Not so Onias had leverage against me, but so Onias deprived himself of his most loyal followers and foolishly left himself vulnerable. Perhaps Onias's biggest mistake was never expecting betrayal, but then so was mine. "I thought we had an alliance," I said to Lyra. "And so we did," she said. The shadows around her hand lashed out like whips, wrapping around Onias's throat and arms with crushing force. The high priest tried to cry out, but the darkness sealed his mouth, muffling his desperate struggles. His eyes went wide with terror as the shadows tightened, cutting off his air and applying pressure that would soon crack bone. "For the crime of murdering Ao-Utet," Lyra intoned, her voice carrying formal judgment. "For the sin of betraying the Jakaree's sacred trust, and for the hubris of believing yourself worthy to chain a dragon, I sentence you to death." The shadows constricted with final, brutal efficiency. I heard the wet crack of vertebrae separating, followed by the soft thud of Onias's body hitting the gravel path. The former high priest lay motionless, his sightless eyes staring up at the cloudy sky, while wisps of dissipating shadow drifted away from his corpse. The gathered priests remained silent, absorbing the significance of what they'd witnessed. Then, one by one, they dropped to one knee in a gesture of submission to their new leader. All the priests but one. This one ran into the dark, returning with a handcart laden with a dozen crystal capsules. I groaned because I recognized the containers and knew what they held. The gathered priests watched their high priestess with rapt attention. "Behold the instrument of our god's enslavement," Lyra announced, lifting the Malefang Horn above her head once more. The twisted obsidian artifact caught what little light filtered through the clouds, its spiral curves absorbing the grayness of night and twisting it into something darker. Purple veins of corrupted magic pulsed along its length like a diseased heartbeat. Onias meant to use the horn to bend Shadowgrim to his will. He would have turned our Dark One into a slave, forcing him to serve mortal ambitions rather than divine purpose. Onias is gone, but others may try to take his place. I cannot allow this. She lifted the first capsule from the cart, the container heavy in her hand. Holding it up so that the gathered priests could see the swirling darkness within, she let them witness the tortured soul energy writhing against its crystal prison, desperate for release. Without hesitation, Lyra brought the capsule down on the stone edge of a nearby monument. The crystal shattered with a sharp crack, and dark mist poured from the broken container as she directed it toward the horn. The artifact vibrated, its purple veins flaring brighter as the soul energy made contact. A low hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. The horn seemed to resist the destructive force, its ancient magic fighting against annihilation. Lyra released her hold on the artifact. Instead of falling to the ground, the dark energy wrapping around it held it suspended. "The suffering of the innocent will break the chains meant for our God," Lyra declared, grabbing a second capsule from the cart and smashing it against the monument's stone edge. More dark energy spiraled around the horn, causing hairline cracks to appear along its obsidian surface. The humming became a wail, as if the artifact itself cried out in pain. A third capsule shattered against the stone, then a fourth. Each release of tortured energy drove deeper fractures through the horn's structure. The purple light flickered and stuttered, no longer pulsing with a steady rhythm, but convulsing like something dying. Several priests stepped back as the air around Lyra shimmered with released power. The ground beneath her feet began to crack, unable to contain the forces unleashed. Wisps of shadow danced around her form, drawn by the concentration of dark magic. She retrieved 5 more capsules from the cart and, one by one, smashed them against the stone. The burst of energy caused the horn to buckle visibly, its spiral curves collapsing inward under the assault of concentrated suffering. "Let this be the final act of service for those who died in darkness," Lyra said, lifting one more capsule from the cart. "Their pain will ensure our God's freedom." She smashed the final 3 vessels against the monument's edge, the last of the tortured soul energy converging on the Malefang Horn in a torrent of destructive force. The artifact's wail reached a crescendo that shook the cemetery's foundations. Monuments trembled, and several smaller headstones toppled from the vibrations. Then, with a sound like breaking glass magnified 1,000-fold, the horn shattered completely. Fragments of obsidian scattered across the gravel path, each piece trailing wisps of purple smoke as the corrupted magic finally dissipated. Lyra stood amid the scattered remains, dark energy still wreathing her form like living shadows. "Rise, my children," she commanded. While the priests stood and pressed in closer to their high priestess, I melted away into the darkness, soon running toward the gilded flute to stop the next attack. In the end, we stopped them all. I was lucky enough to find Liz, Zara, Nyx, and even Atticus still in the warehouse, licking wounds from the Jakaree's attack. They'd taken the Malefang Horn, using overwhelming force. Luckily, no one was hurt. Once I explained the more pressing situation and rattled off the names of all the potential targets that came to mind, we fanned out, each taking a location. It was too late not to involve the authorities, who had swarmed the site of the first explosion and tripled patrols elsewhere, so we let Atticus handle that angle. In some cases, a priest was subdued or killed before reaching his target. In others, an explosive device was found and disarmed. But there were no more explosions or loss of life. 25 died in the Panernine explosion, including the proprietor. Pannernine's was a fine establishment whose patrons were amongst the upper crust, so I fully expected the king's justice to come down hard on the perpetrators, if they could find them. Atticus told them all about the Jakaree and the reign of terror they wished to levy on the people of Alchester. As a result, the king's guard raided their temple lair, but Lyra was too smart for that. She had cleared the place out hours before, moving to some new and unknown location. As for the lazy minstrel, Ophelia's establishment survived the attempted attack. I heard the story the following morning of how Joran Silversong had saved the day. But the tale is too fanciful even for me to believe, so I'm still waiting for someone to tell me what really happened. All that mattered, though, was that the lazy minstrel had survived. Onias was dead, and so was his grand vision of eternal darkness. Lyra now commanded the Jakaree with a fervor of dedication that Onias had never commanded, making her far more dangerous than her predecessor had ever been. The warders continued their preparations for the Unifying Convergence, convinced their weapon remained the city's only hope. And somewhere in the depths of his prison, Shadowgrim waited with the patience of a creature that had endured centuries but was unwilling to endure centuries more. Meanwhile, life in Alchester continued with the stubborn resilience that defined the city's people. They didn't know that a shadow dragon waited for release, or that a new high priestess intended to bring her own form of eternal darkness down on them, or that the warders prepared to unleash destruction in the name of salvation. Perhaps that ignorance was a mercy. I'd spent my career in the spaces between light and dark, but lately those spaces seemed to shrink. The convergence was nearly here, and when it arrived, no neutral ground would remain to stand on. Until then, I had work to do. Act 5. The Reckoning, Part 1. I moved through Alchester's frosted avenues in silence. 3 days had passed since the bombing at Pannernine's, and the city felt different now. Nervous, concerned, wary that more violence was to come. The King's Guard had tripled their patrols, pockmarking their patrol routes with boot prints in the slush. Merchants shuttered their shops earlier each evening. Even the street children had learned to vanish at the first hint of darkness or the sight of someone like me. I turned down the familiar lane that led to the dusty shelf, my boots leaving no sound on the snow-covered stones. Claire Carter's bookstore had been my starting point for too many schemes to count, but as I approached the narrow storefront with its faded wooden sign crowned with icicles, I saw right away that something had changed. No warm glow shone from within, no shadows moved between the shelves, and no wisps of smoke rose from the chimney that should have been fighting the winter chill. None of that was unusual in itself. Claire had shuttered the shop for some time after the attempt on her life. But this was different. The sign hanging inside said, "Closed," but I tried the door anyway, only to find it tightly locked. Around back, I found the service entrance similarly locked, so I picked the lock, strolled through the storeroom, its shelves bare but for a scattering of empty wooden crates, and pushed through into the central part of the store. Something new had replaced the musty scent of old paper that usually greeted visitors. Dust. Abandonment. The shelves stood empty, their wooden frames casting skeletal shadows in the pale light filtering through frosted windows. Where Claire had once kept her collection of rare tomes and forbidden texts, nothing remained but scattered debris and the faint impressions of books long since packed away. I moved deeper into the shop, my senses alert for any sign of an ambush. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I navigated around overturned furniture and discarded packing materials. On one side, the hidden door that led to Claire's basement planning room stood ajar, revealing darkness below. Like the store, Claire had also stripped the basement clean. No maps marked with strategic positions, no weapons caches, no evidence that the warders had ever used this place to coordinate their activities against the Jakaree. Even the smell of Claire's exotic teas had faded, replaced by the cold dampness that seeped through the stone walls whenever winter claimed a building. She was gone for good this time. The Warder Primus had vanished like smoke, taking her secrets with her. But I knew she hadn't gone far. The Unifying Convergence was approaching, that singular moment in time she and her ilk had worked toward for generations. No one leaves right when the show is about to start, so I knew she'd return right when the warders needed her. Returning to street level, I stepped into the alley and closed the door behind me. I spotted Onias's secret hatch, still open, the space inside where he hid the Malefang Horn empty. Snow covered the dark avenues of the temple district. Street lanterns, which had guided me this far, shone no longer once I passed into the once sacred quarter. I wandered through the snow for a block, past the picked-over, snow-blanketed ruins of minor temples rising on either side. The deep shadows that should have concealed watching priests stood empty. During previous visits, I felt eyes on me from every darkened doorway and crumbling archway. Sequestered death priests had observed my passing, their hands settling on dagger hilts as they wondered what business brought me to their domain. Now I strode through a graveyard of stone and silence, with only the crunch of snow beneath my boots for company. The wide hole in the ground with its stone steps leading down into the void remained, but no whistling signals echoed from below. No heavy footfalls answered from the depths. I descended the snow-free stairs into the underground passages, once lit by lanterns strung along the walls, now finding only darkness and abandonment. In the voluminous chamber where I had once witnessed death priests preparing food around half a dozen cooking fires, only cold ashes remained. The space that had surprised me with its ordinariness, families cooking, eating, conversing with one another while children played games, now felt as hollow as a tomb. Even the grand fireplace, where Lyra had sat wrapped in blankets, aged beyond her years by her sacrifice, held nothing but blackened stone and the ghost of warmth long since fled. The explanation for the abandonment of their lair? The bombings, of course. The explosion at Pannernine's had drawn too much attention from the King's Guard, forcing the priests to find a new place to hide while they waited for the Unifying Convergence. I suspected they'd taken more steps than that, moving non-combatants outside the city limits to safer abodes. At the same time, their warriors prepared themselves to move at a moment's notice. They hid the Horizon Dichotomizer, which remained pivotal to freeing the Dark One from his eternal prison, at least as well as the warders had concealed their weapon. So I hadn't seen the device since that night when Onias and I had shared a quick but agonizing journey into the Shadow Realm. Little did I know that I would enter that dark, shadowy place many times since, and discover that its debilitating effect lessened each time. Heading for the main thoroughfares, I kept to the shadows out of habit rather than necessity. Morning crowds appeared as merchants opened their shops and workers hurried toward their daily occupations, breath steaming in the cold air and cloaks pulled tight against the winter wind, while men armed with snow shovels and plows attacked the ever-present buildup of snow. Normal people living normal lives, unaware that two ancient enemies waging war in their midst were about to end their long, bloody conflict soon. As I stepped from a narrow alley onto one of the city's main avenues, a familiar figure fell into step beside me. "Find anything interesting?" Liz asked, not bothering with pleasantries. Against the morning chill, she had layered herself thoughtfully in a fine woven wool undertunic in charcoal gray, a supple leather vest lined with rabbit fur, and an ermine-trimmed cloak. Wool-lined leather breeches tucked into soft-soled boots and dark leather gloves completed her ensemble. As always, she carried herself with confidence, but I caught the slight tension in her shoulders that suggested the recent upheavals had affected her too. "Empty rooms and cold ashes," I replied. "Both sides have gone to ground." "We expected as much." Liz adjusted the leather satchel slung across her shoulder, a movement that drew my attention to the throwing knives concealed beneath her cloak. Garrett confirmed the meeting place, warders and Jakaree sitting down for a meet and greet. "What do you think it means?" "The new Jakaree leader wants to parley with Claire. Neutral ground, small escort, all very civilized. Maybe Lyra intends to ask for Claire's surrender?" "Pfft, doubt it." Liz paused at a street corner to examine the wares of a fruit vendor. "But who knows? Word is she's not particularly interested in following her predecessor's strategies." Liz bought a handful of fresh figs from a street vendor. As we continued walking, she sliced one in half and handed me a piece. "When and where?" I asked, referring to Liz's first statement about Garrick's confirmation. "In about an hour," she said, biting into a fig so that a trickle of juice slid down her chin. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. "The old forum at the city's edge. Claire chose the location." Liz grinned, the expression carrying a hint of the mischief that had first drawn me to her those years ago. Garrick thought we might enjoy listening to what they have to say to each other. Garrick thinks a lot of things, most of them dangerous. This from the man who thinks diving through a window is a valid escape strategy. "As I recall," I said, "you mastered that particular tactic long before I did." When she leaned closer, I put my arm around her by reflex. "I think we've both gotten pretty good at creative solutions to unexpected problems, wouldn't you say?" She held a piece of fruit to my mouth. "Here, you're not eating your fig." "So I should eat yours?" I asked, though I accepted the piece she gave me. The juicy fruit tasted of sweet berries. "Not bad." We sauntered in comfortable silence for several blocks. The winter sun's pale light reflected off the snow-covered rooftops, revealing a city that appeared almost peaceful under its white mantle. But beneath the surface, I felt the tension building like pressure in a sealed container. The warders and Jakaree might have retreated, but their conflict was far from over. The unifying convergence still approached, that astronomical alignment that would weaken the barriers between realms and give the shadow dragon its chance at freedom. When that moment came, all of Alchester would become a battlefield. The only question was whether anyone would emerge victorious or if we were all doomed. Liz frowned as she glanced sidelong at me. "You've got that look." "Which one?" "Deeply contemplative, but troubled at the same time, like you're worried about something." "There's a lot to worry about." "Yeah, but it isn't anything we can't handle. We've planned for everything, haven't we?" "Everything except what we haven't thought of." Liz shrugged. "There's always the window." The crowds thinned as we moved away from the market squares and merchant quarters. The cobblestones beneath our feet gave way to packed earth, then to frozen ruts where wagons had carved deep channels in warmer months. Here at the city's edge, the buildings crouched lower against the winter wind, their walls built from rougher stone and their roofs patched with whatever materials their owners could afford. Smoke rose from scattered chimneys, but the smell carried less of the expensive coal burned in wealthier districts and more of whatever scraps people found to keep warm. "How much further?" I asked, pulling my cloak tighter against a gust that carried the promise of more snow. I found little reason to come this way often, if at all. "Just ahead." Liz pointed toward a low hill where the skeletal remains of ancient stone walls jutted from the white landscape like broken teeth. "The old forum. Classus's father abandoned it." "What, 30 years ago?" "Closer to 40, I think." A new forum closer to the palace had taken its place, leaving this one to the elements and the passage of time, since it was too expensive to tear down and too far from the city center for anyone to care. Claire chose well. Private enough for secrecy, open enough to prevent ambushes. We climbed the gentle slope, our breath forming clouds that the wind snatched away before they dissipated. The forum's outer wall rose before us, pockmarked with gaps where stones had fallen or where scavengers had carted them away over the decades. Weeds pushed through cracks in the masonry, their brown stems brittle with frost. The main entrance, once grand enough to welcome the highest of nobles and the lowest of citizens alike, now gaped like a missing tooth. Iron gates on either side of the space lay twisted and rusted on the ground. "Around back," I said quietly, steering us away from the obvious entrance. "If we're going to eavesdrop, we need to find a position they won't expect." We circled the perimeter, keeping low against the outer wall. The stonework provided numerous shadows and recesses where we could move unseen. Several gaps in the wall offered potential entry points, but most were too exposed or led to sections where debris made passage difficult. I found what I was looking for on the north side, where a section of wall had partially collapsed, creating a rough ramp of fallen stones. "Up there," I whispered, pointing. "We can get a clear view with no one spotting us." The climb was treacherous. Ice had formed in the cracks between stones, and more than once my fingers slipped on the frozen surface. Liz followed close behind, her thief's agility making her as silent as I was despite the challenging conditions. We soon reached what had once been the forum's premium seating, where nobles and wealthy merchants had overseen political discourses. Stone benches, cracked and weathered, rose in tiers toward the back wall. We settled behind the highest row, where shadows pooled thick enough to hide us while still providing a clear view of the main forum space below. As if carved from stone and time, years of fallen leaves and debris covered the forum, its stone floor a patchwork of snow, chunks of debris, and struggling weeds. "Open ground, nowhere to hide, equal distance from both entrances," Liz murmured, settling beside me against the cold stone. We didn't have to wait long before the meeting commenced. Movement caught my eye near the forum's far side, barely visible in the gray morning light. Then more figures appeared from the ruins like ghosts taking solid form. The warders entered first through the leftmost gate, their formation tight and professional. Claire led them, her silver hair catching the light filtering through the overcast sky. She wore practical attire, consisting of dark leather and wool that served equally well in a drawing room or on a battlefield, beneath a deep blue surcoat that bore the crossed circle of their order. The four exactors who flanked her presented a more martial appearance, each wearing a fitted mail hauberk and the same surcoat as their leader. Even from our elevated position, I made out the runes etched into each part of the symbol, ancient markings conveying hearth, strength of arms, and the sacred duty to defend. Their surcoats hung to mid-thigh, practical garments that allowed for movement while displaying their allegiance. Polished steel gleamed at their shoulders and elbows where plate reinforced the mail, and their hands rested near sword hilts with the easy confidence of warriors who had fought together many times. They made no threatening gestures, but their very presence radiated disciplined readiness. The Jakaree appeared on the forum's other side like figures stepping from some dark dream. Lyra led them, her transformation from a broken woman to this confident leader still jarring to witness. Her simple white and gray robes somehow looked regal despite their plainness. The shadows that clung to her of late were more pronounced, as if the forum welcomed the darkness she carried. Her four companions spread out behind her in a formation that mirrored the warders but felt entirely different. Where the exactors moved like soldiers, disciplined and wary, the Jakaree slunk in like creatures of darkness, each step deliberate but graceful. They carried weapons openly, curved swords, wicked daggers, and spiked maces. 5 of each, Liz observed, Claire and 4 exactors, Lyra and 4 warrior priests. Even numbers, I said. Either they trust each other more than I expected, or they're both confident enough in their own abilities that they don't think it matters. The two groups approached the forum's center from opposite sides, stopping just outside its perimeter. For a long moment, nobody moved. Only the whisper of wind through the ruins and the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead were heard. Even the city noise seemed muted here, as if the stones absorbed sound along with the heat of the morning sun. Claire stepped forward first, her movement crisp and military. "Lyra," she said, her voice carrying clearly in the cold air. "Claire." Lyra's response was softer, but it filled the space just as completely. Her voice carried in an unsettling manner, as if it came from multiple directions at once. "Thank you for agreeing to meet, though I wonder if thanks are appropriate given what I've come to tell you." "Speak your piece," Claire said. "I'm listening." "First," Lyra said, "you should know that Onias is dead." If the news surprised Claire, she hid it well. "I assumed as much when you appeared in his place." "How?" "Onias thought he could control the Dark One. He was mistaken." Claire crossed her arms. "And do you think you can control what your predecessor could not?" For the first time since entering the arena, Lyra smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "I have no intention of controlling the Dark One. I serve him willingly, as he deserves. The age of chains and binding is ending. When the Unifying Convergence comes, my master will emerge free and unbound." Claire's jaw tightened. "Here, at the end. Shouldn't we call him what he really is?" "Very well." Lyra's voice carried an edge of amusement. "Shadowgrim, the devourer of light, first among the shadow dragons, scourge of the One Kingdom." Her eyes gleamed with dark reverence. "Lord of the endless night, bane of the 5 realms, he who walks between worlds, master of the void's edge, the eternal hunger, death's own shadow." Each title rolled off her tongue like a prayer, and I noticed the surrounding temperature seemed to drop with every word, her breath visible with each word spoken. The sundering darkness, breaker of chains, last of the elder worms. She savored each epithet as if tasting something exquisite. "He has 1,000 such titles. I can recite them all if you wish." "Please don't," Claire said with a sour expression. "Instead, why don't you tell me why we're here?" "Shadowgrim sent me to deliver a message." Claire lifted a brow and tilted her head, but said nothing, waiting. Lyra's voice changed then. becoming deeper, more resonant, as if another presence spoke through her. Tell the Warder Primus that the game has changed. Onias is dead, and his dream of controlling me through the Malefang Horn died with him. My faithful servant Lyra now leads the Jakaree. Already, she has helped me destroy the horn, ensuring my freedom. You warders crafted your weapon believing you would face a weakened foe, exhausted from centuries of imprisonment. I have anticipated every possible outcome of our conflict and prepared for it. Know that you will face me at my full strength, with centuries of rage unleashed and no magical bonds to weaken me. Your ancestors imprisoned me when I was vulnerable. You will not have that advantage. I offer you this warning not out of mercy, but to inspire the fear you should feel at my coming. When the Unifying Convergence comes and I am freed, I will remember every moment of torment your order inflicted upon me. Your weapon may be powerful, but ask yourself if it is powerful enough to destroy a shadow dragon who has spent centuries planning his revenge. When we meet, I will crush your bodies and your souls. I will spare no one. When Lyra's voice returned to normal, the change was jarring. She swayed slightly before recovering, as if the effort of channeling Shadowgrim's words had drained her. But her devilish grin never faded. Here was a connection to the dragon Onias never had, one which Lyra clearly delighted in. I have delivered his message. Now you understand the futility of your position. Claire stood silent for several heartbeats, her face a mask of controlled emotion. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady but carried an undercurrent of steel. Is that all? You came here to boast? Not boast, Lyra said, to offer you a choice. Though Shadowgrim has decreed that you all shall die, he also told me to offer you mercy. Surrender, dismantle your weapon, and when he emerges, he will allow your order to live as his slaves. I understand the burden of leadership, Primus, so I implore you to spare your people by accepting this offer. Otherwise, when the convergence comes, every warder will drown in darkness. Claire's exactors shifted, their hands moving to weapons, though they maintained their disciplined formation. The Jakaree warriors remained still as statues, but I sensed the coiled violence within them, ready to explode into action at the slightest provocation. Your master assumes much, Claire said finally. He thinks our weapon is not powerful enough, that we have no contingencies of our own, that centuries of preparation have left us unprepared for all possibilities. Has it not? Lyra asked, tilting her head. Tell me, Warder Primus, how confident are you in your chances? How certain are you that your ancestors' work will suffice against Shadowgrim? The world has not seen such power in over 500 years. Do you truly comprehend what Shadowgrim is? He can step between realms as easily as you walk through a doorway. His breath doesn't merely kill, it unmakes, dissolving the essence of what it touches. In times of old, he commanded armies of shadows that blotted out the sun across entire kingdoms. The warding knights had to recruit 7 archmages to bind him. Even then, the sorcerers succeeded only because grief made Shadowgrim careless. In the end, they could not destroy him, only imprison him. Her voice grew softer, more intimate, as if sharing a secret. What makes you think your little weapon can accomplish what the greatest powers of the ancient world could not? The question hung in the air. For the first time since the meeting began, something flickered across Claire's features. Not fear, exactly, but uncertainty. A crack in her façade of absolute confidence. I see you are not certain at all, are you? Lyra asked. Claire's silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. When she finally spoke, she did so with careful control. We will do what we must, as we always have. Then you have made your choice, Lyra said. When the convergence comes, remember that I offered you mercy. She turned to her warriors. We're done here. The Jakaree withdrew as silently as they had arrived, melting into the ruins like shadows until they vanished. Claire stood motionless for several heartbeats, her exactors maintaining their positions around her. Finally, she straightened her shoulders and faced the exit. We returned to the safe house, she announced. "There is much to prepare." We waited until both groups had cleared the forum before making our way from the viewing section. We walked for a short while before I stopped. "Something wrong?" Liz asked. "I'm going after Storm." "Right now?" "Tonight," I said. "I shouldn't have even allowed him to live this long." "What about my idea? Turn him over to the authorities. Let Inspector Wright handle it." She'd presented the notion in the late hours one night. Though it wasn't my way, I promised to consider it because of my feelings for her, and I had. But any solution where Storm didn't wind up dead was insufficient. "Leonidas has too much influence," I said. "Even if they arrest him, they won't hold him for long, and then he'll be gone. Maybe for good. Something is in the air. I know you feel it too. The Unifying Convergence is close. Better I end him now before he has a chance to get away." I saw further protests forming on her lips, so I held them off by leaning in and kissing her. Before we parted, I whispered in her ear, "You know this is the only way." Her hopes diminished, replaced by bitter resignation, because she knew I was and always would be a cold-blooded killer. I saw it in her face as I left, and while a part of me wished circumstances were different, I also knew the fundamental forces of our world were immutable, and that right now I needed to set my sights on vengeance and nothing else. The snow had stopped falling by the time I made my way to Leonidas Storm's manor that evening. The chief administrator of the League of Merchants had done well for himself, moving into a grand 3-story residence that conveyed wealth and influence. Iron gates protected a courtyard lined with sculpted hedges, now dusted white with a thick layer of snow. Only a few windows showed light, the night guards making their rounds and perhaps a servant or two finishing late duties. I knew from past reconnaissance that Leonidas kept 4 guards on rotation, 2 at the front gate, 1 patrolling the perimeter, and another stationed at the rear entrance. Professional enough to present a deterrent to common criminals, but hardly a challenge for someone of my skill and experience. The guards changed shifts every 6 hours, and I had timed their movements down to the minute. Now, from my position in the shadows across the street, I watched the guards go through their routine. The perimeter guard completed his circuit and was settling in for a smoke behind the carriage house. The rear guard likely dozed at his post, while the 2 at the front gate huddled together against the cold. Overhead, the sliver of the moon shone high in the night sky, and the house was dark and quiet. It was time. I dashed across the street, staying low. Landing in a crouch on the other side of the manor wall, I crept toward the house, scaling a corner where overhanging branches from an ancient oak provided cover. I heard sounds from within, the occasional creak of settling wood, the soft footsteps of a guard making his rounds, and sensed the deep silence of empty rooms above. As I positioned myself to enter through a window I had identified during my earlier surveillance, movement in the courtyard below caught my attention. The front door opened, spilling yellow light across the snow. Leonidas, wrapped in a heavy fur coat, appeared. He moved with the quick, nervous energy of a man with urgent business that couldn't wait for dawn. Just my luck. I had come to kill him, and he was leaving. I watched from the shadows of the ledge as he approached an automated carriage waiting in the courtyard. Steam rose from the alchemical engine beneath its hood. A guard approached Leonidas as he neared the vehicle. "Will you be needing an escort tonight, sir?" "No," Leonidas replied curtly. "It's only a bit of personal business, but the kind that requires discretion. I'll return within the hour. Should anyone ask now or in the future, tell them I was in all night. I never left the property. Do you understand?" "Perfectly, sir," the guard said as Leonidas climbed into the passenger compartment. Moments later, the carriage began moving on its own, guided by the mechanical controls within. The transport rolled through the gates and onto the street, maintaining the steady pace typical of these automated vehicles. Once outside the manor grounds, I followed on foot, keeping to the shadows and alleyways that paralleled the main thoroughfares. The carriage's route took it away from the wealthy districts and toward the industrial quarter, where warehouses and factories clustered in the older sections of the city. Here the streets were darker and less maintained, perfect for clandestine meetings. The automated carriage stopped outside a warehouse that had seen better days. Leonidas emerged and entered through a side entrance. I crept closer, finding the walls thin enough for me to make out Leonidas's voice and the words of another speaker. Even muffled, I recognized Lyra's sharp tone. "You're late," Lyra said, her voice carrying the same unsettling quality I had noticed at the forum. "So?" Leonidas replied with his characteristic haughtiness. "I'm here, aren't I?" "Is it done?" "Of course it's done. I'm not some amateur. When my arcanists activate the weapon, it will function exactly as they expect. The targeting systems will engage, the power will flow through the conduits, and every indicator will show green. But I replaced the primary focusing crystal with a flawed replica. The weapon will build to full power and then tear itself apart from the inside. The explosion will take out most everyone around it when it goes. I suggest you move your people as far from it as possible before that happens." "Shadowgrim will be pleased." "I don't give a shat what Shadowgrim thinks. You know why I did this." "I do. You have earned your reward, Leonidas Storm. You only need to come and take it." The conversation took on a different tone then, voices becoming lower and more carnal. I heard the rustling of clothing and movement deeper into the warehouse. Understanding what was about to transpire, I retreated from my position. I hadn't pegged Leonidas as an outright traitor, but I supposed everyone had their price. For him, it was a romp with the high priestess of his enemy. One more conquest to add to his growing list, I supposed. I should report his deceit to the others straight away. But I hadn't come here to spy on Leonidas. I'd come to kill him. So as I crept away from the warehouse, taking care to avoid the pools of light cast by the few functioning street lamps, I spied Leonidas's automated carriage. The sight of it gave me an idea. By the time I finished my work and retreated to a safe distance, Leonidas was exiting the warehouse. He and Lyra exchanged a few more words at the entrance before she melted into the shadows like smoke. Leonidas approached his carriage with the satisfied air of a man who had his carnal appetites thoroughly sated. Once he climbed into the passenger compartment, the automated vehicle began moving again. I followed at a distance as the carriage headed toward the merchant district and the warm comfort of Leonidas's stolen mansion. The streets were empty at this hour, with scant passers-by and only the occasional city watch patrol to worry about. I needed the right moment, with minimal witnesses, to initiate my plan. The opportunity came as the carriage rumbled over a bridge spanning a drainage canal. The street stretched empty in both directions, lined with shuttered shops and darkened windows. I couldn't imagine a more perfect opportunity, so with a quick press of my thumb, I triggered the explosives I had placed on the carriage's underside. Thump! Both axles shattered simultaneously in a thunderous crack of splintering metal, sending the carriage lurching violently to one side before momentum carried it into a devastating roll. It tumbled end over end down the street, each impact against the cobblestones producing fresh showers of sparks and the screech of metal. Alchemical fluid sprayed from ruptured lines, hissing where it struck the stones and filling the air with acrid smoke. The carriage finally came to rest on its side with a tremendous crash that echoed off the surrounding buildings, steam billowing from the ruined engine compartment, while twisted metal groaned and settled. The steady mechanical humming that had powered the vehicle died with a final, grinding wheeze, leaving only the crackle of small fires and the sharp smell of burning alchemicals. The street fell silent, except for the crackle of small fires and the settling of debris. I heard movement from within the wreckage. Leonidas was alive, which was fine because I didn't want him to die too quickly or without knowing who had done him in. I stepped from the shadows and headed toward the overturned carriage, my black blade already in hand. Through the shattered windows, I saw Leonidas struggling to free himself from the wreckage. Blood streamed from a cut on his forehead, and one arm hung at an unnatural angle. When he saw me approaching, his eyes widened with recognition and fear. "You!" he gasped, finally understanding that this was no accident. "Me," I confirmed, stopping outside the reach of the flames. "We need to have a conversation about Abelard Whitfield." The explosion had attracted attention. Windows opened in nearby buildings, and curious faces peered down at the wreckage. A few brave souls emerged from doorways, drawn by the spectacle, but they stopped short when they saw me standing over the ruined carriage in full assassin's garb. The black leather, the drawn blade, the hood pulled low over my features. All of it conveyed violence and death. The onlookers retreated, pulling shutters closed and barring their doors. Only the city watch would interfere in a situation like this, so it behooved me to move things along before they arrived. "Not much to talk about," he said through clenched teeth. Blood trickled from his mouth as he tried to free himself from the twisted metal. Leonidas was in an impossibly vulnerable position, but that didn't dampen his fighting spirit one bit. Glaring daggers at me, he added, "He was a fool and a coward, and he's dead because of it." I said nothing as I watched him struggle. The wreck had torn his expensive coat and stained it with blood, and his face was pale with shock and pain. The crash had broken his left arm and likely several ribs, but he was still breathing, still conscious. "Good. Who hired you?" he gasped, finally dragging himself through the shattered window. He collapsed onto the cobblestones, clutching his injured arm to his chest. "Whatever they're paying you, I'll double it. No, triple it." I stepped closer, my boots crunching on broken glass. "This isn't about money, Leonidas. This is about Abelard Whitfield." "So you said." Realization dawned on him. "You're here on your own. You felt something for that fat fool." "I wouldn't go that far," I said, though I wasn't sure he wasn't right. "But he was a valuable resource, and you tortured him to death. For what? A list of names of people who won't matter in the slightest to you in a few days' time?" Leonidas tried to back away, pushing himself across the stones with his good arm. It was business. Surely a man in your line of work understands that. He had information I needed. Information he probably gave you at the first sign of a knife. You tortured him because you enjoyed it. So what if I did? Some of his old arrogance returned, even as blood ran down his face. The world is full of weak people. Someone has to remind them of their place. I allowed myself a smile as cold as the frigid air. Like now? More daggers, the edges of which I found quite dull, given the current situation. "I'm here to kill you, Leonidas, but first, you're going to run." I gestured with my blade toward the dark streets ahead. Usually, I like to get the killing part over quickly, but not this time. Leonidas stared at me in disbelief. "You're insane." "Run, Leonidas. As long as you're moving, you have a chance. Otherwise, I'll end this right here." He scrambled to his feet, swaying. I thought he might try to fight, but then survival instinct took over. He fled into the darkness, his broken arm held rigid at his side. I let him get far enough ahead that he might think he had a chance. Then I followed. Leonidas stumbled through the empty streets, his panic making him careless. He headed toward the market district first, perhaps hoping to find somewhere to hide among the countless stalls and storage areas. But the empty market provided little cover, and the locked shops offered no refuge. I stayed in the shadows, letting him see glimpses of me. A flash of movement in an alley, the glint of my blade in the moonlight. Each sighting sent him running in a new direction, his fear growing with every step. When he tried to force open a locked door, I threw a knife that buried itself in the wood inches from his hand. He cursed and ran again, heading toward Chesterborough. The residential district's maze of modest homes and narrow streets provided numerous places to hide, but they also worked to my advantage. While he blundered about in the open, I moved through the shadows between houses. His heavy breathing and stumbling footsteps made him easy to track. When he paused to rest beside a fountain in a small neighborhood square, I stepped into view at the far end of the plaza. "You can't run forever," I called out to him, my voice echoing off the surrounding buildings. He turned toward me in a panic before fleeing down a side street. I followed at a measured pace, in no hurry, let him exhaust himself, let the fear eat at him. He made it 3 more blocks before his strength gave out. I found him leaning against a wall, gasping for breath and clutching his side. When he saw me approaching, he drew a knife from his belt. a gentleman's blade, expensive but poorly balanced. "Stay back," he wheezed, waving the weapon unsteadily. "I'll kill you." "Will you?" I drew a long knife, the curved blade gleaming in the lamplight. "By all means, try." He lunged forward with a clumsy, overhand strike that I easily avoided. I could have killed him then, but instead I slashed his thigh, opening a long but shallow cut. He cried out and stumbled, nearly falling. I didn't press my advantage, allowing Leonidas to retreat. He could have turned and run. Instead, he lunged at me. I grabbed his wrist, twisting until he dropped the knife, then drove my knee into his injured ribs. He folded over with a choking gasp. I stepped back, giving him room. "Run!" He peered at me with hatred and fear warring in his eyes, then he limped away as fast as his injuries allowed. The chase continued through more residential districts, where sleeping families remained blissfully unaware of the deadly game we played in their streets. Leonidas was slowing down, his movements becoming more labored with each block. Blood from his various wounds left a trail that made it easy to follow. He tried hiding in doorways and alleyways, but I always found him. Sometimes I let him think he had escaped, waiting until he relaxed before revealing myself again. Each time, the terror in his eyes grew a little deeper. Finally, with dawn beginning to lighten the eastern sky, Leonidas stopped before a nondescript door. Pounding on it with his good hand, he shouted for help. After a moment, the door opened a crack. "Assassin!" Leonidas gasped, pushing his way inside. "There's an assassin after me. Lock the door! Bar the windows!" By the time I reached the place, I heard a bar slamming shut on the door's other side. No matter. I crashed through the front window instead, showering the interior with glass and splintered wood. 3 sleepy-eyed exactors rushed to meet me, swords drawn and faces grim. Behind them, an arcanist in blue robes weaved patterns in the air, power gathering around his fingers like visible flame. He was the real threat here, so I slipped past the first exactor's hasty thrust, ducked under the second swing, and drove forward through their formation. The arcanist's eyes widened as he realized my intent, but he was too committed to his casting to defend himself. I slammed my open palm into his chest, discharging the energy built up in my force glove, which I had activated as I crashed through the window. The impact sent him hurtling backward with tremendous force, his half-formed spell dispersing in crackling wisps of energy. He smashed through the wall in an explosion of splintered wood and mortar, disappearing into the alley beyond in a cloud of debris. Silence followed the crash. I suspected the arcanist wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. The 3 exactors stared in shock at the gaping hole their arcanist had made. When their focus returned to me, their grim expressions faded to ones of desperation. Without the support of their wizard, they were just skilled swordsmen facing someone far beyond their abilities. "Don't just stand there," Leonidas shouted. "Kill him!" Their superior gave the order, and so, like obedient soldiers, they followed it, coming at me in a rush. The first proved competent, his blade work clean and efficient, but his lack of experience showed when facing someone of my capabilities. I parried his thrust with one long knife and drove the other up under his ribs, piercing his heart. He dropped without a sound. The second came at me from the left, trying to take advantage of what he thought was an opening. I caught his blade with mine, then followed up with a slash that opened his throat. The third exactor, seeing his companions fall so quickly, tried to create distance, but I was already inside his guard. I slashed him open at his sternum and his belly, and he collapsed in a spreading pool of blood. The entire fight lasted perhaps 20 seconds. I looked around the safe house, but Leonidas had vanished. Next to the hole made by the arcanist's exit, the back door stood open, cold air flowing through from the alley beyond. While his protectors died for him, he had fled. But I saw his footprints in the snow, and so, with a grim smile, I stepped over the bodies and followed his trail through a maze of narrow alleys and side streets. The tracks grew fainter as Leonidas tried to disguise his path. But blood tells its own story, and wounded men leave signs that no amount of desperation can hide. I followed the scattered drops and smears, the occasional handprint on a wall where he had steadied himself, the disturbed snow where he had stumbled. The chase led me to a 3-story building where the blood trail disappeared at the front entrance. Blood stained the handle and frame of the door, and while it was closed, no question remained where he'd gone. I went inside, following the trail past overturned furniture and scattered papers disturbed when Leonidas had struggled through in his wounded state. The blood led to a narrow staircase at the rear of the building. More smears on the banister showed where he had hauled himself up, step by agonizing step, using his good arm for support. I climbed after him, following the trail of blood and desperation. The stairs creaked under my weight as I ascended through the second floor and up to the third. At the top, a door marked Roof Access stood open, winter wind whistling through the gap. The rooftop was slick with ice and snow, the morning wind cutting through the cold air. I found him near the roof's edge. Leonidas had collapsed against a chimney stack, his strength finally giving out. His face was ashen with blood loss, and his breathing came in ragged gasps. When he saw me approach across the treacherous rooftop, he didn't even try to run. "Wait," he wheezed, raising his good hand in a gesture of surrender. "Please, let's be reasonable about this." I stopped, my blade held ready. Reasonable went out the door hours ago, but I humored him by saying, "I'm listening." "You want information, don't you? Everyone does." His voice carried the desperate edge of a man playing his last card. "I know things, Warder secrets, where Claire keeps her real stronghold, not that decoy. The location of our weapon. Let me live, and I'll tell you how it works." "Keep talking." Leonidas's eyes gleamed with what he must have thought was cunning. "The weapon isn't in the city. Too dangerous. Claire had it moved to the ruins of Ashvale Abbey, north of here. The place almost wasn't large enough, but it gave us the cover our engineers needed to put the finishing touches on it." "Did you sell the location to Lyra?" "I tried, but she wasn't interested. Preempting us by destroying our weapon was Onias's gambit. She knows the truth about our chances, so she doesn't care. Still, it's of value to you, right? I can give you the exact route through our defenses." "And why would you do that?" "Because I'm a practical man," he said, wincing as he shifted position. "The Jakaree are going to win this. Shadowgrim is a force of nature. He's too powerful." "Then why sabotage the Warder's weapon?" That brought him up short, but he settled down once he accepted that I knew about his treachery. "A means to an end. I did what I had to do." "For yourself," I said. "Greed is a wanton seductress. So is Lyra, it seems." His expression darkened. "You're one to talk." I almost laughed. "Lyra is far more woman than I could handle." "You're the one who brought her back from the dead." "Fair point, though I kept that to myself. Something I can't say I don't regret, but I owed Lyra a debt. I've paid that debt in full and then some. Up to this point, the Warders have presented a common enemy. No longer, it seems. I have you to thank for that, Leonidas. Or rather, your greed." His expression became one of confusion. "I've only ever been interested in stopping the Warders from using their weapon. Since you solved that problem for me, I can now focus solely on Shadowgrim." Leonidas let out a maniacal cackle. "You think you can stop the Shadow Dragon? All by yourself? Oh, I forgot. You've got the Thieves Guild on your side." He laughed again. "Did you ever wonder why I allowed you to take the Codex of the Dragon?" "You said it was a book of myths and stories," I said, remembering his words. "We discovered it's much more than that." "It's full of all sorts of knowledge, isn't it?" Leonidas said, full of contempt. "Dragon anatomy, behaviors, abilities, but it's all useless." "Why's that?" "Because Shadowgrim is going to crush you." "I wouldn't worry yourself over that," I said. "The truth is, I've already stopped Shadowgrim. He just doesn't know it yet." Leonidas, unconvinced, looked askew at me. "What do you want from me? Money? I have access to the League's treasury, enough gold to buy a small army." "I already told you what this is about." Leonidas sank down. "Abelard Whitfield," he said with disgust. "That sniveling wretch doesn't deserve your loyalty." It was my turn to chuckle. "What's so damn funny?" Leonidas asked. "A traitor lecturing me about loyalty. I raised my blade, ready to end this, when the hum of an airship engine cut through the morning air. We both looked up to see a small dirigible approaching from the east, flying low over the rooftops. The craft was barely larger than a carriage, its sleek form gleaming in the morning sunshine. The dirigible was perhaps 30 feet away. As the craft drew closer, a rope with a harness attached dropped from the side. I had no idea how Leonidas had coordinated the dirigible's arrival, but no way was I letting him use it to escape. Leonidas's eyes fixed on the approaching harness with desperate hope. I stepped forward to finish him, but Leonidas grabbed a handful of loose roof tiles with his good hand and hurled them at my face. The clay fragments weren't deadly, but they forced me to duck and shield my eyes. In that crucial moment of distraction, he threw himself toward the edge of the roof. I lunged after him, but Leonidas had already reached the building's edge. The harness swung within his reach, and he hooked his good arm through the leather straps. The dirigible's winch engaged, lifting him from the rooftop. Spinning slowly, with his broken arm dangling uselessly at his side, the winch hauled him toward the airship. "You lose!" Leonidas shouted as the dirigible carried him away, his voice growing fainter with distance. "Follow me if you dare, but you won't stand a chance." I drew a throwing knife, calculating the angle and distance. The airship was gaining altitude as it headed toward the city limits. A difficult shot, getting more impossible by the second. Then I let my arm drop. The dirigible headed north. Its destination? Ashvale Abbey, where the warders stored their weapon. But Leonidas had already fulfilled his part of the agreement with Lyra, so why go there? Because greed motivated Leonidas above all other things. Only one reason would draw him to the abbey: the gold he embezzled. He must have hidden it there, and now he went to retrieve it before he left the city for good. Even beaten and wounded, he wasn't about to give up even a single florin. I wasn't about to give up either. Leonidas still needed to answer for what he'd done to Abelard, and since he'd told me his destination, I saw no reason not to follow. Ashvale Abbey's remains emerged from the dour landscape like a monument to forgotten faith. Once the complex had housed 100 monks dedicated to contemplation and scholarly pursuits, or so I heard. Now, after decades of abandonment, only crumbling walls and skeletal arches remained to mark where prayers had once echoed through stone corridors. Winter had claimed the abbey as thoroughly as time, coating the broken stones with ice and filling the empty window frames with drifted snow. It had taken me the better part of 2 hours to reach this place, traveling north from Alchester on roads that grew progressively worse until they disappeared entirely into trackless wilderness. Leonidas's dirigible had arrived long before me. From a copse of bare birch trees 200 yards from the main gate, I spotted the airship moored behind the abbey's ruined eastern wall, its envelope swaying in the winter wind. Smoke rose from several chimneys within the complex, and warm light glowed from windows boarded over rather than properly fitted with glass. The outer wall had collapsed in several places, but the abbey's new occupants had filled the gaps with wooden palisades and iron spikes. Guards moved along the ramparts at regular intervals, their breath steaming in the cold air as they maintained their watch. I counted at least a dozen exactors visible from my position, with likely twice that number inside the complex itself. This was no hastily assembled safe house. The warders had turned Ashvale Abbey into a fortress. From the abbey's great hall came the distant sound of voices raised in unison, though not in prayer. The words were too muffled by distance and stone walls for me to make out, but the cadence spoke of ceremony rather than worship. The warders conducted some sort of formal ritual, marking what they believed was their order's greatest triumph. I caught fragments carried on the wind that mentioned duty, honor, and ancient oaths renewed for one final purpose. Steel rang against steel in what sounded like a ceremonial presentation of arms, the precise movements of a knightly order preparing for battle. While the warders commemorated their weapons' activation inside, I spotted secret movement around the dirigible moored outside. A lone figure loaded small crates and chests, Leonidas's stolen treasure, I assumed, into the airship's cargo hold. Even at this distance, I recognized Leonidas's distinctive silhouette directing the operation, his injured arm held stiffly at his side while he gestured with his good hand. The other one must be the pilot, one of Leonidas's remaining co-conspirators since he'd hung Nathaniel Maines out to dry. Moving through the snow-covered underbrush, I circled wide around the abbey's perimeter until I found a gap in the outer wall. The span was wide enough for a horse and cart, though the warders had made some effort to block it with fallen timber and chunks of debris. I climbed through the obstacles in silence. Within minutes, I gained access to the abbey's rear courtyard, where Leonidas's airship had landed. The dirigible was approximately 20 feet in length, with a compartment that accommodated the pilot and one other. This was no Warder vessel, but one of the personal transports of the League of Merchants, reserved for the chief administrator and the members of the Merchants' Council. Apparently, Leonidas intended to steal it along with the League's treasure. I crept closer, using the remains of various outbuildings for cover. The pilot was finishing his loading, securing the last of the containers in the airship's cargo hold with rope and canvas covers. "Lock it down," Leonidas said unnecessarily. "We leave the moment you're finished." I drew a long knife and stepped into view. The pilot spotted me first, his eyes widening in surprise. He dropped a crate and stumbled backward, wanting no part of what was about to unfold. Leonidas spun toward me with surprising speed for someone so injured, though the movement sent a visible wave of pain across his features. His working hand fell to a sword at his hip before he seemed to remember the extent of his injuries. With a broken arm and significant blood loss, he was in no condition to fight anyone, much less someone of my abilities. Instead of showing fear or attempting to flee, Leonidas laughed. The sound was high and wild, carrying an edge of hysteria that spoke either to pain-induced delirium or genuine madness. His laughter echoed off the abbey's broken walls, seeming to mock the very stones around us. "You," he gasped between fits of manic laughter, "you actually followed me here, to this place." He gestured around the ruined courtyard with his good arm. "Do you have any idea what is about to happen?" I ignored his question. "Time to answer for Abelard Whitfield's murder, Leonidas." The compulsor's laughter grew even more unhinged. "Murder?" He rolled his eyes. "Still fixated on that? Here, let me cure you of your obsession." He raised his voice, calling out, "Guards! Kill this intruder!" His shout echoed across the courtyard. Within seconds, I heard the sound of running footsteps approaching from multiple directions. Armed figures stepped from various buildings throughout the complex, drawn by their master's call for help. Exactors in mail and surcoats, their swords already drawn. Behind them came solitary figures, likely compulsors subordinate to Leonidas. I doubted they were aware of Leonidas's duplicity or possessed the will to question his authority. Last came a pair of arcanists, armored like the others but with fingers adorned with rings that lit up with power. I counted 15 opponents, with more still coming. Professional fighters with magic support converging on my position from multiple angles, while Leonidas watched with that same maniacal grin splitting his bloodied face. The odds seemed unfair, though I settled on my heels, unperturbed, because just then the sound of hoofbeats echoed across the winter landscape, growing louder by the second. A horn sounded once, then twice, the notes carrying through the cold air. The exactors hesitated, confusion flickering across their faces as they turned toward the sound with growing alarm. Confusion became horror as Captain Geoffrey Belford and 23 of his best mercenaries poured through the gap in the abbey's eastern wall like an avalanche of steel and fury. They rode hard through the courtyard, scattering the warder's formation. Geoffrey himself made straight for the largest group of exactors, his sword already singing through the air as he cut down the first man who tried to block his path. Behind him, others followed suit, cutting warders down where they stood. The battle erupted in earnest, mercenary against warder in a clash that sent echoes ringing off the ancient stones. Steel rang against steel as soldiers clashed, their breath steaming in the cold air while they struggled for advantage. One of the arcanists fell, overwhelmed by 3 mercenaries before he completed even his first spell. The other unleashed a blast of force that sent 2 men flying, but Geoffrey's fighters pressed him hard, forcing him to retreat behind the others. Through the chaos of battle, I saw Leonidas scrambling toward his dirigible. The pilot was already in the cockpit, steam rising from the alchemical engine as they prepared for immediate departure. Leonidas hauled himself up the boarding ramp, his stolen treasure secured, and his escape route prepared. While steel flashed around me, I dodged through the melee. An exactor tried to intercept me, but I drove my blade between his ribs without breaking stride. The dirigible's engines engaged fully the second I reached the base of the boarding ramp. Leonidas was already in the passenger compartment, shouting instructions to his pilot. "Get us airborne, now!" The airship lurched upward as I leaped up the ramp, my fingers catching the airship's gunnel right before it lifted out of reach. With me hanging on for dear life, the dirigible shot upward so fast that the Abbey's courtyard and the battle raging there shrank beneath us in no time. Clenching my teeth, I hauled myself onto the ship's narrow deck. Above our heads, the winter wind whipped across the canvas balloon. The pilot sat hunched over his controls in the forward seat, focused on his instruments, while Leonidas crawled from his seat to block my way. "Stubborn fool!" Leonidas snarled, drawing something from beneath his coat. A pistol, its brass tube studded with components that hummed with energy. I kept advancing across the swaying deck, my blade ready. We had risen perhaps 100 feet above the Abbey now, climbing toward the distant gray clouds overhead. Better not miss. He fired. The weapon discharged with a sound like breaking glass, sending a bolt of crackling energy that struck me in the shoulder. Pain shot through my entire body as alchemical lightning coursed along my nerves, and I stumbled, nearly falling from the tilted deck. My left arm went numb, and my vision blurred as the weapon's effect did its best to overwhelm me. But I had endured worse. Much worse. Shaking off the debilitation, I continued my advance, though with slower, less coordinated movements. Leonidas's eyes widened, and he dropped the stun gun, which only had a single charge. In its place, he drew his sword, swinging it in wide arcs to keep me at bay. "You should have stayed in Alchester," he snarled, stepping closer. "Should have minded your own business." "Abelard was my business," I said, parrying his clumsy strikes with my long knife. The dirigible shook as we climbed higher, making footing treacherous on the narrow deck. Our elevation had grown to at least 200 feet, with the wind growing stronger as we ascended. Leonidas swung his sword in a vicious overhead strike that would have split my skull if it had connected. Instead, I sidestepped and drove my knee into his injured ribs, eliciting a scream of pain that was audible even over the engine noise. He staggered backward, clutching his side, but managed to keep his weapon raised. "It's over, Leonidas," I said, advancing carefully on the swaying deck. "Is it?" He lunged forward with desperate strength, his blade cutting the air inches from my face. I caught his wrist with my hand, stopping the weapon's momentum, twisting sharply enough to break his grip. His weapon spun away to clatter across the deck. Then, I drove my fist into his stomach, doubling him over with a choking gasp. Leonidas tried to back away, but the dirigible's narrow platform offered no escape. We were so high above the Abbey that the snow-covered courtyard spread out below us like a white canvas marked with the tiny dark figures of fighting men. "You've lost," I told him, raising my blade. Instead of cowering or begging, Leonidas straightened and met my gaze with something that might have been defiance. "The only one who has lost is you. You just don't know." I drove my foot into his chest with a powerful side kick that sent him hurtling from the dirigible's deck. Wind and distance cut his scream short as he tumbled through the air, his coat flapping like broken wings. The impact when he struck the Abbey's courtyard echoed off the stone walls even at this height, a sound that was a sickening noise of pulverized flesh and broken bones. It had taken all night and part of the day, but finally I had avenged Abelard. Now I needed to get back on the ground. I made my way forward, using handholds to steady myself against the wind. The pilot saw me coming and raised his hands in surrender before I even reached the cockpit. "Please, I was only following orders. I don't want any trouble." "Then set us down," I replied, my voice barely audible over the engine noise. He began working the controls, adjusting valves and levers until the dirigible's ascent slowed, then stopped altogether as we leveled out. A deep, resonant crack below shattered the calm of the afternoon sky, echoing across the landscape, as if the earth itself had split open. Below us, a section of the abbey's central courtyard erupted in a spray of stone and mortar. Ancient walls cracked and tumbled as something massive forced its way up from hidden chambers beneath the ruins. Steam hissed as a metallic head emerged, followed by a serpentine neck that gleamed like polished steel in the pale light. The head was the size of a carriage, its surface a masterwork of interlocking plates that shifted and adjusted with each movement. Crystal lenses set deep within armored sockets blazed with inner fire, while rows of steel teeth lined a maw large enough to swallow a horse whole. The neck stretched upward like a clockwork serpent, each vertebra a marvel of articulated engineering that moved with impossible elegance. The creature's torso broke free next, its chest a fortress of burnished metal inscribed with arcane symbols that pulsed with eldritch light. Steam vented from dozens of ports along its flanks, and the rhythmic sound of pistons echoed across the courtyard as internal mechanisms drove the construct's movements. Its hide was not scales, but overlapping plates of burnished metal like the ones the arcanist blacksmith forged, each one etched with intricate magical patterns. Then came the wings, vast expanses of brass and steel that unfolded like the sails of some impossible ship. The membrane between each strut was not leather or skin, but a translucent material that shimmered with energy, crackling occasionally with veins of azure lightning. When fully extended, the wingspan reached from one side of the courtyard to the other, casting the entire abbey in shadow. 4 limbs appeared as the construct rose from its underground lair, each ending in talons the length of sword blades. The rear legs bore the creature's weight as it rose to its full height, easily 50 feet from the ground to the crown of its head. The warders had not simply built a tool of war. They had created a mechanical deity of vengeance, a dragon to fight a dragon. Despite its mechanical nature, the dragon's head swiveled with engineered perfection, steam venting from joints where pistons and gears drove the construct. Its eyes glowed with a fierce inner light, and when it opened its maw, I glimpsed the focusing chamber within where devastating energies gathered before being unleashed. As the mechanical dragon tested its wings, sending gusts of air across the abbey grounds, I heard the pilot gasp in awe from the cockpit. Below us, the remaining warders scrambled to clear the area as their ultimate weapon prepared for flight. Some fell to their knees in reverence, while others stared in wonder at what their order had accomplished. The mechanical dragon represented centuries of planning, generations of accumulated knowledge, and resources that must have strained even the warders' considerable finances. And thanks to Leonidas's sabotage, all its grandeur and destructive capability meant nothing. I couldn't wait to see the look on the warders' faces when their greatest creation self-destructed before their very eyes. The dragon's wings beat once, twice, then caught the air with a thunderous crack that echoed across the moor. Considering its size, it rose from the ruins with surprising elegance, climbing toward the overcast sky with powerful strokes that sent snow swirling in its wake. "Get us out of here," I shouted to the pilot, but it was already too late. The mechanical dragon's flight path took it agonizingly close to our position, so close that one of its wings clipped the dirigible's envelope, tearing through the canvas with a sound like ripping silk. The impact sent us spinning through the air, our controlled descent becoming an out-of-control plummet. Alchemical gas hissed from the torn envelope. The pilot fought the controls, trying to arrest our fall, but the damage was too extensive. We were going down, and there was nothing either of us could do about it. "Hold on!" the pilot screamed, the rush of wind all but drowning out his words. The abbey's courtyard rushed up to meet us with terrifying speed. I braced myself against the cabin's frame, using every technique I had learned for surviving falls and impacts. The dirigible struck the ground hard, bouncing once before sliding across the snow-covered ground in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. When the wreckage finally came to rest, I found myself buried under a tangle of canvas and rope, bruised but remarkably intact. The pilot had not been so fortunate. Through the cracked windscreen of his compartment, his motionless form slumped over the controls. Crawling from the wreckage, I shook off debris and checked for serious injuries. Though everything hurt, I hadn't broken anything. The dirigible was a total loss. The crash had shredded its balloon and twisted its frame beyond repair, Leonidas's stolen treasure lay scattered across the courtyard, gold coins and precious stones glinting in the pale light like stars fallen to earth. Above us, the mechanical dragon soared ever higher, its form disappearing into the low-hanging clouds. Right before it did, it changed course and headed toward Alchester. All around, the warders followed suit, abandoning this base now that they had deployed their weapon. Though they melted away one by one or in small groups, I knew they all had their sights set on Alchester. This, at last, was the Unifying Convergence, and no one wanted to miss it. Geoffrey appeared at my side, his armor bearing fresh scratches and dents from the recent battle. What happens when that mechanical dragon reaches the city? Decimation, I said, remembering the symbol we discovered all those months ago. I realized it didn't matter that Leonidas had sabotaged the mechanical dragon's primary weapon. The automaton could smash through half the city before it even needed to use it. I peered toward the south, where clouds hung low over the road to the city. "Round up your men, Captain. It's time for the real battle to begin." Act 5, The Reckoning, Part 2. Dark clouds moved in, covering the afternoon sky as we rode hard through Alchester's snow-covered streets, so that soon fat flakes drifted down to coat our horses' manes and shoulders. The cold bit through our cloaks even more because of our fast pace, turning our breath into clouds that the wind snatched away before they could linger. My equestrian skills were not as sharp as the Black Guardsman's, though I managed to remain in the saddle through the worst of our race through the city. Geoffrey rode beside me, his 20 remaining mercenaries following in tight formation behind us. The Black Guard had lost 3 men in the fighting at Ashvale Abbey, but those who survived carried themselves with characteristic pragmatism. They each understood the danger of their chosen profession and accepted it. When time allowed, they'd raise a glass to their fallen comrades. But for now, more work remained, and all knew the spoils went to the victor and the living. We urged our horses to greater speed, racing through the streets as we searched for any sign of the mechanical dragon. In the merchant quarter, taverns buzzed with activity as patrons spilled onto the cobblestones, their conversations animated by rumors and reports of a massive flying construct. Outside the Lazy Minstrel, I spotted Ophelia standing amidst her waitstaff, as befuddled as everyone else. She watched our mounted column thunder past, recognition flickering in her eyes when she saw me before we disappeared around the next corner. A hushed unease settled over the residential districts we passed through. Entire families stood in their doorways despite the bitter cold, many clutching oil lamps or candles as they pointed toward the darkening sky and shared fearful whispers about the mechanical beast that some claimed to have glimpsed flying high overhead. "There!" Geoffrey called out, pointing toward a spot above the eastern districts. The mechanical dragon circled in the distance like an enormous bird of prey, its brass wings catching the cloud-dimmed sunlight as it wheeled through the air. Steam rose from its joints in visible plumes, and the rhythmic sound of its wings beating the air carried across the city like distant thunder. "Icon Cemetery," I said. "How can you be sure?" Captain Belford asked. "Because the Shadow Dragon almost escaped there once. Maybe the barrier into the Shadow Realm is weaker there." I shrugged. "All I know is that the Warder's dragon is circling over the cemetery. So that's where we're going." We turned our horses toward the east, pushing them hard despite the treacherous footing on the snow-slicked cobblestones. The few citizens we encountered pressed themselves against doorways and into alcoves, their faces pale with fear as they watched our armed band thunder past. Word of the mechanical dragon's appearance had spread through the city's winding streets, and those with any sense had barricaded themselves indoors to wait out the calamity about to unfold. When we arrived at the cemetery, we found the iron gates to the main entrance open. Beyond, the burial ground stretched into darkness, its maze of monuments and burial plots wreathed in shadow. Oak trees dotted the landscape, their bare branches reaching toward the sky like gnarled fingers. As we dismounted and prepared to enter on foot, familiar figures approached. Thorn Targalas led a small group, his barbarian frame unmistakable even in the dim light. Behind him came Garrick Greyfoot, his usual smile replaced by an uncharacteristically grim expression. Zara and Nyx were next, the thieves alert and ready for trouble. "About time you showed up," Liz said, striding from the dark as our groups converged. "We've been watching them for the better part of an hour." "Them?" Jeffrey asked, though I suspected we all knew who she meant. "Jakaree priests," Thorn rumbled, his voice too loud by my estimate. "But that was an anulgan for you. At least 40 that we counted, maybe more hiding among the tombs. They've set up some kind of device near one of the mausoleums. Not sure what they're after. The tomb looks like an earthquake hit it." Behind us, the sound of marching feet echoed from the street. A column of city watchmen approached in formation, their lanterns bobbing like fireflies in the snowy darkness. At their head marched a tall man in fine chain armor, his helmet sporting the blue plume of a watch commander. Thorn nodded at his approach. "Commander Aldrich, what brings the city's finest cobble stompers out on a night like this?" The commander extended a hand, and the two shook. Thorn was known to have friends in strange and sometimes high places, so their familiarity didn't surprise me. Commander Aldrich also acknowledged Captain Belford with a nod. Hard lines dominated the commander's weathered face as he answered. "First, I received reports of armed cultists heading for Akon with an unknown machine in tow. Then I started hearing about a mechanical monster flying over the city, and damn if I didn't see it for myself right after." "There it is, sir," a guardsman shouted, pointing. The mechanical dragon's silver and brass wings stretched wide as it glided across the dreary sky. So it is, Commander Aldrich said. "I was hoping the news was all a smokescreen for something more conventional. Armed rebellion, perhaps. Maybe a riot." His gaze went from the dragon flying overhead to the assembled thieves and mercenaries. He studied our group with calculating eyes. "Mind telling me what you're doing out here, Thorn?" "Looking for armed cultists, same as you, Commander. Difference is we already found them." Thorn rested his hammer on his shoulder. "Look, Dunstan, we're not here to usurp your authority or take any of the glory from you and your men, but my people know the cultists better than anyone. If you're asking to come with us into the cemetery, don't bother. If there's a fight brewing, then you know I'll never turn your hammer down. As long as we aren't robbing anyone, of course." Thorn let out a chuckle and slapped the commander on the shoulder. "Not tonight, we aren't. Tonight, we're hunting." The commander grinned as the Anulgan's words sparked a memory. "Like that time in the Marrow Woods?" "Not too different. What's the actual difference between tattooed fanatics and Wendigos, anyway? In the end, they both bleed." Liz cleared her throat. "Are you two done catching up?" As if to remind everyone why they were here, the mechanical dragon swung wide, flying over our position. Guardsmen, thieves, and mercs alike raised weapons. But the dragon continued its encirclement of the cemetery grounds, waiting with the patience of a construct with no concept of time. "Right," Commander Aldrich said. He glanced at Captain Belford. "Evening, Captain. Any issues following my lead?" "None, Commander. We're all here for the same reason. The only difference is we don't get paid until the job's done. So lead on, and let's get this over with." A murmur of assent sounded from the black guardsmen. "All of you, follow me," Commander Aldrich said, taking the lead alongside Thorn as they made their way through the gate into Icon Cemetery. As the watchmen stepped in line behind their commander, I heard Thorn filling him in on any missing details. We moved deeper into the cemetery as a unified force, with the soldiers and mercenaries spreading out in a loose formation, while the thieves and I vanished into the shadows between the monuments. The main path through Akon wound between ancient burial plots marked by weathered headstones that leaned at odd angles, their inscriptions worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Marble figures of gods and gargoyles stood sentinel over family crypts, their stone faces stained dark with age, and their outstretched arms or wings chipped by decades of harsh winters. Snow had drifted against the larger monuments, creating ghostly shapes that shifted and moved in the dim light, making every shadow a potential threat. We passed the section where undertakers buried paupers in unmarked graves, now nothing more than gentle mounds beneath the snow. Here, the occasional wooden symbol or simple stone marker poked through the white blanket, stark reminders of lives forgotten by everyone except the cemetery's record keepers. Closer to the cemetery's heart, the monuments grew larger and more elaborate. Alchester's wealthy had spared no expense on their eternal resting places, creating towering spires of black granite and ornate crypts guarded by bronze statues. The path branched here, with one route leading toward neat, new rows of uniform headstones, and the other winding toward the cemetery's oldest part, where the city's founding families lie entombed. We took the older path, following Thjorn's lead as he guided us past crumbling mausoleums that predated the current royal dynasty. Oak trees dominated this section, their trunks twisted with age and their bare branches forming a canopy that blocked much of the sunlight that pierced the clouds. The shadows here were deeper and more complete, and I caught glimpses of movement that could have been those of Jakaree scouts, or simply the play of light and darkness. Every footstep sank deep into the snow here, and despite my efforts at stealth, the sound of 60 armed men moving through the cemetery seemed impossibly loud in the winter stillness. I spotted the familiar broken mausoleum ahead, made that way when an out-of-control reaction had torn a hole between worlds, and the dead within had risen and broken through the doors to escape. The mausoleum had once been a masterpiece of architecture, its soaring spires and intricate stonework a testament to its owner's wealth and influence. Now it stood as a monument to catastrophe, its elegant facade scarred by the violent forces that had erupted from within. The bronze doors, once adorned with elaborate reliefs depicting the family's mercantile achievements, hung twisted and broken from their hinges. Deep gouges scored the metal where desperate claws had torn through from the inside, and the ornate lock mechanism lay shattered on the snow-covered ground. Through the gaping entrance, I saw marble sarcophagi lying overturned and cracked, their contents scattered by the supernatural upheaval that had claimed this place. The mausoleum's eastern wall bore a jagged crack that ran from foundation to roofline, splitting the carved family crest in half and allowing winter wind to whistle through the damaged structure. Chunks of masonry littered the ground around the building's base, some pieces as large as wagon wheels, a testament to the violence that had torn through the barriers between realms. The windows, once filled with stained glass depicting scenes of prosperity and divine favor, now gaped empty, their colorful panes reduced to glittering fragments. Most disturbing of all was the dark stain that seeped from the mausoleum's foundation, spreading outward in an irregular pattern that the snow couldn't quite cover. The stain pulsed with a spattering of darkness, as if the otherworldly energies seeping from the place tainted the very stone. Where the darkness touched the surrounding graves, the headstones had begun to crack and lean at impossible angles, creating a circle of corruption that marked the epicenter of the dimensional breach. The source of that darkness was none other than the Jakaree's horizon dichotomizer. Whether this was the original model or a new one didn't matter. It looked the same and served the same purpose. Now powered by Gwendolyn's enhanced generator, the machine stood on 4 massive legs bolted into the ancient stone of the cemetery path, each support thick as a man's torso and inscribed with glowing symbols. Above them rose a circular base ringed with vertical prongs that contained the familiar ebon sun, a crackling sphere of absolute darkness that shifted and shimmered with malevolent energy. 3 distinct metallic bands spun around the dark sphere on different axes, their rotation creating a hypnotic pattern despite having no visible connection to the sphere itself. The entire machine shook and vibrated, its metal framework groaning under the forces powering it. Around the machine, Jakaree warriors bearing their characteristic tattoos on faces and arms stood in a protective formation. I counted at least 50, all armed with curved swords or other exotic weapons. They wore dark robes over fitted armor. At their center stood Lyra, now dressed in the dark leather armor and cloak that befitted her role as High Warrior Priestess of the Jakaree. She had pulled her short platinum blonde hair into a tight ponytail that emphasized the sharp angles of her face and the icy determination in her pale eyes. "You're too late," she called out, as our forces took defensive positions among the headstones and monuments. "Soon, the barriers between realms will collapse, and Shadowgrim will rise once more." Behind her, the ebon sun had grown to the size of a carriage wheel, its shadow energy rippling like water. Occasionally, something moved within its depths, a hint of vast intelligence pressing against the boundaries that contained it. "We outnumber you!" Commander Aldrich shouted, though his voice lacked conviction. "Surrender, and you'll face judgment rather than execution." Lyra laughed, the shrill sound echoing among the cemetery's monuments. "Do we appear outnumbered to you?" She gestured toward the shadows between the tombs, and I realized with growing unease that more figures moved there, shapes that hadn't been visible before. Meanwhile, the horizon dichotomizer pulsed with increasing intensity, its ebon sun expanding again, and this time I glimpsed something on the other side, a vast space filled with swirling shadows and the suggestion of serpentine movement. Besides, numbers mean little when a god is soon to walk among mortals. The sound of approaching hoofbeats echoed through the cemetery. A new group of riders emerged from the darkness, their formation tight and professional despite the challenging terrain. At their head rode a man in black armor whose bearing marked him as someone accustomed to command, or at least in wresting it from others. Shields and tunics displayed the now familiar black sword insignia, which identified the newcomers as members of the Black Blades Mercenary Company, a recent offshoot of the Black Guard. "Lieutenant Nelson," Jeffrey said, his voice noticeably tight. The pair hadn't parted on amicable terms, so it was anyone's guess whether Nelson was here to join us or start a fight. Calling Marcus by his old rank didn't exactly set the stage for the former. "It's Captain now, as you damn well know," Marcus said as he and his men dismounted. "Right, sure it is," Jeffrey said, "and I'm a general." "If you'd listened to me more, you probably would be," Marcus said. The two captains faced each other, exchanging hard stares, their years of shared history and recent conflict hanging between them like a blade. I wondered if we were headed for a fight when Gwendolyn's voice cut through the tension. "Some other time, boys," she said. Gwendolyn Goddard strode through the ranks of mercenaries as if she outranked every one of them, which, as their employer, I suppose she did. Despite the circumstances, she looked remarkably composed, her golden blonde hair arranged in a practical bun and her traveling coat of fine wool lightly dusted with snow. As usual, she carried herself with the confidence of someone accustomed to giving orders and having them followed without question. "I appreciate that you both have personal grievances to settle, but perhaps we could focus on the immediate threat and return to that later?" Still glowering, Jeffrey proved the better man by extending his hand first. "Truce?" Marcus looked no less happy about the arrangement, but he clasped his former captain's hand. "Agreed. We can go back to hating each other after this is over." The Black Blades took positions alongside our existing forces, their familiarity with their former Black Guard comrades evident in the way they welcomed one another. Despite the split between the mercenary companies, these men had fought alongside each other for years. "Just like old times," one of Jeffrey's men called out to a Black Blade taking position near him. "Same shat. Different day, eh?" the other replied with dark humor, sending a ripple of laughter across both sides. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn studied the horizon dichotomizer from afar. As a scientist, she understood more about it than anyone else here, probably even more than the Jakaree engineers who built it. "We don't have much time." "The white-haired woman said we were too late," Nick said. "Not too late," Gwendolyn said, "but we are definitely running out of time." She and the others had decided on a plan while I was off seeing to other matters. A multi-layered approach, Liz had explained to me, in which they first focused on stopping the Jakaree, the idea being that if the Shadow Dragon never made it into our world, then there would be no need to stop him. With that accomplished, we'd get to see if the Dragon Slayer weapon was as good as advertised when used against the mechanical monstrosity circling above us. When Liz told me about it all, I stayed quiet. Maybe it would work. Maybe it wouldn't. Either way, if everything failed, and Shadowgrim emerged victorious, he was still going to have to face me. The Shadow Dragon didn't know it yet, but that was a fight he couldn't win. Gwendolyn directed a frown at the two captains. "What are you two still doing here?" "You too, Commander. Go stop those priests. Clear a path to the machine before it really is too late." "Yes, ma'am," Dunstan answered for all of them. "Black Guard, advance," Jeffrey commanded. "Black blades, with me," Marcus echoed as he moved in step with Captain Belford. As one, black guardsmen and black blades advanced. "Form ranks!" Commander Aldrich shouted to his watchmen. "Protect our flanks!" With shields ready and swords drawn, the city watch created defensive lines among the headstones. I caught Liz's eye as the forces began their advance. She gave me a quick nod before she, Zara, Nyx, and Garrick melted into the shadows between the monuments. The thieves were off to do what thieves did best, staying out of the main line of fire and striking when the opportunity presented itself. Not so with their leader. Thjorn hefted his massive warhammer and strode forward with the confidence of a warrior who had never met an enemy he couldn't crush. Little space separated our forces, so the soldiers' march soon accelerated, becoming a quick jog and then a full run. Many of the Jakaree, blood boiling for battle and wishing to prove themselves in this moment when their dark god finally emerged, did the same, their battle cries splitting the night. In the next instant, the cemetery erupted into chaos as our combined forces crashed into the oncoming Jakaree. The sound of armored men and steel colliding rang like a clap of thunder, the shock of their impact scattering the best-laid plans as formations crumbled and the fight deteriorated in seconds into skirmishes fought between headstones. Mercenaries placed their backs to one another or fought side by side, repelling screaming Jakaree warriors with skill born from countless battles similar to this one. What the priests lacked in experience, they more than made up for with ferocity and the maniacal fervor of true fanatics. Yielding ground meant permitting their enemy to come within striking distance of their machine and jeopardize the summoning of the Dark One. None would allow that, least of all Lyra, who, far from shirking away from the battle, thrust herself straight into the thick of it. With arms raised above her head, the air around her darkened, shadows coiling about her like living things as she gathered her power. Next to me, Gwendolyn shivered as the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the soldiers' weapons. "Surrender, fools!" Lyra shouted. "With every passing second, the Dark One draws closer to our world, and so my power grows." The breathing of the combatants became visible in the frigid air, while blood began to stain the snow beneath their feet. Men and women on both sides grunted with effort. Others cried out, some in pain, while others reveled in the occasion, their zeal reaching such heights that every swing of sword, axe, or hammer warranted an accompanying battle cry. But as Lyra's cold-inducing magic settled over our forces, their excitement for battle waned. Reaction time slowed, and black guardsmen and blades alike stopped pressing their advantage until parrying and blocking their attackers became their only movement. But how long before they stopped even doing that much? Where Lyra's magic debilitated our forces, it had the opposite effect on the Jakaree. Those nearest to her gained new strength, their eyes taking on a red gleam as her dark energy flowed through them. Their movements became faster, more aggressive, as if something beyond mere fanaticism drove them. Further, Lyra's dark power deepened the shadows, making it harder for our people to see their enemies. Men cursed, some stumbling as boots caught on obstructions obscured by the unnatural darkness. As if that wasn't enough, the High Priestess gestured toward a cluster of mercenaries, and the snow beneath them erupted upward in jagged spikes of ice, forcing them to scatter or become impaled. Thjorn, undeterred, smashed his way through a pair of priests before turning his hammer on the spikes, shattering them as quickly as Lyra had summoned them. "Next time we bring a sorceress of our own!" Geoffrey called out, shaking his head as if trying to clear a fog while he parried the strike of a tattooed warrior whose blade moved with inhuman speed. I needed no one to tell me that Geoffrey slowed along with the others because I'd crossed swords with him myself, so I knew his speed better than most. The priest pressing Geoffrey fought with animal fury, his curved blade, an elegant weapon by most measures, reduced to bludgeoning crudeness as the priest hacked away at Captain Belford's defenses. Geoffrey gave ground in measured steps, his swordwork precise despite the supernatural conditions plaguing him. "Behind you, Captain!" The Black Guardsman's warning arrived just in time as a second Jakaree warrior rushed Geoffrey's flank. Captain Belford spun around, delivering a cut that arrested the priest's momentum by cutting a neat line across his throat. The Jakaree fell to his knees, gurgling as he clutched at the wound in a vain attempt to stem the flow of blood. In any other fight, Jaffrey would have kept spinning, turning the blade of the other Jakaree at precisely the right moment. But Lyra's magic sank too deep, stalling his maneuver. His sword remained too low, and the priest's strike too high. The guardsman who had issued the warning tried to reach his captain, but the press of men was too great. The priest's curved blade came down on Jaffrey, about to split him open, when another blade took the Jakaree's arm off at the elbow. Another swing sliced up through his torso and across his face, separating his features into two neat halves. "You're getting slow, old man," Captain Nelson bellowed, though he struggled to fight off the effects of Lyra's magic, the same as the others. Jaffrey had no time to respond as more Jakaree closed on them. Both captains placed their backs to one another, readying for the onslaught when Thorn and his hammer arrived like a force of nature. The first Jakaree warrior barely had time to register the threat before Thorn's weapon crashed into his side with a sound like breaking timber. The priest flew sideways, his body folding around the hammer as he smashed into a weathered headstone that cracked under the impact. A second and third priest, taken with the same blow, soon followed. The others had enough sense to step out of range. Thorn spat in the mercenary captain's direction. "You're both getting slow." Despite the supernatural cold plaguing the other fighters, Heavy Hammer seemed unaffected by the High Priestess's magic, at least for now. "We need to take out that witch," Captain Nelson said. "No shat," Jaffrey roared back. "Any suggestions how?" Captain Nelson laughed because right then, two black blades fought their way through the melee and reached Lyra, who watched their approach with cool indifference. "How about by having two of my finest men paint that white skin of hers with her blood?" The statement was bold, if not a bit unrealistic. Although I was on the move now, taking advantage of the hole the two blades had carved in the Jakaree line, the two mercs were already there. Let them do their worst, and see if either survived the encounter. The first black blade to reach Lyra wasted no time, thrusting with such force that he meant to end the fight before it began by plunging his sword into her to the hilt. But Lyra avoided his attack with minimal effort, her movement so fluid she had only to reach out a hand to place her palm against his armor. Dark energy erupted from her touch, spreading across the merc's body like fingers of lightning. His scream pierced the night as the shadow magic invaded his flesh, his skin taking on an ashen pallor as ice crystals formed all along him. Within seconds, the black bladesman collapsed to his knees, his eyes rolled back, and he breathed no longer. The other fared no better. The cold affected him too much, his movements far too slow as he brought his sword down on her. Drawing a flanged mace from beneath her cloak, Lyra knocked the mercenary's blade aside in a shower of sparks. The mercenary pressed on, launching a series of strikes that might have overwhelmed his opponent through sheer aggression if only he didn't move so slowly. Lyra stepped inside his reach and smashed her mace into his ribs. The impact shattered bone and drove the air from his lungs. As her opponent doubled over, gasping for breath, she brought the mace down on his skull with a sickening crunch. The mercenary dropped to the snow-covered ground beside his comrade, blood pooling beneath his head as he died. Lyra stood over both bodies, her expression unchanged, as if she had swatted two annoying insects. "Your finest men," she said, loud enough for the captains to hear over the sounds of battle. How disappointing. Behind her, the horizon dichotomizer pulsed with increasing intensity, its ebon sun growing larger and larger by the second. Through its swirling depths, I caught more glimpses of movement. The supernatural conditions created by Lyra's sorcery continued to plague our forces. Ice formed on shield rims, making them unwieldy. Sword blades became brittle in the extreme cold, and several mercenaries cursed as their weapons snapped under the stress of combat. However, professional soldiers adapt, and the mercenaries compensated for these handicaps by fighting closer together and using the cemetery's monuments for shelter from the worst of the Jakaree counterattacks. Strange. I felt none of the effects of the High Priestess's magic, so as I strode through the melee and dove through the gap created by the two dead mercenaries, I faced Lyra with a sense of confidence that maybe I needn't have made all my elaborate plans after all. Lyra raised her flanged mace, while her other hand clenched into a fist wreathed with dark power. Here, at last, at the end, we face one another not as allies, but as enemies. "It was always going to end this way," I said. "You saved me, and I saved you. That slate is clean." Around us, the battle raged throughout the darkness, screaming Jakaree warriors exchanging blows with mercenaries and watchmen alike. But the space around us remained clear, the chaos held at bay. Even the whine of the horizon dichotomizer with its spinning black ball of energy became part of the background noise, ever present but faint enough that I almost forgot about the danger it represented. Lyra's ice-blue eyes met mine. "I wonder if you knew this was our fate to face one another to the death. Why save me at all?" I had no answer to that, perhaps because when compared to Onias, she seemed the lesser of two evils. Or maybe it was because I genuinely felt the need to repay her. A life for a life. Not the assassin's way by any measure. But I was more than my profession. If I weren't, I wouldn't have come this far. "I am grateful for what you did," Lyra said when I gave no answer. "But gratitude will not stay my hand tonight." She hefted her mace, ready to begin. "Too much depends on this ritual's completion." No more words were said between us, and with the muted chaos around us threatening to reassert itself, I lunged at the High Priestess. Lyra held her position, knocking the thrust of my sword away while stepping to one side to avoid the cut of my long knife. She raised her other hand, the one charged with magic, and clenched her fist, releasing a maelstrom of dark tendrils that showered me with dark energy. Miraculously, though the shoots of power exploded all around me, not even one struck me. The failure of her magic did not go unnoticed by Lyra, who looked at me not with rage or disappointment, but glee. "It's a sign," she said, a wildness consuming her. "Don't you see? Your destiny lies with me, by my side. Onias was a fool, but his vision of assassins and priests once more standing side by side needn't die with him. Shadowgrim will surely bless our union. Why else does my shadow magic spare you when my intent is for it to strip the flesh from your bones?" And here I thought the time for talking had passed. I dove forward, hoping to find a gap in her attack. No need. When I moved, the dark energy flowed with me, remaining at a distance. I had no idea what any of it meant except that I was still alive. I lunged at Lyra, slipping on a patch of ice at the last moment, so that my knife missed her, and my sword arm became entangled with hers. We both went down, rolling across the frozen ground, fists and elbows and the hilts of weapons bludgeoning each other until we separated. I came up into a crouch, ready to attack or evade. Lyra stood, a nasty forehead cut bleeding across her face. She no longer wore an expression of glee. Now, pure and unadulterated anger dominated her features. "So be it!" she shouted so loud the dead must have stirred in their coffins. "I have shown patience and tolerance. No longer." Once more, she raised her hand above her head. This time, the multiple threads of energy coalesced into a single stream she sent hurtling at me. So aimed, there was no missing this time. With no time to evade, I instinctively raised my sword, the black blade all but useless. But what else could I do? Dark energy, lancing toward me like a streak of lightning, struck my weapon but not me, dancing along the ebon surface like one of Gwendolyn's energy pylons. Attracted to my sword and nothing else, the magic went no further despite Lyra's snarl. Standing, I held my sword in front of me as I took one step toward her. Lyra let go of her mace and, joining her hands, doubled her efforts. It made no difference. Her black magic, her shadow magic, couldn't touch me. With my sword occupied, I raised my long knife, ready to end this, when a slender shape slipped from the darkness behind the High Priestess. Lyra's fierce expression, her clenched teeth and wild eyes, melted away as her back arched and she cried out in pain. The dark fingers of her magic sputtered and ceased altogether, and she slumped forward, staggering toward me. Behind her stood Elizabeth, holding a knife stained with Lyra's blood. Lyra was so close, I only had to thrust my knife into her to end her. But a host of Jakaree warriors chose that moment to swarm us, so I was too busy fighting for my life and trying to reach Elizabeth to finish the High Priestess off once and for all. 2 of the priests lifted their leader, carrying her to safety, but plenty more remained behind to exact a toll from me and Liz. How about when this is over? Elizabeth said between clenched teeth as she ducked beneath a Jakaree swing. We go someplace quiet. Maybe to the coast? Find one of those wineries you like so much. I put my back to hers, deflecting a barrage of cuts and thrusts and sending one priest away with a slice across his abdomen as payment for his zealousness. Sounds nice. Just the two of us. I like it. Behind me, Liz grunted and cried out. You all right? I asked, unable to turn. Just a scratch, she said, snarling as she kicked her opponent in the crotch. The priest folded over, slumping to the ground. Arsehole! One less priest should have given us an advantage, but two more took his place even before he'd fallen. One of them, a warrior with an expression twisted with religious fervor, came at me with twin krisses, so that our steel soon rang out in a melodious staccato. Behind me, Liz grunted as she drove her blade between the ribs of another priest, his death cry cut short by a kick that sent him hurtling into the darkness. Another Jakaree rushed in, filling the gap. These bastards don't want to stay down, Liz yelled. Where the hell is everyone else? A question I didn't need to answer, because just as a Jakaree warrior lunged at me, the sound of Thjorn's war cry pierced the night like the call of some primal beast. His hammer swept in a devastating arc that caught 3 priests at once, sending them tumbling through the air like broken dolls. With the Anolgan barbarian came Captain Belford, Captain Nelson, and a tight formation of mercenaries from both companies. In a matter of seconds, they cleared the space around me and Liz. Lyra's magic no longer slowed the mercenaries' movement, the debilitating effects waning like melting ice now that the Jakaree had removed their high priestess from the battlefield. The unnatural darkness receded as well, allowing a clear view across the cemetery where I saw more mercenaries cutting through the Jakaree's defenses. Beyond lay the horizon dichotomizer, the way to the machine unhampered by shrieking priests. Now was our opportunity to strike. Gwendolen appeared in our midst. With her came Atticus Drake, the man as dapper as ever in jacket and cravat despite the circumstances, and his man, Samuel, who held a bloodied short sword. Congratulations on scattering the Jakaree, Atticus said, leaning on his ruby-studded cane. The way to the horizon dichotomizer lies open. It's now or never, Gwendolen shouted. Any longer, and I won't be able to shut it down. Indeed, Atticus added. It seems we finally agree on something. Unfortunately, not everyone does, I said. A dozen warders materialized from the shadows like ghosts, their gleaming plate armor reflecting the night's brightness. Each bore a tower shield emblazoned with the partitioned symbol of their order. At their head stood Claire Carter, her deep blue surcoat fitted over a thick gambeson. She wore no mail, bracers, or guards, nothing metal to interfere with her bioelectric implants. The warders weren't finished with their grand entrances or their theatrics as 3 arcanists took up positions around their Primus. Each carried an oversized weapon, a gigantic warhammer, an enormous axe, and a poleaxe that seemed too large for any normal man to wield. Last, a line of regulars, exactors with spears and shields, took positions behind the knights. The warders formed a defensive line in front of the horizon dichotomizer, with shields locked together in a wall of steel. They made no move to attack. Instead, they did nothing more than stand there, blocking any approach to the machine. What in the 9 hells are they doing? Captain Nelson asked. Making sure the Jakaree finish what they came here to do, I said. But that, Captain Nelson started to say before he shook his head and let it go. As a soldier, he didn't always understand the hows and whys of the situation. Even still, this situation called for new orders. So, what are we going to do about it? Around us, shapes moved in the darkness, the Jakaree regrouping. What we do best, Jeffrey said. We attack. What do you say, Captain Nelson? You and your men up for another round? Marcus grinned. Always. What followed was chaos of the most brutal variety as Blackguard and Black Blade mercenaries clashed with Warder Knights and Exactors in a storm of steel and fury. Sword rang against sword as the two forces crashed together among the headstones, their battle cries echoing off the ancient monuments. Steam rose from the clash of hot blood against cold snow until the pristine white ground became stained with crimson as men fell on all sides. Above the melee, Warder arcanists unleashed their magical fury upon the mercenaries. Bolts of crackling energy arced through the night, striking black guardsmen and sending them sprawling among the graves. One mercenary screamed as arcane fire consumed him, while another collapsed as a magical force crushed his ribs. Black Blades recognized the danger, but they rushed into it anyway, only to find themselves facing the arcanists' magically charged weapons. One mercenary went down, cut in half by an arcanist's axe. Another fell prey to a glowing halberd, guts exploding from his abdomen. Once again, Thjorn showed he had no concept of fear or intelligence as he slammed his hammer into an arcanist, then crashed into a second. Other Black Blades joined Black Guardsmen as they fell on the third, stabbing and pummeling over and over until all were good and dead. Commander Aldrich's city watchmen formed a line and pressed forward with locked shields. But the Jakaree, driven by absolute faith in their cause, pressed their renewed attack with such furor that they overwhelmed the watchmen and their regimented discipline, scattering the soldiers so that individual combat became the order of survival. The Warder Primus planned to exploit the shift in the tide of battle fully. Stepping away from her men, she removed her heavy gloves with deliberate care, revealing the intricate network of metal filaments that traced elegant patterns beneath her pale skin. The bioelectrical implants extended from her hands up both forearms, their design both artistic and deadly. Electrical energy flowed along the metal filaments, starting as tiny sparks that transformed into crackling streams of lightning, wrapping around her forearms like living snakes. She lifted her hands toward the approaching mercenaries, unleashing bolts of bright white lightning from her fingertips. The first bolt struck a Black Guardsman in the chest, sending him flying backward into the night's darkness. A second mercenary screamed as electrical energy coursed through his armor, the metal conducting the charge throughout his body before he collapsed in convulsions. Claire advanced methodically, her face set in grim determination as she unleashed one devastating attack after another. "Fall back!" Geoffrey shouted, but the chaos consumed his voice as more lightning bolts arced through the night. Claire was unlike the meek, almost timid person I had first met. Now she was a screaming hellion, a sorceress who wielded technology instead of magic. She had tossed her façade aside to reveal the ruthless leader of the Warders, their Primus, who had devoted her life to a cause that, while questionable, she believed was one worth dying over. A Black Blade tried to charge Claire's position. She met his attack with one of her own, a sizzling bolt lifting him off his feet and slamming him into a mausoleum. As hopeless as it seemed, others mustered for the next charge. This was the job, and sometimes you died doing it. "Ms. Carter," a voice called out through the melee. "Surely there is a more civilized way to settle our differences." Atticus Drake emerged from behind a weathered mausoleum, his ruby-studded cane tapping against the frozen ground as he approached the Warder Primus. Samuel flanked him, his retainer unwilling to let his employer join this fight alone. Claire turned toward him, her pale eyes reflecting the residual energy still dancing across her victims' corpses. "Professor Drake." "Ah, so you know me already. At least we can dispense with the usual pleasantries and get right down to business." "I can't say I'm surprised to find you here," Claire said, lightning streaking up and down her arms, "though I confess I had hoped to hold our next meeting under more hospitable circumstances." "Our next meeting? I hadn't realized we'd met once already." "You don't remember, that's all right. I was younger back then, and since I tried never to leave a lasting impression, warder policy and all, I suppose I accomplished my goal. You gave a lecture at the university in Thesia. The topic was spherical effects of rotational energy dispersal, as I recall." Atticus's face lit up. "Ah, yes. I remember the symposium. I regret that I do not recall our conversation." His gaze wandered past her toward the dichotomizer's energy sphere. "The subject seems fitting given the current circumstances, does it not?" Claire affected a thin smile but said nothing. "I suppose we should get to the matter at hand," Atticus said, straightening. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to stand down." "I'm afraid not, Professor." "Very well, then." From within his jacket, He withdrew a device that resembled a brass pocket watch, though tiny dials and crystalline components glowing with an inner light covered its surface. "Tell me, how much do you truly understand about the Jakaree's machine?" The unexpected question gave Claire pause. Meanwhile, the brass instrument in Atticus's hand began to emit a low humming sound, its components pulsing with pale blue radiance. The intent, of course, is to bore a hole between dimensions, from ours to the Shadow Realm and then straight into the Dark One's prison. But I wonder if anyone has considered the dimensions between, and the consequences, if any, of such a thing. Atticus shrugged. A problem for another day, perhaps. "What's that in your hand?" Claire asked, the lightning around her arms intensifying. Atticus held the device up as if studying it. Instead of answering her question, he said, "I confess, I find your bioelectrical enhancements fascinating from a technological standpoint. Integrating organic and artificial systems must have been extraordinarily difficult to achieve." The metal filaments beneath Claire's skin glowed like veins of molten silver. "I will not ask again, Professor." Atticus's device hummed loud enough that even the most distant combatants heard it. "Every system has limitations," Atticus mused. "For example, the human body can generate only so much electrical potential before suffering adverse effects. And if I am not mistaken, your implants draw directly from your own bioelectric field." Claire's confidence wavered as a shadow of uncertainty crossed her features. "You seem remarkably well informed about Warder technology." Atticus spoke with a slight smile. "I make it my business to understand the tools of my adversaries, just as I make it my business to develop countermeasures." He pressed a control on the brass instrument, causing the air between them to shimmer. In response, Claire raised her hands, gathering her bioelectrical reserves to unleash a devastating bolt of lightning. But as the electrical energy coalesced, it dispersed harmlessly like fireflies in the night. She tried again, pouring more of her body's electrical potential into the attempt, but the result was the same. The lightning flickered and died before it formed a coherent attack. "Electromagnetic dampening field," Atticus explained conversationally, as if discussing an interesting scientific principle rather than disarming a dangerous opponent. "By creating localized areas of electromagnetic interference, it disrupts the formation of electrical discharges, quite effective against bioelectrical systems, as you are experiencing. Once you move out of the field, I'm afraid you will still find your weapon ineffective. The effect should wear off in a couple of days, though." Claire staggered, her face growing pale as the failed attempts to use her technology took their toll on her already strained system. The metal filaments in her arms flickered with dying sparks as her body's electrical potential reached dangerously low levels. Frustrated, she kept trying, each attempt leaving her weaker as the implants drew power from reserves she could ill afford to lose. Atticus gestured with his cane. "I suggest you withdraw behind your men before you collapse entirely. Bioelectrical feedback can be quite unpleasant when the system overloads." Claire's jaw tightened, but she was too intelligent to ignore the truth of his words. With grudging respect, she withdrew. A trio of knights covered her retreat. Just like that, the way to the horizon dichotomizer was clear once more. But in the next instant, it no longer mattered, because the machine had reached a crescendo, its power at its limit, and the sphere had grown larger than I'd ever seen before. The ebon sun expanded to fill the entire upper portion of the machine, its dark surface rippling like liquid shadow shot through with veins of malevolent energy. Metallic bands spun at a near-blinding speed, their rotation creating a hypnotic pattern that was painful to watch, like staring at the sun. The very air around the device tore and split as reality bent under the pressure of the dimensional forces. Through the growing rift, something vast and serpentine stirred in the darkness beyond, pressing against the weakening barriers. A sound pierced the veil between worlds. A snarl, malevolent, angry, and distinctively draconian. The machine's vibrations grew so intense that headstones throughout the cemetery cracked and toppled. Monuments that had stood for centuries crumbled under the dimensional stress, their carved gargoyles and elaborate facades reduced to rubble. The dark stain that had seeped from the broken mausoleum spread outward like spilled ink, corrupting everything it touched. With a sound like the world itself broke apart, the ebon sun collapsed inward upon itself before exploding outward in a wave of absolute darkness that swept across the cemetery. When the shadow passed, a gaping wound in reality remained, revealing the swirling chaos of the shadow realm beyond. And from that nightmare dimension, Shadowgrim emerged at last. Act 5. The Reckoning Part 3. The portal tore reality asunder with a sound like the death scream of gods, and from that wound stepped Shadowgrim. 5 centuries of imprisonment had not diminished the Shadow Dragon's magnificence, though it had marked him with the scars of eternal torment. He burst from the dimensional rift like a living eclipse, his massive form blotting out the moon as he unfurled wings so vast that they must have stretched from one side of the cemetery to the other. Each wingbeat sent hurricane winds across the burial ground, toppling monuments and scattering the combatants, mercenaries, soldiers, thieves, and priests, like leaves before a storm. Shadowgrim stood nearly 60 feet from snout to tail, his serpentine neck rising 40 feet above the ground as he surveyed the mortal realm denied to him for so long. His scales were living darkness, each one perfectly formed and interlocking in mesmerizing geometric patterns. Where light touched them, it vanished, absorbed into depths that appeared to have no bottom. The scales ranged from midnight blue along his flanks to blacks so dark they drew the eye into spirals of vertigo. 2 magnificent horns curved backward from his skull in elegant helical twists, their obsidian surface rippling with shadows. These were not mere bone, but repositories of concentrated malevolent power. His eyes blazed with violet fire, ancient intelligence burning behind those orbs. But for all the Shadow Dragon's grandeur, centuries of imprisonment had taken their toll. His movements, while still graceful, carried a subtle stiffness indicative of prolonged confinement. His scales, though magnificent, bore the dull patina of malnutrition. When he opened his maw to release a roar of triumph and rage, the sound did not impress as much as his sheer size, as if he lacked the fortitude to deliver the fullness of his dragon's cry. "At last!" Shadowgrim's voice resonated through the cemetery like distant thunder, each word carrying the weight of centuries of rage and grief. 500 years in that burning prison, yet now I taste freedom once more. His emergence had scattered everyone within 100 yards. The dimensional shockwave of his arrival hurled warders, mercenaries, Jakaree, and city watchmen alike backward, their carefully fought-over battle lines dissolving in an instant. Some crashed into monuments, falling debris buried others. The lucky ones found themselves sprawled in the snow, staring up at a creature from legend made flesh. At the first sign of Shadowgrim, Liz and I had tried to leap away from the dichotomizer. The shockwave hit us all the same, tossing Liz into me and hurling us to the ground so we slid across the snow, holding tight to one another. Shadowgrim turned his head toward the scattered Jakaree warriors, many of whom had fallen to their knees in religious ecstasy at finally seeing their dark god in the flesh. On the other side of the horizon dichotomizer, which had gone still, Lyra struggled to her feet despite the wound Elizabeth had given her. In her hands, she clutched a capsule that pulsed with a sickly light, its contents writhing like trapped smoke. The tortured soul energy Shadowgrim needed to restore his strength after centuries of imprisonment. "Shadowgrim!" she called out, holding the capsule high. The Shadow Dragon's gaze fixed on the vessel with unmistakable hunger. Lyra threw the capsule onto the frozen ground, shattering it and releasing a swirling stream of dark energy that rose in the air to Shadowgrim's height. The dragon inhaled deeply, drawing its power inside him. Even with only that glimmer of energy, the effect was immediate and dramatic. The worst of the dullness faded from Shadowgrim's scales as they gleamed with renewed darkness. When he stretched his wings, the membrane crackled with renewed veins of dark energy, and his eyes burned brighter. "Bring the rest!" Lyra shouted, grimacing from the pain of her wound. A quartet of burly priests manhandled a cart full of the loathsome capsules across the uneven, frosted ground toward Shadowgrim, who extended a long, forked tongue to lick his draconian lips at the prospect of the feast to come. The dragon was reaching for the first container when the sky above erupted in a cacophony of mechanical thunder. The warder's mechanical dragon descended from the clouds like a falling star, crashing into Shadowgrim with devastating effect. Both dragons went down in a tumbling upheaval, claws of steel meeting claws of shadow as they grappled among the cemetery's monuments. Shadowgrim's roar of surprise and rage mixed with the mechanical screaming of stressed metal as the construct wrapped its metallic coils around the shadow dragon's neck. Steam hissed where light met darkness, and sparks flew as Shadowgrim's claws scraped across armored plates as the two titans rolled across the cemetery grounds, their battle carving a path of destruction through the burial ground. "What is this abomination?" Shadowgrim snarled, his voice filled with confusion and mounting fury as he struggled against his adversary. The mechanical beast fought with relentless efficiency, its steel jaws clamping down on Shadowgrim's shoulder with enough force to crack bone. Dark blood sprayed across the snow as the construct's teeth found purchase, causing Shadowgrim to unleash a roar of pain that echoed across the city. Pinning Shadowgrim beneath its considerable weight, razor-sharp claws dug deep into flesh. Shadowgrim twisted and squirmed, but the mechanical dragon held fast, its claws sinking deeper even as crystal lenses along its throat began glowing with increasing intensity. Rearing back, its long neck recoiled like a snake, its mouth opened wide. Legends described the most powerful weapon of a dragon, its breath, and so everyone knew what came next. Without prompting, warriors and priests scattered every which way in a mad effort to get away before the mechanical dragon unleashed hell on Shadowgrim. I stayed put. Leonidas had done his work well, sabotaging the machine's breath weapon. We had nothing to fear. Or did we? When the Warder Primus ran onto the battlefield, I began to question the efficacy of Leonidas's sabotage. "Now!" Claire shouted. "Destroy him!" The focusing chamber within the mechanical dragon's throat blazed like a miniature sun as the energy within reached its crescendo. In the next instant, a concentrated beam of pure white-hot intensity erupted from the construct's maw. The breath weapon was not flame, but something far more terrible, a lance of concentrated luminance that burned with the fury of creation itself. The beam struck the shadow dragon full in the chest. Shadowgrim's roar of pain blasted men from their feet and leveled nearby trees. Where the light touched his scales, they didn't simply burn. They dissolved, his essence unraveling under the assault of pure luminance. Steam rose from his wounds as shadow stuff evaporated, and for the first time, genuine fear flickered in Shadowgrim's violet eyes. The mechanical dragon pressed its advantage, sweeping the beam across Shadowgrim's flank in a slow, deliberate motion. Wherever the light passed, the shadow dragon's flesh bubbled and boiled, seared away into nothingness, leaving wounds that bled not blood, but liquid darkness. The air around the beam's path caught fire, and several nearby monuments burst into flame as the weapon's intensity proved too much for even stone to withstand. Shadowgrim writhed beneath the mechanical dragon's weight, his movements growing desperate as the beam continued its work. Weakened by centuries of imprisonment and not rejuvenated enough by the single vessel of tortured soul energy, he fought a desperate battle for survival. Each second under the beam's assault diminished him further, his magnificent form beginning to show gaps where the beam annihilated shadow flesh. "Impossible!" Shadowgrim gasped. He thrashed and bucked, but the warder's weapon proved relentless, its beam growing brighter and hotter as internal mechanisms fed more power to the weapon. Around us, the scattered survivors pressed themselves even flatter against their cover as the mechanical dragon's breath weapon transformed the cemetery into a hellscape of fire and melting stone. The beam was so intense that looking directly at it left spots dancing across my vision, and the heat it generated was enough to melt snow hundreds of yards away. The battle between the titans scattered everyone across the cemetery. I grabbed Liz's hand as the thrashing of the battling dragons shook the earth. Around us, mercenaries, warders, and Jakaree alike abandoned their individual fights and fled for cover. "At long last!" Claire cried, raising her arms in triumph. Of her order, she alone remained in place regardless of the danger. She had waited a lifetime for this, and she did not intend to miss a single moment. She had really thought of everything, it seemed, even anticipating and countering Leonidas's sabotage. Shadowgrim turned his head enough to see her, and though a haze of pain clouded his perception, he understood her meaning. Here was the one person in this miserable world who wanted him dead more than anyone, come to gloat now that her victory was all but assured. He bared his fangs at her, but if he meant to snarl, it emerged as nothing more than a pitiful whimper. Shadowgrim's struggles grew weaker with each passing moment. The proud dragon, who had escaped from his dimensional prison with such terrible majesty, was unmade by an enemy he couldn't comprehend. His scales, once lustrous with living darkness, were pitted and scarred where the beam had touched them. Luminance had burned entire sections of his hide, revealing seared flesh that writhed with the shadows that comprised his inner being. "You spent 500 years in prison when you should have been dead," Claire shouted. "Now, we correct that mistake once and for all." The mechanical dragon's controlling mechanism defied explanation, yet it somehow understood the implied meaning in Claire's words, directing its weapon toward Shadowgrim's head. The beam seared dragon flesh across his torso, up his neck, and was about to consume his head when a shot unlike any I'd heard before rang out, shattering the night and bringing an end to the crackling of the mechanical dragon's concentrated light beam. The mechanical dragon reared on its hind legs, its grip on Shadowgrim loosening, and its breath weapon fell silent. The automaton almost looked confused as it turned its head one way and another. Or perhaps it malfunctioned because as it swayed, I saw a hole the size of a cartwheel blasted clean through its metal torso. One wing flopped to its side, nearly severed, and it seemed the dragon had lost the use of a forelimb. "Damn it, Raid!" A distinctly deep yet feminine voice rang out. "You shot too low. You were supposed to hit it in the head." "At least I hit it," came the grumbling response. "This ain't like aiming a crossbow, you know." Through the smoke and chaos, I spotted them. Raid and Kess Lendon had arrived, and they brought the Society's compression cannon with them. Mounted on an impossibly large artillery platform, they'd drawn the cannon as far as the cemetery's destruction allowed. I hadn't seen the bronze weapon since that one time at the Society Gala where I first met Gwendolyn. But then, as now, the weapon left an impression. 8 feet long with a 12-inch bore diameter, Raid manned a control seat where he had access to all the weapon's cranks, switches, and dials. He made frantic adjustments, while Kess reloaded the cannon with what looked like a conventional shot, except for its glass or crystal construction. The mechanical dragon, though damaged, was far from defeated as it turned its gaze toward this new threat. With one wing hanging uselessly and sparks flying from damaged systems, the construct began a lumbering charge toward the cannon. Each step shook the ground, its loping gait carrying it forward with murderous intent. "It's coming this way!" Raid shouted, his hands flying over the cannon's controls as he adjusted the weapon's aim. Kess worked with calm efficiency despite the approaching threat. "I'm almost ready." "I'm not!" Raid shouted. "Give me a few more seconds." "Done!" Kess yelled. "Fire!" She stepped back and covered her ears. "A few more seconds," Raid muttered, fine-tuning the last bits. "There, done. So fire, why don't you?" "I am!" The compression cannon discharged with a thunderous roar that echoed across the cemetery, sending another projectile screaming through the air. This shot, which glowed with azure radiance, found its mark in the construct's neck, tearing through vital mechanisms and unleashing a violent charge of energy that sent a shower of sparks cascading in all directions. The mechanical dragon stumbled but kept coming, its eyes blazing with something resembling rage. "That didn't stop it!" Kess yelled, retreating from the cannon's position. "Raid, get out!" With a staggering lope and one wing dangling from its side, the mechanical dragon reached their position with 3 thunderous bounds, its massive claws sweeping down to crush the weapon that had dared to wound it. The compression cannon disappeared beneath tons of crushing metal, its bronze surface crumpling like paper under the construct's assault. Steam hissed from ruptured pressure lines as the dragon reduced the weapon to twisted scrap and splintered ruin. I glimpsed Raid and Kess sprinting away from the destruction, Kess supporting her brother as they disappeared behind a cluster of monuments. Shadowgrim remained down. Dark ichor dripped from the terrible wounds the luminance beam had carved across his form, and even from a distance, the raspy unevenness of his breathing cut through the silence that had fallen over the battlefield. But the cannon had granted Shadowgrim a reprieve, a few moments to regain his strength so he could put an end to the threat the warder's weapon posed to Alchester once and for all. But he couldn't do it alone. "Lyra!" I called out, scanning through the dark and smoke for the High Priestess. Next to me, Liz touched my arm. "You sure about this? He's down. Maybe he should stay that way. We have the Dragon Slayer." We exchanged glances. "And if that fails?" I asked her, sparing her my earlier argument about the weapon being untested and unproven. "Trust me, Liz. This needs to happen." She pressed her lips together, finally giving me a slight nod of affirmation. I spotted Lyra, limping from the smoke and leaning on a Jakaree warrior for support. "The canisters," I said as soon as I reached her. "Where's the cart?" Lyra returned a confused stare. Her skin was paler than usual, the wound Liz had given her taking its toll. I knew the question she wanted to ask. I imagined it went something like, "You literally stabbed me in the back, so why are you interested in helping the Jakaree?" "In the interest of time," I answered before she could ask it. "Because this is the only way forward." The crash of metal sounded from the direction of the construct, which continued to visit its vengeance upon the cannon like an animal hell-bent on teaching its aggressor a lesson. The reprieve wouldn't last much longer. We needed to help Shadowgrim now. "My warriors bring it forward," Lyra said, raising a limp finger to point through the dust and smoke. A trio of Jakaree appeared. By their manhandling of the cart and slow progress, I felt they might reach Shadowgrim with the tortured soul energy by this time next week, if they didn't get some help. "I'll find Thjorn," Liz said, disappearing. I exchanged one last look with Lyra, who barely acknowledged me with a nod, before I ran toward the cart. The priests, guarded at first, accepted my help without question once I lent a shoulder. Minutes that felt like an eternity passed, in which we moved the cart no more than half a dozen feet. Shadowgrim, unmoving but still breathing, remained too far away, and we didn't have much longer before the mechanized dragon returned to finish the job. Then relief arrived in the form of Thjorn, who, with his strength, pushed the cart another dozen feet almost by himself. "He needs it all," I said to Thjorn and the priests, before grabbing two of the canisters containing the tortured soul energy and running to the dragon. Shadowgrim's head shifted at my approach. He peered up at me with one violet eye and an expression of loathing I hadn't expected. "Come to gloat?" he said, his voice and his spirit strong despite his wounds. Still, he winced with every word spoken. "I've come to help." I didn't know how to give the dragon the energy contained in the canisters, so I did what Lyra had done before, shattering them on the ground so the energy wafted into the air as dark tendrils. The mechanized dragon, finished with the cannon, turned toward Shadowgrim. Even damaged, it remained more than a match for the shadow dragon, especially since, weakened, he ingested the dark energy with slow, ragged gasps. The dragon needed more time. "I'll hold it off," I said to Shadowgrim. "Buy you time, but don't expect more than a couple of minutes." Running, I positioned myself between the two dragons, drew my sword, and waited. I didn't have to wait long. Even damaged, with a foreleg not flexing correctly, a wing hanging useless at its side, and a fair-sized hole blown right through the thing's torso, the mechanized dragon still towered over me, its tonnage more than enough to pulverize me, its claws more than long enough to rip me apart, or its mouth with its pointed teeth strong enough to split my bones 100 times over. The automaton's crystalline eyes gazed down at me, perhaps uncertain what I represented, a friend or a foe. I adjusted my grip on my Steel Island sword, waiting for it to figure it out. "Kill the shadow dragon!" Claire shrieked from nearby as she stepped out from behind her creation. "And anyone who tries to stop you!" Her creation needed no further prompting. Steam hissed from hydraulic joints as the construct's functioning forelegs swept toward me with bone-crushing force. I threw myself sideways, feeling the displaced air ruffle my cloak as metal claws carved furrows in the frozen earth where I'd stood. The dragon's head snapped down like a striking serpent. Metallic teeth, each one longer than my hand, clicked together where my torso had been. The mechanical jaw opened again, and I glimpsed the focusing chamber, the source of its luminance breath weapon. Damaged components sparked within the throat, but I couldn't tell if the breath weapon remained functional. The dragon's tail, thick as a tree trunk and studded with metal spikes, whipped around in a devastating arc. I leaped over it, somersaulting the second I hit the ground, and springing upward with both hands gripping my sword. The mechanized dragon was powerful but ponderous, its movements devastating in their intent, but slow in their execution. So when it raised a paw to strike, I slid beneath it, driving my sword upward. Like a dragon's hide with its interlocking scales, the mechanical dragon had the same protection against conventional weapons. But the black volcanic steel of my sword was anything but conventional. My blade bit deep into the construct, slicing through the armor plates where hydraulic lines ran like metal arteries. Steam erupted from severed tubes, though the dragon didn't so much as pause. The automaton's damaged wing, though useless for flight, proved effective as a bludgeon. The limb caught me across the chest with enough force to lift me from my feet and send me tumbling through the snow. Stars exploded across my vision as I slid across the snow-covered ground. With no time to reconsider my choice to face the dragon alone, I rolled aside as the creature's claws dug into the earth where I had lain a second ago. I scrambled and rolled away. The taste of copper filled my mouth, but I forced myself upright, sword still clutched in my grip as I turned to face the dragon once again. "Stand down, Thornton," a distinctively dwarven voice shouted. "We've got this." Twin energy bolts slammed into the mechanical dragon, one connecting with its torso and the other, its head. Raid and Kess, armed with energy projectile weapons, kept firing as they approached from different sides. The bolts, although small compared to those delivered by the compression cannon, still caused superficial damage, with electrical disturbances spreading from the point of contact with each shot fired. Where each hit, the runes on the dragon's magically enhanced scales glowed, protecting the dragon from damage. But the dwarves kept up their barrage, shooting over and over, until tendrils of energy snaked across its armored hide. Looking up, Kess yelled to the sky, "Now, Ms. Goddard!" Why up? I wondered, when a brilliant flash of azure light pierced the smoke and chaos, and Gwendolyn descended from the sky like a vengeful Empyrean. She piloted a sleek flying machine, not unlike Leonidas's, its alchemical propulsion system rocketing it around the dragon before stopping so Gwendolyn could leap from the pilot's seat to the foredeck, her long coat billowing behind her like dark wings. Her blonde hair, which had come loose, caught the light from her ship's power core, and those piercing blue eyes assessed the battlefield with the cold calculation of a master strategist surveying a chessboard. Like the dwarves, she held a projectile weapon, though hers looked more like a crossbow with a bolt already loaded. Instead of a pointed tip, the bolt had a coiled assembly, too blunt to pierce the dragon's hide. But I found out in the next second that piercing the dragon's hide wasn't the goal. Gwendolyn fired. The bolt streaked toward the dragon, hitting it square in the chest. Far from bouncing off the beast's armored plates, the missile stuck in place as if magnetized, electrical streaks sprouting from it in all directions. More than that, the tendrils connected with the dwarven siblings' shots, extending the electrical effect until it damn near surrounded the entire mechanized dragon. The moment it did, the construct froze. Not just its motion, but everything about it, including its internal gears, hydraulics, pumps, and pistons, until the only sound remaining was the sizzle of energy cascading across its metal frame. This was the Society's Dragonslayer in all its glory. On the ground, Raid let out a resounding whoop and holler, but Gwendolyn, still balancing on the fore of her airship, appeared less optimistic, her lips pursed and her gaze narrowed as she studied the dragon. She had good reason, because in the next instant, The magical runes etched into the dragon's scales flared to life, glowing so brilliantly that their illumination drowned out the electrical disturbances. No, not just drowned them out, I saw, but snuffed them out, all at once. Internal gears stirred once more. Drive shafts spun, pistons cranked, and movement returned. Even worse, the damaged forearm that had hung useless at the construct's side flexed and straightened as internal mechanisms repaired themselves with grinding clicks and hisses. Metal plates shifted and realigned along the limb while hydraulic fluid stopped leaking from severed lines that somehow sealed themselves. The dragon's broken wing unfurled with renewed strength as the torn membrane regenerated and the support struts straightened with metallic groans. As the dragon reared back on its haunches with both forearms now fully functional, Gwendolyn sprang into the pilot's seat, desperate to maneuver the craft away when a clawed forepaw swiped the hull, sending the dirigible spinning out of control to disappear into the smoke. Turning, the dragon's tail crashed into Raid and Kess, sending them flying into the darkness. Then the mechanized dragon's lenses, glowing now with an inner light, settled on me. The construct's countenance burned with something I hadn't expected to see in a machine. Contempt. The dragon's head tilted at an unnatural angle, and though it made no sound, the deliberate slowness of the movement suggested mockery. Steam shot from its nostrils in sharp, angry bursts that resembled snorts of derision. The machine's movements shifted from programmed responses to something more personal, more vindictive. It circled me with predatory intent, each thunderous step calculated not just to position itself for attack, but to intimidate. Wings spread wide in a display of dominance. The dragon's tail lashed the frosted ground, carving furrows in the earth with unnecessary force. Its claws scraped against stone monuments as it passed, leaving deep gouges that served no tactical purpose beyond expressing its fury. Its glowing eyes never left mine. Too bad for the mechanical dragon, because if it hadn't been so intent on me, it might have noticed Shadowgrim rising behind it. Shadowgrim's roar shook the entire cemetery as he launched himself at the construct. This time, when his claws met steel, the metal gave way. Shadowgrim's scales gleamed with renewed vitality, the tortured soul energy having restored much of his magnificence. His serpentine neck stretched upward until he towered above even the mechanical dragon, and when he spread his wings, they blocked the sky. Where the automaton had been an impressive creation of metal and magic, Shadowgrim was a force of nature itself, ancient, terrible, and utterly without mercy. Now, his renewed strength allowed him to tear through armor plating that had resisted his attacks before, and when his jaws closed around his opponent's damaged neck, his teeth found purchase in the mechanisms beneath. Metal shrieked as talons carved through armored plating like parchment, sending cascades of sparks and hydraulic fluid spraying across the cemetery. The mechanical dragon staggered under the assault, its newly repaired systems screaming in protest as Shadowgrim's bulk pinned the machine beneath him. The construct tried to turn, to bring its teeth or breath weapon to bear, but Shadowgrim pressed all his weight onto his adversary, smashing a forepaw down on its neck to hold it in place while he opened his maw wide, revealing rows of teeth like obsidian daggers. Shadowgrim inhaled deeply. I didn't need a second prompting. Transfixed by this clash of titans, I should have already moved. I did so now, trying to put as much distance between myself and the dragons before Shadowgrim let loose. I hadn't made it far when his breath weapon erupted. Neither flame, nor ice, nor acid, nor lightning. The shadow dragon's breath weapon was pure darkness, a cone of shadow so absolute that it devoured light, energy, and perhaps even life itself. The darkness enveloped the mechanical dragon's head and torso, and where it touched, metal withered and decayed. Enchanted steel that had withstood cannon fire crumbled like rusted scrap. Optical lenses clouded and cracked. The runes etched into the machine's scales flickered and died as the shadow dragon's power consumed the very magic that animated them. The mechanical dragon thrashed in desperation, but Shadowgrim was unrelenting, showering the abomination with another exhalation of his shadow breath. Inexorably, as more of the mechanized dragon melted away and the shadow breath dissolved critical internal components, its movement slowed until all resistance ceased. With a final, devastating exhalation, Shadowgrim blasted straight through the construct's chest cavity, straight to the monster's heart, the heart of the dragon, exposed briefly as a glowing artifact of immense power before the dragon's shadow breath consumed it, extinguishing the spark that had driven the construct. Finally, Shadowgrim hurled what remained of his opponent across the cemetery. Monuments, mausoleums, and headstones exploded into fragments under the impact. Shadowgrim spread his wings wide and released a roar of triumph that echoed beyond the cemetery into Alchester. The cemetery fell silent, except for the hiss of escaping steam and the crackle of electrical fires consuming the mechanical dragon's corpse. Around the battlefield, the scattered survivors emerged from their hiding places, staring in awe and terror at the shadow dragon who moved to stand in triumph over the wreckage of the mechanical beast. Dark smoke rose from the twisted metal remains as Shadowgrim spread his wings wide and released another roar, a sound of such primal fury that windows must have shattered in distant buildings. Shadowgrim's gaze swept across the cemetery, lingering on each group in turn. Some warders drew together in a defensive formation around their wounded Primus. Others turned tail and ran. The Jakaree kneeled in religious ecstasy, many weeping with joy at witnessing their god's triumph. Lyra stood with fierce admiration and triumph written across her face. The mercenaries and city watchmen gripped their weapons tighter, though what chance good steel had against such a creature remained questionable. "At last!" Shadowgrim's voice boomed across the landscape, each word carrying the weight of centuries of rage. 500 years of torment have ended. Now, finally, I am free to take my revenge. The ancestors of those who imprisoned me will know suffering beyond imagination. This city will burn in shadow fire until nothing remains but ash and memory. The shadow dragon turned his massive head toward Claire and her remaining warders. You kept faith with your ancestors' cruelty, building weapons and planning my destruction even as I rotted in that burning prison. For this, you will be the first to die, but not the last. Every soul in this city will pay for the sins of your order. Then, when I finish here, I will deliver the same fate to all others." Claire stepped forward despite her exhaustion, her face pale but determined. "You speak of revenge as if it will heal 5 centuries of pain. Do you truly believe destroying us will bring you peace?" Shadowgrim's eyes blazed brighter. "Peace. I do not seek peace, mortal. I seek justice. Your ancestors stole everything from me. My freedom, my purpose, my—" He paused, his gaze shifting beyond the assembled survivors. I walked across the battlefield with calm confidence, stepping over debris and bodies as if taking a casual stroll through a garden. I moved with deliberate purpose, my black blade held ready, but not raised in obvious threat. Every eye in the cemetery followed my approach, confusion rippling through the scattered groups. "Shadowgrim," I called out, my voice carrying clearly in the sudden stillness. "We need to talk." The shadow dragon's serpentine neck lowered until his head was perhaps 20 feet above me, those violet eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. When he spoke, his voice carried notes of dark amusement. "The assassin who saved Lyra, who then interfered with my servant's plans, but then helped restore my strength." Shadowgrim's lips pulled back in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of obsidian teeth. "You play all sides, it seems. What do you want?" "I've come to make you an offer," I replied, stopping outside the range of his claws. Shadowgrim's laughter was like distant thunder, rolling across the cemetery and setting headstones vibrating. "An offer? How amusing. What could a mortal possibly possess to interest a shadow dragon?" I somehow met his ancient eyes without flinching. "Freedom." The dragon's laughter died. Shadowgrim's expression shifted, becoming deadly serious. "You speak in riddles, assassin. I am free. The Jakaree's machine shattered the walls of my prison. What more freedom could you offer?" "True freedom," I said, my voice carrying to every corner of the battlefield so that everyone heard me. "Freedom from the chains that bind your will even now." Confusion overcame the dragon's features. Around us I heard murmurs of bewilderment. Not even Lyra understood, and one would think she knew deception better than anyone. Revenge will not heal the wounds left by 5 centuries of torment, I continued. Destroying this city, slaughtering these people, it won't bring back what you've lost. You know this. In your heart, you know that even if you burned every Warder stronghold to ash, even if you reduced their entire order to dust, the pain would remain. Shadowgrim's eyes narrowed. And what would you have me do instead? Pretend that centuries of agony mean nothing? I believe, I said carefully, that you're too intelligent to think revenge will heal centuries of grief. The Warders imprisoned your body, but if you spend eternity consumed by hatred, you've imprisoned your own soul. The shadow dragon fell silent, his form still except for the occasional flick of his forked tongue. Around the cemetery nobody moved or spoke, as if the entire world held its breath. Finally, Shadowgrim spoke, his voice softer but no less dangerous. You who knows the satisfaction of revenge better than most expect me to walk away, when at long last I am free to exact it. I smiled, the expression cold as winter steel. If you don't, you'll soon discover that you're not as free as you believe. The dragon's eyes blazed with sudden fury. Explain yourself. In answer, I raised my sword, letting him get a good look at the black steel. When we first met, you told me I didn't understand what I held, so I did my research. The Brotherhood called blades like this one a shadow blade. Violet eyes fixed on the black volcanic steel of my Steel Island sword. The metal has an affinity for darkness. Shadow magic, you told me. You're made of shadow magic, correct? Your flesh, your claws, your horns. Shadowgrim emitted a low growl from the deepest part of his throat. What have you done, mortal? Before Lyra destroyed the Malefang Horn, I had its power transferred to my sword. The dragon's roar drew a gasp of dismay from the Jakaree and a flash of rage from Lyra. Impossible! I am free! From the prison of luminosity, yes, I said, letting the black surface of my blade catch the light, but not from the power that can compel your obedience. That still exists, hidden where no one would think to look for it. Shadowgrim reared back, denial and recognition warring in his ancient eyes. Equally distraught, Lyra shouted, You lie! Shadowgrim knows I don't. You can detect every thread of the Malefang Horn's binding magic, every whisper of command it once held over you, in this blade, can't you? When Shadowgrim only glared, not denying it, Lyra asked, But how? After you visited the warehouse, I brought the horn to certain experts in the fields of theology, science, and witchcraft. Between the lot of them, and with the help of a tome that contained all sorts of information about the horn, they figured out how to transfer the horn's energy into my sword. The transference left a certain witch too spent to join us this evening, but I think the sacrifice was well worth the effort. I met the Shadow Dragon's gaze. Shadowgrim, I can force you to do anything I wish. I can compel your obedience, bind your will, make you my slave. The cemetery fell into absolute silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as the Shadow Dragon stared at the weapon that held his fate. Instead, I continued, I offer you a choice. Leave. You told me you wished to find a corner of the Shadow Realm, far from the affairs of this world. Go there now and never return, and I promise never to use my sword's power against you. Shadowgrim trembled with barely controlled rage. Am I supposed to trust the word of an assassin? A man who manipulates all sides to serve his own ends? This isn't about trust. This is about control. Control that I have no need to exercise, as long as you do as I say, and leave. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant crackle of fires burning among the wreckage of the mechanical dragon. Then Shadowgrim lowered his head until his gaze was level with mine, those violet eyes boring into me. I do not trust you, assassin, yet few mortals would hold such power and offer choice instead of commands. I wonder if, in the end, this is the reason I felt compelled to help you. He was quiet for several heartbeats. Very well, I accept your proposal. Relief flooded through me, though I kept my expression neutral. Then we have an accord. Not quite, Shadowgrim said, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. There remains the matter of the warders. No threat of servitude can quench my desire for revenge against them. I require some form of recompense. Such as? Their Primus. I will take her to the Shadow Realm with me. There, she will suffer a modicum of the pain her order inflicted upon me. The Warder foot soldiers shouted in alarm, moving to envelop their leader. The decision was easy to make. I'd miss our chats, but not enough to condemn Alchester to certain doom. If that is what you need to satisfy your need for revenge, then take her. Shadowgrim moved with lightning quickness, tossing all the warders to the ground with a sweep of his tail. Then, he plucked Claire from the pile, his grip careful enough not to crush her, but firm enough to prevent escape. Claire was in a panic, screaming, "Farewell, assassin. I hope that we never meet again. For your sake." The air around the dragon shimmered and twisted, shadows gathering around him like living things. Shadowgrim vanished into the spaces between worlds, taking Claire Carter with him. "I hope we never meet again, too," I said in a whisper. The dragon's absence from the battlefield washed over me, the nausea and sudden weakness in my knees threatening to upend my carefully crafted facade of confidence. It wasn't every day, or any day, that one stood up to a mythical creature like a dragon and lived to tell about it. I knew our conversation could have gone 100 other ways, and that Shadowgrim could have sliced me in half with a casual wave of a claw or killed me any number of other ways. I took a deep breath, waiting for the nausea to pass and my knees to regain some stability before sheathing my sword and surveying the surviving forces, mercenaries, city watchmen, thieves, and the remnants of both warders and Jakaree, all staring or glaring at me as if I'd performed a miracle or the worst of offenses. "Everyone, stay where you are." Commander Aldrich didn't actually expect anyone to listen to him, did he? Jakaree and warders alike ran in all directions, while the thieves melted away. More cobble-stompers arrived by the second, corralling anyone they got their hands on. "Time to go," Liz said, grabbing me by the arm. I hadn't even noticed her approach. "Unless you'd like to spend the rest of the night being interrogated or worse." We made it halfway to safety when an officer blocked our escape. With half a dozen watchmen behind him, Liz didn't have much choice but to stop. "Ms. West," the officer said, "it is you." "Inspector Wright," Liz said. I heard their words through a haze. William motioned to the guards behind him to help elsewhere. "Is he all right?" "He will be," Liz said. "Been a long night." Inspector Wright scanned the battlefield. "I can see that." A commotion sounded. Steel clashed, but it didn't last long. Liz frowned. "If you don't mind, Inspector?" William ran a hand across the back of his neck. "Fine. But if I need any information—" "You know where to find us," Liz said. The inspector stepped aside, allowing us to pass. Their brief conversation had given me the extra time I needed to shake the clamminess from my skin, though the thin layer of sweat beneath my clothing still gave me a chill. Liz noticed and removed her cloak, draping it across my shoulders. "Don't need you going into shock," she said. "Me? Never." "Uh-huh." She wrapped an arm around me and made sure we kept moving. Inspector Wright was a friend, but plenty of others weren't. "After what you did, you're lucky you're even still alive." She punched me in the side, but it was mostly for show and didn't hurt. "Don't ever do anything like that again, you hear me? Let's hope I never have the opportunity." The ruckus at Acon Cemetery had drawn a crowd that we sifted through with as much efficiency as possible. Ignoring questions about what had happened, we were thankful when we left the chaos behind and had the streets to ourselves. Elizabeth naturally gravitated toward Guild House. Though the thought of crowds and celebration held little appeal, I figured she wanted to rendezvous with the others, so I didn't object. We made our way past shuttered windows and nervous faces peering from doorways. Word of the battle had spread ahead of us. The entire city was on edge, waiting to see if it was over. Guild House buzzed with activity, Thieves, cutthroats, and various other denizens of Alchester's underworld had gathered to share tales of the day's events, their voices raised in animated conversation over tankards of ale. When we entered, a cheer went up from those who recognized us, and Thjorn's booming voice carried over the din. "There he is, the man who stared down a dragon and lived to tell about it." The barbarian pushed through the crowd with surprising grace for someone his size, his meaty paw clapping me on the shoulder hard enough to rattle my teeth. "Drink!" he commanded, pressing a mug of something strong and bitter into my hands. "Tonight, we celebrate." Around us, the assembled rogues raised their cups in salute. Garrick Greyfoot grinned from the head of one table, regaling anyone who listened with increasingly embellished accounts of the battle. Zara and Nick sat with him, adding their own dramatic flourishes to the tale. Even some of the Blackguard and Blackblade mercenaries had found their way here, sharing drinks with thieves they'd been fighting alongside hours earlier. I endured the celebration for perhaps an hour, accepting congratulations and deflecting questions about how I'd sent Shadowgrim back to the Shadow Realm. But the warmth of the room, the press of bodies, and the constant noise soon felt suffocating after the cold clarity of the cemetery. I was about to excuse myself when Matilda shuffled into the room. Wrapped in a blanket, she headed straight for our table. She found a seat across from me on the bench. "We survived," she said, slumping in her seat. Matilda's sour expression didn't change. Someone offered her an ale, but she waved it away. She peered at us with the swollen eyes and sunken cheeks of the truly bone-weary, the price she paid for her role in our little scheme. But it was only exhaustion, so I knew she would recover. "You need a sorcerer for this," Matilda had said when I told her about my idea to transfer the horn's power to my sword. Between Atticus's knowledge about dragons and the information contained in the tome given to me by Claire, we'd collectively worked out the strategy. You need a dozen sorcerers. In the end, we only needed one Matilda, which reminded me once more of her claim that she was neither a witch nor a wizard, but something else. "You are both a fool and an idiot," Matilda went on back in the here and now. "I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that," Liz chimed in. "Most would thank the old gods for never crossing paths with such a creature as a shadow dragon. But you are now bound to one." "Bound?" Liz asked before I could. "What does that mean?" "That you have not seen the last of Shadowgrim." Leave it to a witch to spoil the mood. I was already feeling suffocated. Matilda's proclamation didn't help. "I need some air," I murmured to Liz, who nodded her understanding. "Go," she said, leaning in to kiss me. "I'll make your excuses." I slipped out into the darkening night, grateful for the cold bite of winter against my face. The streets were quiet, though not empty. Patrols of city watchmen moved through the districts, maintaining order and reassuring citizens that the danger had passed. Decimation, as foretold in texts and symbols, had almost come, just not from the dragon we thought. Still, Shadowgrim was gone, at least for now. What Matilda said stuck with me, and while I felt no different, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling that something within me had changed. I walked without a particular destination, letting my feet carry me through familiar neighborhoods while my mind processed the night's events. The immediate threat was over, but this was far from the end. The power dynamics underlying the city had shifted. The loss of their leader and their ultimate weapon had broken the warders. The Jakaree faced an uncertain future without their dark god to guide them. But if Lyra had escaped the authorities, and I'm sure she did, she remained a threat. Somewhere in the Shadow Realm, Claire Carter was experiencing her own form of imprisonment. Deep down, I'd always known her life might become a bargaining chip. Like those I left behind in the Goblin prison, her sacrifice was unfortunate, but necessary. My intent had never been to save everyone, only those I cared about. Snow fell as I made my way back toward Guildhouse, where warmth and companionship waited. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new enemies, and new choices. But tonight we had won. For now, it was enough. You've reached the end of this adventure. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel to get a notification when each new story is available. You can view all my books and get the latest news by visiting scottmarlowe.com.